Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, The Science of Logic. Translated and edited by George D. Giovanni. McGill University. Introduction. Prologue. Writing an introduction to a translation of Hegel's logic is an even more formidable task than the translation itself. There are serious issues that immediately confront the author, and it will not be amiss to indicate them at the start, and also to declare how I have chosen to settle them. First, there is the issue of defining the task that an introduction should perform. An introduction cannot be a step-by-step guide for the neophyte across the intricacies of the logic. Fortunately, it need not be. There are already guides of this kind available, some classic, others more recent, all good in their different ways. An introduction may be a general statement about the project of the logic, its place in Hegel's system, and the key concepts that govern the progression of the categories. But general statements of this kind, while of no use to those already in the know, do little in the way of indicating why the logic is at least an interesting, and as I believe also still significant, philosophical product. It is not clear, in other words, whether such statements do any work at all. They certainly do nothing to motivate a reading of the logic and may even simply reinforce well-established prejudices. For this reason, I have decided in this introduction to focus on the logic's problematic nature as such. My claim is that the logic is to be read as still in line with Kant's transcendental logic, though without being transcendental in Kant's sense. But once this determination is made, another issue immediately arises. Of course, however philosophically important the logic might still be, the fact remains that it is a dated document. Why Hegel should ever have wanted to attempt it needs historical explanation. And this I have done with as much detail as space allowed. But the problem is that the moment one departs from a purely historical account and takes a definite stand on the nature of the logic, one is immediately faced with a host of conflicting interpretations, both classic and recent, and, while one cannot enter in an introduction into an extended polemical debate with them, to ignore them would smack of dogmatism. I have tried to negotiate my way out of this dilemma by bringing out the fault lines in the logic along which different and even contradictory readings are possible. I neither ignore nor dismiss these readings, even though I perforce refer to them globally. For the classic and more metaphysical of them there was no problem singling out J. M. E. McTaggart as the representative figure. But the state of the recent, in spirit more hermeneutic readings is still much too fluid for singling out any representative figure. Hence, although I shall mention the occasional name and footnotes, I shall refer to these more recent developments only in general, without emblematic representation. Between these two extremes, a host of more qualified readings are available in the literature. I hope that, by motivating a study of the logic, I also motivate a study of all this literature. Nothing is simple about Hegel's logic, not even the history of its production. As we shall see, the text that we have represents a work in progress. Hegel did not live to carry out the revision that he had planned for the whole work but accomplished it only in part. There are good exegetical reasons, therefore, for comparing the revised with the corresponding unrevised parts of the text, and also for asking what changes Hegel might have brought to the parts never revised if he had lived to complete the revision. But considerations of this kind demand an already close acquaintance with the text or at least an immediate close perusal of it, and for this reason, with two exceptions which will come up in due time, I relegate them to an appendix. The publication of the logic. Hegel's interest in the science of logic dates at least as far back as when he moved to Jena to assist Schelling, hoping to establish himself in an academic career. There, starting from the winter term, Hegel offered a course on logic and metaphysics every year, with the exception of the winter term, after which time he left the city. We shall return to these lecture courses in due course. Despite Hegel's repeated announcements during this Jena period of a forthcoming book on the subject, his published work on logic came considerably later. The first part of what was announced as the first volume of a planned two-volume Science of Logic was published only when Hegel was professor and rector at a gymnasium in Nuremberg. The second part of the same volume came the year after, in both parts one under the subtitle of Objective Logic, and the second carried the further subtitle The Doctrine of Essence. The announced second volume was finally published still in Nuremberg, in one part and with the subtitle The Doctrine of the Concept. Another much abbreviated Science of Logic appeared as the first part of an encyclopedia of the philosophical sciences in outline which Hegel, who in the meantime, had been appointed as professor at the university in Heidelberg, produced as the textbook for his lecture courses. He published a second, heavily revised edition of this same work and yet a third, with minor revisions. These two last editions of the encyclopedia were still published in Heidelberg, even though by that time Hegel had long since moved to Berlin. In this city he had continued to lecture on the subject of logic. We know, Moreover, that he had begun to give some thought to a new edition of the original Nuremberg work, and in fact, in January he submitted to the publishers a heavily revised version of Part 1 of Volume 1 of that first Science of Logic, that is, the part published in. This new version, now entitled The Doctrine of Being, came out in print the year after, posthumously, for in the meantime, on November, Hegel had suddenly died. It was then republished by Leopold von Henning, together with Part 2 of the same Volume 1 from and the Volume 2 from. In this form the Logic was part of a complete edition of the philosopher's works that his disciples had hastily arranged after his death. It is this text that became the canonical version of Hegel's so-called Greater Logic. It was re-edited by Georg Lassen and more recently again, now equipped with a detailed critical apparatus and with Part 1 of Volume 1 in both its inversions, as volumes, and of the Academy edition of Hegel's Gesammelte Werke. It is likely that Hegel, had he lived longer, would have revised the rest of this Greater Logic. But all changes apart, whether actual or possible, one thing is certain. As of at least, and throughout the long subsequent process of publication of the Science of Logic, the place of this science as the first of a three-part system of philosophy that comprises logic, philosophy of nature, and philosophy of spirit was clear and fixed in Hegel's mind. This, however, was not the case at the beginning of his Jena period. In the first sketches of the system, the one extreme of logic tended at that time to fall into what he called logic and metaphysics, and the other extreme of philosophy of spirit tended to fall into ethics and religion. Historically and conceptually, therefore, of greater interest than any changes later made to the logic is precisely how Hegel ever came to merge logic and metaphysics, and how this merger both reflected and made a difference to his conception of both logic and system. For this, we must consider the earlier texts that have come down to us from the Jena years. The genesis of the logic. It is only recently, since the Academy edition of the works of Hegel, that we have a reliably complete picture of the development of Hegel's thought during that formative period. From the beginning, the archaeological problem has been twofold. For one thing, the texts relating to the formation of the logic in the system have come to us in an unpublished and fragmentary, in some cases extremely fragmentary, form. For another, these texts were badly misstated by Karl Rosenkranz, the one who had direct access to Hegel's literary estate and was the first to report on them. This circumstance interfered with later editions of the surviving texts, even at a time when the editors had already begun to doubt the accuracy of Rosenkranz's dating. Old prejudices die hard. Fortunately these problems have been alleviated lately because of the recovery of hitherto lost manuscripts and the painstaking work of the editors of the Gesammelte Werke who have subjected to statistical analysis the progressive changes in Hegel's handwriting during the Jena period. Thus our current dating of texts is as trustworthy as historical methods will allow, and it provides us with a solid basis for a convincing reconstruction of the evolution of Hegel's thought to which the texts themselves give witness. For our purposes, the relevant data are as follows. In the Jena course catalogue of this winter term Hegel announced a private seminar in logic and metaphysics and also, gratis, an introduction to philosophy. As described in the announcement, the seminar would expound a general or transcendental logic, that is to say, it would treat the system of the forms of finitude, or a theory of the objective understanding, which is the source of the usual logical constructions of subjective reflection. But it would then let reason destroy these finite forms and thereby move on to metaphysics where the task of philosophy is finally discharged in its various systematic forms and in accordance with human interests. The brief fragments that we have from these years are of notes that Hegel most likely intended for these announced courses. We can gather from these fragments that Hegel's introduction would have aimed to make the same point which he was later to repeat in the Phenomenology of Spirit, namely that philosophy is its own introduction. But, inasmuch as philosophy is an empirical product of history, it always assumes a subjective shape which, when taken individually, can convey the false impression of being absolute. There is room, therefore, for a critical reflection that would dispel this impression. To perform this clarifying task is precisely the task of an introduction to philosophy. It is simply a matter of bringing to light an absolute content which is already at hand in historically conditioned materials, and which, once brought to light, would stand on its own without the need of historical support. This content is none other than the life of the Absolute, at least as Schelling conceived of the Absolute at the time. Just as the absolute substance first gives a sketch of itself in the idea, then realizes itself in nature by giving itself an articulated body therein, and in spirit finally sums itself up by recognizing itself in this process of externalization, so philosophy must display the idea of the absolute in cognition, and must then develop it into a philosophy of nature, an ethical system, and finally into a religion that recaptures the simplicity of the original idea. The assumption is that idea is originally present to the philosopher in intuition, that is, in a still unarticulated immediate awareness. Here we have Hegel's first outline of a system idea, logic and metaphysics, nature, ethics, religion. Philosophy must reenact conceptually the process which is the very life of the absolute substance. As Hegel warns, philosophy's main adversary in this task is a spurious metaphysics, the product of bad reflection, which constantly threatens to introduce rigid conceptual distinctions where there are in fact none, and thus preempts the possibility of a truly organic grasp of reality. Philosophy's true intention ought to be none other than that by it and through it we learn how to live. As for the announced logic and metaphysics, we learned from the same fragments that the logic would have played precisely the introductory role of displaying the forms of finite, bad, reflection. It would show how this reflection, which is the product of the understanding, apes the attempt of reason to generate identity but only ends up with a formalistic counterfeit of it. By overcoming this formalism, logic then makes possible the transition to metaphysics, that is to say, it makes possible the complete construction of the principle of all philosophy on the basis of which we can then construct the possible systems of philosophy. It is in this way, in the medium of consciousness or in spirit, that for Hegel the reality of an otherwise shifting world of appearances becomes a harmonious whole. We have the fair copy of a system of ethics obviously ready for publication but in fact never published. It is complete, though the final pages are sketchy, and there might be 2 lacunas in the text as it has come down to us. It was composed at a time when Hegel was busy with a number of other projects, all dedicated to ethical issues. He was still working on a manuscript concerning the German constitution, a project on which he had started even before moving to Jena. He also published an essay on natural law in the Critical Journal of Philosophy, announced courses on the same subject, summers of and gave 2 of 3 announced public lectures on a critique of Fichte's concept of natural law. All evidence leads one to believe that the text is the reworking of notes prepared by Hegel for his announced lecture courses. The fact that it starts quite abruptly makes it likely that it was intended as only one part of a larger compendium of philosophy, and that it was never published because the compendium itself was not ready. In the outline of Hegel's planned system, it would constitute the third part. The text is dense and intricate, but would not necessarily have been obscure to those who, like Hegel's prospective students, were familiar with Schelling's identity philosophy. For it is clear, even from its abrupt opening, that at the time Hegel still shared his mentor's basic assumptions regarding experience. We read in the first lines, "Knowledge of the idea of the absolute ethical order depends entirely on the establishment of perfect adequacy between intuition and concept, because the idea is nothing other than the identity of the two. But if this identity is to be actually known, it must be thought as a made adequacy. But because they are then held apart from one another, as its two sides, they are afflicted with a difference." The intuition/concept connection is of course Kantian in origin. In Schelling's system, however, it acquires a specialized new meaning. Intuition is no longer restricted to the senses but must be understood rather as the immediate feeling of the totality of reality which is presumably at the origin of consciousness and which conceptualization is then supposed to bring to reflective consciousness. But in fulfilling this function, the concept sets itself up against the intuition, as one particular form of consciousness as against another, and the task thereby arises of regaining the unity of reality as originally intuited. This is a task which is to be discharged in the medium of ideas at different levels of experience. Hegel's essay is an account of how the unity is attained in the particularized context of ethical life. The problem is to think how a people, folk, can regain in the medium of appropriate laws and institutions the natural feeling of self-identity which made it a people originally but which is lost precisely in the attempt to canonize it in reflective laws and institutions. The conclusion of the essay is too sketchy to give any clear idea of how this recovery is finally to be realized. However, if we take Hegel's outline of a system as the norm, the resulting new people, the absolute folk, would be a religious community. This is exactly what Hegel says in a text which we do not have, but which Rosenkranz describes at length and which very likely dates from around this time. Moreover, still taking the outline as the norm, it appears that the interplay of intuition and concept which in this essay Hegel documents only by reference to the life of a society would have to be detected by the philosopher in nature itself, and as much as nature constitutes the antecedent of communal existence. It would consist in a process by which the more organic forms of existence incorporate in their internal unity the otherwise dispersed elements of the inanimate forms that precede them. This is a process that ultimately leads to the creation of a social organism, and it is the subject matter of the philosophy of nature. Logic, for its part, would critically expose and overcome the type of conceptualization that tends to absolutize the opposition of intuition and concept, while metaphysics would provide the basic ideal schemas of a reconciliation of the two in real existence. Hegel continued to lecture on his projected system. He announced a Philosophia Universe delineatio for the summer term, and a lecture course again on the system of speculative philosophy for the subsequent, winter term. We do not know how extensive a use he made for these courses of prior notes, but we do have two extensive though fragmentary manuscripts that are clearly connected to them. One is a text, in parts left incomplete by Hegel himself, of a philosophy of nature and a philosophy of spirit. The other is the manuscript of a logic, metaphysics, and philosophy of nature, in fair copy but reworked in places, fragmentary in parts and broken off by Hegel himself somewhere in the philosophy of nature, just before the stage of organic nature would have begun. Both texts are important for different but complementary reasons. Regarding the first, its philosophy of spirit differs substantially from the earlier system of ethics in two significant respects. For one thing, it starts with consciousness and not with folk, as the earlier text does. The introduction of this extra element provides a smooth transition from the philosophy of nature to that of spirit which would have been lacking in any intended prior complete system. Consciousness is where organic nature acquires its highest point of concentration by reflecting upon itself and where nature as such thus becomes spirit. When this consciousness develops into language, and language becomes in turn the language of a people, the social character of spirit is then revealed. It is only at this point that Hegel returns in his manuscript to social existence, the subject matter of the earlier system of ethics. The manuscript breaks off at the point where this existence assumes the form of labor. We do not know whether Hegel would have proceeded to develop it into the social products of art and religion, thereby merging the ethics and religion of the outline into one unit as is done in the mature philosophy of spirit. But of greater consequence is the other respect in which the text differs from the system of ethics. In the latter work, spirit is treated in the same vein as nature would be, that is, from the speculative standpoint of an objective observer contemplating it at a distance, from the outside, so to speak, as one must indeed do when contemplating nature. With the introduction of consciousness, however, Hegel is now in a position to follow up the development of spirit from within the subjective standpoint of spirit itself, to follow it internally as it would appear to the subject matter itself under observation, namely spirit. Here we have the beginning of a phenomenological analysis of spirit, an especially significant innovation to which we shall return in a moment. Regarding the other text, one can discern in it a parallel development. Logic and metaphysics still appear as two separate pieces, as they do in the plan system. Presumably logic is still intended to be the introduction to metaphysics. But the distinction between the two tends in fact to disappear. Hegel still seems to think of dialectic in a negative, basically still Kantian sense, as a movement that erupts from within finite thought revealing the contradictory nature of its determinations when these are held absolutely apart. But this movement, instead of being elicited under the pressure of external critical reflection as one would expect on a purely negative conception of dialectic, now assumes the character of a movement internal to thought as such, and extending to the categories of the metaphysics as well. It is a movement by which thought develops into ever more complex forms and which can be traced from within thought itself simply by pursuing its internal logic. The net result is that, de facto, logic loses its introductory function. It extends into metaphysics, thus turning the latter into logic. The metaphysical constructions that should have given objective expressions, in a kind of conceptual art in the style of Schelling, to the unity of being otherwise only immediately felt in intuition, a unity in which all differentiation is shown to be null, turn instead into reflective conceptual elaborations of forms which the concept itself takes on as concept. The concept thus gains in subjective depth, just as spirit does in the text of the philosophy of spirit. Connecting the two, formal thought and spirit, is the concept of the infinite which is now understood as transcending the finite, not in the sense that it annuls it, but in the sense that it provides the conceptual space within which the finite can emerge in its multifarious forms and yet also be contained by the infinite. As a concept, the infinite provides the abstract schema, already attributed by Hegel to consciousness in / for transforming the otherwise shifting world of nature into a harmonious whole. What we have, in other words, is a first adumbration of the mature logic, and, together with the other text, at least the materials for a system divided into logic, philosophy of nature, and philosophy of spirit. The fact that Hegel did not complete his long-since planned system at this time, even though he had manuscripts for it apparently intended for publication, might well indicate that his idea of system was then undergoing radical modifications. Two developments, which are the final ones we shall consider here, occurred in these years. Hegel announced a lecture course on real philosophy, that is, on nature and spirit, several times, but we have secure evidence that he actually gave it only for the summer term. We also have from these years a manuscript which is also on the subject of real philosophy, in fair copy but heavily reworked. Of special interest in this text is that in the third and final part of the section on spirit, detailing the structure of a society such as the absolute folk would create, Hegel describes this process of social constitution as one in which nature becomes certain of itself. In other words, while Hegel provided a smoother transition from nature to spirit by introducing the factor of consciousness and thus adding to nature, so to speak, a new dimension of depth, he now adds to it yet another dimension by conceiving spirit as the place where nature becomes conscious of its being conscious, that is to say, the place where it becomes deliberate about itself or, again, where it becomes a product of spirit. This is a process which is completed in the media of art, religion, and science, in each of which nature assumes a new existence as the subject matter of spirit's interests and activities. But now, logic is the science of the concept. What is therefore provided at the conclusion of the system is a smooth transition, not just from nature to spirit, but from spirit, or the achieved system, back to the concept, that is to say, back to the beginning of the system which is also its foundation. Logic thus loses whatever vestige of a role it might still have had as an introduction to the system, and regains instead, if one just ignores the thing in itself of Kant, a function not unlike that of the latter's transcendental logic. Just as the categories define the concept of an object in general, ein Gegenstand überhaupt, which is then to be given content in both theoretical and practical shape, now the logic defines the structure of an original conceptual space that makes possible both spirit's interpretation of nature as its prehistory and of itself as forging that same nature into a meaning-generating community. Spirit, in other words, transforms nature into a harmonious whole, and this transformative function is precisely what Hegel had from the beginning declared philosophy's purpose to be. That space is at the origin of experience, is constitutive of it. But it becomes itself the object of reflective awareness only as the ultimate work of spirit, in the medium of the consciousness typical of the consummate community. The philosopher is the one responsible for this logic, and logic itself now turns out to be both the basis and the final product of the system. This is the first development. The second has to do with Hegel's publication plans in these years. We know that, in connection with his proposed teaching for the summer terms of Hegel announced the publication of a book that would contain the whole science of philosophy. This promissory note was never honored, at least, not at face value. But then, for the winter term of Hegel announced a course on logic and metaphysics, or speculative philosophy, premised by a phenomenology of the mind based on the soon-to-be delivered first part of his book, The System of Science. And for the summer term when Hegel did not in fact lecture, this announced first part was indeed available at the bookstore. We learned from Rosenkranz that Hegel had been developing, in connection with his introduction to logic and metaphysics, the concept of the experience that consciousness makes of itself. It is now this science of experience, the phenomenology of spirit, which was given the role, previously attributed to logic, of introducing speculative philosophy, logic included. Such are the relevant data. An answer to the question of why this shift of perspectives occurred, how phenomenology replaced logic and how this change made a difference to Hegel's conception of logic, cannot avoid an element of interpretation. But there can be little doubt that the shift was associated with the distance that Hegel gradually assumed with respect to Schelling, who, incidentally, left Jena in, or, perhaps more to the point, with his gradual recognition that the supposed intuition of the absolute on which Schelling's system was based no longer served any function in his own system as this had developed in his hands. And it is at least not unlikely that Fichte's subjectivity, which Hegel had severely criticized though not for its being subjective but for being abstractly subjective, is what provided the extra conceptual factor that cemented his developing system, even though, it must immediately be added, in transcending Schelling Hegel was at the same time also transcending Fichte. The point is that in both Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, or science of knowledge, as Fichte named his philosophy, and Hegel's just published phenomenology of spirit, there are, to use Fichte's early language, two series of representations, those which are the products of a subjective experience who is engaged in the process of conceptualization, and, those of a subject, the philosopher, who reflects upon the representations of the other series and explicates what they truly are the representations of. And for both Fichte and Hegel the upshot of this second reflective series is the same, namely that whatever the experience a subject is engaged in, and whatever the representational medium in which that experience is realized, The theme underlying it or the motivation urging it on is the overarching interest on the part of the subject to construe a world for himself within which he can attain self-identity. This is of course still a play on Kant's transcendental unity of apperception. With reference to Schelling, however, the net result is that truth no longer requires the establishment of perfect adequacy between intuition and concept, as Hegel himself still thought in the system of ethics, where intuition would entail transcending the realm of conceptualization and thus rejoining the unity of the absolute. This is a unity in which all distinctions, including that of subject and object that makes consciousness possible, are dissolved. There is no longer any need to invoke such cosmogonic imagery as that of the absolute giving a sketch of itself in the idea, in der Dasein Bild gleichsam in Twiraft, as Hegel invoked in / Issues of truth are to be resolved within experience itself, on the basis of the adequacy of any given construal of reality for satisfying certain presupposed subjective interests. It is this subjective deepening of experience, clearly reminiscent of Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, that made possible for Hegel the transition from logic, as a negative dialectical exercise externally applied to experience, to a phenomenology of experience. This was Fichte's contribution to Hegel, Fixverdienst, as Hegel said in an aphorism dating to the Jena period. But Hegel had gone beyond Fichte as well. The difference lies in how Hegel conceives the subject on whose series of representations the philosopher applies his reflection. For Fichte, that subject is presumed to be a pure I, that is to say, a cogito whose whole substance consists precisely in a thought thinking itself, and the sole interest motivating it, inasmuch as one can speak of motivation at all in this context, is self-expression. It is an act of unlimited freedom. But any such act, no less than Schelling's absolute, would escape reflective comprehension. The only evidence for it is the immediate self-awareness that an individual subject presumably gains of himself inasmuch as he agrees to collude with Fichte in the thought experiment which is the Wissenschaftslehre. But this self-awareness is unexpressible and therefore ultimately ambiguous. It is an interest in freedom alone, therefore, that motivates Fichte's science and also ought to motivate the commitment of every moral individual to interpret experience as a manifestation of a pure act of freedom. Where Schelling relies on artistic intuition to bring his system to a close, Fichte relies on moral faith. Of course, that supposed freedom never becomes visibly incarnate. Nevertheless, experience is for Fichte not just a matter of mere appearance. Its objects are not mere semblances of being, as they would have to be in Schelling's system of identity. In Fichte's system, the objects gain depth precisely by being failed attempts to attain the intended pure freedom. They are the products of a freedom manquée, and they find their substantiality in precisely this missed goal. It is a negative substantiality, so to speak, but a substantiality just the same, and to this extent the source of a sort of self-satisfaction. This last is the aspect of Fichte that Hegel could not accept and chided as a form of abstract subjectivism. Hegel's crucial move beyond Fichte is that he takes the subject on whose representations the philosopher exercises his reflection as a historical entity. The task of phenomenology is not to trace in experience the manifestation of freedom ideologically, that is to say, by virtue of a commitment to it in faith, but to do it historically, whereby freedom Hegel now means nothing transcendent but, in a more transcendental vein, the power that reason demonstrates over nature by transforming what would otherwise be just something physical into an object, by humanizing it through labor, and ultimately by making it re-exist, as Hegel says in the System, as the object of art, religion, and science. Of course, Fichte too recognized this power of reason, but only in its negative aspect. He did not see that this is a power that bears positive effects, and that it attains its total goal in principle the moment reason comes on the scene. Like an a priori, spirit is either present from the beginning in toto or not at all. All that is to be added to its presence, but this is precisely the substance of experience, is for the historical subject to become explicitly aware of it, in effect, of recognizing that the social structures that he might have presumed to be the products of nature, and the accounts that he gives of nature, are in fact from the start the creative productions of reason. It might seem that Hegel is thereby totally devaluing nature. In point of fact, the opposite is the case. It is true that by interpreting nature as its prehistory, spirit invests it with a meaning which it would not otherwise have. But spirit's own content, or the determination of its various meaning-constituting activities, is itself determined by what that same nature happens to be before it is thus implicated in the life of spirit. Issues of truth are no longer, therefore, just a matter of telling a tale that satisfies spirit's subjective interests in spite of nature's apparent witness to the contrary, and even because of it, as it would be the case for Fichte. The satisfaction must be consummated in nature itself, albeit transformed by spirit. This means that the tale, while dictated by spirit, must be shown also to map onto nature as what is given. Hegel's interest in nature was certainly fueled by the examples of Goethe and Schelling. But it acquired in his system a significance specific to him. History is in Hegel's system the area where spirit and nature overlap. The phenomenology is an account of this history from the standpoint of the historical subject's increasingly explicit consciousness of the work that spirit has already accomplished in nature. This is a progress that culminates with philosophy, as the idea that spirit has of itself. The book that Hegel finally published and thus answers to Hegel's definition of an introduction to philosophy. Philosophy is its own introduction because reason, which is its subject matter, is self-justifying. But, as an empirical, read historical, product, philosophy is affected by a subjective, read contingent, element which can obscure its nature to its own eyes and which therefore needs dissipating. The phenomenology of spirit is an account of philosophy as the latter came to the explicit consciousness of itself within the confines of that historical episode which we call Western culture. Its content covers in historical mode the content of the whole system, and one can see how Hegel could have used the materials of its first 3 chapters in connection with his lectures on logic and, as Rosenkranz tells us. In this respect, since the work is governed throughout by the idea of spirit, it also constitutes the first part of the system of science, as Hegel surnamed it in. This is a title which was dropped in the second edition of, because it no longer corresponded to the subsequent publication history of the then planned system, and because Hegel later incorporated a much abbreviated version of the phenomenology in the encyclopedia as part of the philosophy of spirit. It is a title nevertheless appropriate to it, because the phenomenology of spirit does presuppose as its a priori the very idea which it is supposed to bring to explicit consciousness. In principle at least, therefore, it is already science. How the work can be both historical in nature and yet be governed a priori is a problem that has vexed its interpreters but need not concern us here. What does concern us here is the converse problem, namely how the logic which the phenomenology of spirit presupposes can at once be logic and yet, as logic, require a history. Or again, restated in terms of the structure of Hegel's system, the question is how the logic can be both the starting point of the system and its result. The idea of the logic. Hegel's logic has been interpreted in radically different ways. We shall turn to the more typical of these interpretations in the next section. As I have already indicated, I shall suggest here a way of reading it which is not uncontroversial but, precisely for that reason, will serve to highlight where the fault lines in the history of interpretation lay. On the face of it, Hegel's logic has all the markings of a classical, pre-critical metaphysics. But this is a false impression, and our first task is to understand in what sense it in fact still falls within the compass of Kant's critical project. For this, we must further elaborate on themes already adumbrated. The context. Kant's critical move was to approach experience from the standpoint of a subject who is engaged in it, and to take the mental space that this subject brings to it as the originative factor in the whole process of experience. It is its a priori. Mental space is of course only a metaphor, but an apt one. Just as physical space, as we normally picture it, makes possible the orderly juxtaposition of physical things, so the mind's representational activities, be they imaginative or conceptual, make possible the presence of these same things to the mind as objects. In this extended sense, they constitute a sort of space sui generis, a subjective a priori, according to Kant. Moreover, the metaphor aptly alludes to a number of other metaphors that Kant himself constantly uses, as for instance the realm of empirical objects, or the kingdom of ends. Now Kant distinguished types of this mental space. One is the space generated by the senses, a sort of bodily a priori in the medium of which objects are immediately or intuitively present to the subject of experience. Another is of a logical character, the product of a thought reflection that defines the concept of an object in general. It defines the minimum that one must be able to say of an object, Gegenstand, if it is to be recognized sufficiently as object when intuitively given, to the senses, if ever given, in the space generated by the latter. Kant's categories are the determinations of this concept. The test of whether together they adequately define a recognizable object is whether, in deploying them as a means for sorting out and connecting together the otherwise undifferentiated content of sense intuition, a subject can retain in the course of experience a sense of self-identity, or again, whether the subject can retain a clear distinction between itself and what is given to it. This self-identity can be taken both abstractly as that of an I think in general, and more concretely as of a singular individual that makes his way across a field of experience and therein differentiates between his self and what is given to him. It can therefore also differentiate between the only apparently or merely subjectively given and the truly or objectively given. In either case, whether taken abstractly or concretely, The self can also be more than just an observer. It can be a doer as well, a generator of values, and its identity, therefore, is also a moral one. Here is where a third kind of space comes into play. This is the space of reason, where one can think of what might be, or would have to be, and even ought to be, as contrasted with what is given in sense experience de facto. It is the space where one can project the moral idea of a kingdom of ends and also the idea of what is for Kant the unknowable thing in itself. This last idea is the one which his contemporaries found especially troublesome from the beginning, but which nevertheless played an indispensable role in Kant's system at all levels. This it did first of all at the theoretical level. The presence of the thing in itself, as a presumed, empty yet fixed, external point of reference, allowed the experiencing subject to do both gain the required subjective distance from his own experiences to recognize their subjective character while maintaining a sufficiently robust objective sense of givenness for their content by referring to it. The sense of givenness is made possible precisely by distinguishing between what are merely subjective impressions and what are, or can at least be interpreted to be, appearances originating in that irreducibly transcendent other which is the thing in itself. Phenomenal objectivity might be limited objectivity, but it is objectivity nonetheless. This is a minimalist account of Kant's critical project. But it is sufficient to understand how and why Fichte would feel obliged to reform it, and why Hegel found Kant's original project as well as Fichte's reform objectionable. For this, we must return to Fichte's cogito, or more accurately, to the thought experiment that Fichte urged on his auditors in order to gain entrance into his system. The immediate occasion for the experiment was Fichte's desire to explain why in experience, in determining our objects, we feel constrained to abide by certain rules, in other words, why there is an a priori governing our experiences. As he asks, but what is the basis of the system of those representations accompanied by a feeling of necessity, and what is the basis of this feeling of necessity itself? And he immediately adds, another name for this system is experience whether inner or outer. Whether one explains this feeling of necessity as originating in us because of the external influence of a thing in itself, or as an internal a priori product of the cogito itself, marks the difference according to Fichte between those whom he calls dogmatists and the idealists. To elaborate on this difference is Fichte's main preoccupation. But whether one follows one line of explanation or the other also makes a difference in how one interprets the sense of being merely given, or of mere facticity, that characterizes in experience the first presence of its objects. This is a feature which we tend to attribute to these objects in abstraction from the subject experiencing them, but which in fact implicates the latter from the start, for it denotes a dissatisfaction on the subject's part regarding their presence. It is as if this presence constituted a check on the subject's attempt at controlling a priori the space of experience. It therefore generates for the subject both a sense of irreducible otherness with respect to the objects and equally the need to transcend this sense, to explain it away. This is the point of Fichte's claim that in experience form and content are not two separate elements. Now Fichte strenuously wanted to believe that this was also Kant's position. But he was very well aware that when defining the meaning of being given, a phenomenal data, Kant had relied on the then universally accepted scholastic model of the mind, connecting it with sense impressions whose character was presumed to be essentially passive. But the model provided at best a psychological rather than a critical explanation of impressions, and it had the unfortunate side effect of making Kant's theory vulnerable to dogmatic interpretations. His notorious thing in itself, instead of being understood as an ideal term of reference that generates a universal space of reason and is itself a function of the cogito, could be taken instead, as in fact it was by many contemporaries, as a sort of hyperphysical entity that externally inflicts on the subject of experience effects over which the latter has no control. In a critical context, however, any appeal to causality, besides being inconsistent with Kant's critical restriction of it to the realm of phenomena, as Nicodemus had stridently argued, would have had to fall on the side of a physiological prehistory of experience. It did not explain the phenomenon of brute presence precisely as phenomenon, that is, as an experiential fact of consciousness. It was to remedy this failure that Fichte undertook his thought experiment, asking his auditors to think simply for the sake of thinking and to reflect on the result. The attempt was intended as an expression of pure freedom. But the result, as reflectively apprehended, had to be a failure, not just because, as a matter of fact, one cannot think without actually thinking something in particular, but because the difference between the intended infinite thought and the thought, now an object, de facto finitely apprehended is precisely what creates the distance between the subject of experience and his object that makes the experience a conscious one. Without that distance, there is no consciousness. The failure was not, therefore, an unqualified one. For on the assumption that the expression of freedom is the interest motivating all experience, Or in more concrete terms, provided that one sees one's own existence in experience as a protracted attempt at self-contained activity, then the fact that in these activities one cannot but take into consideration what at least appears as extraneous circumstances is felt indeed as a constraint, but a constraint which, no less than the formal rules that govern the experience of those circumstances, is itself the product of the original cogito. Without the original attempt at purely autonomous activity, there would be no sense of being constrained. The net result is that the whole realm of experience becomes colored with a moral tinge, exactly what Fichte had of course intended from the start. Experience is a call to transform the otherwise merely brute facts of experience into products of freedom, a call to redo nature after the image of the absolute. And this is a process that requires remembering that the bruteness of those facts is itself the first product of freedom. Fichte accomplishes this work conceptually, in accordance with his vocation as a philosopher. In an important sense, the work still falls within the compass of Kant's transcendental logic, namely inasmuch as its intent is still to produce a priori the concept of an object in general or of generating a priori the conceptual space that makes the recognition of an object possible. But there is also an equally important difference. In Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, Kant's need to validate the categories by demonstrating that they are found realized in sense experience, the need of a transcendental deduction, in other words, no longer arises. To make the point in Kant's terms, Fichte had relativized the distinction, which for Kant was absolute, between understanding and reason. He had extended to the whole realm of experience the claim that for Kant applied unqualifiedly only to the moral realm, namely that conceptualization is essentially a norm-setting function, and that it is therefore wrong to try to validate its products by measuring them against any given state of affairs. Or again, Fichte was taking seriously Kant's own theoretical claim that nature is an idea, and that one must approach experience with questions in hand, coercing it to yield already well-rehearsed answers. The idea of construing objects of experience by applying categories to a presupposed given content loses all meaning, except perhaps in some artificially restricted context. One must rather interpret experience by making sense of its otherwise merely given content in terms of a priori conceptual constructs which, though evoking actual situations, draw the only possible content appropriate to them from their place in a system of such constructs, or from experience itself as already idealized. What Kant had said of respect for the moral law, namely that it is the only case of a feeling which is determined a priori by reason, now applies across the whole realm of experience. Starting from his opening interpretation of the meaning of facticity, Fichte proceeds methodically in his Wissenschaftslehre to deduce a whole system of the said constructs, both theoretical and practical. But because of the nature itself of the overall project, the interpretation of experience that they provide at each step must remain to the end only interpretation, never totally absorbing the factual content it interprets, that is to say, never quite dissolving its facticity. This is of course the price to be paid for setting as the norm of truth the attainment of a freedom which, if ever attained, would transcend consciousness altogether, the price for making the abstractive power of reflection a wider and prior mental space than the physical one of being. The phenomenon of facticity is the net result of precisely this abstractive move. There is, therefore, as we said earlier, a kind of moral satisfaction in the dissatisfaction with any given situation which is felt at the level of individual immediate experience. In a Fichtean moral context, that dissatisfaction is itself an indirect witness to the seriousness of one's moral commitment to absolute freedom. And there is yet another price to be paid for the same abstractive move, also at the individual level of experience. At that level, the gap between interpretation and de facto experience is ultimately to be filled by pragmatics. It is done with the needs of the moment as the final determining ground, though with one's professed interest in freedom as the subjective guarantee that one is acting rightly. The consequence for Fichte's project as a whole is that, although the Wissenschaftslehre is a work of conceptualization and therefore of logic, even as logic it is dependent on a phenomenology of the historical individual responsible for it. To use an expression of Fichte, it is dependent on pragmatic history at the beginning, where reflection is the moving force, on the individual's self-expression in a free but abstract I, and at the end, where action is the issue, on the freedom-inspired rhetoric that finally fills the gap between interpretation and singular moral judgment. It is not by chance that Fichte repeatedly lapses into sermonizing. In the end, the logic of his science naturally gives way to rhetoric. We are back to the theme of abstract formalism and subjectivism that preoccupied Hegel in the Jena years. On Hegel's analysis of both Kant and Fichte, the problem is that the I that figures so prominently in their theories is too abstract a product of conceptualization. It means to say much but in fact says nothing. Therefore, according to Hegel, It lets the content of experience for which it is supposed to provide the unifying space, its conceptual a priori, escape from it and fall, so to speak, on the side of a beyond from which it is retrievable only by means of such non-conceptual means as intuition. But intuition, whether of the Kantian or the Fichtean type, is ultimately inexpressible and therefore a source of irrationality. This is not to say that Hegel does not recognize that facticity is an irreducible element of experience. This is the lesson that he had indeed learned from Fichte. Hegel's canonical term for it, about which more in just a moment, is immediacy. But the point is that such a facticity, this immediacy of experience, ought to be absorbed conceptually even as facticity. It has to be comprehended positively. To avoid Fichte's inevitable slide from logic into rhetoric, one needs a kind of conceptualization that permeates that facticity. And if Hegel did not want to travel the way of Schelling, which would have taken him to a pre-Kantian Spinozism, then the only avenue still open to him was to comprehend facticity discursively, without intuition or myth-making. How this is to be done is the problem of the beginning of the logic. The beginning. Nothing seems as simple, as irrefutable, and yet as unconvincing, as Hegel's opening argument about the concepts of being and nothing, that they shift into one another, and that their play of mutual replacement is finally resolved into a third concept of becoming. In the context just defined, however, these moves do make sense. The problem is still that of Kant's transcendental logic, namely that of determining the least that must be said of an object, Gegenstand, in order to recognize it sufficiently as such. But Kant and Fichte had begun by saying too much. Kant, by introducing a schema of ready-made categories which he had neither derived nor would further develop, and Fichte, by promoting freedom as an avowedly extra-conceptual cause. And for this reason, as we have just seen, they incurred the formalism and the subjectivism that Hegel decried in them. Most of all, they failed to see that the truth of an object, Gegenstand, is only to be found in the discourse about it, so that any opaqueness as to what that object is, or whether it is at all, must be resolved from within the original discourse itself by developing it according to rules internal to it. There is no exit from language. This is the central point of Hegel's position and the meaning of his repeated claim that the content of discourse is generated by its form. Any judgment regarding a subject matter contains a comment on what has already been said or has been left unsaid about it. The subject matter of the logic is not the thing in itself or its phenomenal manifestations, whether one conceives it in itself as a substance or as freedom, but is discourse itself. Hegel's thesis is that, starting from the least that one can say about an object in general while still making sense, one can proceed to identify sets of predicates, namely the categories, each of which defines the limits of a type of discourse suited to a certain subject matter. Each set is arrived at by virtue of a reflection upon the prior, a reflection that makes explicit and formally introduces into a new type of discourse the logical determinacy that was still missing in the one preceding it and therefore made its subject matter still unintelligible, or, more precisely, relatively unintelligible. The logic itself is a discourse about discourse, the only discourse which, because of its subject matter, can attain perfect completion and which, therefore, defines the norm of intelligibility against which all other types of discourse, all of them more or less open-ended in their own spheres, are to be measured. I shall say more about how the logic unfolds. The important point right now is that Hegel's logic does not proceed from the formal to the real, where the real is the given as in Kant's transcendental analytic, nor does it proceed from the theoretical to the practical, where the practical arises from the challenge that the facticity of experience, as interpreted in Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, poses to freedom. On the contrary, the progression is from the abstract to the concrete, or more graphically, from a first delineation of the intelligible space of reason to a full discourse about it. There is never an exit from either the logically formal or the theoretical. Accordingly, the notes of givenness and facticity lose in Hegel's logic the systematic significance that they respectively had for Kant and Fichte, though they may well still retain limited applicability in limited contexts. Immediacy is the note that replaces them. Immediacy is a feature that affects logical discourse at every stage of its development. It is a measure of the indeterminacy that the discourse still harbors at any particular stage because of the limitations of the specific set of categories that define it at that stage. It is das rest of those categories, their still unintelligible residue that the next set will have to absorb by reintroducing it as a moment of the form governing the following type of discourse. These, such distinctions as those between abstract and concrete, immediate and reflective, material and formal, are the factors that govern the movement of Hegel's logic essentially. And they are all implicated in a further distinction that Hegel introduces unobtrusively, and one that tends to be lost in English translation, but which in fact controls the development of the logic from beginning to end. This is the distinction between Gegenstand and Objekt, and between their derived abstract nouns Gegenständlichkeit and Objektivität, a translator's nightmare, since the dictionary translation of both terms and the derived abstract nouns are the same object and objectivity. The distinction between Gegenstand and Objekt coincides roughly with the scholastic distinction between material and formal object or, in an ordinary epistemological context, between a subject matter as merely intended or merely representable and as actually made present in representation. As actually made present, the subject matter is of course made intelligible, that is, it is made to exist for an intellect, and it is so made intelligible by being represented from the special formal standpoint of some discourse or other, as when we speak, for instance, of the subject matter specific to a science. In the language of Hegel's phenomenology, the Objektivität of a Gegenstand is its truth, its intelligible content. In the logic, the Gegenstand or the subject matter is the Objektivität itself of any Gegenstand, or the possibility of intelligibility in general. Yet a distinction still emerges between the two because of the immediacy just noted that affects the logical discourse at its various stages and still constitutes an area of the unsaid within what is actually said. It is only at the end, when the logical process turns upon itself and its various stages are explicitly determined as constituting the particularized content of the idea, that subject matter and object, Gegenstand and Objekt, formally coincide. We are getting ahead of ourselves, since it is with the beginning of the logic that we are concerned here. Yet another general point is also to be made. As Hegel takes us systematically across the content of his logic, he tacitly assumes and makes use of a psychological model which he borrows from Kant and Fichte and which these had borrowed in turn from a long-standing scholastic tradition. The transition from the first to the second and third part of the logic is a progression from the things of the senses to those of the understanding, and finally to those of reason. These are distinctions on which Hegel openly relies. However, as used in the logic, such terms as senses, understanding, and reason, must be understood in a wide sense to mean degrees of intelligibility, or as denoting types of objectivity possible in a subject matter. Any psychological or even phenomenological connotations that they may carry are strictly accidental. Also to be understood is that each forward move in the progression of the logic is just as much a regression, in the sense that what is being determinedly explicated at any stage are the conditions of intelligibility that were already implicitly at work at a prior stage and that de facto made its specific type of objectivity possible. It follows that at the end, when all these conditions are fully explicated in the idea, what is being logically comprehended is the mental attitude, the rationality, that must be at work in experience from the beginning. It has to be at work if even as simple a judgment as Hegel subjects to critical reflection at the beginning of the phenomenology, if even as simple as a "there it is" to make any sense. Either rationality is present from the beginning in toto, or it is not present at all. And this is another way of repeating that for Hegel there is no exiting from discursiveness. One can understand, therefore, Hegel's opening moves in the logic. They are simple and yet profoundly programmatic. They are simple moves because in the two concepts that are expressed by saying being and nothing, Hegel says all that we could possibly say of whatever we would apprehend in intuition, whether the intuition is of the senses or, if there is one, of a pure thought, namely that it is nothing determinate. Whether we interpret that whatever is being in the positive spirit of a Spinoza or a Schelling, or is nothing in the negative spirit of a Fichte who required that we step outside being in order to begin science, the result amounts to the same being empty of content and therefore determined as nothing, and nothing determined as being, empty being, in order to have meaning even as nothing. The two shift into one another. And the moves are also profoundly programmatic because it is not with a mere void that they leave us, as we would be left by any intuition, a void for which we would then be required to import a conceptual content from outside. The resulting indeterminacy is contained within being and nothing. It is their determinacy, or the first determination of the subject matter of the logic is originatively adumbrated in these first moves. Since we are dealing here with the simplest of all possible expressions, it is of course difficult to avoid overt metaphors in order to speak about them, and Hegel's own advice is, accordingly, not to say much at all. An apt metaphor nevertheless, especially if we remember that Bestimmung means in German both determination and vocation, is to say that being and nothing are a call for determination, that call is their determinacy. Or to revert to the image of a space of reason, being and nothing define together a space of discovery. There is nothing irrational about the immediacy of their content, or better of their non-content, nothing in principle refractory to conceptualization but the first delineation, rather, of how to set in motion the process of conceptualization that will fill in their indeterminacy. For yet another reason, therefore, these first moves are profoundly programmatic. The first and simplest expression of this determinacy which the indeterminacy of both being and nothing together constitute is becoming. Hegel introduces this category at this point. But in thus advancing to it, he is at the same time also taking a first step backward in recovering a more concrete delineation of the eventual full logical discourse of which being and nothing are but ephemeral moments. Becoming is the first self-contained category, of which being and nothing are only abstractive moments. In assuming this position, Hegel is in fact taking a stand against the whole tradition of Western metaphysics, a tradition that dates at least as far back as Parmenides, and of which Spinoza was at the time the latest, most obvious representative. Hegel privileges becoming over being. It is not becoming which is the source of irrationality, but the attempt rather to treat being by itself, in abstraction from nothing and from the becoming which is the matrix of both. It is only inasmuch as being is conceived as being whatever it is by becoming it that it retains identity, while at the same time remaining open to a number of possible determinations which it nonetheless contains within according to a rule internal to it. But this is the formula for rationality. And indeed, the best instance of becoming, the one against which we in fact measure the internal adequacy of other processes of becoming and from which all our language of becoming is drawn, is precisely the discursiveness of our discourse, as when a theme, though perhaps declared abstractly at the beginning of a story, finds its content only in the details of that same story which it controls, and it truly develops by returning at the end to its beginning in the form of a full story. But the perfect discourse, according to Hegel, is that of the logic. Hegel is orienting himself to this conclusion even with his first moves. We must now consider some of the details on the way to that conclusion. The development. I have been deliberately using discourse and discursiveness instead of dialectic, a term, incidentally, that Hegel uses sparsely in the Logic, in an attempt to demystify the latter term. But it should be clear that the meaning is the same. Now, taken precisely in becoming, being can first be determined as what it is rhapsodically, that is, qualitatively, in one what, then in another, and so on, each what never constituting anything definitive. The logical problem is to hold these whats together, to make a discourse of them, in effect, to give a first, better delineated definition of the unity which is possible in becoming. Here is where Hegel makes several conceptual moves, introducing among others the concepts of finitude, limitation, and infinity. With this last, with infinity, a turning point is reached. As conceived by Hegel, the infinite is being inasmuch as, in being whatever it is, and this could be an indefinite series of whats, a bad infinite, as Hegel calls it, it remains by itself, or is now definable, in Hegel's terminology, as being for itself. The turn consists in the fact that, from now on, the conceptual stress is no longer on what a being happens to be but on its retaining unity, in its abiding with itself, regardless of what it might otherwise be as a what. This abiding with itself can of course acquire both the meaning of continuity and discreteness. The further move from the categories of quality to those of quantity is thereby secured. Even though our most elementary talk about things is unreflectively carried out in qualitative terms, the truth of that discourse, or the more determinate concept of the being which is its subject matter, is defined by the categories of quantity. These categories divide into quantity as such, quantum, and measure. As quantified, being is said to be constituted of parts that can be taken as both continuous and discrete, and there is in principle no end to how many such parts can be generated by reflection. These parts are quanta. Now, something analogous was also already said of being as qualitatively determined, except that instead of quanta one had to speak of qualia, of whats. The play between quantitative parts which, as such, can both run into one another and yet also fall apart, was also already played out in terms of the sum and the some other, the one and the many, their reciprocal connection ultimately one of attraction and repulsion. It was precisely this qualitative play that made possible the transition to quantity. But the difference is that what counts most in quantity for the determination of a being is the rule by which this play is carried out. True, the quanta that make up that being, inasmuch as they are taken as single terms subject to external calculation, still have to be qualitatively determined in order to be individually picked out for the calculation. That is to say, they must be immediately presupposed. As thus presupposed, however, they are from the start already in principle relegated, to anticipate now a category that comes into its own only as a result of the dialectic of quantity, to the unessential. Only as implicated in a referential play of terms carried out according to a rule, and deriving their magnitude from this play, do they denote the new unity of formal determination that being has now acquired. Progress in the development of quantity is measured precisely by the extent that the rules determining the play, rather than just presupposing its terms globally and or singly, also determine the range within which they can enter into that play, to the point that the play itself generates the terms that enter into it. Such are the mathematical ratios. Hegel takes them in order: direct ratio, yx equals k inverse ratio, xi equals k and the ratio of powers, x or 20 equals k. Here is where Hegel introduces the new category of measure which explicitly expresses the de facto situation that has just developed and is fully realized in the ratio of powers. Reflected in his treatment of this category, and in the terminology that he uses for this purpose, is the discussion on the nature of calculus, and its place in the study of the sciences of nature, that had gripped the attention of the learned world in the 18th century and which was also the object of Hegel's own reflection throughout his intellectual development. Hegel's point, in brief, is this: in a ratio, the terms that enter into it are measured against each other. As single terms, they do indeed still carry immediate qualitative determination, and to this extent, therefore, they are still open as objects to external determination. But the important point is that, whatever the qualitative determination of such single terms, their stipulated measure persists, internally resistant to any external manipulation. Because of this resistance, their objectivity, originatively defined as being, acquires yet another level of formal self-containment, another for itselfness. Hegel can say, accordingly, that with measure there is a return to quality. But the return is with a crucial difference, for the net result of the internal resistance posed by measure is that the qualitative differentiation of the terms that enter into it, an immediate differentiation that belongs to quality in general as a first immediate determination of being, becomes to it a matter of indifference. In the form of measure, in other words, quantity has absorbed the indeterminateness that was the determinateness of being as quality, and being itself, therefore, has acquired a depth that it did not have before. Quality, as it now comes into play again, signifies this new depth, this enhanced self-containment, that the logical object has achieved. It has begun explicitly to contain the immediacy of its becoming, and with this the forward transition to essence has in principle already been made. This is the place to consider two additions made to the addition of the logic. They are the exceptions to which we alluded in the prologue. The first is the much longer discussion, now in 3 remarks as contrasted to the earlier one, which immediately follows upon the treatment of quantum, and which anticipates the point that Hegel will then formally develop in the sections on ratio and measure. These remarks also contain Hegel's criticism of how mathematicians and philosophers, past as well as current, and including even those who had contributed to the creation of this new form of calculation, had in fact misunderstood the nature of their own creation. For this reason, they had been unable to explain the peculiar advantage that it offered over other forms of calculation, namely that on the basis of admittedly indefinite quantities it can achieve very definite results. What they had failed to notice was precisely the extra qualitative character that quantity assumes in the course of its internal conceptual development and of which calculus, as Hegel now argues, gives a perfect illustration. Central to his argument is a repeated reflection on the nature of the true infinite already defined in connection with the category of the for itself. In brief, this is his argument. There are actual infinites, that is, magnitudes that cannot be numerically exhausted but of which we nevertheless have clear and distinct concepts. Spinoza, to whom Hegel duly refers, had already made this point. Take 2 unequal circles, the smaller contained within the larger without touching it and the 2 non-concentric. Of the segments generated by the 2 circumferences intersecting the lines drawn from the center of the smaller circle to the outer circumference of the larger circle, and contained in the space between the smaller and larger circle, there is a longest and a shortest, where the 2 centers lie on the same diameter. For each segment lying between these 2 limits, however, there is another next to it unequal to it by an infinitesimally ever smaller or greater magnitude, though never exceeding in the direction of either smaller or greater the difference between the 2 set limits, and there is no number that can express all the inequalities thus generated. We are confronted here with an all for which the usual concept of quantifiability by means of number no longer applies, but which is clearly and distinctly definable. The all is the actual infinitude of the inequalities of the segments contained between the 2 stated limits within the space generated by the 2 circumferences, an all which, as so defined, though infinite is nonetheless actual and perfectly identifiable. This a perfect figurative illustration of what Hegel means by a true infinite as contrasted with a bad or indefinite infinite. In Spinoza's illustration, this infinite is represented figuratively, still in the manner of classic Euclidean geometry. But suppose that we try to represent it analytically as it is done in calculus, visually charting on a graph the course of the increments or decrements of the segments one by one, granted the stipulated limits. The infinitesimal change in magnitude between increments or decrements is neither a null nor a definite quantum dx and I cannot be named. But this does not mean that the course of the graph cannot be accurately charted or any point within it not precisely calculated, for although dx and I cannot be named, dx/die can. That is to say, Although the infinitude of the terms charted by the graph cannot be exhaustively enumerated, and would give rise to a bad infinite if one tried, given any of them is chosen at random on the basis of external considerations, any other can be exactly determined as measured against it according to the rule governing the graph. The numerical, quantitative indeterminateness is determinedly contained by that rule. This is exactly the point that Hegel develops in connection with ratio and measure, which he introduces following the three remarks, and sums up by claiming that measure marks a return to quality, though a return with a difference. Now, using the still figurative language that Newton and Leibniz had put into circulation, the mathematicians of Hegel's day referred to the infinitesimal difference between term and term on the graph as an evanescent moment, and they took it to be a quantum so minute that, in the course of calculation, it can at some point be left out of consideration without adverse consequences. But they were then left in the embarrassing situation, with which Hegel confronts them, of having to explain how accurate results, and their calculations were indisputably exact, could be obtained on the basis of avowed approximations, or, as some of them argued, how rigor of demonstration could be maintained by the accidental balancing out of contrary errors. What they failed to see is that when duly developed quantum transcends the limits of quantity. Calculus, according to Hegel, was a clear instantiation of this overreaching of quantity. This is the first edition. The second is much shorter, but arguably more subtle and certainly more surprising, and consists of a long passage introduced in the prefatory comments to the section on measure. It comes as a surprise and it is generally considered by commentators to be out of place because it deals with the categories of modality, whereas modality formally falls within the purview of essence. It is directed at Kant, whom Hegel criticizes for assigning to the modal categories an especially subjective status. All of Kant's categories are of course subjective. They define an object which is mere appearance by assumption. In the case of contingency, possibility, actuality, and necessity, however, Kant adds the further qualification that they say nothing at all about the content of the object, even as phenomenal, but define rather the relative distance that obtains in experience between the concept and the intuition of it. As categories, they are the exclusive function of our subjective, discursive, way of apprehending objects. If, per impossibile, we had an intellectual intuition of these objects, the modal categories would lose all meaning. In this respect Kant is not unlike Spinoza, to whom Hegel also refers. Also for Spinoza they are ultimately the product of ignorance. Now, in his editions, Hegel is taking issue with precisely this position. Quantity, especially when understood as measure, entails a distinction that explicitly obtains within the structure of the being which it determines, namely the distinction between this being as consisting, on the one hand, of a bad infinity of determinations, and as providing, on the other, an internal rule by which it contains such determinations and governs, as need be, the progress of their enumeration. It is this distinction, and the distance that it creates within being between outer indefinite determination and inner determining rule, that, as Hegel now implies, is the first adumbration of the modal categories later to be officially discussed in the context of the doctrine of essence. In connecting them with his present treatment of measure, Hegel is proleptically shedding these categories of the purely subjective meaning that they had for both Spinoza and Kant. We have already noted how the philosophy of nature is never far away from Hegel's mind. Hegel is certainly not committing himself here to any particular theory of nature. Nor, for that matter, is he renouncing his belief that the things of nature ultimately lack the internal stability that would make them intelligible on their own terms, his belief that, in order that they become objects of scientific knowledge, the concept must step in and provide by means of theoretical constructs the stability that they otherwise lack per se. This being said, it is nonetheless clear that Hegel is supplying here the logic of a scientific language that would allow physical things to have at least an inchoate internal principle and, therefore, at least a relative control over their process of determination. Hegel, in other words, is still pursuing his agenda of allowing for the things of nature to have the depth that the phenomena lack in the idealism of both Kant and Fichte. All this is on the assumption, of course, that such things as Hegel logically envisages are in fact empirically discovered, cf. G.W. The problem with Kant was that, by declaring the modal categories to be purely subjective on transcendental logical grounds alone, he had simply prejudged the issue of discovery. We have said that commentators have normally regarded these additions as out of place. In fact, the additions are witness to the extra lucidity that Hegel had gained regarding his own logic by the time he set out to revise it. He was still pursuing the double agenda, developed in the Jena years at least starting from of according to nature a depth that it does not have in transcendental idealism, while at the same time maintaining the idealistic thesis that it is only in the medium of the concept that nature, indeed reality as a whole, attains, not just manifests, its intelligibility. The presence and experience of facticity, now reinterpreted as the immediacy of becoming, its generation and containment, is the issue that underlies the logic from beginning to end. As we move from being to essence and end to the concept, we move, as we can reflectively say at the end of the process, from immediacy conceived, respectively, as contingency, necessity, and freedom. The categories of essence explicitly state and develop what is already said, but only de facto, by measure. They define being as internally differentiated, on the one hand, as containing a principle by virtue of which it is intelligible as what it is, on the other hand, as equally containing a number of determinations that are peripheral to it but that acquire status as determinations only by being referred to what defines the object as such in the first instance. This is quite generally the distinction between the essential and the unessential. It is a differentiation internal to the subject matter of discourse because the essential proves to be such only to the extent that it manifests itself to be what the unessential would otherwise seem to be on its own account. And the unessential, for its part, is such only to the extent that it demonstrates itself to be a nothing in itself, that its true being is the essential. Each thus refers to the other, and the resulting double reference constitutes the internal structure of the subject matter in question. The development of the latter in the logic of essence is the process by which this reference, whether it proceeds in one direction or the other, reverses itself, in both instances exhibiting in ever more complex yet apparent forms the being oneself in the other, which is the basic reflective scheme of becoming. The categories of essence are those of classical metaphysics: ground, existence, appearance, force, actuality, absolute, relation, just to mention the ones that make up the main headings. The discourse which they govern is neither the disconnected one of quality nor the one of measure, which is already expressly rule-governed but is still lacking in expressly reflective containment. It is a discourse about large things, so to speak, those that we take for granted in ordinary experience and which are at the basis of classical metaphysics. Yet its intelligibility is still subject to external constraint, for the reciprocal reference of contrasting terms which its categories express is still dependent on the immediate assumption of precisely these terms. The presence of the thing they define, whether assumed starting from one term or the other, is therefore affected by an element of opaqueness, an immediacy still understood in the sense of contingency, for it requires for each term an explanation by reference to the other, and consequently a necessitation external to it. The realm of essence is one of necessitation. Progress in the actualization of the intelligibility, the Objektivierung, of the subject matter, the Gegenstand, proceeds pari passu with the elimination of precisely this immediacy of the presupposed terms. In effect, this means their absorption into the very referential process that defines the structure of essential being, to the point that the latter would have to be conceived, if still operating within the framework of the categories of essence, in the manner of Spinoza's causa sui, as a pure self-reference generating its own content. How Hegel retrieves, while at the same time transcending, the metaphysics of Spinoza at this final stage of the logic of essence constitutes a complex and delicate transition, upon which much depends for the interpretation of Hegel. Three considerations are relevant here. The first is that, although contradiction is a pervasive theme in the logic, it is only in the course of the dialectic of the categories of essence that the risk of formally, not just de facto, incurring it repeatedly arises. This is because of the structure of the subject matter under consideration. Essential being would explicitly be both at once made up of materially independent terms, and a whole in which each term is itself formally the whole. It is this pull in opposite directions that causes contradiction repeatedly to erupt, according as the subject matter is successively defined on the basis of presumed originating terms. The truth of the categories of being was the distinction between principle of determination and determination itself, and this truth was finally made explicit in essence. The truth of the categories of essence is now the overcoming of precisely this distinction. Essence must be shown to exist only in its determinations. Essence is the movement of these determinations, and this movement is propelled forward precisely by the occurrence of contradiction as caused by the assumption of determinations independent of it. This result, however, should not be construed as betraying a deficiency on the part of the categories as categories. This is the second consideration. To make the point in a phenomenological mode, the deficiency is rather on the part of the things of experience for which the categories of essence define the logic of discourse. These are things of nature. Hence, although Hegel refuses to reduce them to mere phenomena, they still lack the interiority, the full self-reflectivity, that would make each a world unto itself and which would satisfy reason's quest for intelligibility. Such an interiority, according to Hegel's idealistic thesis, is to be found only in the products of reason itself, that is, in the social entities, the works of art and religion, for which spirit is responsible. But the special merit of the categories of essence is that their dialectic reproduces in the schematic form proper to a work in logic what Hegel calls the arduous labor of the understanding, that is to say, the labor that the concept performs in actual experience by permeating its whole content discursively. What the concept does is to introduce within the latter, in the representational medium most suited to its current purposes, ever new distinctions and ever new principles of explanation, all for the sake of collecting into a single coherent world free of internal contradiction the many things that otherwise fall scattered in experience. This is stating the case, of course, in a manner more suited to the phenomenology. But the fact is that the categories of essence define the logic of the sciences of precisely this experiential process. The further fact is that a complete world of nature cannot be had on natural terms alone. And were we to try to have it so, metaphysically, that is, quite apart from the scientific theoretical constructs that one can always introduce for explanatory purposes but which remain external to the things themselves and are always reformable, were we to try it, we would run up against the figure of Spinoza, the philosopher who famously construed a monistic ontology based on the self-identity of substance alone, itself a category of essence. The price for this attempt is to reduce all the things of nature to mere surface-like events, the truth of which would consist, just as in Fichte's system, in their disappearing, in their nothingness, precisely what Hegel refused to do by insisting on the objectivity of the modal categories. This is the third consideration. Hegel resists any Spinoza-like reduction of the modes of substance to nothingness, and thus succeeds in retaining even in the possible things of nature the internal distinction already adumbrated by measure, precisely by transcending the whole realm of essence and revealing as its truth, as subtending it and containing it all along, a yet more reflective level of discourse. This is the discourse, specific to the life of spirit, that has the concept itself and its products as its subject matter. Its logic is that of subjectivity. Only in its medium is the quest for complete intelligibility that motivates the dialectic of essence, the identification of Objektivität and Gegenständlichkeit, satisfied. But it must be clear that, just as essence reflectively made good the differentiation implicit in measure by reinterpreting it as a differentiation of concrete things, the large things of experience, so the logic of the concept as concept completes the work of sorting out these things, which is the proper function of the categories of essence by reinterpreting them as the means for generating the things of the spirit. We are moving from the logic of a discourse about products of nature to that of a discourse about the products of spirit. One can understand, therefore, Hegel's ambiguity with respect to Spinoza. It is an ambiguity that he shared with Jacobi. Like Jacobi, he saw in Spinoza the metaphysician who had brought to a logical conclusion the project of classical metaphysics of founding all things in the absolute. He had done it without compromises or prevarications, and for this lucidity of intent he deserved respect. But, in keeping with the pre-Kantian assumptions of that same metaphysics, Spinoza had defined the absolute in categories which are suited to finite objects only. Therefore, he had achieved the sought-for completeness of explanation at the price of absolute abstraction. This is the point that Hegel was making in the second of his additions to the addition in connection with measure. By reducing the modal categories to merely subjective expressions, Spinoza had in fact emptied things of their inner measure, even of such as can be had quantitatively. He had preempted the possibility of their ever being assumed within the works of spirit, that is to say, of being made the subject matter of judgment. The Spinozistic mode, just like the Indian principle of alteration, is the measureless, as Hegel then put it. But already in connection with actuality, Hegel had made it clear, echoing Jacobi, that Spinoza's absolute is the abyss, der Abgrund, in which all determinations are made to disappear. Their truth is their nothingness. Determinatio negatio est, was Spinoza's motto. And for Hegel, though not necessarily for Jacobi, there was a truth in this. The truth of the modes of substance is the absoluteness of substance. But what Hegel found lacking in Spinoza's system was the contrary positive manifestation of the power of the absolute in the appearance of the modes, the positive presence of spirit in them. For that, according to Hegel, the extra dimension of subjectivity had to be added to that of objective substantiality. This was a need, of course, that Fichte and the pre-Romantics had already recognized long before the composition of Hegel's logic. But, so far as Hegel was concerned, the move to subjectivity was not a matter of adding a thinking head, so to speak, to Spinoza's monistic substance. That would have been indeed making a mockery of Spinoza's otherwise perfectly self-consistent system. Nor was it a matter of escaping conceptualization, taking refuge either in the darkness of romantic intuition or in Spinoza's perfect brightness of vision, in either case, letting all distinctions go lost. Hegel never leaves discursiveness behind. On the contrary, The transition to subjectivity is one of recovering conceptually precisely the source of discursiveness, the concept as concept. With the categories of the concept one can say indeed that we have stepped into the mind of God before the creation of the world, though by world we must now understand nothing physical but a universe of meaning instead, and by creation the constitution of the conceptual medium that will make any reality, such as already exists or might exist, re-exist as intelligible. But of this universe it can also be said that it is a realm of shadows, for it is made up of reflective abstractions only. Hegel speaks of the impotence of subjective or prevarications, and for this lucidity of intent he deserved respect. But, in keeping with the pre-Kantian assumptions of that same metaphysics, Spinoza had defined the absolute in categories which are suited to finite objects only. Therefore, he had achieved the sought-for completeness of explanation at the price of absolute abstraction. This is the point that Hegel was making in the second of his additions to the edition in connection with measure. By reducing the modal categories to merely subjective expressions, Spinoza had in fact emptied things of their inner measure, even of such as can be had quantitatively. He had preempted the possibility of their ever being assumed within the works of spirit, that is to say, of being made the subject matter of judgment. The Spinozistic mode, just like the Indian principle of alteration, is the measureless, as Hegel then put it. But already in connection with actuality, Hegel had made it clear, echoing Jacobi, that Spinoza's absolute is the abyss, der Abgrund, in which all determinations are made to disappear. Their truth is their nothingness. Determinatio negatio est, was Spinoza's motto. And for Hegel, though not necessarily for Jacobi, there was a truth in this. The truth of the modes of substance is the absoluteness of substance. But what Hegel found lacking in Spinoza's system was the contrary positive manifestation of the power of the absolute in the appearance of the modes, the positive presence of spirit in them. For that, according to Hegel, the extra dimension of subjectivity had to be added to that of objective substantiality. This was a need, of course, that Fichte and the pre-Romantics had already recognized long before the composition of Hegel's logic. But, so far as Hegel was concerned, the move to subjectivity was not a matter of adding a thinking head, so to speak, to Spinoza's monistic substance. That would have been indeed making a mockery of Spinoza's otherwise perfectly self-consistent system. Nor was it a matter of escaping conceptualization, taking refuge either in the darkness of romantic intuition or in Spinoza's perfect brightness of vision, in either case, letting all distinctions go lost. Hegel never leaves discursiveness behind. On the contrary, the transition to subjectivity is one of recovering conceptually precisely the source of discursiveness, the concept as concept. With the categories of the concept one can say indeed that we have stepped into the mind of God before the creation of the world, though by world we must now understand nothing physical but a universe of meaning instead, and by creation the constitution of the conceptual medium that will make any reality, such as already exists or might exist, re-exist as intelligible. But of this universe it can also be said that it is a realm of shadows, for it is made up of reflective abstractions only. Hegel speaks of the impotence of subjective, which is the logic. The object is now the concept itself. That is to say, the logic is now beginning to turn upon itself and becomes a reflection on the discursiveness that has so far implicitly subtended and made possible the process of determining the object in general. Discourse progresses by stating itself. It thereby particularizes its original theme and hence establishes the need to restate itself over and over again. But at the same time, by virtue of its original theme, it governs this process of particularization, thereby retaining its unity and the capacity to declare normatively when it has become an achieved discourse, a thematic totality. This, I take it, is the point that Hegel is making about discourse in general, formally schematizing its structure as the interplay of universal, particular, and singular. Each determination, when taken as the starting point, freely passes over into the other two and back to itself. This fluidity, again, in the medium of artful schematization, is the fluidity of discourse itself. Whether the language of classical formal logic is the best medium for conveying this discourse about discourse that constitutes at the same time the proto-discourse, God first conversing with himself before the creation of the world, as it were, is an issue to which we shall briefly return later. The point now is that, once Hegel has worked out through the classical theory of predication and syllogism all the mutations and permutations that are possible in the reciprocal relation of these three first determinations of the concept, what we have is a fully determined concept of the concept, a self-standing and self-justifying discourse, therefore, also a first realization of objectivity understood as self-contained intelligibility, object. This realization, and nothing else, constitutes the transition from subjectivity to objectivity. The distinction between subjective and objective is for Hegel first and foremost a logical one, a distinction between types of discourse. It is not dependent, as it is for both Kant and Fichte, on any psychological or even phenomenological model of the mind, a model which would depend for Hegel, on the contrary, on the logical distinction. Hegel's distinction is more in line with, but not quite the same as, that of Descartes between clear and distinct and unclear and indistinct, not quite the same because the categories of the logic, and the discourse associated with each, are all clear and distinct on their own respective terms. The distinction, to repeat a point already stressed, is rather between the abstract and the concrete, between the less and the more developed form of objectivity. Another puzzling feature of the logic is therefore also dispelled. It might seem strange indeed that in a formal logic, under the heading of objectivity, Hegel would consider such earthly-sounding categories as mechanism, chemisium, and teleology, as he does in the second section of Book 3. To be sure, these are concepts obviously derived from, and referring to, the philosophy of nature. But, inasmuch as they enter into the logic, what they signify are forms of objectivity, more precisely, such types and degrees of intelligibility as we might expect in different experiential contexts. In this segment, the logic reflects upon the kind of self-sustaining objectivity that the categories of being and essence were in fact able to deliver within the artificial context of its ideal reconstruction of discourse in general. It judges the extent to which that objectivity is indeed self-sustaining or requires instead the support of discourse itself, as itself the source of intelligibility and as now explicitly considered, in this final part of the logic, in precisely this role. The logic concludes, therefore, with a final segment on the idea. Here we find the categories of freedom that are at work in the philosophy of spirit. They are the categories of a discourse that explicitly has itself as object, knows itself to be the source of the norm of what constitutes the true and the good. Most of all, to make this point in a phenomenological mode first, it recognizes its preconceptual or natural past. It recognizes it, however, as already implicated in the realm of the conceptual in the form of immediacy, as that which needs explaining. Hegel's move in this respect is the same as Fichte's, but with the essential difference to which we have already adverted. Fichte's science begins with an abstractive act that would have its self-expression as its only product but finds itself generating instead another which, on its original intention, has to appear to it as but a scandal. The truth, in a Fichtean context, lies necessary in an unattainable beyond. For Hegel, the conceptual reflection which is at the source of the logic also dissolves, as for Fichte, any otherwise merely presuppose natural ties in order to re-establish them on its own terms in a universe of meaning. But such ties come to, word and sue, their truth in this universe positively, in the forms of human institutions in which, and in which alone, the concept finds its satisfaction. And their being turned into contingent facts is the first step in their attaining this truth. In a Hegelian context, therefore, the point just made phenomenologically, namely that discourse recognizes its preconceptual past, is open to strict conceptual formulation, with no residue of mythical imagery. What is recognized at the end of this long reflective discourse which is the logic is that reflection is responsible for the immediacy which is first expressed in the category of being and is then methodically contained in various forms of becoming, all of them culminating in that perfect coming to be oneself which is the concept of the concept. At the end, the logic rejoins its beginning. We are ready, therefore, for the transition, which is in fact no transition because it never leaves thought behind, by which we begin the existentially more concrete work of retrieving the immediacy of nature bit by bit, first of all by simply discovering it. Therefore method is the category which brings the logic to an end. Kant's critique of pure reason also concluded with a chapter on the methodology of pure reason. But, in that context, method is an order which reason seeks indeed to discover an experience out of a need which is typically its own, but which remains nonetheless external to the content of experience. It is a subjective product, where subjective is understood in a privative sense. For Hegel, on the contrary, method is the rhythm, Lebenspuls, of experience itself. It is an ordering which is internal to it and the consequence of the fact that experience is an idealizing process from beginning to end. As a work of conceptual art, the logic stands of course at the end of that process. The logical order, das Logische, that it makes explicit, however, stands with respect to the same process as its a priori. It is in this sense, again, that the logic stands in Hegel's system as both the final and first part. Issues of interpretation. The logic does make an ontological commitment, namely that being is in becoming. But it makes it transcendentally, one might say, by demonstrating that, unless so conceived, unless being holds an internal difference by virtue of which a discursive account of what it is can be construed, It could not be the object of intelligent apprehension. The categories are the forms of precisely this discourse in the medium of which being is made intelligible and the process of discovering what it is in actual fact can begin. But this discovery is realized only in the sciences of nature and spirit. In other words, to the extent that Hegel's logic is identical with metaphysics, it is so only in a sense which is definitely post-Kantian. The meaning of metaphysics is modified by being identical with logic just as much as the meaning of the latter is modified by being identical with the former. There is no question of the categories of thought being tout court the most general and fundamental forms of being. One can also say that the logic is a renewed ontological argument, but again, only in a sense consistent with Kant's critique of that otherwise traditional argument. The logic only demonstrates that the perfect conceptual determination of an object is achieved when the subject matter is the concept itself, that only by virtue of the self-contained, reflective movement of conceptualization, which is itself the perfect instance of becoming and thus precludes any Kantian opposition between thought and being, is the mental space generated within which being is manifested, or becomes reconstituted for us as what it happens to be in itself. The move in discourse is necessarily from concept to existence. The logic also has phenomenological implications, for it follows that, whatever the preconscious or purely physiological prehistory of experience, once the latter comes on the scene, it comes fully dressed, so to speak, already rich in distinctions and commitments. Even as simple a gesture as the pointing at this or that, provided the gesture is intelligent at all, already contains a judgment. We may call it a judgment of the senses, to use the language of scholastic psychology. But the point is that such a judgment is the precursor of the abstract, artful judgment which is performed in the logic. For Hegel, we are logicians from the beginning. This is not, however, the only way in which Hegel's logic has been read or is still read, and to ferret out all the various strands of this interpretation is a complicated affair indeed. For one thing, the logic has been from early on an easy object of ridicule. The judgment of Trendelenburg, an author whom Kierkegaard had occasion to quote, is typical in this respect. As he says, it does not make much difference that Hegel's dialectic, unlike Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre, begins with the concept of being, for this concept is the empty image of being. If it nevertheless comes to the concept of reality and to concrete forms, we do not perceive whence it gets to them. For pure thought will not accept them, and then permeates them, but endeavors to make them. Thought, expressed in this way, is born blind and centers no eyes towards the outside. Yet, despite ridicule, the logic has undeniably exercised a mighty influence, in all lands and in the most disparate of fields. In the political arena, it has been repeatedly reformed to serve the cause of both left and right-wing movements, and of liberalism as well. In America, it was spread by the St. Louis Hegelians. It eventually found a lively expression in the pragmatism of Charles S. Peirce and, in more recent times, of Wilfrid Sellars. Interpreted in the spirit of this pragmatism, Hegel's logic is still very much alive today. However, typical of these movements and traditions, the St. Louis Hegelians perhaps accepted, is that they were Hegel-inspired, yet independent philosophical positions rather than schools of textual exegesis. And there is, so far as the logic itself is concerned, also a long-standing tradition of textual exegesis. It can be traced at least as far back as Johann Edward Erdmann's commentary on the logic, and, in English, to J. Hutchison Stirling's Exciting the Secret of Hegel. It is a variegated tradition, not seldom motivated by religious interests. In the case of Stirling, the religious inspiration of Hegel is beyond doubt. We read Kant and Hegel, have no object but to restore faith, faith in God, faith in the immortality of the soul and the freedom of the will, nay, faith in Christianity as the revealed religion, and that, too, in perfect harmony with the right of private judgment, and the rights, or lights, or mights of intelligence in general. 22. This religious motivation raises of course the issue of whether Hegel's logic ought to be interpreted as buttressing Christian faith or, on the contrary, as demythologizing it. It also raises the broader issue of hermeneutic strategy, whether one should take the logic as the norm for interpreting other parts of Hegel's system or, on the contrary, read some of the religious imagery that Hegel uses elsewhere back into the logic. But if we abstract from these broader considerations and concentrate instead on the more logical/metaphysical issues that the logic raises, two lines of interpretation can be identified that roughly correspond to its two aspects, namely, on the one hand, the interpretation that the logic makes an ontological commitment and to that extent advances a dogma, and, on the other hand, the interpretation that the logic still operates within the general framework of Kant's and Fichte's idealism and to that extent never abandons the realm of discursive thought. John M. E. McTaggart, personally an atheist and by no means an orthodox Hegelian, may be taken as a reliable representative of the first line of interpretation. It is the ambiguity of his position, itself characteristic of that tradition, that makes his studies on the logic particularly interesting. McTaggart leaves no doubt that this work of Hegel must be read as a work in logic. That is to say, the logic deals from beginning to end with categories and their dialectical development. The idea with which it culminates is exclusively the product of reason. But McTaggart then balks at Hegel's claim that method is the exclusive content of the idea but insists that it has a content of its own over and above the categories that have led up to it. What this content might be is not clear, but I presume that it would have to be an abstract schema of the harmony that obtains in the real universe between individual, and between individual and universe. Accordingly, McTaggart has no problem advancing a Hegel-inspired cosmology, where by cosmology he means the application, to subject matter empirically known, of a priori conclusions derived from the investigation of the nature of pure thought. This is not to say that McTaggart believes that it is possible or that Hegel himself ever tried to derive particular laws of nature a priori. But he does apparently believe that the categories have an explanatory role to play even in the empirical sciences, or that in the idea we already have, but sub specie eternitatis, that which, sub specie temporis, is the goal towards which all reality is moving. But such an idea is, sub specie eternitatis, far too implicit, and, sub specie temporis, far too distant, to allow us to use it in deciding on any definite course of action in the present. In principle, however, the two opposites ought to be joined. Or again, although McTaggart obviously does not believe that it would be possible in fact, or even desirable, to deduce the pen of Herr Krug from the idea, he has difficulties accepting the category of contingency as truly objective, and he does leave open the possibility of that deduction at least in principle. As he says in connection with contingency, the nature of each individual is to be taken as determined by his place in a whole, which we must conceive on the analogy of an organism, a unity manifesting itself in multiplicity. The individual has his entire nature in the manifestation of this whole, as the whole, in turn, is nothing else but its manifestation in individuals. Through this unity the parts will mutually determine one another, so that from any one all the rest could, with sufficient insight, be deduced, and so that no change could be made in any without affecting all. And McTaggart is also puzzled by the notion of an own McTair nature, apparently unaware that for Hegel, just as it was also the case for Fichte, nature or the things of experience acquire for us the character of irreducible contingency as measured against the norms of an intelligibility that reason alone brings to them. It is reason that makes nature contingent. It transpires, in other words, that despite all protestations that the logic must be read as logic, McTaggart has in fact invested it from the beginning with pre-Kantian Spinozist overtones. While taking the logic to lay out the blueprint of a universe of meaning that makes the discovery of an actual cosmos possible, he assumes that it thereby also lays out the blueprint of that cosmos. It is from the start an exercise in cosmogony. This is the source of the ambiguity that pervades his position throughout, as well as the tradition that he represents. This reading of Hegel is in some quarters still accepted today. The slide back into Spinoza's metaphysics of substance is avowedly avoided because of the principle of subjectivity that Hegel had added to his predecessor's view of the universe. But it is precisely on this issue, namely whether a principle of subjectivity can be added to Spinoza's pantheism, that a host of difficulties arise. On the one hand, there is the question of how radical Hegel's break was from Schelling and his romantic Spinozism in the Jena years, and how serious was Ficht's Verdienst, the debt he owed to Fichte. The more radical the break, and the more serious the debt that Hegel owed, the more his logic ought to be read as issuing, not indeed in any metaphysical theory, but, as Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre does, ultimately in social theory, or more accurately, into what the Germans call the Geisteswissenschaften, the disciplines that have the historical works of spirit for their subject matter. On the other hand, if one insists on maintaining a strong continuity between Hegel's logic and Schelling's identity philosophy, then the question is how seriously one should take Hegel's comments regarding modality added in the addition of the logic. The point is that one cannot add a subjective dimension to Spinoza's substance without turning it into a mind, that is to say, either into what would no longer be substance but only a mode of it on Spinoza's own principles or, on Hegel's, into an individual that needs a community of other individuals in order himself to be one. In either case, we do not have anything that would amount to McTaggart's absolute idea from which, allegedly, every minute detail of reality can in principle be deduced. This is a position that Hegel unequivocally rejected and even found infuriating. The alternative is to consider the same idea as another version of the Scholasticans' realissimum, but, as Kant well knew, that idea is inherently contradictory unless taken as an empty abstraction where all determinations, rather than being grounded, are in fact made to disappear. The strength of Spinoza's position lies precisely in the fact that it bypasses the need to derive anything from substance directly. The latter contains all its attributes, as well as both its infinite and finite modes, in the way in which a differential equation contains within it a definite infinity of differing terms. When it is a matter of calculating the value of any single term, one must start arbitrarily by assuming some other given term, the choice of the latter being dependent on factors which, so far as the equation is concerned, are purely subjective in a privative sense of the word. In Spinoza's language, that means assuming a finite standpoint, the presence of which in the system remains an irreducible surd. As for Hegel, the strength of his logic lies in the fact that it finds a ground for this contingency in the indeterminacy necessarily inherent in the structure of things which are in becoming. And this is an indeterminacy which is either contained by such theoretical constructs or such cosmogonic theories as the sciences provide or, as one might say in the spirit of Hegel, is redeemed by the works of spirit. The second line of interpretation is more recent and more diffused, and also never unequivocally presented as an actual reading of Hegel's logic or as a position inspired by it. In brief, the claim is that the truth is worked out by telling a story. It is not just that the story attempts to tell the truth that is already there. Rather, in telling the story, we partly create the truth we are attempting to articulate. Any non-story residue in a story for which the partly in the quote makes allowance would have to be absorbed into some other story. And indeed, for Hegel we cannot ever step outside the boundaries of discourse. But what is missing in this hermeneutic reading of Hegel is the Schellingian moment which, however much Hegel might have learned from Fichte, is never lost in his logic. Missing is the fact that it is nature which in the abstract medium of logical discourse attains the self-comprehension, and the efficacy, which we attribute to spirit. Nature is for Hegel, just as it was for Schelling, the pre-self of the self, not just the other than self of Fichte. It is true that human birth is never simply a biological event but always a birth into a community. Genes and chromosomes work their magic only as personally named within a system of family relations. And neither is human death simply a biological event but is always either peaceful or violent, surprising or expected, cowardly or heroic, or what have you. But it is the irrevocability, the utter finality, of both birth and death as biological events that makes for the seriousness of the experiences mediated by language built around them. As Hegel makes clear in the Phenomenology of Spirit in connection with the battle of prestige, which is his dramatic account of the origin of human history, that battle would not be serious, nor would the prestige or the claims to rightful possession which are at stake in it be more than empty words, if the battle were not a life and death struggle. In other words, it is only from the detached standpoint of a badly abstractive reflection that the distinction between storytelling and history gets blurred. To the one caught up existentially in the event that the storyteller might romance about, the difference between story and history is undoubted. It is precisely the function of logical discourse to produce clarity about it, the very clarity which has traditionally gone under the name of wisdom. Nature is important. I have remarked more than once that its presence is never far from Hegel's mind. Nor is it far from the logic. But precisely this presence poses problems for his system in general, and for the philosophy of spirit in particular. On any reading of the logic there is, in the first place, the issue of the relation of the logic to the philosophy of nature. One can understand how that logic should provide the basis for a reflection upon, and often destructive critique of, current mathematical and scientific theories. This has always been one task of philosophy. Hegel performs it admirably in his many remarks, especially those added in. But there is more. Granted that the logic brings to explicit, formal expression the logicality of experience, one should expect that this reflective work would be continued in what we may call a phenomenology of the body, above all of the human body, showing how the body generates indeed by virtue of its attitudes and activities an organic space typically its own, and how a hierarchy of such spaces might together constitute a world of experience. One should expect, in the words of a recent commentator, a system of natural kinds, each exhibiting an internal and more or less complex structure of its own, and all of them the physical analogues, but not the applications, as they would be in Kant, of the logical schemas that Hegel has developed in the Logic. One might even take this phenomenology of nature as the more reflective expression of the natural attitudes that we instinctively assume towards nature in lived experience and which, existentially but not systematically, in fact underpin the work of the empirical sciences and make them possible. These are scenarios all perfectly consistent with Hegel's idea of the logic on this post-Kantian reading. But is this all that Hegel is doing in his philosophy of nature? Is he not rather trying to establish, as if a priori, The originating categories of nature that would systematically provide the basis of all physical science? And would not such an attempt, although perhaps still conceivable in Hegel's times granted the state of the physical sciences in his day, still be of any value for the modern sciences? Most of all, is it consistent with Hegel's idea of the logic? Then there is the issue of the relation of the logic to the philosophy of spirit. The latter, and especially the phenomenology of spirit, is the part of Hegel's legacy which is still very much alive today. Hegel's apparent attitude towards history, however, harbors a serious ambiguity. There is no doubt teleology in history, at least in the sense that historical events are the product of rational, or irrational, decisions, and such decisions have a logic of their own which may or may not work to the natural and spiritual advantage of the agents responsible for them and their inheritors. Barring natural accidents or changes of heart, they bring entrained consequences which are like a self-fulfilling prophecy. In this sense reason realizes itself. A humanity that decides to arm itself with nuclear weapons should not be surprised, it would be only rational, if it finds itself immolating itself for the sake of self-defense. Historians and philosophers would do well to detect such rational, irrational, intentions working themselves out in history. In the Phenomenology of Spirit Hegel himself gave splendid analyses of cultures being born and dying on the basis of specific attitudes assumed with respect to nature. But this does not mean that there is a single end guiding the whole of history underhandedly, so to speak, as if, seen in the context of the broader picture, everything would appear to be exactly as it ought to be. This was the view of the Enlightenment. Kant himself still held on to it in his critically modified fashion. It is obviously a secularized form of the Christian belief in the parousia, and there is evidence that it also governs, at least at the rhetorical level, Hegel's view of the development of spirit in history. But is this view consistent with the logic of his logic? Would it not force us into a reading of the logic quite like that proposed by McTaggart? This is an important issue, all the more important because it also implicates the other issue, already mentioned, of how much Hegel's thought is substantially dependent, not just historically, on Christian religious belief. There is finally the issue that the logic itself raises. It purports to be the product of pure reason, the most abstract conceptualization of the concept precisely as concept. But the fact is that, as Hegel himself indicates in his remarks, it closely reflects the historical progress of classical Western metaphysics. It would seem that, although Hegel might have freed the logic from the mythology of reason on which Fichte's Wissenschaftslehre depended, and Kant's critical system also, in its own way, he did not free it from its historical past. And it would have been peculiar indeed if he had, seeing that the logic is the logic of a thought that has for its object being and becoming and is itself the instance of a perfectly self-contained process of precisely such a becoming. But then, how dependent is this logic on what happens to be the lexical structure of the language of the metaphysics which it reflects historically? How dependent is it on Aristotle's logic of predication? While the logic is admittedly still a work in progress, in what sense can it claim to be, in principle at least, the absolutely accomplished science without appearing to be an instance of intellectual imperialism? One way perhaps of disarming this criticism is to say that the logic is absolute science only in the sense that it is capable of recognizing itself, and thus containing its limitation even as logic, as an analogue of rationality as such, a rationality of which there can be other analogues, all of them capable of communicating across cultures and across times precisely because they are the analogues of one rationality, but at a distance as it were, with something always being lost in translation. I would like to take the claim in this sense, but it is not at all clear that this was Hegel's intent. Translator's note. The history of translation. Hegel's logic has a long tradition of translation into English. In The Secret of Hegel, Sterling included a translation of the section on quality, as well as loose renditions of substantial excerpts from quantity, notably Remarque I on calculus. On the American side, there already was the translation of a brief excerpt taken from the concluding chapter of the Subjective Logic, G.W. in the Journal of Speculative Philosophy. It came as the appendix to what appears to be a précis of the Encyclopedia Logic intended for a course of instruction. We also know from the testimony of William T. Harris that the St. Louis Hegelian Henry C. Brockmeyer, to whom the same Harris dedicated his Hegel's Logic, had translated the whole logic in and. Apparently this translation was Harris's first exposure to Hegel. Harris had copied it out and, as he says, it still exists, but has never been printed, any portion of it. Back in Great Britain, a translation of the Subjective Logic was published in 2 volumes at Oxford by H. S. Macron, and it was also in that a first complete translation finally became available, produced by W. H. Johnston and L. G. Struthers. It was published in both London and New York. This text remained the standard English translation of the Logic until it was replaced by that of Arthur V. Miller. As for the Encyclopedia Logic, a translation was published at Oxford and by William Wallace. It was republished in revised form and again, but with only minor variations and with an introduction by J. N. Findlay, in a completely new translation by T. F. Geraes, W. A. Sooting, and W. H. Harris was published, and finally, Stephen Holgate has included a portion of the German text of Book 1 of the Greater Logic, up to the end of section, chapter, together with an edited version of the Miller translation of the same text, in his commentary. In preparing the present text, I have of course consulted and profited from the results of all previous efforts. Throughout I have also used as control the excellent Italian translation of Arturo Moni, first published in, and revised in by Claudio Sessa. The present translation is, however, completely new, and, since I have departed from standing conventions on several key terms, a few words of explanation are now in order. Issues of translation. The logic's range of vocabulary is extremely narrow, as one would expect of any logic. The few terms which are key to it present, however, considerable difficulty. In this translation, I have taken as my starting point the glossary of the Geraes/Sooting/Harris translation of the Encyclopedia Logic, but I have taken to heart, and have often agreed with, the Sooting Minority Report. I have steadfastly refused to resort to mechanical devices in cases where different words in German need to be kept distinct but are normally translated by the same word in English. Artificial constructs, unless they are in the original languages, are not translations but rather open admissions of failure in translation. Below is a list of terms that presented special difficulty, along with a brief explanation of my decisions on how to handle them. An, in, sich, an, in, sich selbst, an, in, im, ihr, an, in, ihr, selbst, für sich selbst, für im, ihr, selbst. These are simple expressions, but difficult to translate and all the more challenging because there are important conceptual distinctions riding on them, as I now must explain. There are two syntactic distinctions at work in them. One is between pronouns in indirect objective form, im, ihr, and in subjective or reflective form, sich. The difference between an, in, sich and an, in, im, ihr, and between für sich selbst and für im, ihr, selbst, is, therefore, syntactic in origin. Sich refers to the subject of a sentence im, ihr, to a third term. But Hegel uses the contrast between an, in, sich and an, in, im, ihr, also to convey a conceptual difference. A determination is present in a concept in im when it accrues to it because of its external context insofar as that which something is in itself, an sich, is also in it, an im, the something is affected with being for other also. It may well be that the determination already implicitly belongs to the internal logic of the concept, that is present in the concept an sich, and that a logician would already be able to recognize it as thus belonging to it on the basis of its external usage and its genesis as concept. As yet, however, the determination is not said by the concept itself, that is to say, the concept has not as yet expressly appropriated it. It remains, therefore, still external to it. When the concept explicitly expresses the determination, then the latter is present in it for im, or, conversely, the concept possesses it for sich. The other distinction is between sich understood as subjective/reflective pronoun and selbst, self, understood demonstratively. It is in this demonstrative sense, that is, in order to reinforce the sich and the im, ihr, rhetorically, that Hegel uses the selbst in an, in, sich selbst, an, in, im, ihr, selbst, etc. to further complicate things. Selbst can be used in German, just as it can in English, both in this just cited meaning of demonstrative pronoun or as a noun. Now a problem of translation arises because English does not verbally distinguish between objective and subjective pronouns but, when necessary, adds self to a pronoun in order to make it subjective/reflective. Nor does English verbally distinguish between this subjective/reflective form and the same form but used in demonstrative function. Cf. He did it to himself, he did it himself. The net result is that, if we were to translate the German expressions literally, we would come up with the awkward in it itself, in itself itself, for it itself, for itself itself, or with variations thereof. The problem is how to avoid this awkwardness and at the same time make sure that, in using self, we do not surreptitiously introduce in English the word's meaning as noun whereas in German the corresponding selbst is purely demonstrative. The problem is especially acute in rendering the distinction between an im selbst and an sich selbst. I concede that there is no single way of dealing with this problem, and that each carries its own difficulties. I have opted for simply dropping the demonstrative selbst. In English we only need to say in it, in itself, for it, for itself. I have rejected the current widespread convention of translating an im selbst as in its own self, for two reasons. For one thing, the formula is more of a gloss than a translation. The German phrase that it translates would be in seinem eigenen selbst, an expression that carries the connotations of on its own account, exactly the formulas sometimes used to translate Hegel's für sich sein. Mind you, no German is likely to say in seinem eigenen selbst, but neither would an English person say in its own self. Another reason is that here more than anywhere else the use of self as noun can be misleading because it suggests a subjectivity which is not in the German text. Regarding für sich selbst, I have avoided as a general rule the currently often used on its own account, not because the formula is necessarily wrong. I have occasionally used it myself, but because it is unduly verbose and not necessary the simpler for itself suffices. I admit that the use of in it as a translation of an im selbst was often problematic. It failed in context to identify its referent unambiguously. I have often replaced it, therefore, with within it or adverbially simply with within, and occasionally with internally, in all cases hoping to retain the contrast with the out, the without, or the external other, which is in Hegel's mind. Despite these difficulties, one advantage is that the English text has been rid of otherwise innumerable instances of the self used as noun, whereas its counterpart in German is only demonstrative. I have often replaced in itself with within itself. An sich and für sich can often be translated conveniently as simply implicitly and explicitly respectively. I saw no way of rendering in English the distinction between an and inconsistently. Besides, I am not sure that there is a clear difference in German. Finally, in sich, selbst, used in connection with reflection, for instance, as in reflection in sich selbst, contrasts in meaning, though not always explicitly so, with mit sich, selbst, this last used in connection with such term as equality or unity to express a state of immediacy, for instance, as in Gleichheit mit sich. I have translated the in sich, selbst, with immanent, cf. GW. Where Hegel uses immanent reflection, and the mit sich, selbst, with self as, for instance, in self-equality. An sich sein. Being in itself is the normal translation, especially when contrasted with für sich sein, being for itself. But I have also rendered an sich sein as the in itself and the in itselfness. Aufheben, Aufhebung. The commonly accepted translations of these terms are to sublate and sublation. These are terms of art which were originally coined by Stirling precisely for the purpose of translating the corresponding German words but have now made their way into the OED. Much as I have tried to replace them with words that are just as common in English as the German equivalents are in German, and having even experimented for a while with Suding's suggestion of to suspend and suspension, I finally had to give up and return to the traditional translations of to sublate and sublation. The fact is that the only common English word which would somewhat adequately render the double meaning of the German Aufheben is the lowly to take up, which, incidentally, is the translation of the Latin tollere from which to sublate was coined. To take something up means to take it away while at the same time to appropriate it. But to take is in English an all too widely used word, and with too many shades of different meanings, to allow the technical narrowing that Hegel has in mind. Begriff. Following Juraes/Suding/Harris, I have departed from long-standing usage and have translated begriff as concept rather than as notion. B.C. Bird also used concept in his translation of Erdmann's Outlines of Logic and Metaphysics, for the very good reason that notion carries the connotation of being a subjective representation. Its meaning is also much too vague. It should be reserved for precisely such contexts as require a term without too precise a meaning. Concept has the further advantage of being patently connected with to conceive, just as begriff is connected with greifen, and can easily be expanded into conceptual and conceptually grasped or replaced, if need be, with comprehension and conceptually comprehended. Beziehung and Verhältnis and the related verbs sich beziehen and sich verhalten. This distinction is conceptually very important and crucial to the development of the logic. Quite generally, Beziehung affects the terms that enter into it externally or reflectively, whereas Verhältnis affects them substantially. To differentiate the two terms by translating them as relation and relationship respectively is not wrong. Relationship, moreover, might also well convey the right nuance of family, as contrasted with external, relation. But all this is much too vague. I have followed, therefore, the convention already adopted in the Genus system, Logic and Metaphysics, by reserving relation, relating oneself, for Verhältnis and connection for Beziehung. To connection, however, I have also added reference and connecting reference. In this I follow Stirling, who renders but seeing as reference, and then glosses the term in his usual rich language with be drawing or drawing together or connection, the secret of Hegel, p. It is instructive to note that as the logic progresses from the immediacy of the categories of being to the reflectivity of those of essence, but seeing naturally shifts in nuance of meaning from plain connection to reflective reference or connecting reference. Verhältnis comes into its own only in connection with concept and idea. It must be added that Verhältnis also connotes behavior or comportment, sich verhalten means to behave or to comport oneself, and that there are passages in which this nuance of meaning needs to be brought out. For a passage in which Beziehung and Verhältnis are used in contrast to each other, cf. G.W. In mathematical contexts, especially in connection with Hegel's discussion of calculus, Verhältnis is to be translated as ratio. Dasein in existence. The widely accepted translation of Dasein is determinate being. This is not incorrect, but it is not sufficiently precise. All Dasein is determinate being, but not all determinate being is merely Dasein. Moreover, using determinate being makes the task of translating such derivatives as sind, scenes, and desciendes, practically impossible or at least very cumbersome. One must fall back on long circumlocutions. The there-ness and there being in Gerais/suiting/Harris, to which suiting, however, objects, pp. 36-38, were also used by Stirling and Burt. They are not wrong, but the problem with them, besides their unusualness and the difficulties that they too create in translating derivative terms, is that they give rise to bizarre constructions, as for example the proof of God's there-ness. The dictionary translation of Dasein, and also the one that would spontaneously occur to non-philosophers, is existence. I see no reason for not using this term, especially because it is easily inflected as existent and existing. I have adopted it as the translation of Dasein. If it is objected that the term has acquired specialized meaning for existentialist philosophers or for Thomists of the Gilson/Maritain school, then my rejoinder is that it is high time that it be philosophically repossessed according to its common meaning. For something to exist means in English that it is simply there to be pointed at, exactly what it means in German. As for the need to differentiate Dasein from the Latinate existence, Hegel himself gives us the clue. Existence is an ontological term and is the counterpart of essentia, Wesen, and the reflective parallel of the more immediate Dasein. As Hegel says, for being which is mediated, we shall reserve the expression existence, GW, also. But mediation is what generates concreteness, GW, FF. For this reason I have translated existence with concrete existence, except in such phrases as the proofs of God's existence, where the ontological meaning of existence, or at least that existence is a product of reflective mediation, is clear from the context. But see also Note 2. Difference. Occasionally Hegel uses this Latinate form instead of the common German Unterschied, see the discussion of Unterschied below. When Hegel resorts to words derived from Latin, this is normally in order to make a point that would otherwise be lost in their German counterparts. In the present case, the point that Hegel wants to stress is that two things, in being different, are not thereby indifferent to each other, that their difference, in other words, entails a mutually significant relation, whether a comparison or a contrast. Difference and the adjective different can be rendered in English, therefore, with non-indifference and non-indifferent. In this I am following a suggestion of Suiting, p. 46. The drawback of this solution is that indifference and indifferent would then have to be translated as non-non-indifference and non-non-indifferent, obviously not a happy consequence. But fortunately indifference and indifferent, unlike the common Gleichgültigkeit and Gleichgültig, hardly ever appear in the logic, and when they appear, they do so in contrast to difference and different. And this is a contrast that can be rendered well in English with indifference and indifferent without any loss of meaning or stress. I must, however, call attention to one instance in which Hegel, so far as I can tell, uses difference to mean immediate differentiation, that is, precisely the opposite of what one would expect. In that one case, I have translated it as differentiation, GW. Einzeln and Individuum. Einzeln is normally translated as individual, but I have regularly used singular instead in order to reserve individual for individuum. The latter signifies in Hegel's usage a special kind of individuality, one which is best realized in a person but for which we can see at least a first delineation in any internally organized object such as a living being. Cf. GW. Where Hegel gives a broad definition of individuum also, FF, where the term is applied to living things, and, where it is used in contrast to Einzelnheit. I recognize that singular and singularity sometimes tend to denote peculiar and peculiarity, but they do not have to, and in context do not. erkennen and wissen, and related nouns Erkenntnis and Wissen. The difference in German between the two verbs is basically idiomatic. Both verbs can be used transitively and intransitively, but in different contexts. It is helpful to think of erkennen as a kind of recognition for wissen. The English of the King James Bible can help. Wist ye not that I must be about my Father's business? Luke. The idiomatic difference points to a difference in meaning nuance that can be lost if one translates both with to know, and, since Hegel bases a conceptual difference on this nuance, it must be protected. Wissen carries the connotation of being aware of erkennen, of being acquainted with. Accordingly, Hegel uses Erkenntnis in the specialized meaning of ratiocinative knowledge. By contrast, Wissen, like both wisdom and faith, connotes direct apprehension. It signifies the product or the origin, rather than the process, of reason. I have therefore followed the now common practice of translating erkennen and Erkenntnis with cognize and cognition respectively, though I do it reluctantly because cognize and cognition tend to make the already ponderous prose of the logic even more ponderous. In places, where meaning is not at stake, I have not hesitated to replace inflected verbal forms such as cognizing with the plain knowing. Gegenstand and Objekt. I have already indicated in the body of the introduction the difference between these two terms. The clue for how to differentiate them in English can be obtained from what amounts basically to an idiomatic difference. In English, we say the subject matter of a science. The Germans say the object, Gegenstand, of a science. Subject matter renders quite well the meaning of Gegenstand precisely as material object, Objektum quod. This is how I have translated it, reserving object for object. In a few cases, where the context is clearly phenomenological, I have used intended object for Gegenstand, and in yet others, where Hegel refers to mathematical entities or where he cites other philosophers, notably Kant, I have used object. There is no other way of referring to a triangle, for instance, than as a mathematical object. And as for the other philosophers whom Hegel cites and often criticizes, the difficulty is precisely that in the context of their philosophy it is impossible to draw the precise distinction between Gegenstand and Objekt that Hegel has in mind. Regarding Objektivität, which I translate as objectivity, two important texts can be found in GW, and, FF. For the adjectival form, Gegenständlich, I had no choice but to use objective. Das Ideal. Miller translates the term as the ideal, but enters the German in square brackets. Gerais/Suting/Harris also translated as the ideal, but enter an explanatory note in the glossary. I have tried to get away from ideal because the common meaning of this English word, just like that of its German counterpart, das Ideal, is misleading. Ideal has nothing to do, except in a derivative sense, with an ideal state or situation which is archetypical or perfect in its kind, OED, sub voce see also GW, and Hegel's note. An ideals is rather an object which, in being in itself and even for itself, at the same time refers to another that transcends it, another with respect to which it is both identical yet differentiated. Hegel's typical example of an ideals is the finite. Something finite is a reality whose whole truth lies in the infinite that transcends it, a transcendent infinite which is nevertheless present in it, inherent in its very structure as finite. However, that such is the truth of anything finite is made explicit only in the conceptual medium of spirit's reflection. The ideals is an object, the product or achievement of spiritual activity, GW. I have translated it with idealization for several reasons, because the word, just like ideals, denotes an achievement rather than just a physical state of being, because an idealization stands to the idealized in the relation just defined, that is, as bringing to light what is essential to the latter, because the word retains the connection with representation which Hegel also has in mind, cf. GW. And because, just like its German counterpart, the word also carries the pejorative meaning of mere idealization from which Hegel wants to rescue it. Sache. In non-technical contexts, the term canon should be translated in a variety of ways, such as substance, or even thing. As a category, however, fact seems to be the best rendering. Sache, like fact, denotes a thing or a situation which we understand to implicitly contain all the factors required for an explanation of its existence. Its presence cannot therefore be doubted even when those factors have yet to be made explicit. The related word, Tatsache, was first coined by the theologian Joachim Spalding precisely in order to translate the English term matter of fact as used by Joseph Butler in the analogy of religion. Schein. Hegel says der Schein ist dasselbe, was die Reflexion ist aber ist die Reflexion als unmittelbar, GW. Schein is generated by reflection inasmuch as the movement of the latter, in arriving at a would-be term, immediately turns back from it, kehrt zurück, annuls it as its end term, and thereby returns to that from which it had begun, only, however, in order to perform there the same move of turning back and returning. Die Reflection, die Bewegung des Nichts durch Nichts zu sich selbst zurück, ist das Scheinen seiner in einem anderen, GW. It is a movement which, on the face of it, offers no fixed point of reference. Just like a play of lights, it might be taken as an illusion. But there is nothing illusionary about it because, on the contrary, its reality is totally exhausted by what it is simply on the face of it, that is, it is movement simply as movement, self-referring as referring to another. Anyone as sensitive to literature as Hegel was would have associated the term with the quip from an early play of Lessing that Mendelssohn cited to Jacobi as an example of the kind of doubt that common sense cannot countenance. Oh yes. Ghosts have their fun. That's no real flame there. It only looks like a flame. It's not burning, it only seems to burn. It's not shining, it only seems to shine. Das scheint nicht, das scheint nur zu scheinen, there is no lighting a real light from such a ghostly one. Die Materne von Ephesus, Act 1, Scene. Shine can be, however, the source of delusions, notably of the mistake of thinking that there must be for it some stabilizing factor outside it. Hegel's subsequent logical moves consist precisely in demonstrating that any stabilizing determination must be sought within the very movement of reflection of which shine is the immediate presentation. There is no simple or single way of translating the term in English. In German, shine and scheinen can mean shine and to shine, but semblance and to seem just as well. I have chosen shine, both as noun and intransitive verb, in an effort to retain the metaphor of light which is at least partly behind Hegel's choice of shine. Cf. GW, just as the light of nature is not a something, nor is it a thing, but its being is rather only its shining, so manifestation is self-identical absolute actuality. Admittedly, shine and to shine do not sit well in a procession of logical categories. For this reason, I have normally accompanied the terms with reflective and reflectively respectively, except in contexts where Hegel himself explicitly uses the terms in connection with reflection, in order to signal the fact that the terms are used technically, in a specifically contrived sense. In very few instances, as required by context, I have also used semblance and to seem, for instance, in GW. Selbstständig. I have translated this term with self-subsistent, except in mathematical contexts, and also in connection with relation, where I have used independent. Unterschied and Verschiedenheit. The problem with this pair of terms is that the area of meaning that they cover is the same as is covered in English by the three terms difference, distinction, and diversity. It is difficult to correlate the two German terms with the three English ones. I agree with Suding, versus Harris/Geraes, p. 45, that the natural way of translating Unterschied is difference. We say specific difference where the Germans say spezifischer Unterschied. Verschiedenheit, for its part, is naturally translated as diversity. However, although this distinction is easy to pin down, in principle, it does not always hold in fact. In different contexts, Unterschied also calls for distinction, and Verschiedenheit for difference. In English, distinction tends to be a difference in dict to difference, one in re. I have used this rough rule as a guide when translating Unterschied as distinction, though I must admit that on occasions I had to rely simply on my intuitive sense of the text. It was more difficult to come up with even a rough rule for Verschiedenheit. Diversity tends to stress the plurality and variety of the things, or the moments of one single object, that are different, their being versed in different directions, so to speak, and therefore standing apart, each reflected into itself, cf. GW. Difference tends to stress what makes them different. This is the image that I have kept in mind when translating Verschiedenheit with difference rather than with the more canonical diversity. But here, more so than in the case of Unterschied, I often had to rely on intuition. Vorstellung. The normal translation of this term is representation. But Hegel uses it in different contexts in two quite distinct senses, in a generic sense that would include the specific type of representation which is the concept, and in a narrower sense which is normally associated with imagination and is opposed to concept. In this last sense, it can be translated in a variety of ways, for instance, as ordinary representation, figurative representation, or representation of the imagination. Zugrunde. This is a common German expression normally translated as to perish. But Hegel often plays on the word Grund, ground or foundation, in order to make a conceptual point. In an effort at saving the image behind the German expression, I have translated it as to founder to the ground and to founder, thus sinking to the ground. The text of the present translation. In producing this translation, I have consulted the critical edition of the text in volumes, and of the Gesammelte Werke. I have also learned immensely from the critical apparatus of these volumes. I have consulted all past English translations and have used the excellent Moni/Sessa Italian translation as a control. The translation itself, however, is original, and it is made from the Georg Lassen text, / This text rarely diverges from that of the critical edition, and, when it diverges, never does so significantly. The pagination in margins refers to the text of the Gesammelte Werke, by volume and page number. Footnotes numbered in Arabic are Hegel's own. The Science of Logic. By Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Volume 1 The Objective Logic. Book 1. The Doctrine of Being. Preface to the first edition. The complete transformation that the ways of philosophical thought have undergone among us in the past 25-odd years, the higher standpoint in self-awareness that spirit has attained in this period of time, has so far had little influence on the shape of the logic. What was hitherto called metaphysics has been, so to speak, extirpated root and branch, and has vanished from the ranks of the sciences. Where are the voices still to be heard of the ontology of former times, of the rational psychology, the cosmology, or indeed, even of the natural theology of the past, or where are they allowed to be heard? Inquiries, for instance, into the immateriality of the soul, into mechanical and final causes, where is interest in them still to be found? Even the former proofs of God's existence are cited only out of historical interest, or for the purpose of edification and the uplifting of the mind. The fact is that interest, whether in the content or in the form of the former metaphysics, or in both together, has been lost. Remarkable as it is if a people has become indifferent, for instance, to its constitutional law, to its convictions, its moral customs and virtues, just as remarkable it is when a people loses its metaphysics, when the spirit engaged with its pure essence no longer has any real presence in its life. The exoteric teaching of the Kantian philosophy, that the understanding ought not to be allowed to soar above experience, lest the cognitive faculty become a theoretical reason that by itself would beget nothing but mental fancies, this was the justification coming from the scientific camp for renouncing speculative thought. In support of this popular doctrine there was added the cry of alarm of modern pedagogy, that the pressing situation of the time called for attention to immediate needs, that just as in the ways of knowledge experience is first, so for skill in public and private life, exercise and practical education are the essential, they alone what is required, while theoretical insight is even harmful. With science and common sense thus working hand in hand to cause the downfall of metaphysics, the singular spectacle came into view of a cultivated people without metaphysics, like a temple richly ornamented in other respects but without a holy of holies. Theology, which in former times was the custodian of the speculative mysteries and of the albeit subordinate metaphysics, had relinquished this last science in exchange for feelings, popular practicality, and erudite historiography. And it was in keeping with this change that, for their part, those solitary individuals, whom their people had exiled from the world and dedicated to the contemplation of the eternal, also disappeared. Theirs was a life devoted exclusively to the service of contemplation, without practical gain but only for the sake of blessedness, and their disappearance can be regarded as essentially the same phenomenon, though in a different context, as the one just mentioned. And so this darkness, this colorless self-preoccupation of spirit bent upon itself, having been dispelled, existence shone transformed into the bright world of flowers, of which, as is well known, none is black. Logic did not fare quite as badly as metaphysics. That from logic one learns how to think, which for lack of anything else was considered its usefulness and therefore its purpose, just as if one were to learn how to digest or to move first from the study of anatomy and physiology. This is a prejudice that has long been put to rest, and in this respect the spirit of practicality certainly did not intend any better fate for logic than it did for its sister science. Nevertheless, probably for the sake of a certain formal utility, a place was still allowed for it among the sciences. It was even retained as a subject of public instruction. However, this better lot concerns only the outer fate of logic, for its shape and content have remained the same throughout a long inherited tradition, though progressively more diluted and emaciated in the course of the transmission. No trace is so far to be detected in it of the new spirit that has awakened in the sciences no less than in the world of actuality. However, once the substantial form of the spirit has reconstituted itself, it is of no avail to want to retain the forms of an earlier culture. These are like withered leaves pushed aside by the new buds already being generated at their roots. Also in the scientific realm this ignoring of the universal change is gradually beginning to lose ground. The new ideas have imperceptibly become the accepted currency even to those opposed to them. And if these continue to fuss about their sources and principles and to dispute them, they have nevertheless surrendered to their consequences, unable to fend off their influence. They have no other way of giving a positive importance, and some content, to their increasingly irrelevant negative attitude, except by falling in with the new ways of thinking. However, the period of fermentation that goes with the beginning of every new creation seems to be past. In its first manifestation, a new creation usually behaves towards the entrenched systematization of the earlier principle with fanatical hostility and fear of losing itself in the expansion of the particular. It also shuns the labor that goes with scientific cultivation and, nevertheless in need of it, it grasps at first at an empty formalism. The demand for the elaboration and cultivation of the material becomes at that point all the more pressing. There is a period in the formation of an epoch in which, just as in the formation of the individual, the foremost concern is the acquisition and reinforcement of the principle in its undeveloped intensity. But the higher demand is that such a principle should be made into science. Now, whatever might already have happened to the substance and form of science in other respects, the science of logic that makes up metaphysics proper or pure speculative philosophy has to date been much neglected. What I more precisely understand by this science and its standpoint, I have provisorily stated in the introduction. The fact that it was necessary to make a completely fresh start with this science, the nature itself of its subject matter, and the lack of any previous work that could have been used for the undertaken reform of it, may be taken into account by the fair-minded critic if even a labor of many years was unable to give this effort a greater perfection. The essential point to be kept in mind is that an altogether new concept of scientific procedure is at work here. As I have remarked elsewhere, inasmuch as philosophy is to be science, it cannot borrow its method from a subordinate science, such as mathematics, any more than it can remain satisfied with categorical assurances of inner intuition, or can make use of argumentation based on external reflection. On the contrary, it can only be the nature of the content which is responsible for movement in scientific knowledge, for it is the content's own reflection that first posits and generates what that content is. The understanding determines, and holds the determination fixed. Reason is negative and dialectical, since it dissolves the determinations of the understanding into nothing it is positive, since it generates the universal, and comprehends the particular therein. Just as the understanding is usually taken as something separate from reason in general, so also dialectical reason is taken as something separate from positive reason. In its truth reason is however spirit, which is higher than both reason bound to the understanding and understanding bound to reason. It is the negative, that which constitutes the quality of both the dialectical reason and the understanding. It negates the simple, thereby posits the determinate difference of the understanding, but it equally dissolves this difference, and so it is dialectical. But spirit does not stay at the nothing of this result but is in it rather equally positive, and thereby restores the first simplicity, but is universal, such as it is concrete in itself. A given particular is not subsumed unto this universal but, on the contrary, it has already been determined together with the determining of the difference and the dissolution of this determining. This spiritual movement, which in its simplicity gives itself its determinateness, and in this determinateness gives itself its self-equality, this movement, which is thus the immanent development of the concept, is the absolute method of the concept, the absolute method of cognition, and at the same time the immanent soul of the content. On this self-constructing path alone, I say, is philosophy capable of being objective, demonstrative science. In this fashion have I tried to portray consciousness in the phenomenology of spirit. Consciousness as spirit is concrete, self-aware knowledge, to be sure, a knowledge bound to externality, but the progression of this subject matter, like the development of all natural and spiritual life, rests exclusively on the nature of the pure essentialities that constitute the content of the logic. Consciousness, as spirit which on the way of manifesting itself frees itself from its immediacy and external concretion, attains to the pure knowledge that takes these same pure essentialities for its subject matter as they are in and for themselves. They are pure thoughts, spirit that thinks its essence. Their self-movement is their spiritual life and is that through which science constitutes itself, and of which it is the exposition. The connection of the science that I call phenomenology of spirit to the logic is thereby stated. As regards the way it stands to it externally, a second part was intended to follow. The first part of the system of science that contains the phenomenology. This second part would have contained the logic and both the two real sciences of philosophy, the philosophy of nature and the philosophy of spirit, and would have brought the system of science to completion. However, the necessary expansion which the logic demanded by itself has led me to have this particular part published separately. It therefore constitutes the first sequel to the phenomenology of spirit in an expanded plan of the system of science. I shall later follow up with a treatment of both the two mentioned real sciences of philosophy. This first volume of the logic contains the doctrine of being, as Book 1 Book 2, The second section of the same volume, which contains the doctrine of essence, is already in the presses. Finally, the second volume will contain the subjective logic, or the doctrine of the concept. Nuremberg, March. Preface to the second edition. I undertook this revision of the science of logic, of which the first volume is hereby being published, in full consciousness not only of the difficulty of its subject matter and of its exposition besides, but equally of the imperfection from which its treatment in the first edition suffers. As earnestly as I have striven after many years of further occupation with this science to remedy this imperfection, I still feel that I have cause enough to appeal to the reader's indulgence. One title to such appeal in the first instance may well be based on the circumstance that for the most part only external material was available for its content in the earlier metaphysics and logic. Although the practice of these disciplines had been universal and customary, in the case of logic down to our own time, its interest in their speculative side has been just as universally and customarily restricted. It is the same material which is repeated over and over again, whether it is thinned out to the point of trivial superficiality, or whether the ancient ballast is freshly trotted out and dragged to new lengths, so that, through these habitually only mechanical efforts, no gain could be had for the philosophical content. To display the realm of thought philosophically, that is, in its own immanent activity or, what is the same, in its necessary development, had to be, therefore, a new undertaking, one that had to be started right from the beginning. Nevertheless, the received material, the known thought forms, must be regarded as an extremely important fund, even a necessary condition, a presupposition to be gratefully acknowledged, even though what it offers here and there is only a bare thread, the dead bones of a skeleton thrown together in a disorderly heap. The forms of thought are first set out and stored in human language, and one can hardly be reminded often enough nowadays that thought is what differentiates the human being from the beast. In everything that the human being has interiorized, in everything that in some way or other has become for him a representation, in whatever he has made his own, there has language penetrated, and everything that he transforms into language and expresses in it contains a category, whether concealed, mixed, or well defined. So much is logic natural to the human being, is indeed his very nature. If we however contrast nature as such, as the realm of the physical, with the realm of the spiritual, then we must say that logic is the supernatural element that permeates all his natural behavior, his ways of sensing, intuiting, desiring, his needs and impulses, and it thereby makes them into something truly human, even though only formally human, makes them into representations and purposes. It is to the advantage of a language when it possesses a wealth of logical expressions, that is, distinctive expressions specifically set aside for thought determinations. Many of the prepositions and articles already pertain to relations based on thought. In this the Chinese language has apparently not advanced that far culturally, or at least not far enough, but such particles play a totally subordinate role, only slightly more independent than that of prefixes and suffixes, inflections, and the like. Much more important is that in a language the categories should be expressed as substantives and verbs, and thus be stamped into objective form. In this respect, the German language has many advantages over other modern languages, for many of its words also have the further peculiarity of carrying, not just different meanings, but opposite ones, and in this one cannot fail to recognize the language's speculative spirit. It can delight thought to come across such words, and to discover in naive form, already in the lexicon as one word of opposite meanings, that union of opposites which is the result of speculation but to the understanding is nonsensical. Philosophy, therefore, stands in no need of special terminology. True, some words are to be taken from foreign languages, yet, through use these have already acquired citizenship in it, and an affected purism would be all the more out of place where everything depends on meaning the most. The advance of culture in general and of the sciences in particular, even the empirical sciences which are bound to the senses and generally operate in the medium of the most common categories, for example whole and parts, a thing and its properties, and the like, gradually fosters the rise of thought relations that are also more advanced, or it at least raises them to wider universality and consequently brings them to greater notice. In physics, for instance, where the predominant category previously was that of force, it is the category of polarity that now plays the most significant role, a category which, incidentally, is randomly being imposed all too often on everything, even on light. It defines a difference in which the different terms are inseparably bound together, and it is indeed of infinite importance that an advance has thereby been made beyond the abstractive form of identity, by which a determinateness such as for example that a force acquires independent status, and the determining form of difference, the difference that at the same time remains an inseparable moment of identity, is instead brought to the forefront and is given general acceptance. The study of nature, because of the stable reality of its objects, is inevitably led to fixed categories that can no longer be ignored in it, even if with complete disregard for consistency towards other categories which are also allowed to stand. It is not given room for abstracting from opposition and moving on to generalities, as so easily happens when spirit is the object. But even when logical matters and their expressions are common coin in a culture, still, as I have said elsewhere, what is familiar is for that reason not known, and it can even be a source of irritation to have to occupy oneself with the familiar, and what could be more familiar than just those determinations of thought which we employ everywhere, and are on our lips in every sentence that we utter. To indicate the general features of the course that cognition goes through as it leaves familiar acquaintance behind, the essential moments in the relationship of scientific thought to this natural thought, this is the purpose of the present preface. Together with the earlier introduction, it will suffice for a general idea of what is meant by logical cognition, the kind of general idea which is demanded of a science prior to the science itself. First of all, it must be regarded as an infinite step forward that the forms of thought have been freed from the material in which they are submerged in self-conscious intuition, in representation, as well as in our desires and volitions, or, more accurately, in ideational desiring and willing, and there is no human desire or volition without ideation, a step forward that these universalities have been brought to light and made the subject of study on their own, as was done by Plato, and after him by Aristotle especially. This step marks the beginning of our knowledge of them. Only after almost everything which is necessary to life, and pertains to its comfort and sociability, was made available, says Aristotle, did man begin to trouble himself with philosophical knowledge. In Egypt, he had previously remarked, there was an early development of the mathematical sciences because there the priestly caste were brought early to a state of leisure. Indeed, the need to occupy oneself with pure thoughts presupposes a long road that the human spirit must have traversed. It is the need, one may say, of having already attained the satisfaction of necessary need, the need of freedom from need, of abstraction from the material of intuition, imagination, and so forth, from the material of the concrete interests of desire, impulse, will, in which the determinations of thought hide as if behind a veil. In the silent regions of thought that has come to itself and communes only with itself, the interests that move the life of peoples and individuals are hushed. In so many respects, says Aristotle in the same context, is human nature in bondage, but this science, which is not pursued for any utility, is alone free in and for itself, and for this reason it appears not to be a human possession. Philosophical thinking in general still deals with concrete subject matters, with God, nature, spirit, but logic occupies itself exclusively with these thoughts as thought, in complete abstraction by themselves. For this reason it is customary to reserve it for the instruction of youth, for youth is not yet involved in the practical affairs of concrete life but lives a life of leisure so far as these are concerned, and it is only for its own subjective ends that it has to busy itself acquiring, at the level of theory at least, the means that will eventually enable it to become actively engaged in the objects of those practical interests. Contrary to Aristotle's view just mentioned, the science of logic is counted among these means. The study of it is a preliminary labor and its place is the school, while the seriousness of life and the active pursuit of substantial ends are left for later. In real life, it is then a matter of making use of the thought determinations. From the honor of being contemplated for their own sake, such determinations are debased to the position of serving in the creation and exchange of ideas required for the hustle and bustle of social life. They are in part used as abbreviations, because of their universality. Indeed, what an infinite host of particulars relating to external existence and to action are summed up in a representation, for instance, of battle, war, nation, or of sea and animal, etc. And also, what an infinite host of images, actions, situations, etc. are epitomized in the representation of God, or of love, etc., epitomized in the simplicity of this way of representing. In part they are also used for the closer specification and discovery of objective relations, but in this role the content and the purpose of the thought involved, its correctness and truth, are made to depend entirely on the given data, and the thought determinations are not themselves credited with any active function in the determination of content. The use of thought determinations that we earlier called natural logic is unconscious, and when in science this role of serving as means is reflectively attributed to them, then thinking as such is made subordinate in the life of spirit to the other spiritual activities. We do not indeed say of our feelings, impulses, interests, that they serve us. On the contrary, they count as independent forces and powers, so that to have this particular feeling, to desire and to will this particular thing, to make this our interest, just this, is what we are. And it is more likely that we become conscious of obeying our feelings, impulses, passions, interests, not to mention our habits, than of having them in our possession, still less, in view of our intimate union with them, of their being means at our disposal. Such determinations of mind and spirit, when contrasted with the universality which we are conscious of being and in which we have our freedom, quickly show themselves to be particulars, and we rather regard ourselves to be caught up in their particularities and to be dominated by them. It is all the less possible, therefore, to believe that the thought determinations that pervade all our representations, whether these are purely theoretical or hold a material belonging to sensation, impulse, will, that such thought determinations are at our service, that it is we who have them in our possession and not they who have us in theirs. What is there of more in us as against them? How would I, set myself up as the superior universal over them, they that are the universal as such? When we give ourselves up to a sensation, a purpose, an interest, and feel restricted therein, feel unfree, then the place where we can withdraw from it back into freedom is this area of self-certainty, of pure abstraction, of thought. Or again, when we speak of things, we call their nature or essence their concept, and this concept is only for thought, but still less shall we say of the concepts of things that we dominate them, or that the thought determinations of which they are the complex are at our service. On the contrary, our thought must accord with them, and our choice or freedom ought not to want to fit them to its purposes. Thus, inasmuch as subjective thought is our own most intimately inner doing, and the objective concept of things constitutes what is essential to them, we cannot step away from this doing, cannot stand above it, and even less can we step beyond the nature of things. We can, however, dispense with this last claim inasmuch as it is symmetrical with the one preceding it. It says that our thoughts have a reference to the essence of things, but this is an empty claim, for the essence of things would then be set up as the rule for our concepts, whereas, for us, that essence can only be the concepts that we have of the things. The way in which critical philosophy understands the relation of these three termini is that we place thoughts as a medium between us and the things, in the sense that this medium, instead of joining us with such things, would rather cut us off from them. But this view can be countered by the simple remark that these same things that are supposed to stand at the opposite extreme beyond us and beyond the self-referring thoughts, are themselves things of thought which, taken as entirely indeterminate, are only one thing, the so-called thing in itself, the thought product of pure abstraction. Enough said to dispel any notion that thought determinations are only for use, are only a means. More important is the related further notion that they are external forms. The activity of thought at work in us across all representations, interests, and actions is, as we have said, unconsciously busy. The natural logic, explicit consciousness is of the content, the subject matters of representations. All the things that interest us taken in this relation, thought determinations, are generally taken to be forms that only attach to the content without however being this content itself. But if the truth of the matter is, as was already stated and is otherwise generally admitted, that the nature, the specific essence, that which is truly permanent and substantial in the manifold and accidentality of appearance and fleeting externalization, is the concept of the thing, the universal which is present in it just as there is present in each human being, although universally unique, a specific principle that makes him human, or in each individual animal a specific principle that makes it animal. If this is true, then there is no saying what such an individual could still be if this foundation were removed from him, no matter how many the predicates with which he would still be otherwise adorned, if, that is, such a foundation can be called a predicate like the rest. The indispensable foundation, the concept, the universal which is thought itself, provided that with the word thought one can abstract from figurative representation, cannot be regarded as just an indifferent form that attaches to a content. But these thoughts of all things natural and spiritual, even the substantial content, still contain a variety of determinacies and are still affected by the distinction of soul and body, of concept and reality relative to it. The profounder foundation is the soul standing on its own, the pure concept which is the innermost moment of the objects, their simple life pulse, just as it is of the subjective thinking of them. To bring to consciousness this logical nature that animates the spirit, that moves and works within it, this is the task. The broad distinction between instinctive act and act which is intelligent and free is that the latter is performed consciously when the content that motivates a subject to action is drawn out of its immediate unity with the subject and is made to stand before it as an object. Then it is that the freedom of spirit begins. The same spirit who, when thought is an instinctive activity, is caught up in the web of its categories and is splintered into a material of infinite variety. Here and there on this web there are knots, more firmly tied than others, which give stability and direction to the life and consciousness of spirit. They owe their firmness and power simply to the fact that, having been brought before consciousness, they stand as independent concepts of its essential nature. The most important point for the nature of spirit is the relation, not only of what it implicitly is in itself to what it actually is, but of what it knows itself to be to what it actually is, because spirit is essentially consciousness. This self-knowledge is a fundamental determination of its actuality. As impulses, the categories do their work only instinctively. They are brought to consciousness one by one and so are variable and mutually confusing, thus affording to spirit only fragmentary and uncertain actuality. To purify these categories and in them to elevate spirit to truth and freedom, this is therefore the loftier business of logic. What we indicated as constituting the beginning of science and have just now recognized to be of great value both on its own account and as the condition of true knowledge, namely, the treatment of concepts and of the moments of the concept in general, of the thought determinations as forms that are at first different from the material and are only attached to it, this is a work that quickly gives itself away as being inherently inadequate for the attainment of truth, which is the object and purpose of logic. For as mere forms, as distinct from the content, such concepts and their moments are taken in a determination that stamps them as finite and makes them unfit to hold the truth which is in itself infinite. In whatever respect the true may otherwise be again associated with restriction and finitude, this aspect is the side of its negation, of its untruth and lack of actuality, even of its cessation, and not of the affirmation which, as the true, it is. Confronted by the barrenness of the merely formal categories, healthy common sense instinctively felt that it had the upper hand after all, and it contemptuously relinquished acquaintanceship with them to the domain of school logic and school metaphysics. In this, however, it underestimated the value that the consciousness of these threads already possesses by itself. It also did not perceive that when given over to the instinctive practices of natural logic, especially when all acquaintance and cognition of the thought determinations themselves have deliberately been rejected, it is in bondage to unclarified and therefore unfree thought. The simple basic determination or common form of the collection of such forms is identity, which, in the logic of this collection, is asserted as the law of identity, as A equals A, and as the principle of contradiction. So much has healthy common sense lost respect for the school which still holds on to such laws of truth and still busies itself with them, that it ridicules the school and regards as insufferable anyone who believes that in following such laws one actually says anything at all. The plant is A, plant science is, science, and so on in infinitum. Regarding the formulas that define the rules of inference, which in fact is a principal function of the understanding, however mistaken healthy common sense might be in ignoring that they have their place in cognition where they must be obeyed, and also that they are essential material for rational thought, it has nonetheless come to the equally correct realization that such formulas are indifferently at the service just as much of error as of sophistry, and that, however truth may be defined, so far as higher truth is concerned, for instance religious truth, they are useless, that in general they have to do only with the correctness of knowledge, not its truth. The inadequacy of this way of regarding thought, which leaves truth on one side, can only be remedied by including in our consideration of thought, not merely what is customarily credited to external form, but the content as well. It is soon evident that what in ordinary reflection is, as content, at first separated from the form, cannot in fact be in itself formless, devoid of determination. In that case it would be a vacuity, the abstraction of the thing in itself, that it rather possesses form in it, indeed that it receives soul and substance from the form alone, and that it is this form itself which is transformed into only the semblance of a content, hence also into the semblance of something external to this semblance. By thus introducing content into logical consideration, it is not the things, but what is rather the fact, Sache, the concept of the things, that becomes the subject matter. In this connection, however, one must also be reminded that there is a multitude of concepts, a multitude of facts. One way in which limits are imposed on this multitude has already been said, that the concept is thought in general, as universal, as against the particularity of the things vaguely parading their multitudinousness before indeterminate intuition and representation, is their immeasurable abbreviation. But a concept is also, first of all, in itself the concept, and this concept is only one concept, the substantial foundation. It is of course also a determinate concept, and it is this determinateness that appears in it as content, even though, in fact, it is a form determination of the substantial unity of the concept, a moment of the form as totality, of the concept itself, which is the foundation of the determinate concepts. This concept is not intuited by the senses, is not represented in imagination, it is only subject matter, the product and content of thought, the fact that exists in and for itself, the logos, the reason of that which is, the truth of what we call things. It is least of all the logos that should be kept outside the science of logic. It cannot therefore be a matter of choice whether to include it within the science or leave it out. When the thought determinations, which are only external forms, are seriously considered in themselves, the result can only be the demonstration of their finitude and of the untruth of their supposed being for itself, and that the concept is their truth. Therefore, inasmuch as the science of logic deals with the thought determinations that instinctively and unconsciously pervade our spirit everywhere, and remain non-objectified and unnoticed even when they enter language, it will also be a reconstruction of those determinations which reflection has already abstracted and fixed as subjective forms external to a material content. The presentation of no subject matter can be in and for itself as strictly and immanently plastic as is that of thought in its necessary development, nor would any subject matter require such a presentation in this respect. The science of logic must surpass even mathematics, for no subject matter intrinsically possesses this freedom and independence. The presentation would demand that at no stage of the development should any thought determination or reflection occur that does not directly emerge at that specific stage and does not proceed in it from the preceding determinations, a demand which is also to be found after a fashion in the process of mathematical inference. But I must admit that such an abstract perfection of presentation must generally be renounced. The very fact that the logic must begin with the purely simple, and therefore the most general and empty, restricts it to expressions of this simple that are themselves absolutely simple, without the further addition of a single word only allowed, as the matter at hand requires, would be negative reflections intended to ward off and keep at bay whatever the imagination or an undisciplined thinking might otherwise adventitiously bring in. However, such intrusive elements in the otherwise simple immanent course of the development are essentially accidental, and the effort to ward them off would, therefore, be itself tainted with this accidentality, and besides, it would be futile to try to deal with them all, precisely because they lie outside the essence of the subject matter, and incompleteness is at best what would have to do to satisfy systematic expectations. Yet the restlessness and the distraction characteristic of our modern consciousness leave us no choice but to also take into account the more current of these. The form as totality, of the concept itself, which is the foundation of the determinate concepts. This concept is not intuited by the senses, is not represented in imagination, it is only subject matter, the product and content of thought, the fact that exists in and for itself, the logos, the reason of that which is, the truth of what we call things. It is least of all the logos that should be kept outside the science of logic. It cannot therefore be a matter of choice whether to include it within the science or leave it out. When the thought determinations which are only external forms are seriously considered in themselves, the result can only be the demonstration of their finitude and of the untruth of their supposed being for itself, and that the concept is their truth. Therefore, inasmuch as the science of logic deals with the thought determinations that instinctively and unconsciously pervade our spirit everywhere, and remain non-objectified and unnoticed even when they enter language, it will also be a reconstruction of those determinations which reflection has already abstracted and fixed as subjective forms external to a material content. The presentation of no subject matter can be in and for itself as strictly and immanently plastic as is that of thought in its necessary development, nor would any subject matter require such a presentation in this respect. The science of logic must surpass even mathematics, for no subject matter intrinsically possesses this freedom and independence. The presentation would demand that at no stage of the development should any thought determination or reflection occur that does not directly emerge at that specific stage and does not proceed in it from the preceding determinations, a demand which is also to be found after a fashion in the process of mathematical inference. But I must admit that such an abstract perfection of presentation must generally be renounced. The very fact that the logic must begin with the purely simple, and therefore the most general and empty, restricts it to expressions of this simple that are themselves absolutely simple, without the further addition of a single word only allowed, as the matter at hand requires, would be negative reflections intended to ward off and keep at bay whatever the imagination or an undisciplined thinking might otherwise adventitiously bring in. However, such intrusive elements in the otherwise simple immanent course of the development are essentially accidental, and the effort to ward them off would, therefore, be itself tainted with this accidentality, and besides, it would be futile to try to deal with them all, precisely because they lie outside the essence of the subject matter, and incompleteness is at best what would have to do to satisfy systematic expectations. Yet the restlessness and the distraction characteristic of our modern consciousness leave us no choice but to also take into account the more current of these. Mediation is not immediacy, as if anyone did not know these things, are didactically presented, narrated and affirmed, rather than demonstrated. There is something stupid, I have no other word for it, about this didactic mannerism at a deeper level. There is the illegitimacy of simply presupposing and straightaway accepting such propositions. Still more, there is the failure to recognize that the requirement in the business of logical thinking is to investigate precisely this, whether apart from infinity a finite would be by itself something true, likewise, whether such an abstracted infinity, or whether a content without form or a form without content, an inner by itself without further externalization, an externality without inwardness, whether any of this would be something true or something actual. but this culture and discipline of thought by which the latter acquires plasticity and overcomes the impatience of incidental reflection is procured solely by pressing onward, by study, and by carrying out to its conclusion the entire development. Anyone who in our times labors at erecting a new and independent edifice of philosophical sciences may be reminded, thinking of how Plato expounded of the story that he reworked his Republic 7 times over. The reminder of this, any comparison, such as may seem implied in it, should only serve to incite ever stronger the wish that for a work which, as belonging to the modern world, is confronted by a profounder principle, a more difficult subject matter and a material of greater compass, the unfettered leisure had been afforded of reworking it 77 times over. But the author, in face of the magnitude of the task, had to content himself with what could be made of it in circumstances of external necessity, of the inevitable distraction caused by the magnitude and multitude of contemporary interests, all the while in doubt whether the noisy clamor of the day and the deafening chatter of a conceit that takes pride in confining itself to just these interests, might still leave room for partaking in the dispassionate calm of a knowledge dedicated to thought alone. General concept of logic. In no science is the need to begin with the fact, Sache, itself, without preliminary reflections, felt more strongly than in the science of logic. In every other science, the matter that it treats, and the scientific method, are distinguished from each other. The content, moreover, does not make an absolute beginning but is dependent on other concepts and is connected on all sides with other material. It is therefore permitted to these sciences to speak of their ground and its context, as well of their method, in the form of lemmas, to apply presupposed forms of definitions and the like without further ado, as known and accepted, and to make use of customary ways of argumentation in order to establish their general concepts and fundamental determinations. Logic, on the contrary, cannot presuppose any of these forms of reflection, these rules and laws of thinking, for they are part of its content and they first have to be established within it. And it is not just the declaration of scientific method but the concept itself of science as such that belongs to its content and even makes up its final result. Logic, therefore, cannot say what it is in advance, rather does this knowledge of itself only emerge as the final result and completion of its whole treatment. Likewise its subject matter, thinking, or more specifically conceptual thinking, is essentially elaborated within it. Its concept is generated in the course of this elaboration and cannot therefore be given in advance. What is anticipated in this introduction, therefore, is not intended to ground as it were the concept of logic, or to justify in advance its content and method scientifically, but rather to make more intuitable, by means of some explanations and reflections of an argumentative and historical nature, the standpoint from which this science ought to be considered. Whenever logic is taken as the science of thinking in general, it is thereby understood that this thinking constitutes the mere form of a cognition that logic abstracts from all content, and the so-called second constitutive piece that belongs to the cognition, namely the matter, must be given from elsewhere. Hence that logic, since this matter does not in the least depend on it, can give only the formal conditions of genuine knowledge, but does not itself contain real truth, or again, that logic is only the pathway to real knowledge, for the essential component of truth, the content, lies outside it. But, first, to say that logic abstracts from all content, that it only teaches the rule of thinking without being able to engage in what is being thought or to take its composition into consideration, this alone is already inadequate. For, since thinking and the rules of thinking are supposed to be its subject matter, in these logic already has a content specifically its own, and it has that second constituent of knowledge, namely a matter whose composition is its concern. But, second, the notions on which the concept of logic has generally rested so far have in part already passed away, and for the rest, it is time that they disappear altogether, that the standpoint of this science were grasped at a higher level, and that the science gained a completely altered shape. The concept of logic has hitherto rested on a separation, presupposed once and for all in ordinary consciousness, of the content of knowledge and its form, or of truth and certainty. Presupposed from the start is that the material of knowledge is present in and for itself as a ready-made world outside thinking, that thinking is by itself empty, that it comes to this material as a form from outside, fills itself with it, and only then gains a content, thereby becoming real knowledge. Further, these two component parts, for they are supposed to be related to each other as component parts, and cognition is compounded from them in a mechanical, or at best chemical, manner, are said to stand to each other in this order. The object is complete and finished all by itself and, for its actuality, can fully dispense with thought. Thought, for its part, is something deficient and in need of a material in order to complete itself, and also, as a pliable indeterminate form, must adapt itself to its matter. Truth is the agreement of thought with the subject matter, and in order to produce this agreement, for it is not there on its own account, thought is expected to be subservient and responsive to the subject matter. Third, when the difference of matter and form, of subject matter and thought, is not left in this nebulous indeterminacy but is more specifically defined, each turns out to be a sphere divorced from the other. Consequently, as thought receives and informs the material, it does not transcend itself but its reception of this material and its responsiveness to it remain modifications of itself. Thus thought does not become its other. The self-conscious determining, at any rate, belongs only to it even as it refers to the subject matter, therefore, it does not reach out to it outside itself. The subject matter remains a thing in itself, utterly a beyond of thought. These views on the relation of subject and object to each other express the determinations that constitute the nature of her ordinary, phenomenal consciousness. However, when these prejudices are carried over to reason, as if in reason the same relation obtained, as if this relation had any truth in and for itself, then they are errors, and the refutation of them in every part of the spiritual and natural universe is what philosophy is, or rather, since they block the entrance to philosophy, they are the errors that must be removed before one can enter it. The older metaphysics had in this respect a higher concept of thinking than now passes as the accepted opinion. For it presupposed as its principle that only what is known of things and in things by thought is really true in them, that is, what is known in them not in their immediacy but as first elevated to the form of thinking, as things of thought. This metaphysics thus held that thinking and the determination of thinking are not something alien to the subject matters, but are rather their essence, or that the things and the thinking of them agree in and for themselves. Also our language expresses a kinship between them, that thinking and its immanent determinations, and the true nature of things, are one and the same content. But the reflection of the understanding seized hold of philosophy. We must know exactly what is meant by this saying, which is otherwise often used as a slogan. It refers in general to an understanding that abstracts and therefore separates, that remains fixed in its separations. Turned against reason, this understanding behaves in the manner of ordinary common sense, giving credence to the latter's view that truth rests on sensuous reality, that thoughts are only thoughts, that is, that only sense perception gives filling and reality to them, that reason, in so far as it abides in and for itself, generates only mental figments. In this self-renunciation of reason, the concept of truth is lost, is restricted to the knowledge of mere subjective truth, of mere appearances, of only something to which the nature of the fact does not correspond. Knowledge has lapsed into opinion. Yet there is something deeper lying at the foundation of this turn which knowledge takes, and appears as a loss and a retrograde step, something on which the elevation of reason to the loftier spirit of modern philosophy in fact rests. The basis of that conception now universally accepted is to be sought, namely, in the insight into the necessary conflict of the determinations of the understanding with themselves. The reflection already mentioned consists in transcending the concrete immediate, in determining and parting it. But this reflection must equally transcend its separating determinations and above all connect them. The conflict of determinations breaks out precisely at the point of connection. This reflective activity of connection belongs in itself to reason, and to rise above the determinations and attain insight into their discord is the great negative step on the way to the true concept of reason. But, when not carried through, this insight runs into the misconception that reason is the one that contradicts itself. It fails to see that the contradiction is in fact the elevation of reason above the restrictions of the understanding and the dissolution of them. At that point, instead of making the final step that would take it to the summit, knowledge flees from the unsatisfactoriness of the determinations of the understanding to sensuous existence, believing that there it will find stability and accord. On the other hand, since this cognition is self-admittedly a cognition only of appearances, the unsatisfactoriness of the latter is admitted but at the same time presupposed, as much as to say that although we do not have cognition of things in themselves, nevertheless, within the sphere of appearance we do have correct cognition, as if, so to speak, there were a difference only in the kind of subject matters, and one kind, namely the things in themselves, does not fall within the scope of knowledge, whereas the other kind, namely the appearances, does. This is like attributing right insight to someone, with the stipulation, however, that he is not fit to see what is true but only what is false. Absurd as this might be, no less absurd would be a cognition which is true but does not know its subject matter as it is in itself. The critique of the forms of the understanding has arrived precisely at this result, namely, that such forms do not apply to things in themselves. This can only mean that they are in themselves something untrue. However, since they have been allowed to remain valid for reason and experience, the critique has not altered them in any way but rather has let them be for the subject in the same shape as they formerly applied to the object. But if they are inadequate for the thing in itself, still less must the understanding to which they supposedly belong have to put up with them and rest content with them. If they cannot be determinations of the thing in itself, Still less can they be determinations of the understanding, to which one ought to concede at least the dignity of a thing. The determinations of finite and infinite run into the same conflict, whether they are applied to time and space, to the world, or are determinations internal to the spirit, just as black and white yield gray, whether they are mixed on a wall or on a palette. If our representation of the world is dissolved when we carry over to it the determinations of the infinite and finite, still more is spirit itself, which contains both determinations within itself, something inwardly self-contradictory, self-dissolving. It is not the nature of the material or of the subject matter to which they are applied or in which they are found that can make a difference, for it is only through such determinations, and in accordance with them, that the subject matter has contradiction within it. The said critique has therefore removed the forms of objective thinking only from the thing, but has left them in the subject as it originally found them. That is to say, it did not consider them in and for themselves, according to their proper content, but simply took them over from subjective logic in the manner of lemmas. There was no question, therefore, of an imminent deduction of such forms, or also of deducing them as logico-subjective forms, still less, of a dialectical treatment of them. In its more consistent form, transcendental idealism did recognize the nothingness of the spectral thing in itself, this abstract shadow divorced from all content left over by critical philosophy, and its goal was to destroy it completely. This philosophy also made a start at letting reason produce its determinations from itself. But the subjective attitude assumed in the attempt prevented it from coming to fruition. This attitude and, together with it, the attempt in the cultivation of pure science were eventually abandoned. But what is commonly understood by logic is considered with a total disregard of metaphysical significance. This science, in the state in which it still finds itself, has admittedly no content of the kind which ordinary consciousness would accept as reality, or as a genuine fact. But it is not for that reason a formal science void of any material truth. Besides, the region of truth is not to be sought in that material missing in it, a lack to which the insufficiency of logic is usually attributed. More to the point is that the emptiness of the logical forms lies rather solely in the manner in which they are considered and dealt with. Scattered in fixed determinations and thus not held together in organic unity, they are dead forms, and the spirit which is their vital concrete unity does not reside in them. Therefore they lack proper content, a matter that would in itself be substance. The content which is missed in the logical forms is nothing else than a fixed foundation and a concretion of these abstract determinations, and such a substantial being is usually sought for them outside them. But logical reason is itself a substantial or real factor which, within itself, holds together all the abstract determinations and constitutes their proper, absolutely concrete, unity. There is no need, therefore, to look far and wide for what is usually called a matter. It is not the fault of the subject matter of logic if the latter seems empty, but only of the manner in which this subject matter is grasped. This reflection brings us to a statement of the standpoint from which logic is to be considered, of how this standpoint differs from previous treatments of this science and is alone the true base on which the science is to rest in the future. In the Phenomenology of Spirit I have presented consciousness as it progresses from the first immediate opposition of itself and the subject matter to absolute knowledge. This path traverses all the forms of the relation of consciousness to the object, and its result is the concept of science. There is no need, therefore, to justify this concept here, apart from the fact that it emerges within logic itself. It has already been justified in the other work, and would indeed not be capable of any other justification than is produced by consciousness, as all its shapes dissolve into that concept as into their truth. A discursive justification or explanation of the concept of science can yield at best a general notion of it and a historical acquaintance, but a definition of science, or more precisely of logic, has its proof only in the necessity of the manner it is produced by consciousness as just mentioned. Any definition with which a science makes an absolute beginning can contain nothing else than the precise and correct expression of what is represented in one's mind as the traditionally accepted subject matter and purpose of the science. That just this subject matter and this purpose are so represented is a historical warrant for invoking such or such fact as conceded, or, more precisely, only for pleading that such or such fact should be accepted as conceded. There will always be the possibility that someone else will adduce a case, an instance, in which something more indifferent must be understood by some term or other, a term which is therefore to be defined in a narrower or broader sense, and the science, too, will have to be refashioned accordingly. Further still, definition is always a matter of argumentation as to what is to be included in it or excluded from it, within which limits and to what extent, but argumentation is open to the most manifold and various opinions, and on these a decision can finally be determined only arbitrarily. In this method of beginning science with a definition, no mention is made of the need to demonstrate the necessity of its subject matter, and hence the necessity of the science itself. The concept of pure science and its deduction is therefore presupposed in the present work insofar as the phenomenology of spirit is nothing other than that deduction. Absolute knowledge is the truth of all the modes of consciousness because, as the course of the phenomenology brought out, it is only in absolute knowledge that the separation of the subject matter from the certainty of itself is completely resolved. Truth has become equal to certainty and this certainty to truth. Pure science thus presupposes the liberation from the opposition of consciousness. It contains thought insofar as this thought is equally the fact as it is in itself, or the fact in itself insofar as this is equally pure thought. As science, truth is pure self-consciousness as it develops itself and has the shape of the self, so that that which exists in and for itself is the conscious concept and the concept as such is that which exists in and for itself. This objective thinking is thus the content of pure science. Consequently, far from being formal, far from lacking the matter required for an actual and true cognition, it is its content which alone has absolute truth, or, if one still wanted to make use of the word matter, which alone is the veritable matter, a matter for which the form is nothing external, because this matter is rather pure thought and hence the absolute form itself. Accordingly, logic is to be understood as the system of pure reason, as the realm of pure thought. This realm is truth unveiled, truth as it is in and for itself. It can therefore be said that this content is the exposition of God as he is in his eternal essence before the creation of nature and of a finite spirit. Anaxagoras is celebrated as the man who first gave voice to the thought that knew, thought, is the principle of the world, that the essence of the world is to be defined as thought. In this, he laid down the foundation for an intellectual view of the universe, the pure shape of which must be logic. Logic has nothing to do with the thought about something which stands outside by itself as the base of thought, nor does it have to do with forms meant to provide mere markings of the truth. Rather, the necessary forms of thinking, and its specific determinations, are the content and the ultimate truth itself. To get at least some inkling of this, one must put aside the notion that truth must be something tangible. Such tangibility, for example, is carried over even into the ideas of Plato, which are in God's thought, as if they were, so to speak, things that exist but in another world or region, and a world of actuality were to be found outside them which has a substantiality distinct from those ideas and is real only because of this distinctness. The Platonic idea is nothing else than the universal, or, more precisely, it is the concept of the subject matter. It is only in the concept that something has actuality, and to the extent that it is different from its concept, it ceases to be actual and is a nullity. The side of tangibility and of sensuous self-externality belongs to this null side. But on the other side one can appeal to the representations typical of ordinary logic, for it is assumed that in definitions, for example, the determinations are not just of the knowing subject but are rather determinations of the subject matter, such that constitute its innermost essential nature. Or in an inference drawn from given determinations to others, the assumption is that the inferred is not something external to the subject matter and alien to it, but that it belongs to it instead, that to the thought there corresponds being. Everywhere presupposed by the use of the forms of the concept, of judgment, inference, definition, division, etc., is that they are not mere forms of self-conscious thinking but also of objective understanding. Thought is an expression which attributes the determination contained in it primarily to consciousness. But inasmuch as it is said that understanding, that reason, is in the objective world, that spirit and nature have universal laws to which their life and their changes conform, then it is conceded just as much that the determinations of thought have objective value and concrete existence. Critical philosophy did indeed already turn metaphysics into logic, but, like the subsequent idealism, it gave to the logical determinations an essentially subjective significance out of fear of the object. As we said earlier, for that reason, these determinations remained affected by the very object that they avoided, and were left with the remains of a thing in itself, an infinite check, as a beyond. But the liberation from the opposition of consciousness that science must be able to presuppose elevates the determinations of thought above this anxious, incomplete standpoint, and demands that they be considered for what they are in and for themselves without any such cautious restriction, as the logical, the purely rational. Kant thought further of logic, that is, the aggregate of definitions and propositions that ordinarily passes for logic, as fortunate because, as contrasted with other sciences, it was its lot to attain an early completion. Since Aristotle, it has taken no backward step, but also none forward, the latter because to all appearances it seems to be finished and complete. If logic has not undergone change since Aristotle, and in fact, judging from the latest compendiums of logic, the usual changes mostly consist only of omissions, then surely the conclusion to be drawn is that it is all the more in need of a total reworking, for the 2000 years of spirit's continuous labor must have procured for it a higher consciousness about its thinking and the purity of its inner essence. A comparison of the shapes to which the spirit of the practical and the religious world, and of science in every form of real or idealized consciousness, has raised itself, with the shape in which logic, spirit's consciousness of its own pure essence, finds itself, reveals too wide a difference that one would not be struck, even on the most superficial observation, by the disproportion and the unworthiness of the latter consciousness as contrasted with spirit's other elevations. As a matter of fact, the need for a reformation of logic has long been felt. In the form and content in which it is found in the textbooks, it must be said that it has fallen into disrepute. It is still being dragged along, more from a feeling that one cannot dispense with a logic altogether and the persisting traditional belief in its importance, than from any conviction that such a commonplace content and the occupation with such empty forms are of any value or use. The additions of psychological, pedagogical, and even physiological material which logic was at one time given, have later been almost universally recognized as disfigurations. A large part of these psychological, pedagogical, or physiological observations, of these laws and rules, whether they occur in logic or anywhere else, must appear in and for themselves to be quite shallow and trivial. The rule, for instance, that one should think through and personally test what one reads in books or hears by word of mouth, or, if one has poor sight, that one should aid the eyes with spectacles, rules which were offered for the attainment of truth in the textbooks of so-called applied logic, and even pompously set out in paragraphs, these must immediately strike everyone as superfluous, apart from the writer or the teacher who is in the embarrassing position of having to pad with extra material the otherwise too short and lifeless content of logic. C. Regarding this content, the reason why it is so spiritless has already been given above. Its determinations are accepted in their undisturbed fixity and are brought together only in external connection. Since in judgments and syllogisms the operations are mostly reduced to, and founded upon, the quantitative aspect of the determinations, everything rests on external differentiation, on mere comparison, and becomes a completely analytical procedure and a calculus void of concept. The deduction of the so-called rules and laws, of inference especially, is no better than the manipulation of rods of unequal lengths for sorting them out in groups according to size, than a children's game of fitting together the pieces of a colored picture puzzle. Not incorrectly, therefore, has this thinking been equated with reckoning, and reckoning again with this thinking. In mathematics, numbers have no conceptual content, no meaning outside equality or inequality, that is, outside relations which are entirely external. Neither in themselves nor in connection are they a thought. When one mechanically calculates that 3/4 multiplied by 2/3 makes 1/2, this operation contains about as much and as little thought as estimating whether in a logical figure this or that kind of syllogism applies. For the dead bones of logic to be quickened by spirit and become substance and content, its method must be the one which alone can make it fit to be pure science. In the present situation of logic, hardly a trace of scientific method is to be seen in it. It has roughly the form of an empirical science. The empirical sciences did find a method of defining and classifying their material specifically suited, such as it is, to what they are supposed to be. Pure mathematics, too, has its method suited to its abstract objects and the quantitative form in which alone it considers them. In the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit, I have said what is essential regarding this method and, in general, the derived form of scientific procedure proper to mathematics, but we shall return to it in more detail within the logic itself. Spinoza, Wolff, and others, have let themselves be led astray into applying that method also to philosophy and in making the conceptually void external course of quantity, the course of the concept, a move contradictory in and for itself. Hitherto philosophy had yet to find its method but looked with envy at the systematic edifice of mathematics and, as we have said, borrowed it from it or helped itself with the method of sciences which are only an admixture of given material, propositions of experience and thoughts, or it even resorted to the crude rejection of all method. But the exposition of that which alone can be the true method of philosophical science falls within the treatment of logic itself, for method is the consciousness of the form of the inner self-movement of the content of logic. In the Phenomenology of Spirit, I have presented an example of this method with respect to a concrete object, namely consciousness. At issue there are shapes of consciousness, each of which dissolves itself in being realized, has its own negation for result, and thereby has gone over to a higher shape. The one thing needed to achieve scientific progress, and it is essential to make an effort at gaining this quite simple insight into it, is the recognition of the logical principle that negation is equally positive, or that what is self-contradictory does not resolve itself into a nullity, into abstract nothingness, but essentially only into the negation of its particular content, or that such a negation is not just negation, but is the negation of the determined fact which is resolved, and is therefore determinate negation, that in the result there is therefore contained an essence that from which the result derives, a tautology indeed, since the result would otherwise be something immediate and not a result. Because the result, the negation, is a determinate negation, it has a content. It is a new concept, but one higher and richer than the preceding, richer because it negates or opposes the preceding and therefore contains it, and it contains even more than that, for it is the unity of itself and its opposite. It is above all in this way that the system of concepts is to be erected, and it has to come to completion in an unstoppable and pure progression that admits of nothing extraneous. How could I possibly pretend that the method that I follow in this system of logic, or rather the method that this system itself follows within, would not be capable of greater perfection, of greater elaboration of detail? Yet I know that it is the one and only true method. This is made obvious by the very fact that this method is not something distinct from its subject matter and content, for it is the content in itself, the dialectic which it possesses within itself, which moves the subject matter forward. It is clear that no expositions can be accepted as scientifically valid that do not follow the progression of this method and are not in tune with its simple rhythm, for it is the course of the fact itself. In keeping with this method, I remind the reader that the divisions and the headings of the books, the sections and chapters given in this work, as well as the explanations associated with them, are made for the purpose of a preliminary overview, and that strictly speaking they only are of historical value. They do not belong to the content and body of the science but are rather compilations of an external reflection which has already gone through the whole of the exposition, therefore knows the sequence of its moments in advance and anticipates them before they are brought on by the matter at issue itself. Similarly in other sciences, preliminary definitions and divisions are by themselves nothing other than such external indications, but also within the science they never exceed this status. Even in logic, for example, we are told something like this, that logic has two main parts, the doctrine of the elements and methodology, and under the doctrine of the elements we then immediately find such headings as laws of thinking, followed by Chapter 1, on concepts, Section 1, on the clarity of concepts, etc. These definitions and divisions, made without any deduction and justification, constitute the systematic framework and the entire connectedness of such sciences. Such a logic considers it its vocation to talk about the necessity of deducing concepts and truths from principles, however, of what they call method. There is not the shadow of a deduction. Order consists in something like grouping together what is alike, in bringing in the simple ahead of the composite, and in other such external considerations. But as regards any internal, necessary connectedness, the list of headings is all that there is, and a transition is made simply by saying that now we are at Chapter 2, or that we now come to judgments, and the like. Also the headings and divisions that appear in the present system are not intended to have for themselves any other significance than that of an indication of content. But then the necessity of the connectedness and the imminent emergence of distinctions must be found in the treatment of the fact itself, for it falls within the concept's own progressive determination. What propels the concept onward is the already mentioned negative which it possesses in itself. It is this that constitutes the truly dialectical factor. Dialectic, once considered a separate part of logic and, one may say, entirely misunderstood so far as its purpose and standpoint are concerned, thereby assumes a totally different position. Even the Platonic dialectic, in the Parmenides itself and elsewhere even more directly, on the one hand only has the aim of refuting limited assertions by internally dissolving them and, on the other hand, generally comes only to a negative result. Dialectic is commonly regarded as an external and negative activity which does not belong to the fact itself but is rooted in mere conceit, in a subjective obsession for subverting and bringing to naught everything firm and true, or at least as in resulting in nothing but the vanity of the subject matter subjected to dialectical treatment. Kant had a higher regard for dialectic, and this is among his greatest merits, for he removed from it the semblance of arbitrariness which it has in ordinary thought and presented it as a necessary operation of reason. Because dialectic was held to be merely the art of practicing deceptions and producing illusions, it was straightway assumed that it plays a false game, that its whole power rests solely on hiding its deception, that its results are only deviously obtained, a subjective shine. True, Kant's dialectical displays in the antinomies of pure reason, when examined more closely as will be done at length in the course of this work, do not deserve great praise, but the general idea to which he gave justification and credence is the objectivity of reflective shine and the necessity of the contradiction which belongs to the nature of thought determinations. Of course, this he did above all with reference to the way in which these determinations are applied by reason to the things in themselves. Nevertheless, what such determinations are in reason, and with reference to what is in itself, this is precisely their nature. This result, grasped in its positive aspect, is nothing else but the inner negativity of the determinations which is their self-moving soul, the principle of all natural and spiritual life. But if one stays fixed at the abstract negative aspect of dialectics, the result is only the commonplace that reason is incapable of knowing the infinite, a peculiar result indeed, for it says that, since the infinite is what is rational, reason is not capable of cognizing the irrational. It is in this dialectic as understood here, and hence in grasping opposites in their unity, or the positive in the negative, that the speculative consists. It is the most important aspect of dialectic, but for the still unpracticed, unfree faculty of thought, the most difficult. Such a faculty, if still occupied with breaking itself free of the concrete representations of the senses and of ratiocination, must first practice abstract thinking, hold fast to concepts and their determinateness and learn to gain knowledge by means of them. An exposition of logic to this end would have, in its method, to keep to a subject division as mentioned above, and with regard to the more detailed content, to the definitions given to the single concepts, without getting itself involved in dialectic. In external shape, it would turn out to be similar to the usual presentation of this science, yet would also depart from it in content and, though of no use for the practice of speculative thinking, it would however serve abstract thinking, and this is a purpose which can never be realized by a logic popularized with the additions of psychological and anthropological materials. What it would give to the mind is the picture of a methodically ordered whole, even though the soul of the edifice, the method dwelling in the dialectic, would not itself appear in it. Finally, with respect to the education and the relation of the individual to logic, I would further remark that this science, like grammar, appears in two different aspects or values. It is one thing for one who comes to it and to the sciences generally for the first time, and something else for one who returns to it from these sciences. He who is beginning to make his acquaintance with grammar finds in its forms and laws dry abstractions, arbitrary rules, quite in general a disconnected aggregate of definitions that have no other value or meaning than what they immediately signify at the start. There is nothing to be known in them except themselves. On the other hand, he who has mastered a language and is also acquainted with other languages with which to compare it, to such is given the capacity to feel in the grammar of the language the spirit and culture of a people. The same rules and forms now have an enriched, living value. In the medium of the language, he can recognize the expression of spirit as spirit, and this is logic. So, he who first comes to this science, at first finds in logic an isolated system of abstractions which, confined to itself, does not reach over to embrace other forms of cognition and of science. On the contrary, when held against the riches of the world scenario, against the apparently real content of the other sciences, when compared with the promise of the absolute science to unveil the essence of these riches, to unveil the inner nature of spirit and of the world, the truth, then in the abstractness of its shape, in the colorlessness and stark simplicity of its pure determinations, this science has rather the look of one who can sooner afford anything than any such promise but stands penniless before those riches. The first acquaintance with logic restricts its significance to it alone. Its content passes only for an isolated occupation with thought determinations, next to which the other scientific endeavors constitute a material and content of their own, one over which logical thought may indeed have some formal influence, but an influence which is more of their own making and which, if need be, scientific form and the study of this form can at any rate also dispense with. The other sciences have on the whole discarded the well-regulated method of proceeding by way of definitions, axioms, theorems and their proofs, and so on. So-called natural logic has become their accepted norm, and this manages to do its work without any specialized knowledge of thought itself. All in all, the matter and the content of these sciences stand totally independent of logic and are also better suited to the senses, to feeling, the imagination, and any kind of practical interest. So logic must indeed at first be learned as something which one may well understand and penetrate into, but in which, at the beginning, one misses the scope, depth, and broader significance. Only after a more profound acquaintance with the other sciences does logic rise for subjective spirit from a merely abstract universal to a universal that encompasses within itself the riches of the particular, in the same way a moral maxim does not possess in the mouth of a youngster who otherwise understands it quite well the meaning and scope that it has in the spirit of a man with a lifetime of experience, to whom therefore the weight of its content is expressed in full force. Thus logic receives full appreciation of its value only when it comes as the result of the experience of the sciences, that it displays itself to spirit as the universal truth, not as a particular cognition alongside another material and other realities, but as the essence rather of this further content. Now, although this power of logic is not consciously present to spirit at the beginning of its study, such a study will nevertheless impart to it the inward power which will lead it to the truth. The system of logic is the realm of shadows, the world of simple essentialities, freed of all sensuous concretion. To study this science, to dwell and to labor in this realm of shadows, is the absolute culture and discipline of consciousness. Its task is one which is remote from the intuitions and the goals of the senses, remote from feelings and from the world of merely fancied representation. Considered from its negative side, this task consists in holding off the accidentality of ratiocinative thought and the arbitrariness in the choice to accept one ground as valid rather than its opposite. But above all, thought thereby gains self-subsistence and independence. It will make itself at home in abstractions and in the ways of working with concepts without sensuous substrata, will develop an unconscious power to assimilate in rational form the otherwise dispersed manifold of cognitions and sciences, the power to grasp and hold them in their essentiality, to strip them of every externality and in this way to abstract from them the logical element, or what is the same thing, the power to fill the abstract groundwork of logic previously acquired through study with the content of every truth, and to bestow upon this content the value of a universal which no longer stands as a particular alongside other particulars but embraces them all in its grasp and is their essence, the absolutely true. General division of the logic. It follows from what has been said regarding the concept of this science and where its justification lies that the general division of it can be only provisional here, can be given, as it were, only in so far as the author is already acquainted with the science and is consequently historically in a position to indicate in advance the main distinctions in which the concept assumes determination as it develops. Still, the attempt can be made to elicit in advance some general understanding of what is required for performing the division, although even here recourse must be made to a procedural method which will attain full disclosure and justification only within the science. One must thus be reminded, first and foremost, that presupposed here is that the division must be connected with the concept, or rather must lie in the concept itself. The concept is not indeterminate but is determinate within the division, however, expresses this determinateness of the concept in developed form. It is the parting of the concept and judgment, not a judgment about some subject matter or other picked out externally, but the judging, that is, the determining, of the concept within it. Right angularity, acute angularity, etc., or equilaterality, which are the determinations according to which triangles are divided, do not lie in the determinateness of the triangle itself, that is, not in what is usually called the concept of a triangle, no more than in the concept of animal in general, or of mammal, bird, etc. One can find the determinations according to which animal in general is divided into mammal, bird, etc., and these classes are then divided into further genera. Such determinations are taken from elsewhere. From empirical intuition they come to those so-called concepts from without. In the philosophical treatment of division, the concept must show that it itself holds the source of the determinations. But in the introduction, the concept of logic was itself presented as the result of a science that transcends it, and hence is equally a presupposition here. Accordingly, logic was defined as the science of pure thought, the science that has pure knowledge for its principle and is a unity which is not abstract but living and concrete, so that the opposition of consciousness between a being subjectively existing for itself, and another but objectively existing such being, has been overcome in it, and being is known to be in itself a pure concept and the pure concept to be true being. These, then, are the two moments contained in logic. But they are now known to exist inseparably, not as in consciousness, where each exists for itself. It is for this reason and this reason alone, because they are at the same time known to be distinct, yet not to exist for themselves, that their unity is not abstract, dead and inert, but concrete. This unity also constitutes the logical principle as element, so that the development of the distinction which is from the start present in it proceeds only inside this element. For since the division is, as we said, the parting or the judgment of the concept, is the positing of the determination which is already immanent in it and therefore the positing of its distinction, this positing must not be understood as resolving that concrete unity back into its determinations, as if these were to exist on their own, for this would be here a vacuous return to the previous standpoint, to the opposition of consciousness. But this opposition has vanished, the unity remains the element, and the distinctions of the division and of the development in general no longer transgress that unity. Therefore the earlier determinations which, on the pathway to truth, existed for themselves, as for instance that of subjective and objective, or also of thought and being, of concept and reality, no matter from what standpoint they were determined, are now in their truth, that is, in their unity, reduced to forms. In their difference they therefore implicitly remain, in themselves, the whole concept, and this concept is posited in the division only under its own determinations. Thus it is the whole concept which we must consider, first as existent concept, and then as concept. In the one case it is concept only implicitly, in itself, the concept of reality or being. In the other, it is the concept as such, the concept that exists for itself, in more concrete forms, the concept as it is in the human being, who is endowed with thought, and also in the sentient animal and in general in organic individuality, although, of course, in these last it is not conscious and still less known it is concept in itself only in inorganic nature. Accordingly, the first division must be between the logic of the concept as being and of the concept as concept, or, if we want to avail ourselves of otherwise familiar, but very indeterminate and therefore very ambiguous expressions, in objective and subjective logic. However, in accordance with the elemental unity which is immanent in the concept as basis, and hence in accordance with the inseparability of the concept's determinations, such determinations, even as differentiated, the concept is posited in their difference, must also stand at least in reference to each another. There results a sphere of mediation, the concept as a system of reflected determinations, that is, of being as it passes over into the in-itselfness of the concept, a concept which is in this way not yet posited for itself as such but is also fettered by an immediate being still external to it. This sphere is the doctrine of essence that stands between the doctrine of being and of the concept. In the general division of logic in this work, it has been included in objective logic because, although essence is indeed already inwardness, the character of subject is to be reserved nominatim for the concept. Recently Kant has opposed to what has usually been called logic another, namely a transcendental logic. What has been called objective logic here would correspond in part to what for him is transcendental logic. Kant distinguishes it from what he calls general logic because, a. it deals with concepts that refer to intended objects a priori, and hence does not abstract from all the content of objective cognition, or in that it contains the rules of the pure thinking of an intended object and because, s. it thereby goes to the source of our cognition so far as this cognition cannot be attributed to the intended objects. It is to this second aspect that Kant's philosophical interest is exclusively directed. His principal idea is to vindicate the categories for self-consciousness understood as the subjective I. Because of this determination, his point of view remains confined within consciousness and its opposition, and, besides the empirical element of feeling and intuition, is left with something else not posited or determined by thinking self-consciousness, a thing in itself, something alien and external to thinking, although it is easy to see that such an abstract entity as the thing in itself is itself only the product of thought, and of merely abstractive thought at that. If other Kantians have expanded on the determining of the intended object by the I by saying that the objectifying of the I is to be regarded as an original and necessary deed of consciousness, so that in this original deed there is not yet the representation of the I, which would be only a consciousness of that consciousness, or itself an objectifying of that consciousness, then this objectifying deed, liberated from the opposition of consciousness, is closer to what may be taken simply as thinking as such. But this deed should no longer be called consciousness, for consciousness holds within itself the opposition of the I and its intended object which is not to be found in that original deed. The name consciousness gives it more of a semblance of subjectivity than does the term thought, which here, however, is to be taken in the absolute sense of infinite thought, not as encumbered by the finitude of consciousness. In short, thought as such. Now because the interest of the Kantian philosophy was directed to the so-called transcendental nature of the categories, the treatment itself of such categories came up empty. What they are in themselves apart from their abstract relation to the I, a relation which is the same for all, how they are determined and related to each other, this was not made a subject of consideration, and therefore knowledge of their nature was not in the least advanced by this philosophy. What alone is of interest in this connection comes only in the critique of ideas. However, if there was to be a real progress in philosophy, it was necessary that the interest of thought should be drawn to the consideration of the formal side, of the I, of consciousness as such, that is, of the abstract reference of a subjective awareness to an object, and that in this way the path should be opened for the cognition of the infinite form, that is, of the concept. Yet, in order to arrive at this cognition, the finite determinateness in which that form is as I, as consciousness, must be shed. The form, when thought out in its purity, will then have within itself the capacity to determine itself, that is, to give itself a content, and to give it as a necessary content, as a system of thought determinations. The objective logic thus takes the place rather of the former metaphysics which was supposed to be the scientific edifice of the world as constructed by thoughts alone. If we look at the final shape and the elaboration of this science, then it is ontology which objective logic most directly replaces in the first instance, that is, that part of metaphysics intended to investigate the nature of ends in general, and ends comprises within itself both being and essence, a distinction for which the German language has fortunately preserved different expressions. But objective logic comprises within itself also the rest of metaphysics, The metaphysics which sought to comprehend with the pure forms of thought such particular substrata, originally drawn from the imagination, as the soul, the world, and God, and in this type of consideration the determinations of thought constituted the essential factor. Logic, however, considers these forms free of those substrata, which are the subjects of figurative representation, considers their nature and value in and for themselves. That metaphysics neglected to do this, and it therefore incurred the just reproach that it employed the pure forms of thought uncritically, without previously investigating whether and how they could be the determinations of the thing in itself, to use Kant's expression, or more precisely, of the rational. The objective logic is therefore the true critique of such determinations, a critique that considers them, not according to the abstract form of the a priori as contrasted with the a posteriori, but in themselves according to their particular content. The subjective logic is the logic of the concept, of essence which has sublated its reference to a being or to its reflective shine, and in its determination is no longer external but something subjective, freely self-subsisting, self-determining, or rather the subject itself. Since subjective brings with it the misconception of accidental and arbitrary and also, in general, of determinations that belong to the form of consciousness, no particular weight is to be attached here to the distinction of subjective and objective. This is a distinction which will be more precisely developed later in the logic itself. Logic thus divides overall into objective and subjective logic, but more specifically it has three parts. I. The logic of being. 2. The logic of essence, and 3. The logic of the concept. Book 1 The Doctrine of Being. With what must the beginning of science be made? It is only in recent times that there has been a new awareness of the difficulty of finding a beginning in philosophy, and the reason for this difficulty, and so also the possibility of resolving it, have been discussed in a variety of ways. The beginning of philosophy must be either something mediated or something immediate, and it is easy to show that it can be neither the one nor the other, so either way a beginning runs into contradiction. The principle of a philosophy also expresses a beginning, of course, but not so much a subjective as an objective one, the beginning of all things. The principle is a somehow determinate content, water, the one, new, idea, or substance, monad, etc. or, if it designates the nature of cognition and is therefore meant simply as a criterion rather than an objective determination, as thinking, intuition, sensation, even subjectivity, then here too the interest still lies in the content determination. The beginning as such, on the other hand, as something subjective in the sense that it is an accidental way of introducing the exposition, is left unconsidered, a matter of indifference, and consequently also the need to ask with what a beginning should be made remains of no importance in face of the need for the principle in which alone the interest of the fact seems to lie, the interest as to what is the truth, the absolute ground of everything. But the modern perplexity about a beginning proceeds from a further need which escapes those who are either busy demonstrating their principle dogmatically or skeptically looking for a subjective criterion against dogmatic philosophizing, and is outright denied by those who begin, like a shot from a pistol, from their inner revelation, from faith, intellectual intuition, etc., and who would be exempt from method and logic. If earlier abstract thought is at first interested only in the principle as content, but is driven as philosophical culture advances to the other side to pay attention to the conduct of the cognitive process, then the subjective activity has also been grasped as an essential moment of objective truth, and with this there comes the need to unite the method with the content, the form with the principle. Thus the principle ought to be also the beginning, and that which has priority for thinking ought to be also the first in the process of thinking. Here we only have to consider how the logical beginning appears. The two sides from which it can be taken have already been named, namely either by way of mediation as result, or immediately as beginning proper. This is not the place to discuss the question apparently so important to present-day culture, whether the knowledge of truth is an immediate awareness that begins absolutely, a faith, or rather a mediated knowledge. In so far as the issue allows passing treatment, this has already been done elsewhere, in my Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, Rod ed., in the prefatory concept, sections ff. Here we may quote from it only this, that there is nothing in heaven or nature or spirit or anywhere else that does not contain just as much immediacy as mediation, so that both these determinations prove to be unseparated and inseparable and the opposition between them nothing real. As for a scientific discussion, a case in point is every logical proposition in which we find the determinations of immediacy and mediacy and where there is also entailed, therefore, a discussion of their opposition and their truth. This opposition, when connected to thinking, to knowledge, to cognition, assumes the more concrete shape of immediate or mediated knowledge, and it is then up to the science of logic to consider the nature of cognition in general, while the more concrete forms of the same cognition fall within the scope of the science of spirit and the phenomenology of spirit. But to want to clarify the nature of cognition prior to science is to demand that it should be discussed outside science, and outside science this cannot be done, at least not in the scientific manner which alone is the issue here. A beginning is logical in that it is to be made in the element of a free, self-contained thought. In pure knowledge it is thereby mediated, for pure knowledge is the ultimate and absolute truth of consciousness. We said in the introduction that the phenomenology of spirit is the science of consciousness, its exposition that consciousness has the concept of science, that is, pure knowledge, for its result. To this extent, logic has for its presupposition the science of spirit in its appearance, a science which contains the necessity, and therefore demonstrates the truth, of the standpoint which is pure knowledge and of its mediation. In this science of spirit in its appearance the beginning is made from empirical, sensuous consciousness, and it is this consciousness which is immediate knowledge in the strict sense there, in this science, is where its nature is discussed. Any other consciousness, such as faith in divine truths, inner experience, knowledge through inner revelation, etc., proves upon cursory reflection to be very ill-suited as an instance of immediate knowledge. In the said treatise, immediate consciousness is also that which in the science comes first and immediately and is therefore a presupposition, but in logic the presupposition is what has proved itself to be the result of that preceding consideration, namely the idea as pure knowledge. Logic is the pure science, that is, pure knowledge in the full compass of its development. But in that result the idea has the determination of a certainty that has become truth. It is a certainty which, on the one hand, no longer stands over and against a subject matter confronting it externally but has interiorized it, is knowingly aware that the subject matter is itself and, on the other hand, has relinquished any knowledge of itself that would oppose it to objectivity and would reduce the latter to a nothing. It has externalized this subjectivity and is at one with its externalization. Now, starting with this determination of pure knowledge, all that we have to do to ensure that the beginning will remain immanent to the science of this knowledge is to consider, or rather, setting aside every reflection, simply to take up what is there before us. Pure knowledge, thus withdrawn into this unity, has sublated every reference to another and to mediation. It is without distinctions, and as thus distinctionless it ceases to be knowledge. What we have before us is only simple immediacy. Simple immediacy is itself an expression of reflection. It refers to the distinction from what is mediated. The true expression of this simple immediacy is therefore pure being. Just as pure knowledge should mean nothing but knowledge as such, so also pure being should mean nothing but being in general being, and nothing else, without further determination and filling. Being is what makes the beginning. Here it is presented indeed as originating through mediation, but a mediation which at the same time sublates itself, and the presupposition is of a pure knowledge which is the result of finite knowledge, of consciousness. But if no presupposition is to be made, if the beginning is itself to be taken immediately, then the only determination of this beginning is that it is to be the beginning of logic, of thought as such. There is only present the resolve, which can also be viewed as arbitrary, of considering thinking as such. The beginning must then be absolute, or, what means the same here, must be an abstract beginning, and so there is nothing that it may presuppose, must not be mediated by anything or have a ground, ought to be rather itself the ground of the entire science. It must therefore be simply an immediacy, or rather only immediacy itself. Just as it cannot have any determination with respect to another, so too it cannot have any within it cannot have any content, for any content would entail distinction and the reference of distinct moments to each other, and hence a mediation. The beginning is therefore pure being. After this simple exposition of what alone first belongs to the simplest of all simples, the logical beginning, we may add the following further reflections which should not serve, however, as elucidation and confirmation of the exposition. This is complete by itself, but are rather occasioned by notions and reflections which may come our way beforehand and yet, like all other prejudices that antedate the science of logic, must be disposed of within the science itself and are therefore to be patiently deferred until then. The insight that absolute truth must be a result, and conversely, that a result presupposes a first truth which, because it is first, objectively considered is not necessary and from the subjective side is not known. This insight has recently given rise to the thought that philosophy can begin only with something which is hypothetically and problematically true, and that at first, therefore, philosophizing can be only a quest. This is a view that Reinhold has repeatedly urged in the later stages of his philosophizing, and which must be given credit for being motivated by a genuine interest in the speculative nature of philosophical beginning. A critical examination of this view will also be an occasion for introducing a preliminary understanding of what progression in logic generally means, for the view has direct implications for the nature of this advance. Indeed, as portrayed by it, progression in philosophy would be rather a retrogression and a grounding, only by virtue of which it then follows as result that that, with which the beginning was made, was not just an arbitrary assumption but was in fact the truth, and the first truth at that. It must be admitted that it is an essential consideration, one which will be found elaborated again within the logic itself, that progression is a retreat to the ground, to the origin and the truth on which that with which the beginning was made, and from which it is in fact produced, depends. Thus consciousness, on its forward path from the immediacy with which it began, is led back to the absolute knowledge which is its innermost truth. This truth, the ground, is then also that from which the original first proceeds, the same first which at the beginning came on the scene as something immediate. It is most of all in this way that absolute spirit, which is revealed as the concrete and supreme truth of all being, comes to be known, as at the end of the development it freely externalizes itself, letting itself go into the shape of an immediate being, resolving itself into the creation of a world which contains all that fell within the development preceding that result and which, through this reversal of position with its beginning, is converted into something dependent on the result as principle. Essential to science is not so much that a pure immediacy should be the beginning, but that the whole of science is in itself a circle in which the first becomes also the last, and the last also the first. Conversely, it follows that it is just as necessary to consider as result that into which the movement returns as to its ground. In this respect, the first is just as much the ground, and the last a derivative since the movement makes its start from the first and by correct inferences arrives at the last as the ground, this last as result. Further, the advance from that which constitutes the beginning is to be considered only as one more determination of the same advance, so that this beginning remains as the underlying ground of all that follows without vanishing from it. The advance does not consist in the derivation of another, or in the transition to a truly other inasmuch as there is a transition, it is equally sublated again. Thus the beginning of philosophy is the ever-present and self-preserving foundation of all subsequent developments, remaining everywhere immanent in its further determinations. In this advance the beginning thus loses the one-sidedness that it has when determined simply as something immediate and abstract. It becomes mediated, and the line of scientific forward movement consequently turns into a circle. It also follows that what constitutes the beginning, because it is something still undeveloped and empty of content, is not yet truly known at that beginning, and that only science, and science fully developed, is the completed cognition of it, replete with content and finally truly grounded. But for this reason, because it is as absolute ground that the result finally emerges, the progression of this cognition is not anything provisory, still problematic and hypothetical, but must be determined through the nature of the matter at issue and of the content itself. Nor is the said beginning an arbitrary and only temporary assumption, or something which seems to be an arbitrary and tentative presupposition but of which it is subsequently shown that to make it the starting point was indeed the right thing to do. This is not as when we are instructed to make certain constructions in order to aid the proof of a geometrical theorem, and only in retrospect, in the course of the proof, does it become apparent that we did well to draw precisely these lines and then, in the proof itself, to begin by comparing them or the enclosed angles, though the line drawing or the comparing themselves escape conceptual comprehension. So we have just given, right within science itself, the reason why in pure science the beginning is made with pure being. This pure being is the unity into which pure knowledge returns, or if this knowledge, as form, is itself still to be kept distinct from its unity, then pure being is also its content. It is in this respect that this pure being, this absolute immediate, is just as absolutely mediated. However, just because it is here as the beginning, it is just as essential that it should be taken in the one-sidedness of being purely immediate. If it were not this pure indeterminacy, if it were determined, it would be taken as something mediated, would already be carried further than itself. A determinate something has the character of another with respect to a first. It thus lies in the nature of a beginning itself that it should be being and nothing else. There is no need, therefore, of other preparations to enter philosophy, no need of further reflections or access points. Nor can we derive a more specific determination or a more positive content for the beginning of philosophy from the fact that it is such a beginning. For here, at the beginning, where the fact itself is not yet at hand, philosophy is an empty word, a received and yet unjustified notion. Pure knowledge yields only this negative determination, namely that the beginning ought to be abstract. If pure being is taken as the content of pure knowledge, then the latter must step back from its content, allowing it free play and without determining it further. Or again, inasmuch as pure being is to be considered as the unity into which knowledge has collapsed when at the highest point of union with its objectification, knowledge has then disappeared into this unity, leaving behind no distinction from it and hence no determination for it. Nor is there anything else present, any content whatever, that could be used to make a more determinate beginning with it. But, it may be said, the determination of being assumed so far as the beginning can also be let go, so that the only requirement would be that a pure beginning should be made. Nothing would then be at hand except the beginning itself, and we must see what this would be. This position could be suggested also for the benefit of those who are either not comfortable, for whatever reason, with beginning with being and even less with the transition into nothing that follows from being, or who simply do not know how else to make a beginning in a science except by presupposing a representation which is subsequently analyzed, the result of the analysis then yielding the first determinate concept in the science. If we also want to test this strategy, we must relinquish every particular object that we may intend, since the beginning, as the beginning of thought, is meant to be entirely abstract, entirely general, all form with no content. We must have nothing, therefore, except the representation of a mere beginning as such. We have, therefore, only to see what there is in this representation. As yet there is nothing, and something is supposed to become. The beginning is not pure nothing but a nothing, rather, from which something is to proceed also being, therefore, is already contained in the beginning. Therefore, the beginning contains both, being and nothing. It is the unity of being and nothing, or is non-being which is at the same time being, and being which is at the same time non-being. Further, being and nothing are present in the beginning as distinguished, for the beginning points to something other. It is a non-being which refers to another that which begins, as yet is not, it only reaches out to being. The being contained in the beginning is such, therefore, that it distances itself from non-being or sublates it as something which is opposed to it. But further, that which begins already is, but is also just as much not yet. The opposites, being and non-being, are therefore in immediate union in it, or the beginning is their undifferentiated unity. An analysis of the beginning would thus yield the concept of the unity of being and non-being, or, in a more reflected form, the concept of the unity of differentiated and undifferentiated being, or of the identity of identity and non-identity. This concept could be regarded as the first, purest, that is, most abstract, definition of the absolute, as it would indeed be if the issue were just the form of definitions and the name of the absolute. In this sense, just as such an abstract concept would be the first definition of the absolute, so all further determinations and developments would be only more determinate and richer definitions of it. But let those who are not satisfied with being as the beginning, since being passes over into nothing and what emerges is the unity of the two, let them consider what is more likely to satisfy them, this beginning that begins with a representation of the beginning and an analysis of it, an analysis that is indeed correct yet equally leads to the unity of being and non-being, or a beginning which makes being the beginning. But, regarding this strategy, there is still a further observation to be made. The said analysis presupposes that the representation of the beginning is known. Its strategy follows the example of other sciences. These presuppose their object and presume that everyone has the same representation of it and will find in it roughly the same determinations which they have collected here or there, through analysis, comparison, and sundry argumentation, and they then offer as its representations. But that which constitutes the absolute beginning must likewise be something otherwise known now. If it is something concrete and hence in itself variously determined, then this connectedness which it is in itself is presupposed as a known. The connectedness is thereby adduced to something immediate, which however it is not, for it is connectedness only as a connection of distinct elements and therefore contains mediation within itself. Further, the accidentality and the arbitrariness of the analysis and the specific mode of determination affect the concrete internally. Which determinations are elicited depends on what each individual happens to discover in his immediate accidental representation. The connection contained within a concrete something, within a synthetic unity, is necessary only insofar as it is not found already given but is produced rather by the spontaneous return of the moments back into this unity, a movement which is the opposite of the analytical procedure that occurs rather within the subject and is external to the fact itself. Here we then have the precise reason why that with which the beginning is to be made cannot be anything concrete, anything containing a connection within itself. It is because, as such, it would presuppose within itself a process of mediation and the transition from a first to another, of which process the concrete something, now become a simple, would be the result. But the beginning ought not itself to be already a first and another, for anything which is in itself a first and another implies that an advance has already been made. Consequently, that which constitutes the beginning itself, is to be taken as something unanalyzable, taken in its simple, unfilled immediacy and therefore as being, as complete emptiness. If, impatient with this talk of an abstract beginning, one should say that the beginning is to be made, not with the beginning, but directly with the fact itself, well then, this subject matter is nothing else than that empty being. For what this subject matter is, that is precisely what ought to result only in the course of the science, what the latter cannot presuppose to know in advance. On any other form otherwise assumed in an effort to have a beginning other than empty being, that beginning would still suffer from the same defects. Let those who are still dissatisfied with this beginning take upon themselves the challenge of beginning in some other way and yet avoiding such defects. But we cannot leave entirely unmentioned a more original beginning to philosophy which has recently gained notoriety, the beginning with the I. It derived from both the reflection that all that follows from the first truth must be deduced from it, and the need that this first truth should be something with which one is already acquainted, and even more than just acquainted, something of which one is immediately certain. This proposed beginning is not, as such, an accidental representation, or one which might be one thing to one subject and something else to another. For the I, this immediate consciousness of the self, appears from the start to be both itself an immediate something and something with which we are acquainted in a much deeper sense than with any other representation true. Anything else known belongs to this I, but it belongs to it as a content which remains distinct from it and is therefore accidental. The I, by contrast, is the simple certainty of itself. But the I is, as such, at the same time also a concrete, or rather, the I is the most concrete of all things, the consciousness of itself as an infinitely manifold world. Before the I can be the beginning and foundation of philosophy, this concreteness must be excised, and this is the absolute act by virtue of which the I purifies itself and makes its entrance into consciousness as abstract I. But this pure I is now not immediate, is not the familiar, ordinary I of our consciousness to which everyone immediately links science. Truly, that act of excision would be none other than the elevation to the standpoint of pure knowledge in which the distinction between subject and object has disappeared. But as thus immediately demanded, this elevation is a subjective postulate before it proves itself as a valid demand. The progression of the concrete I from immediate consciousness to pure knowledge must be demonstratively exhibited within the I itself, through its own necessity. Without this objective movement, pure knowledge, also when defined as intellectual intuition, appears as an arbitrary standpoint, itself one of those empirical states of consciousness for which everything depends on whether someone, though not necessarily somebody else, discovers it within himself or is able to produce it there. But inasmuch as this pure I must be essential, pure knowledge, and pure knowledge is however one which is only posited in individual consciousness through an absolute act of self-elevation, is not present in it immediately, we lose the very advantage which was to derive from this beginning of philosophy, namely that it is something with which everyone is well acquainted, something which everyone finds within himself and to which he can attach further reflection. That pure I, on the contrary, in its abstract, essential nature, is to ordinary consciousness an unknown, something that the latter does not find within itself. What comes with it is rather the disadvantage of the illusion that we are speaking of something supposedly very familiar, the I of empirical self-consciousness, whereas at issue is in fact something far removed from the latter. Determining pure knowledge as I acts as a continuing reminder of the subjective I whose limitations should rather be forgotten. It leads to the belief that the propositions and relations which result from the further development of the I occur within ordinary consciousness and can be found pre-given there, indeed that the whole issue is about this consciousness. This mistake, far from bringing clarity, produces instead an even more glaring and bewildering confusion among the public at large. It has occasioned the crudest of misunderstandings. Further, as regards the subjective determinateness of the I in general, pure knowledge does remove from it the restriction that it has when understood as standing in unsurmountable opposition to an object. But for this reason it would be at least superfluous still to hold on to this subjective attitude by determining pure knowledge as I. For this determination not only carries with it that troublesome duality of subject and object on closer examination, it also remains a subjective I. The actual development of the science that proceeds from the I shows that in the course of it the object has and retains the self-perpetuating determination of another with respect to the I, that therefore the I from which the start was made does not have the pure knowledge that has truly overcome the opposition of consciousness, but is rather still entangled in appearance. In this connection, there is the further essential observation to be made that, although the I might well be determined to be in itself pure knowledge or intellectual intuition and declared to be the beginning, in science we are not concerned with what is present in itself or as something inner, but with the external existence rather of what in thought is inner and with the determinateness which this inner assumes in that existence. But whatever externalization there might be of intellectual intuition at the beginning of science, or, if the subject matter of science is called the eternal, the divine, the absolute, of the eternal or absolute, this cannot be anything else than a first, immediate, simple determination. Whatever richer name be given to it than is expressed by mere being, the only legitimate consideration is how such an absolute enters into discursive knowledge and the enunciation of this knowledge. Intellectual intuition might well be the violent rejection of mediation and of demonstrative, external reflection. However, anything which it says over and above simple immediacy would be something concrete, and this concrete would contain a diversity of determinations in it. But, as already remarked, the enunciation and exposition of this concrete something is a process of mediation which starts with one of the determinations and proceeds to another, even though this other returns to the first, and this is a movement which, moreover, is not allowed to be arbitrary or esoteric. Consequently, that from which the beginning is made in any such exposition is not something itself concrete but only the simple immediacy from which the movement proceeds. Besides, what is lacking if we make something concrete the beginning is the demonstration which the combination of the determinations contained in it requires. Therefore, if in the expression of the Absolute, or the Eternal, or God, and God would have the perfectly undisputed right that the beginning be made with him, if in the intuition or the thought of them, there is more than there is in pure being, then this more should first emerge in a knowledge which is discursive and not figurative, as rich as what is implicitly contained in knowledge may be. The determination that first emerges in it is something simple, for it is only in the immediate that no advance is yet made from one thing to another. Consequently, whatever in the richer representations of the Absolute or God might be said or implied over and above being, all this is at the beginning only an empty word, and only being this simple determination which has no further meaning besides. This empty something, is as such, therefore, the beginning of philosophy. This insight is itself so simple that this beginning is as beginning and no need of any preparation or further introduction, and the only possible purpose of this preliminary disquisition regarding it was not to lead up to it but to dispense rather with all preliminaries. General division of being. Being is determined, first, as against another in general. Secondly, it is internally self-determining. Thirdly, as this preliminary division is cast off, it is the abstract indeterminateness and immediacy in which it must be the beginning. According to the first determination, being partitions itself off from essence, for further on in its development it proves to be in its totality only one sphere of the concept, and to this sphere as moment it opposes another sphere. According to the second, it is the sphere within which fall the determinations and the entire movement of its reflection. In this, being will posit itself in three determinations. I. As determinateness as such, quality. 2. As sublated determinateness, magnitude, quantity. 3. As qualitatively determined quantity, measure. This division, as was generally remarked of such divisions in the introduction, is here a preliminary statement. Its determinations must first arise from the movement of being itself, and receive their definitions and justification by virtue of it. As regards the divergence of this division from the usual listing of the categories, namely quantity, quality, relation and modality, for Kant, incidentally, these are supposed to be only classifications of his categories, but are in fact themselves categories, only more abstract ones. About this, there is nothing to remark here, since the entire listing will diverge from the usual ordering and meaning of the categories at every point. This only can perhaps be remarked, that the determination of quantity is ordinarily listed ahead of quality, and as a rule this is done for no given reason. It has already been shown that the beginning is made with being as such, and hence with qualitative being. It is clear from a comparison of quality with quantity that the former is by nature first. For quantity is quality which has already become negative, magnitude is the determinateness which, no longer one with being but already distinguished from it, is the sublated quality that has become indifferent. It includes the alterability of being without altering the fact itself, namely being, of which it is the determination. Qualitative determinateness is on the contrary one with its being, it neither transcends it nor stays within it but is its immediate restrictedness. Hence quality, as the determinateness which is immediate, is the first, and it is with it that the beginning is to be made. Measure is a relation, not relation in general but specifically of quality and quantity to each other. The categories dealt with by Kant under relation will come up elsewhere in their proper place. Measure, if one so wishes, can be considered also a modality, but since with Kant modality is no longer supposed to make up a determination of content, but only concerns the reference of the content to thought, to the subjective, the result is a totally heterogeneous reference that does not belong here. The third determination of being falls within the section quality, inasmuch as being, as abstract immediacy, reduces itself to one single determinateness as against its other determinacies inside its sphere. Section I. Determinateness, quality. Being is the indeterminate immediate. It is free of determinateness with respect to essence, just as it is still free of any determinateness that it can receive within itself. This reflectionless being is being as it immediately is only within. Since it is immediate, it is being without quality, but the character of indeterminateness attaches to it in itself only in opposition to what is determinate or qualitative. Determinate being thus comes to stand over and against being in general with that, however, the very indeterminateness of being constitutes its quality. It will therefore be shown that the first being is in itself determinate, and therefore, secondly, that it passes over into existence, is existence that this latter, however, as finite being, sublates itself and passes over into the infinite reference of being to itself it passes over, thirdly, into being for itself. Chapter Being. A being. Being, pure being, without further determination. In its indeterminate immediacy it is equal only to itself and also not unequal with respect to another. It has no difference within it, nor any outwardly. If any determination or content were posited in it as distinct, or if it were posited by this determination or content as distinct from another, it would thereby fail to hold fast to its purity. It is pure indeterminateness and emptiness. There is nothing to be intuited in it, if one can speak here of intuiting, or, it is only this pure empty intuiting itself. Just as little as anything to be thought in it, or, it is equally only this empty thinking. Being, the indeterminate immediate, is in fact nothing, and neither more nor less than nothing. Be nothing. Nothing, pure nothingness, it is simple equality with itself, complete emptiness, complete absence of determination and content, lack of all distinction within. In so far as mention can be made here of intuiting and thinking, it makes a difference whether something or nothing is being intuited or thought. To intuit or to think nothing has therefore a meaning. The two are distinguished, and so nothing is, concretely exists, in our intuiting or thinking, or rather it is the empty intuiting and thinking itself, like pure being. Nothing is therefore the same determination, or rather absence of determination, and thus altogether the same as what pure being is. See Becoming. Unity of being and nothing. Pure being and pure nothing are therefore the same. The truth is neither being nor nothing, but rather that being has passed over into nothing and nothing into being, has passed over, not passes over. But the truth is just as much that they are not without distinction. It is rather that they are not the same, that they are absolutely distinct yet equally unseparated and inseparable, and that each immediately vanishes in its opposite. Their truth is therefore this movement of the immediate vanishing of the one into the other becoming, a movement in which the two are distinguished, but by a distinction which has just as immediately dissolved itself. Remark. It is customary to oppose nothing to something. Something is however already a determinate existent that distinguishes itself from another something. Consequently, the nothing which is being opposed to something is also the nothing of a certain something, a determinate nothing. Here, however, the nothing is to be taken in its indeterminate simplicity. If it is deemed more correct to oppose non-being to being, instead of nothing, there is no objection to this as regards the result, since in non-being there is contained the reference to being. Non-being is both being and its negation as set in one nothing as it is in becoming. But the issue first of all is not the form of opposition, which is at the same time the form of reference, but the abstract, immediate negation, the nothing purely for itself, negation devoid of reference, and this can also be expressed, if one so wishes, simply by saying nothing. The Eleatics were the first to give voice to the simple thought of pure being, notable among them Parmenides, who declared it to be the absolute and sole truth. In his surviving fragments, he did it with the pure enthusiasm of thought which has for the first time apprehended itself in its absolute abstraction. Only being is, and nothing is not absolutely. In the Oriental systems, essentially in Buddhism, it is well known that nothing, the void, is the absolute principle. Against that simple and one-sided abstraction, the profound Heraclitus proposed the loftier, total concept of becoming and said being is no more than nothing, or also, all flows, that is, all is becoming. The popular proverbs, particularly the Oriental ones, that all that exists has the germ of death in its very birth, that death is on the other hand the entrance into a new life, express at bottom the same union of being and nothing. But these expressions have a substrate in which the transition takes place. Being and nothing are held apart in time, represented as alternating in it. They are not thought in their abstraction, and also, therefore, not so that they are the same in and for themselves. Ex nihilo, nihil fit, is one of the propositions to which great significance was attributed in metaphysics. The proposition is either to be viewed as just a barren tautology, nothing is nothing, or, if becoming is supposed to have real meaning in it, then, since only nothing comes from nothing, there is in fact none in it, for the nothing remains nothing in it. Becoming entails that nothing not remain nothing, but that it pass over into its other, being. Later metaphysics, especially the Christian, rejected the proposition that out of nothing comes nothing, thus asserting a transition from nothing into being. No matter how synthetically or merely imaginatively it took this proposition, there is yet even in the most incomplete unification of being and nothing a point at which they meet, and their distinguishedness vanishes. The proposition, nothing comes from nothing, nothing is just nothing, owes its particular importance to its opposition to becoming in general and hence also to the creation of the world out of nothing. Those who zealously hold firm to the proposition, nothing is just nothing, are unaware that in so doing they are subscribing to the abstract pantheism of the Eleatics and essentially also to that of Spinoza. The philosophical view that accepts as principle that being is only being, nothing only nothing, deserves the name of system of identity. This abstract identity is the essence of pantheism. If the result that being and nothing are the same seems inherently startling or paradoxical, there is not much to be done about it. We should be amazed rather at this amazement that appears so refreshing in philosophy but forgets that the determinations that occur in the science of logic are quite different from those of so-called common sense, which is not exactly sound understanding but an understanding schooled rather in abstractions and in the belief in abstractions, or more accurately in the superstitious belief in them. It would not be difficult to demonstrate the unity of being and nothing in every example, in every actual thing or thought. The same must be said of being and nothing as was said above of immediacy and mediation, which contain a reference to each other and hence negation, that nowhere on heaven or on earth is there anything which does not contain both being and nothing in itself. To be sure, since we are speaking here of a certain something and a certain actual thing, those determinations are no longer present in the complete untruth in which they are as being and exists as the germ of death in its very birth, that death is on the other hand the entrance into a new life, express at bottom the same union of being and nothing. But these expressions have a substrate in which the transition takes place. Being and nothing are held apart in time, represented as alternating in it. They are not thought in their abstraction and also, therefore, not so that they are the same in and for themselves. Ex nihilo, nihil fit, is one of the propositions to which great significance was attributed in metaphysics. The proposition is either to be viewed as just a barren tautology, nothing is nothing, or, if becoming is supposed to have real meaning in it, then, since only nothing comes from nothing, there is in fact none in it, for the nothing remains nothing in it. Becoming entails that nothing not remain nothing, but that it pass over into its other, being. Later metaphysics, especially the Christian, rejected the proposition that out of nothing comes nothing, thus asserting a transition from nothing into being. No matter how synthetically or merely imaginatively it took this proposition, there is yet even in the most incomplete unification of being and nothing a point at which they meet, and their distinguishedness vanishes. The proposition, nothing comes from nothing, nothing is just nothing, owes its particular importance to its opposition to becoming in general and hence also to the creation of the world out of nothing. Those who zealously hold firm to the proposition, nothing is just nothing, are unaware that in so doing they are subscribing to the abstract pantheism of the Eleatics and essentially also to that of Spinoza. The philosophical view that accepts as principle that being is only being, nothing only nothing, deserves the name of system of identity. This abstract identity is the essence of pantheism. If the result that being and nothing are the same seems inherently startling or paradoxical, there is not much to be done about it. We should be amazed rather at this amazement that appears so refreshing in philosophy but forgets that the determinations that occur in the science of logic are quite different from those of so-called common sense, which is not exactly sound understanding but an understanding schooled rather in abstractions and in the belief in abstractions, or more accurately in the superstitious belief in them. It would not be difficult to demonstrate the unity of being and nothing in every example, in every actual thing or thought. The same must be said of being and nothing as was said above of immediacy and mediation, which contain a reference to each other and hence negation, that nowhere on heaven or on earth is there anything which does not contain both being and nothing in itself. To be sure, since we are speaking here of a certain something and a certain actual thing, those determinations are no longer present in the complete untruth in which they are as being and determinate content. Some determinate being is presupposed. This being, since it is determinate, stands in manifold reference to another content. It is not a matter of indifference to it whether a certain other content to which it refers is or is not, for only through such a referring is it essentially what it is. The same applies to representing, and as much as we take non-being in the determinate sense of representing as contrasted with actuality. In this case the being or the absence of a content, which is a determinate representation that refers to another, is not a matter of indifference. This observation already contains what constitutes a capital point in the Kantian critique of the ontological proof of God's existence, although we only consider it here with reference to the distinction that comes up in it of being and nothing in general and of determinate being or non-being. As we know, that so-called proof presuppose the concept of a being that possesses all realities, including therefore concrete existence, which it likewise assumed as one of the realities. Kant's critique took mainly the line that existence or being, the two taken here as synonymous, is not a property or a real predicate, that is to say, not a concept of something that can be added to the concept of a thing. What Kant means to say is that being is not a content determination. Therefore, he goes on, the possible does not contain more than the actual. 100 actual dollars do not contain a whit more than 100 possible ones, that is, the actual 100 have no other content determination than the possible. And in fact, considered in isolation, it is a matter of indifference to this content whether it is or is not. There is no distinction of being and non-being in it. This distinction does not affect it at all. The $100 do not become less if they do not exist, or more if they do. Any distinction would have to originate from elsewhere. But in my financial state, Kant reminds us, there is more to 100 actual dollars than there is to the mere concept of them, that is, their possibility. For with actuality the intended object is not merely included in my concept analytically, but is synthetically added to my concept, which is a determination of my state, without the thought itself of the $100 being in the least increased by this being which they have outside my concept. Here are two kinds of states, to retain Kantian expressions which are not free of a confused awkwardness, are presupposed: one that Kant calls concept, by which we must understand representation, and another, my financial state. For the one is for the other, for the finances and the representation, the $100 are a content determination, or they are added to each synthetically, as Kant puts it. I, as possessing $100 or as not possessing them, or again, I, as representing $100 to myself or as not representing them, is of course a different content. Stated more generally, the abstractions of being and nothing both cease to be abstractions by receiving a determinate content. Being is then reality, the determinate being of $100, and nothing is negation, the determinate non-being of the same dollars. This determinate content itself, the $100, also abstracted by itself, is unaltered the same in the one as in the other. But when being is further taken as a financial state, the $100 refer to this state, and for this state their determinate content is not a matter of indifference. Their being or non-being is only an alteration. They are transposed into the sphere of existence. When it is therefore urged against the unity of being and nothing that it is not a matter of indifference whether this or that, the $100, are or are not, the deception is to project the difference, whether I have or do not have the $100, into the difference merely of being and non-being. And this is a deception, as we have shown, based on a one-sided abstraction that leaves out the determinate existence present in such examples and retains only being and non-being, just as, conversely, it transforms the abstract being and non-being that should be apprehended into a determinate being or non-being, into an existence. Only existence contains the real distinction of being and nothing, namely, a something and another. This real distinction is the one that comes to mind in representation instead of that of abstract being and nothing and their merely intended distinction. As Kant puts it, through existence something enters into the context of the whole experience, we obtain one more object of perception, but our concept of the intended object is not thereby augmented. This only means, as follows from our explanation, that through existence, essentially because something is a determinate existence, this something is in relationship to others, and also to a perceiver among these others. The concept of $100, Kant says, is not augmented through perception. By concept is meant here the above-noted $100 represented in isolation. As so isolated, these dollars are indeed an empirical content, but cut off, without connection or determinateness as against something else. Their form of immediate self-identity deprives them of external connection and makes them indifferent to whether they are perceived or not. This so-called concept of $100 is however a false concept. The form of simple self-reference does not belong to such a limited, finite content itself. It is a form on loan to it, like a dress, by a subjective understanding. $100 is nothing self-referring but something alterable and perishable. This thinking or imagining, which has before it only a determinate being, existence, must be referred back to the previously mentioned beginning of science which Parmenides made, the one who purified and elevated to pure thought, to being as such, his own otherwise pictorial representations and hence also those of posterity, thus ushering in the element of science. What is the first in science had of necessity to show itself to be the first historically. And we must regard the one or the being of the Eleatics as the first instance of knowledge by thought. What are in such light material principles are indeed meant to be the universal, even though, as things material, they are not pure thoughts. Numbers are neither the first simple, nor the self-abiding thought, but thought rather which is entirely self-external. The move from particular finite being to being as such in its totally abstract universality is to be regarded not only as the very first theoretical demand but also as the very first practical one. For when a lot of fuss is made about the $100, that it does make a difference to my financial state whether I have them or not, still more whether I am or am not or something else is or is not, we can then be reminded that the human being, Quite apart from such financial situations in which the possession of $100 will in fact be a matter of indifference, ought to raise his mind to this abstract universality in which it is in fact indifferent to him whether the $100, whatever the quantitative relation that they might have to his financial state, are or are not, just as it would be indifferent to him whether he himself is or is not, that is, whether he is or is not in finite life, by which is met a state, a determinate being, and so on. Si fractus illabatur orbis, impavitum ferient ruin, a Roman even said, and still more ought the Christian to find himself in this state of indifference. Still to be noted is the immediate connection between, on the one hand, the elevation above the $100 and finite things generally, and, on the other hand, the ontological proof and the mentioned Kantian criticism of it. This criticism, because of its popular example, has one universal plausibility. Who does not know that 100 actual dollars are different from 100 merely possible dollars, and that they make a difference to my financial situation? This difference is easily demonstrable in the case of the $100. Therefore, the concept, that is, the determinateness of the content, is empty possibility, and being are different from each other. Therefore, the concept of God and his being are also different, and just as I cannot extract from the possibility of the $100 their actuality, I can just as little extract God's existence from his concept. But the ontological proof consists precisely in thus extracting God's existence from his concept. Now, though there is of course truth to the claim that the concept is different from being, God's difference from the $100 and other finite things is yet greater. It is the definition of finite things that in them concept and being are different, that the concept and reality, soul and body, are separable, that they are therefore perishable and mortal. The abstract definition of God, on the contrary, is precisely that his concept and his being are unseparated and inseparable. The true critique of the categories and of reason is just this: to acquaint cognition with this distinction and to prevent it from applying to God the determinations and the relations of the finite. Remark. Yet another reason can be cited that helps to explain the resistance to the proposition about being and nothing. This reason is that, as expressed in the proposition being and nothing are one and the same, the result of considering being and nothing is incomplete. The accent falls primarily on the being one and the same, as is the case in judgment generally, where the predicate says what the subject is. Consequently, the sense seems to be that the distinction is denied which yet patently occurs in the proposition at the same time, for the proposition says both determinations, being and nothing, and contains them as distinguished. At the same time, the meaning cannot be that abstraction ought to be made from the two determinations and only their unity retained. This sense would be manifestly one-sided, since that from which abstraction would be made is equally present in the proposition and explicitly named there. Now, insofar as the proposition being and nothing are the same expresses the identity of these determinations, yet in fact equally contains the two as distinguished, it internally contradicts itself and thus dissolves itself. And if we concentrate on this result, what we have before us is a proposition which, on closer inspection, turns out to vanish spontaneously. It has movement. But in thus vanishing, it is its proper content which comes to be in it, namely becoming. The proposition thus contains the result, it is this result implicit in it. But the circumstance to which we must pay attention here is the defect that this result is not itself expressed in the proposition, it is external reflection that recognizes it there. In this connection, we must observe right at the beginning that the proposition, in the form of a judgment, is not adept to express speculative truths. Recognition of this circumstance would go a long way in preventing many misunderstandings of speculative truths. Judgment joins subject and object in a connection of identity. Abstraction is therefore made from the fact that the subject has yet more determinacies than the predicate has, just as that the predicate is wider than the subject. Now, if the content is speculative, the non-identity of subject and predicate is also an essential moment, but this is not expressed in judgment. The paradoxical and even bizarre light in which much of recent philosophy is cast for those not intimate with speculative thought is due in many ways to the form of the simple judgment when used to convey speculative results. For the purpose of expressing the speculative truth, the defect is first remedied by adding the contrary proposition, namely being and nothing are not the same, which we also stated above. But another defect then crops up, for these propositions are disconnected and therefore present their content only in an antinomy, whereas the content refers to one and the same thing, and the determinations expressed in the two propositions should be united absolutely, in a union which can then only be said to be an unrest of simultaneous incompatibles, a movement. The commonest injustice done to a speculative content is to render it one-sidedly, that is, to give prominence only to one of the propositions in which it can be resolved. This proposition is then undeniably asserted, but the statement is just as false as it is correct, for once one proposition is taken out of its speculative context, The other also must be given at least as much attention and articulation. Attention must also be drawn at this point to, so to speak, the unfortunate word unity. Unity, even more so than identity, designates a subjective reflection. It is normally taken as a connection that arises from comparison, from external reflection. Inasmuch as this reflection finds the same thing in two different subject matters, a unity is there with respect to which complete indifference is presupposed on the part of the subject matters compared, so that the comparing and the unity do not touch these subject matters themselves but are rather a doing and a determining external to them. Unity thus expresses a totally abstract sameness, and it will sound all the harsher and the more discordant the more the terms of which it is asserted show themselves to be utterly distinct. For this reason it would therefore be better to say simply unseparatedness and inseparability, but then the affirmative aspect of the connection of the whole would not be expressed. So the whole true result that we have here before us is becoming, but a becoming which is not the merely one-sided or abstract unity of being and nothing. It consists rather in this movement, that pure being is immediate and simple, and for that very reason is just as much pure nothing that the distinction between them is, but equally sublates itself and is not. This result does also assert, therefore, the distinction of being and nothing, but it asserts it as one which is merely intended. The ordinary assumption is that being is the absolutely other of nothing, and that there is nothing as clear as this absolute distinction. Indeed, nothing seems easier than being able to state it. But it is just as easy to convince oneself that this is impossible, that the distinction is unsayable. Let those who insist on the distinction of being and nothing, let them just try to state in what the distinction consists. If being and nothing had any determinateness differentiating them, then, as we said, they would be determinate being and determinate nothing, not the pure being and the pure nothing which they still are at this point. Their distinction is therefore completely empty, each is as indeterminate as the other. The distinction depends, therefore, not on them but on a third element, on intention. But intention is a form of subjectivity, and subjectivity does not belong to the present order of exposition. The third element in which being and nothing have their subsistence must however also be present here, and it is present indeed, it is becoming. In becoming, they are present as distinct. Becoming only occurs to the extent that they are distinguished. This third is another than they subsist only in another, which is equivalent to saying that they do not subsist on their own. Becoming equally is the subsistence of being and of non-being, or their subsistence is only their being in a one. Precisely this, their subsistence in a one, is that which equally sublates their distinction. The challenge to produce the distinction between being and nothing also brings with it the challenge to state what, then, is being, and what is nothing. Those who resist acknowledging that the two are equally only a transition of the one into the other, and who assert this or that about being and nothing, let them declare whereof they speak, that is, let them advance a definition of being and nothing, and let them demonstrate that it is correct. Without having satisfied this first demand of the ancient science, whose logical rules they otherwise accept and apply, all their assertions about being and nothing are only assurances without scientific validity. If it has somewhere been said that existence, which is held from the start to be equivalent to being, is the completion of possibility, then another determination, namely possibility, is presupposed along with it. So being is not declared in its immediacy but precisely as not standing on its own, as conditioned. For being which is mediated, we shall reserve the expression concrete existence. But the common practice is to imagine being, as if it were a picture of pure light, the clarity of unclouded seeing, and then nothing as the pure night, and the distinction between the two is then enshrined into this well-known sensuous difference. But in fact, if this very seeing is more accurately imagined, one can readily perceive that in absolute light one sees just as much and just as little as in absolute darkness, that the one seeing is just as good as the other, that pure seeing is a seeing of nothing. Pure light and pure darkness are two voids that amount to the same thing. Only indeterminate light, and light is determined through darkness in clouded light. Therefore, just as only indeterminate darkness, and darkness is determined through light and illuminated darkness, therefore, can something be distinguished, since only clouded light and illuminated darkness have distinction in them and hence are determinate being, existence. Remark. The unity, whose moments, being and nothing, are inseparable, is at the same time different from these moments. It thus stands as a third with respect to them, a third which, in its most proper form, is becoming. Transition is the same as becoming, except that the two terms, from one of which the transition is made to the other, are represented in it more as at rest, outside each other, the transition occurring between them. Now, wherever and however being or nothing are at issue, this third must be there, for the two have no subsistence on their own but are only in becoming, in this third. But this third is various empirical shapes that abstraction either sets aside or neglects for the sake of holding fast to its two products, being and nothing, each for itself, and showing them as protected against transition. Such a simple maneuver of abstraction can be countered, with equal ease, simply by pointing to the empirical concrete existence in which that abstraction itself is only a something, has a determinate existence. Or else it is by virtue of other forms of reflection that this separation of the inseparable would be held fixed. But in any such determination of reflection, its opposite is present within it in and for itself, and it is thus possible to refute it on its own terms without going back to the nature of the fact and appealing to it, by taking the determination as it presents itself, and by pointing to its other in it. It would be labor in vain to attempt to ensnare, so to speak, all the shifts and turns of reflection and its argumentation in order to preempt and render impossible all the evasions and the leaps with which it hides its own contradiction from itself. For this reason I also refrain from taking notice of the many self-styled objections and refutations that have been advanced against the claim that neither being nor nothing are something true but that becoming is their truth. The intellectual education required to perceive the nothingness of these refutations, or rather to dispel such arbitrary ideas on one's own, will be attained only through a critical cognition of the forms of the understanding. But those who are the most prolific in such objections straightway set themselves upon reflecting on the first propositions, without helping themselves or having helped themselves through further study of the logic to the awareness of the nature of their crude reflections. We shall consider some of the cases that occur when being and nothing are posited in isolation, each outside the sphere of the other, with the result that the transition is negated. Parmenides held fast to being and was the most consistent, since he also said of nothing that it absolutely is not only being is totally for itself, being is thus the indeterminate, and has therefore no connecting reference to any other. Consequently, it seems that from this beginning no further forward move is possible, that is, from that beginning itself, and that an advance can only occur by adding something foreign to it from outside. The advance, where being is the same as nothing, thus appears as a second, absolute beginning, a transition which is for itself, and that would be added to being externally. Being would not be an absolute beginning at all if it had a determinateness. In that case, it would depend on another and would not be immediate, would not be the beginning. If, however, it is indeterminate and is therefore a true beginning, it has nothing by virtue of which it can pass over to another as beginning. It is equally the end. It is just as impossible for anything to break out of it as to break into it. With Parmenides as with Spinoza, there is no advance from being or from absolute substance to the negative, the finite. If there is forward movement, nevertheless, something which, as just remarked, can occur only externally if we start from being devoid of any connecting reference and so without forward movement, then, this advance is a second, new beginning. Thus, Fichte is most absolute, unconditional first principle, A equals A, is a positing, a thesis the second principle is a counter-positing, an antithesis this latter should be partly conditioned, partly unconditioned, and so contradiction in itself. This is an advance by external reflection that negates the absolute with which it makes its beginning. The counter-positing is the negation of the first identity, while at the same time equally reducing its second absolute, explicitly, to something conditioned. But if there were any justification at all for the advance, that is, for sublating the first beginning, then the possibility that another could connect with it would have to lie in the nature of this first beginning itself. The beginning would have to be, therefore, a determinate being. But being, as also the absolute substance, will not be such, quite the contrary. Being is the immediate, the still absolutely indeterminate. The most eloquent, perhaps most forgotten accounts of the impossibility of advancing from an abstraction to something beyond it, and of uniting the two, are given by Jacobi in support of his polemic against the Kantian a priori synthesis of self-consciousness, in his treatise concerning the undertaking of critique. To reduce reason to the understanding, Jacobi, Worke, Volume 3. He defines the task, p, as one of demonstrating the originating or the producing of a synthesis in a pure somewhat, be it consciousness, space or time. Let space be a 1, consciousness a 1. Now, do say how any of these three ones purely turns itself internally into a manifold each as a one and no other in all the sameness, just selfhood in general without a he-hood, she-hood, or it-hood, for these still slumber together with the he, she, it and the infinite zero of the indeterminate from which each and every determinate being has yet to proceed. What brings finitude into these three infinitudes? What impregnates space and time a priori with number and measure, and turns them into a pure manifold? What brings pure spontaneity, I, into oscillation? How does its pure vowel sound come to its concomitant sound, the consonant, or better, how does its soundless, uninterrupted sounding interrupt itself and break off in order to gain at least some kind of self-sound, an accent? One sees that Jacobi very distinctly recognized that abstraction is a non-entity, whether this non-entity is the so-called absolute, only abstract, space, or the equally abstract time or abstract pure consciousness, the I. He insists on this non-entity for the sake of maintaining the impossibility of any advance to another, which is the condition of a synthesis, and to a synthesis itself. The synthesis which is the point of interest here must not be taken as a tying together of external determinations already at hand. Rather, the issue is twofold: one of the genesis of a second next to a first, of a determinate something next to something which is initially indeterminate, but also one of immanent synthesis, of synthesis a priori, a unity of distinct terms that exists in and for itself. Becoming is this immanent synthesis of being and nothing, but because the sense most closely attached to synthesis is that of an external gathering of things externally at hand, the name of synthesis, of synthetic unity, has rightly gone out of use. Jacobi asks, how does the pure vowel of the I come to its concomitant sound, to the consonant? What brings determinacy to indeterminateness? The question of the what would be easy to answer, and has been answered by Kant in his way. The question of the how, however, means in which way and manner, in what relation, and so forth, and requires the application of a particular category. But there can be no question here of a way or manner, of the categories of the understanding. The question of the how is itself one that belongs to the bad practices of reflection, which demands comprehensibility, but for that it presupposes its fixed categories and is thereby assured from the start to be forearmed against the answer to what it asks. Nor does the question have in Jacobi the higher sense of a query regarding the necessity of the synthesis, for Jacobi, as we said, remains fixed in the abstractions in order to assert the impossibility of the synthesis. Especially graphic is his description, p. of the procedure for attaining the abstraction of space. For a time I must try clean to forget that I ever saw anything, heard, touched or moved anything, myself expressly not exempted. Clean must I forget all movement, and let precisely this forgetting be my most pressing concern, since it is the hardest. Just as I have thought all things away, so must I also get perfectly rid of them all, retaining nothing at all except the intuition, which violently held its ground, of the infinite immutable space. I may not, therefore, think even myself back into it as something distinguished from it yet equally bound to it. I may not let myself even be merely surrounded and pervaded by it, but I must rather give myself over to it totally, become a one with it, transform myself into it. I must allow no leftover of myself except this my intuition itself, in order to behold it as a truly self-subsisting, independent, single and sole representation. With this totally abstract purity of continuity, that is, with this indeterminateness and emptiness of representation, it is indifferent whether one names this abstraction space or pure intuition or pure thought. It is altogether the same as what an Indian calls Brahma, when for years on end, looking only at the tip of his nose, externally motionless and equally unmoved in sensation, representation, fantasy, desire, and so on, he inwardly says only Om, 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 or else says nothing at all. This all, empty consciousness, taken as consciousness, is just this, being. In this void, Jacobi now states further, he encounters the opposite of what should happen to him according to Kant's assurance. He does not find himself to be a many and a manifold but to be rather a one without any plurality and manifoldness. Indeed, I am impossibility itself, the annihilating of all things manifold and plural, cannot, from my pure, absolutely simple and unchanging essence, produce again, or conjure in me as shadow, even the least bit of anything. Thus all externality and juxtaposition, any manifoldness and plurality dependent on them, are revealed in this purity as a pure impossibility. The meaning of this impossibility is nothing else than the tautology. I hold fast to abstract unity and exclude all plurality and manifoldness. I keep myself in indistinctness and indeterminacy, and look away from anything distinguished and determinate. Kant's a priori synthesis of self-consciousness, that is, the work of this unity of differentiating itself but in this differentiation of preserving itself, is diluted by Jacobi to just this abstraction. He one-sidedly reduces that synthesis in itself, the original parting of judgment, to the copula in itself, and is without beginning and end, without what, to, or which this repetition of repetition ad infinitum is the one single occupation, function, and production of the purest of all pure syntheses. The synthesis is itself this mere, pure, absolute repetition. Though, in fact, since there is no pause in it, that is, no negation, no distinguishing, the synthesis is not a repetition but rather undifferentiated simple being. But then, is this still a synthesis when Jacobi leaves out precisely that which makes the unity a synthetic unity? First of all, it must be said that when Jacobi assumes his position in absolute, that is, abstract, space, time, and consciousness as well, he transposes himself into something which is empirically false, and fixes himself there. There is no such thing as a spatially or temporally unlimited space or time, that is, none is empirically at hand which would not be filled with a continuous manifold of limited existence and of change, so that these limits and these changes would not belong, unseparated and inseparably, to spatiality. Consciousness is likewise filled with determinate sensation, representation, desire, and so forth. It does not exist in concreto apart from some particular content or other. The transition to the empirical then goes without saying. Consciousness can indeed make empty space, empty time, and even empty consciousness or pure being, its intended object and content, but it does not stay with them. Rather, from this emptiness it passes over, more than that, it forces itself over to a better content, that is, one which is somehow more concrete and to this extent, however bad as content, still better and truer. Precisely such a content is the synthetic as such, synthetic understood in its more general sense. Thus Parmenides has to make do with semblance and opinion, the opposite of being and truth. Spinoza likewise, with attributes, modes, extension, movement, understanding, will, and so forth. The synthesis contains as well as exposes the untruth of those abstractions in it. They are in unity with their other, are not therefore as self-subsistent, not as absolute but strictly as relative. The demonstration of the empirical nullity of empty space and so forth is not however the task here. Consciousness can of course, by means of abstraction, fill itself with such indeterminateness, and the abstractions to which it thus holds fast are the thoughts of pure space, time, pure consciousness, pure being. It is the thought of pure space etc. that is, pure space etc. taken in themselves, which is to be demonstrated to be null, that is, what must be demonstrated is that, as such a thought, its opposite has already forced its way into it, that by itself it is already being that has gone outside itself, a determinateness. But this happens in them immediately. There are, as Jacobi correctly describes them, results of abstraction. They are expressly determined as indeterminate, and this, to go back to their simplest form, is being. This indeterminateness is however precisely what constitutes their determinateness. For indeterminateness is opposed to determinateness is opposed, it is therefore itself something determinate or negative, the pure, entirely abstract negative. This indeterminateness or abstract negation which thus has being in it is that to which reflection, whether external or internal, gives voice when it equates such a being with nothing, when it declares it to be an empty product of thought, a nothingness. Or, one can say, since being is the indeterminate, it is not the affirmative determinateness that it is not being but nothing. In the pure reflection of the beginning as it is made in this logic with being as such, the transition is still hidden because being is posited as immediate, the nothing only breaks out in it immediately. All the subsequent determinations are however more concrete, like existence which follows right after there is already posited in existence that which contains and produces the contradiction of those abstractions, and consequently their transition. In being, when taken in that simplicity and immediacy, the memory that it is the result of a perfect abstraction, and that it is therefore already abstract negativity, nothing, is left back behind the science which, starting explicitly from essence, will exhibit that one-sided immediacy as a mediated immediacy where being is posited as concrete existence, and that which mediates being, the ground, is also posited. With the recovery of this memory, it is possible to present the transition from being to nothing, or also, as it is said, to clarify it and make it comprehensible, as something itself easy and trivial. Of course, the being which is made into the beginning of science is a nothing, since it is possible to abstract from everything, and when abstraction is made from all, nothing is left over. However, one can continue, so understood the beginning is nothing affirmative, not being, but just nothing, and nothing is then the end, at least as much as immediate being, and even more so. Shortest is to let such an argument run its course and to observe how the results of which it boasts take shape. That nothing is the result of the argument, and that the beginning would then have to be made with nothing, as in Chinese philosophy, need not cause us to lift a finger. For even before we had lifted it, this nothing would have turned into being just as much, see section B above, nothing. But further, if we presuppose the said abstraction from everything, an everything which is an existent nevertheless, such an abstraction must be defined with greater exactitude. The result of such an abstraction from everything existent is first of all abstract being, being in general. For just as in the cosmological proof of the existence of God from the contingent being of the world, where we ascend above this contingent being, being is still taken up with us in the ascent it is determined as infinite being. But of course, one can abstract also from this pure being. Being can be thrown in with the everything from which abstraction has already been made, and then nothing remains. Now, if we want to ignore the thinking of nothing, that is, that it turns around into being, or would know nothing of it, one can indeed proceed in this way in the style of the one can. One can, God be praised, even abstract from nothing, for the creation of the world, too, is an abstraction from nothing. But then, what remains is not nothing, since abstraction would be made even from it, and so we would be back at being again. This one can generates an external play of abstraction in which the abstracting itself is only the one-sided activity of the negative. Directly implied in this very one can is that being is just as indifferent to it as nothing, and that as the one vanishes, the other appears in turn. But whether a beginning is made with the activity of nothing or with nothing is equally indifferent, for the activity of nothing, that is, the mere abstracting, is neither more nor less true than the mere nothing. Plato's dialectical treatment of the one in the Parmenides must also be regarded rather as a dialectic of external reflection. Being and the one are both Eleatic forms which are the same thing. But, as Plato understands them in that dialogue, they are also to be distinguished. After he removes from the one the various determinations of whole and parts, of being in itself, of being in another, etc., of figure, time, etc., his result is that being does not pertain to the one, for being does not accrue to a something except according to one of these forms. Ed. Stephanus, Volume 2, p. E. Plato then turns to the proposition, the one is and it is there, that we can see how, starting from this proposition, he performs the transition to the non-being of the one. It happens by way of a comparison between the two determinations of the presupposed proposition, namely of the one is. This proposition contains the one and being, but the one is contains more than when one only says the one. In this, in their being distinguished, the moment of negation is demonstrated. It is clear that this method has a presupposition and is an external reflection. Just as the one is posited here in combination with being, so is being, which should be held fast abstracted by itself in the simplest form without entering into thought, exhibited in a combination that entails the opposite of what should be asserted. Taken in its immediacy, being belongs to a subject, is something said, has an empirical existence in general, and therefore stands on a ground of restriction and negativity. Whatever the expressions or the turns of phrase that the understanding adopts in protesting against the unity of being and nothing, however much it appeals to what is immediately given, it will find precisely in this experience nothing but determinate being, being with a restriction or negation, the very unity which it rejects. The assertion of immediate being thus comes down to an empirical concrete existence, and it cannot reject the demonstration of it, since it is the immediacy outside thought to which it wants to cling. The same is the case with nothing, only in the contrary way. This is a well-known reflection, made often enough respecting nothing. When taken in its immediacy, nothing shows itself as existing, for it is by nature the same as being. Nothing is thought of, represented, it is spoken about, it therefore is nothing has its being in thinking, representing, speaking, etc. But, further, this being is also distinguished from it. It is therefore said that nothing is indeed in thinking or representing, yet for that very reason it is not it which is, it is not it to which being belongs, that only thinking or representing are this being. Even on this distinction, there is no denying that nothing refers to a being, but in this reference, though the latter equally also contains distinction, there is a unity with being. In whatever way nothing is said or demonstrated, it shows itself in combination with, or, if one prefers, in touch with a being, unseparated from a being, that is to say, precisely in a determinate existence. But when the presence of nothing in a determinate existence is thus demonstrated, this distinction of it from being still commonly comes to mind, namely that the existence of the nothing is nothing at all that pertains to it per se. It is said that nothing does not have being in it, that it is not being as such, that it is rather an absence of being, just as darkness is only the absence of light, cold only the absence of warmth, and so forth. It is said that darkness has meaning only with reference to the eye, by being externally compared with the positive, with light, just as cold is something only in our sensation, whereas light, warmth, just like being, are on the contrary objective on their own. They are the real, the effective, of quite another quality and dignity than those negatives, than nothing. One can often find it advanced as a very weighty reflection and a significant item of cognition that darkness is only absence of light, cold only absence of warmth. Regarding this astute reflection, it can be observed empirically in this field of empirical subject matters that darkness in fact shows its effective presence in light by determining it as color and thereby imparting visibility to it in the first place, because, as we said above, one can see just as little in pure light as in pure darkness. Visibility, however, is an effect in the eye, and the said negative makes just as much of a contribution to it as does the light that passes for the real. The positive similarly, cold makes itself present enough to water, to our sensation, and so forth. and if we deny its so-called objective reality, we thereby stand to gain absolutely nothing against it. And we should further repeat the complaint that here the talk is again of a negative with determinate content, that one has not restricted oneself to the nothing, with respect to which, so far as empty abstraction goes, being is neither at a loss nor at an advantage. But we must equally take cold, darkness, and similar determinate negations, just for themselves, and, in respect to their general determination which is at issue here, let us see what is posited thereby. They are supposed to be not nothing in general, but the nothing rather of light, warmth, and so forth, of something determinate, of a content. Thus they are a determinate, contentful nothing, if one may so speak. A determinateness, however, as will be found later on, is itself a negation. Thus they are negative nothings, and negative nothing is however something affirmative. The conversion of nothing into an affirmative by virtue of its determinateness, which previously appeared as a determinate existence in a subject or in what have you, appears to a consciousness bound to the abstraction of the understanding as the greatest paradox. Simple as it is, or rather because of its very simplicity, the insight that the negation of negation is something positive appears a trivial matter to which the haughty understanding need pay no heed, even though its correctness is undeniable, and not just its correctness, but also, on account of the universality of the determinations involved, its infinite extension and universal applicability, so that it would indeed be well to pay heed to it. Regarding the determination of the transition of being and nothing into each other, the further remark can be made that such a transition is to be taken just as it is, without additional reflective determination. It is immediate and entirely abstract, on account of the abstractness of the moments in transition, that is, because there is yet to be posited in these moments the determinateness of the other through which they have undergone the transition. Nothing is not yet posited in being, even though being is essentially nothing, and the other way around. It is therefore improper to apply here more determinate mediations, and to take being and nothing in some relation. Their transition is not yet a relation. Thus it is inadmissible to say nothing is the ground of being, or being is the ground of nothing, nothing is the cause of being, and so forth, or, the transition into nothing can have occurred only under the condition that something is, or the transition into being only under the condition of non-being. The mode of the connecting reference cannot be further determined without the connected sides being at the same time also further determined. The connection of ground and consequent, and so forth, no longer has mere being and nothing for the sides which it binds, but as being expressly as ground, and something which, although only posited and not standing on its own, is however not abstract nothing. Remark. One can gather from the preceding what to think of the dialectic directed against the beginning of the world and also its end, that dialectic which would prove the eternity of matter, that is, of the dialectic directed at becoming, against coming to be or passing away in general. Kant's antinomies regarding the finitude or the infinity of the world in space and time will be more closely considered below. Under the concept of the quantitative infinity, this simple, common dialectic rests on fixing the opposition of being and nothing. That a beginning of the world or of anything is not possible is proven as follows. Nothing can begin, either insofar as something is, or insofar as it is not. For insofar as it is, it does not begin to be, and insofar as it is not, it also does not begin to be. If the world, or anything, had begun, it would have begun in nothing, but in nothing there is no beginning, or nothing is not a beginning, for a beginning implies a being, but nothing contains no being. Nothing is only nothing. In a ground, a cause, and so on. If this is how nothing is determined, there is contained an affirmation, being. For the same reason, too, something cannot cease to be. For then it would have to contain nothing, but being is only being, not the opposite of itself. It is clear that in this proof there is nothing brought against becoming, or beginning and ceasing to be, against this unity of being and nothing, except an assertorical denial and the ascription of truth to being and nothing taken in separation each from the other. Such a dialectic is however at least more consistent than ordinary reflective thought. This thought accepts as the whole truth that being and nothing are only in separation, yet allows on the other hand for a beginning and a ceasing to be that are equally accepted as true determinations. In these, however, it in fact assumes the inseparability of being and nothing. Once we presuppose that being and nothing are absolutely divorced, beginning or becoming, as we often hear said, is of course incomprehensible. For we make a presupposition which does away with beginning or becoming and yet again admits it. And this contradiction, which we create ourselves and make impossible to resolve, this is what is called the incomprehensible. The dialectic just cited is also the same as the understanding deploys against the concept of infinitesimal magnitude given by higher analysis. More will be said below about this concept. These magnitudes are so determined that they are in their vanishing, not before this vanishing, for they would then be finite magnitudes, not after it. For then they would be nothing. Against this pure thought, it is objected and endlessly repeated that these magnitudes are either something or nothing, that there is no intermediary state between being and nothing. State is here an inappropriate, barbaric expression. Assumed here is again the absolute separation of being and nothing. But we have shown against this that being and nothing are in fact the same, or to speak in the language cited, that there is nothing which is not an intermediary state between being and nothing. Mathematics owes its most brilliant successes to precisely the determination which the understanding rejects. This form of argumentation that falsely presupposes the absolute separation of being and nothing, and insists on it, should be called not dialectic but sophistry. For sophistry is an argumentation derived from a baseless presupposition rashly accepted without critique, but we call dialectic the higher rational movement in which these, being and nothing, apparently utterly separated, pass over into each other on their own, by virtue of what they are, and the presupposition sublates itself. It is the dialectical immanent nature of being and nothing themselves to manifest their unity, which is becoming, as their truth. The moments of becoming. Becoming is the unseparatedness of being and nothing, not the unity that abstracts from being and nothing as the unity of being and nothing. It is rather this determinate unity, or one in which being and nothing equally are. However, inasmuch as being and nothing are each unseparated from its other, each is not. In this unity, therefore, they are, but as vanishing, only as sublated. They sink from their initially represented self-subsistence into moments which are still distinguished but at the same time sublated. Grasped as thus distinguished, each is in their distinguishedness a unity with the other. Becoming thus contains being and nothing as two such unities, each of which is itself unity of being and nothing. The one is being as immediate and as reference to nothing, the other is nothing as immediate and as reference to being. In these unities the determinations are of unequal value. Becoming is in this way doubly determined. In one determination, nothing is the immediate, that is, the determination begins with nothing, and this refers to being, that is to say, it passes over into it. In the other determination, being is the immediate, that is, the determination begins with being and this passes over into nothing, coming to be and ceasing to be. Both are the same, becoming, and even as directions that are so different they interpenetrate and paralyze each other. The one is ceasing to be, being passes over into nothing, but nothing is just as much the opposite of itself, the passing over into being, coming to be. This coming to be is the other direction, nothing goes over into being, but being equally sublates itself and is rather the passing over into nothing, it is ceasing to be. They do not sublate themselves reciprocally, the one sublating the other externally, but each rather sublates itself in itself and is within it the opposite of itself. Sublation of becoming. The equilibrium in which coming to be and ceasing to be are poised is in the first place becoming itself. But this becoming equally collects itself in quiescent unity. Being and nothing are in it only as vanishing. Becoming itself, however, is only by virtue of their being distinguished. Their vanishing is therefore the vanishing of becoming, or the vanishing of the vanishing itself. Becoming is a ceaseless unrest that collapses into a quiescent result. This can also be expressed thus: becoming is the vanishing of being into nothing, and of nothing into being, and the vanishing of being and nothing in general, but at the same time it rests on their being distinct. It therefore contradicts itself in itself, because what it unites within itself is self-opposed, but such a union destroys itself. This result is a vanishedness, but it is not nothing as such. It would be only a relapse into one of the already sublated determinations and not the result of nothing and a being. It is the unity of being and nothing that has become quiescent simplicity. But this quiescent simplicity is being, yet no longer for itself but as determination of the whole. Becoming, as transition into the unity of being and nothing, a unity which is as existent or has the shape of the one-sided immediate unity of these moments, is existence. Remark. To sublate and being sublated, the idealized, constitute one of the most important concepts of philosophy. It is a fundamental determination that repeatedly occurs everywhere in it, the meaning of which must be grasped with precision and especially distinguished from nothing. What is sublated does not thereby turn into nothing. Nothing is the immediate something, sublated is on the contrary something mediated. It is something non-existent, but as a result that has proceeded from a being it still has in itself, therefore, the determinateness from which it derives. The German Aufheben, to sublate in English, has a twofold meaning in the language. It equally means to keep, to preserve, and to cause to cease, to put an end to. Even to preserve already includes a negative note, namely that something, in order to be retained, is removed from its immediacy and hence from an existence which is open to external influences. That which is sublated is thus something at the same time preserved, something that has lost its immediacy but has not come to nothing for that. These two definitions of to sublate can be cited as two dictionary meanings of the word. But it must strike one as remarkable that a language has come to use one and the same word for two opposite meanings. For speculative thought it is gratifying to find words that have in themselves a speculative meaning. The German language has several such words. The double meaning of the Latin tollere, made notorious by Cicero's quip, tollendum est octavium, does not go as far as affirmative determination only goes so far as lifting up. Something is sublated only in so far as it has entered into unity with its opposite. In this closer determination is something reflected, it may fittingly be called a moment. In the case of the lever, weight and distance from a point are called its mechanical moments because of the sameness of their effect, in spite of the difference between something real like weight, and something idealized such as the merely spatial determination of line. See encycl. Of the Phil. Sc. Road ed. Section. Remark. We shall often not help but observe that the technical language of philosophy uses Latin terms for reflected determinations, either because the mother tongue has no terms for them, or, if it has as it does here, because in expressing them it is more likely to call to mind the immediate, whereas the foreign tongue recalls the reflected. The more precise sense and precise expression that being and nothing received now that they are moments will have to transpire from the consideration of existence, the unity in which they are preserved. Being is being, and nothing is nothing, only as held distinct from each other in their truth. However, in their unity, they have vanished as such determinations and are now something else. Being and nothing are the same and, precisely because they are the same, they no longer are being and nothing but possess a different determination. In becoming they were coming to be and ceasing to be in existence, which is another determinate unity. They are again moments but differently determined. This unity now remains their base from which they no longer surface in the abstract meaning of being and nothing. Chapter Existence. Existence is determinate being. Its determinateness is existent determinateness, quality. Through its quality, something is opposed to another. It is alterable and finite, negatively determined not only towards another, but absolutely within it. This negation in it, in contrast at first with the finite something, is the infinite. The abstract opposition in which these determinations appear resolves itself into oppositionless infinity, into being for itself. The treatment of existence is therefore in three divisions. A. Existence as such. B. Something and other, finitude. C. Qualitative infinity. A. Existence as such. In existence, A, as such, its determinateness is first, B, to be distinguished as quality. The latter, however, is to be taken in both the two determinations of existence as reality and negation. In these determinacies, however, existence is equally reflected into itself, and, as so reflected, it is posited as, C, something, an existent. A. Existence in general. Existence proceeds from becoming. It is the simple oneness of being and nothing. On account of this simplicity, it has the form of an immediate. Its mediation, the becoming, lies behind it. It has sublated itself, and existence therefore appears as a first from which the forward move is made. It is at first in the one-sided determination of being. The other determination which it contains, nothing, will likewise come up in it, in contrast to the first. It is not mere being but existence, or Dasein, in German. According to its German etymology, it is being, sein, in a certain place, but the representation of space does not belong here. As it follows upon becoming, existence is in general being with the non-being, so that this non-being is taken up into simple unity with being. Non-being thus taken up into being with the result that the concrete whole is in the form of being, of immediacy, constitutes determinateness as such. The whole is likewise in the form or determinateness of being, since in becoming being has likewise shown itself to be only a moment, something sublated, negatively determined. It is such, however, for us, in our reflection not yet as posited in it. What is posited, however, is the determinateness as such of existence, as is also expressed by the da, or there, of the Dasein. The two are always to be clearly distinguished. Only that which is posited in a concept belongs in the course of the elaboration of the latter to its content. Any determinateness not yet posited in the concept itself belongs instead to a reflection, whether this reflection is directed to the nature of the concept itself or is a matter of external comparison. To remark on a determinateness of this last kind can only be for the clarification or anticipation of the whole that will transpire in the course of the development itself. That the whole, the unity of being and nothing, is in the one-sided determinateness of being is an external reflection but in negation, in something and other, and so forth, it will become posited. It was necessary here to call attention to the distinction just given, but to comment on all that reflection can allow itself, to give an account of it, would lead to a long-winded anticipation of what must transpire in the fact itself. Although such reflections may serve to facilitate a general overview and thus facilitate understanding, they also bring the disadvantage of being seen as unjustified assertions, unjustified grounds and foundations, of what is to follow. They should be taken for no more than what they are supposed to be and should be distinguished from what constitutes a moment in the advance of the fact itself. Existence corresponds to being in the preceding sphere. But being is the indeterminate, there are no determinations that therefore transpire in it. But existence is determinate being, something concrete, consequently, several determinations, several distinct relations of its moments, immediately emerge in it. B. Quality. On account of the immediacy with which being and nothing are one in existence, neither oversteps the other to the extent that existence is existent, to that extent it is non-being, it is determined. Being is not the universal, determinateness not the particular. Determinateness has yet to detach itself from being, nor will it ever detach itself from it, since the now underlying truth is the unity of non-being with being. All further determinations will transpire on this basis. But the connection which determinateness now has with being is one of the immediate unity of the two, so that as yet no differentiation between the two is posited. Determinateness thus isolated by itself, as existent determinateness, is quality, something totally simple, immediate. Determinateness in general is the more universal which, further determined, can be something quantitative as well. On account of this simplicity, there is nothing further to say about quality as such. Existence, however, in which nothing and being are equally contained, is itself the measure of the one-sidedness of quality as an only immediate or existent determinateness. Quality is equally to be posited in the determination of nothing, and the result is that the immediate or existent determinateness is posited as distinct, reflected, and the nothing, as thus the determinate element of determinateness, will equally be something reflected, a negation. Quality, in the distinct value of existent, is reality when affected by a negating. It is negation in general, still a quality but one that counts as a lack and is further determined as limit, restriction. Both are in existence, but in reality, as quality with the accent on being an existent, that it is determinateness and hence also negation is concealed. Reality only has, therefore, the value of something positive from which negating, restriction, lack, are excluded. Negation, for its part, taken as mere lack, would be what nothing is, but it is an existence, a quality, only determined with the non-being. Remark. Reality may seem to be an ambiguous word, since it is used in different, even opposite determinations. In philosophical usage, for instance, one speaks of mere empirical reality as of a worthless being. But when it is said of thoughts, concepts, theories, that they have no reality, this means that there is no actuality to them. Of the idea of a Platonic republic, for instance, it is said that it might well be true in itself or in its concept. Here the idea is not denied its value and is even allowed room alongside reality. However, as against the so-called mere ideas, the mere concepts, the real counts as alone true. The sense in which external existence is made the criterion of the truth of a content is for its part just as one-sided as when the idea, the essence, or even inner feeling, is represented as indifferent to external existence and is even held to be all the more estimable the more remote it is from reality. In connection with the term reality, mention must be made of the former metaphysical concept of God that was once made the foundation of the so-called ontological proof of God's existence. God was defined as the sum total of all realities, and of this sum total it was said that it contained no contradiction within, that none of the realities cancelled any other, for a reality is to be taken only as a perfection, as something affirmative that contains no negation. Consequently, as it was said, the realities are not in opposition and do not contradict one another. On this concept of reality, the assumption is that the latter still remains after all negation has been thought away. However, to do this is to remove all determinateness from reality. Reality is quality, existence it therefore contains the moment of the negative and is the determinate being that it is only through it. Taken in the so-called eminent sense, or as infinite in the ordinary meaning of the word, as we are said we should, reality is expanded into indeterminateness and loses its meaning. God's goodness is supposed to be such not in the ordinary sense but eminently it is not different from justice but is rather tempered by it, an expression of mediation of Leibnizian origin, just as contrariwise justice is tempered by goodness and so neither is goodness goodness any longer, nor justice justice. Power should be tempered by wisdom, but is then no longer power as such, for it is subject to wisdom. Wisdom should be expanded into power, but then it vanishes as end and measure setting wisdom. The true concept of the infinite and of its absolute unity that will later emerge is not to be understood as a tempering, a mutual restricting or blending, a superficial, nebulous connection that can only satisfy mindless representation. When reality, taken in the sense of a determinate quality as in the said definition of God, is made to transgress its determinateness, it ceases to be reality, it becomes abstract being. God as the pure reality in all realities, or as the sum total of all realities, is the same empty absolute, void of determination and content, in which all is one. If, on the contrary, reality is taken in its determinateness, then, since it essentially contains the moment of the negative, the sum total of all realities becomes just as much a sum total of all negations, the sum total of all contradictions, a sort of first absolute power in which everything determinate is absorbed. However, since reality only exists in so far as it still has over against it something which it has not sublated, by being thought expanded in this way into an accomplished power void of restrictions, it becomes the abstract nothing. The said reality in everything real, the being in all existence that should express the concept of God, is nothing else than abstract being, the same as nothing. That determinateness is negation posited as affirmative is Spinoza's proposition omnis determinatio est negatio, a proposition of infinite importance. Only, negation as such is formless abstraction. However, speculative philosophy must not be accused of taking negation or nothing as an ultimate. Negation is as little an ultimate for it as reality is for it the truth. The unity of Spinoza's substance, or that there is only one substance, is the necessary consequence of this proposition, that determinateness is negation. Spinoza had of necessity to posit thought and being or extension, the two determinations, namely, which he had before him, as one in this unity, for as determinate realities the two are negations whose infinity is their unity according to Spinoza's definition, about which more later on. The infinity of something is its affirmation. He therefore conceived them as attributes, that is, such as do not have a particular subsistence, a being in and for itself, but only are as sublated as moments, or rather, since substance is the total void of internal determinateness, they are not even moments. The attributes, like the modes, are distinctions made by an external understanding. Also the substantiality of individuals cannot hold its own before that substance. The individual refers to itself by setting limits to every other, but these limits are therefore also the limits of itself. They are references to the other. The individual's existence is not in the individual. True, the individual is more than just restrictions on all sides, but this more belongs to another sphere, that of the concept and the metaphysics of being. The individual is an absolutely determinate something, and against this something, against this finite that would be in and for itself as such, determinateness asserts itself essentially as negation, dragging it into the same negative movement of the understanding that makes everything vanish into the abstract unity of substance. Negation stands immediately over against reality. Further on, in the sphere proper to reflected determinations, it will be opposed to the positive, which is reality reflecting upon negation, the reality in which the negative, still hiding in reality as such, shines forth. Quality specifically is a property only when, in an external connection, it manifests itself as an immanent determination. By properties of verbs, for instance, we understand determinations which are not just proper to a something but are such that, in virtue of them, the something holds its own while referring to others and will not give in to the alien influences posited in it by them. On the contrary, it imposes its own determinations in the other, though it does not keep it at a distance. On the other hand, more stable determinacies such as figure or shape are not called properties, nor even qualities, for they are thought of as alterable and therefore as not identical with being. Qualierung or Inqualierung, an expression of Jacob Boehm's profound but also profoundly turbid philosophy, signifies the movement within a quality, sourness, bitterness, fieriness, etc., inasmuch as in its negative nature, in its qual or torment, the quality posits itself, securing itself from another. It signifies in general the internal unrest of quality by which it produces and preserves itself only in conflict. See, something. In existence its determinateness has been distinguished as quality, and this quality as something existing. The distinction exists, the distinction of reality and negation. Now though these distinctions are present in existence, they are just as much null and sublated. Reality itself contains negation. It is existence, not indeterminate or abstract being. Negation is for its part equally existence, not the supposed abstract nothing but posited here as it is in itself, as existent, as belonging to existence. Thus quality is in general unseparated from existence, and the latter is only determinate, qualitative being. This sublating of the distinction is more than the mere retraction and external reomission of it, or a simple return to the simple beginning, to existence as such. The distinction cannot be left out, for it is. Therefore, what de facto is at hand is this existence in general, distinction in it, and the sublation of this distinction the existence, not void of distinctions as at the beginning, but is again self-equal through the sublation of the distinction, the simplicity of existence mediated through this sublation. This state of sublation of the distinction is existence's own determinateness. Existence is thus being in itself. It is existent, something. Something is the first negation of negation, as simple existence self-reference. Existence, life, thought, and so forth, essentially take on the determination of an existent being, a living thing, a thinking mind, I, and so forth. This determination is of the highest importance if we do not wish to halt at existence, life, thought, and so forth, as generalities, also not at godhood, instead of God. In common representation, something rightly carries the connotation of a real thing. Yet it still is a very superficial determination, just as reality and negation, existence and its determinateness, though no longer the empty being and nothing, still are quite abstract determinations. For this reason they also are the most common expressions, and a reflection that is still philosophically unschooled uses them the most. It casts its distinctions in them, fancying that in them it has something really well and firmly determined. As something, the negative of the negative is only the beginning of the subject, its in itselfness is still quite indeterminate. It determines itself further on, at first as existent for itself and so on, until it finally obtains in the concept the intensity of the subject. At the base of all these determinations there lies the negative unity with itself. In all this, however, care must be taken to distinguish the first negation as negation in general, from the second negation, the negation of negation, which is concrete, absolute negativity, just as the first is on the contrary only abstract negativity. Something is inexistent as the negation of negation, for such a negation is the restoration of the simple reference to itself, but the something is thereby equally the mediation of itself with itself. Present in the simplicity of something, and then with greater determinateness in being for itself, in the subject, and so forth, this mediation of itself with itself is also already present in becoming, but only its totally abstract mediation with itself is posited in the something in so far as the latter is determined as a simple identity. Attention can be drawn to the presence of mediation in general, as against the principle of the alleged bare immediacy of a knowledge from which mediation should be excluded. But there is no further need to draw particular attention to the moment of mediation, since it is to be found everywhere and on all sides, in every concept. This mediation with itself which something is in itself, when taken only as the negation of negation, has no concrete determinations for its sides, thus it collapses into the simple unity which is being. Something is, and is therefore also an existent. Further, it is in itself also becoming, but a becoming that no longer has only being and nothing for its moments. One of these moments, being, is now existence and further an existent. The other moment is equally an existent, but determined as the negative of something, another. As becoming, something is a transition, the moments of which are themselves something, and for that reason it is an alteration, a becoming that has already become concrete. At first, however, something alters only in its concept. It is not yet posited in this way, as mediated and mediating, but at first only as maintaining itself simply in its reference to itself, and its negative is posited as equally qualitative, as only another in general. B. Finitude. A. Something and other. At first they are indifferent to one another. Another is also an immediate existent, a something. The negation thus falls outside both. Something is in itself in contrast to its being for other. But the determinateness belongs also to its in itself, and b. The determination of this in itself in turn passes over into constitution, and this latter, as identical with determination, constitutes the immanent and at the same time negated being for another, the limit of something which c. is the immanent determination of the something itself, and the something thus is the finite. In the first division where existence in general was considered, this existence had, as at first taken up, the determination of an existent. The moments of its development, quality and something, are therefore of equally affirmative determination. The present division, on the contrary, develops the negative determination which is present in existence and was there from the start only as negation in general. It was then the first negation but has now been determined to the point of the being in itself of the something, the point of the negation of negation. A. Something and another. Something and other are, first, both existence or something. Second, each is equally another. It is indifferent which is named first, and just for this reason it is named something. In Latin, when they occur in a proposition, both are aliud, or the one, the other, alias alium. In the case of an alternating relation, the analogous expression is alter alterum. If of two beings we call the one A and the other B, the B is the one which is first determined as other. But the A is just as much the other of the B. Both are other in the same way. This serves to fix the distinction in the something which is to be taken in the affirmative sense. But this also expresses the fact that the distinction, and the privileging of one something, is a subjective designation that falls outside the something itself. The whole determinateness falls on the side of this external pointing. Also the expression "this contains no distinctions, each and every something is just as good a this as any other." By this we mean to express something completely determinate, overlooking the fact that language, as a work of the understanding, only expresses the universal, albeit naming it as a single object. But an individual name is something meaningless in the sense that it does not express a universal. It appears as something merely posited and arbitrary for the same reason that proper names can also be arbitrarily picked, arbitrarily given as well as arbitrarily altered. Otherness thus appears as a determination alien to the existence thus pointed at, or the other existence as outside this one existence, partly because the one existence is determined as other only by being compared by a third, and partly because it is so determined only on account of the other which is outside it, but is not another for itself. At the same time, as has been remarked, even for ordinary thinking every existence equally determines itself as another existence, so that there is no existence that remains determined simply as an existence, none which is not outside an existence and therefore is not itself another. Both are determined as something as well as other, thus they are the same and there is as yet no distinction present in them. But this sameness of determinations, too, falls only within external reflection, in the comparison of the two, but the other, as posited at first, though another with reference to something, is other also for itself apart from the something. Third, the other is therefore to be taken in isolation, with reference to itself, has to be taken abstractly as the other, the of Plato, who opposes it to the one as a moment of totality, and in this way ascribes to the other a nature of its own. Thus the other, taken solely as such, is not the other of something, but is the other within, that is, the other of itself. Such an other, which is the other by its own determination, is physical nature. Nature is the other of spirit. This, its determination, is at first a mere relativity expressing not a quality of nature itself but only a reference external to it. But since spirit is the true something, and hence nature is what it is within only in contrast to spirit, taken for itself the quality of nature is just this, to be the other within, that which exists outside itself, in the determinations of space, time, matter. The other which is such for itself is the other within it, hence the other of itself and so the other of the other, therefore, the absolutely unequal in itself, that which negates itself, alters itself. But it equally remains identical with itself, for that into which it alters is the other, and this other has no additional determination, but that which alters itself is not determined in any other way than in this, to be another, and going over to this other, it only unites with itself. It is thus posited as reflected into itself with sublation of the otherness, a self-identical something from which the otherness, which is at the same time a moment of it, is therefore distinct, itself not appertaining to it as something. The something preserves itself in its non-being. It is essentially one with it, and essentially not one with it. It therefore stands in reference to an otherness without being just this otherness. The otherness is at once contained in it and yet separated from it. It is being for other. Existence as such is an immediate, bare of references, or, it is in the determination of being. However, as including non-being within itself, existence is determinate being negated within itself, and then in the first instance another, but, since in being negated it preserves itself at the same time, it is only being for other. It preserves itself in its non-being and as being not, however, being in general but being with reference to itself in contrast to its reference to the other, as self-equality in contrast to its inequality. Such a being is being in itself. Being for other and being in itself constitute the two moments of something. There are here two pairs of determinations, something and other, being for other and being in itself. The former contain the non-connectedness of their determinateness. Something and other fall apart. But their truth is their connection. Being for other and being in itself are therefore the same determinations posited as moments of one and the same unity, as determinations which are connections and which, in their unity, remain in the unity of existence. Each thus itself contains within it, at the same time, also the moment diverse from it. Being and nothing in their unity, which is existence, are no longer being and nothing, these they are only outside their unity, so in their restless unity, in becoming, they are coming to be, and ceasing to be. In the something, being is being in itself. Now, as self-reference, self-equality, being is no longer immediately, but is self-reference only as the non-being of otherness, as existence reflected into itself. The same goes for non-being as the moment of something. In this unity of being and non-being it is not non-existence in general but is the other, and more determinedly, according as being is at the same time distinguished from it, it is reference to its non-existence, being for other. Hence being in itself is, first, negative reference to non-existence. It is otherness outside it and is opposed to it insofar as something is in itself, it is withdrawn from being other and being for other. But, second, it has non-being also right in it, for it is itself a non-being of being for other. But being for other is, first, the negation of the simple reference of being to itself which, in the first place, is supposed to be existence and something insofar as something is in another or for another, it lacks a being of its own. But, second, it is not non-existence as pure nothing, it is non-existence that points to being in itself as its being reflected into itself, just as conversely the being in itself points to being for other. Both moments are determinations of one and the same, namely of something. Something is in itself insofar as it has returned from the being for other back to itself. But something has also a determination or circumstance, whether in itself, here the accent is on the in, or in it insofar as this circumstance is in it externally, it is a being for other. This leads to a further determination. Being in itself and being for other are different at first. But that something also has in it what it is in itself and conversely is in itself also what it is as being for other, this is the identity of being in itself and being for other, in accordance with the determination that the something is itself one and the same something of both moments, and these are in it, therefore, undivided. This identity already occurs formally in the sphere of existence, but more explicitly in the treatment of essence and later of the relations of interiority and externality, and in the most determinate form in the treatment of the idea, as the unity of concept and actuality. Opinion has it that with the in itself something lofty is being said, as with the inner, but what something is only in itself, is also only in it in itself as a merely abstract, and hence itself external determination. The expressions there is nothing in it, or there is something in it, imply, though somewhat obscurely, that what is in a thing also pertains to its in itselfness, to its inner, true worth. It may be observed that here we have the meaning of the thing in itself. It is a very simple abstraction, though it was for a while a very important determination, something sophisticated, as it were, just as the proposition that we know nothing of what things are in themselves was a much valued piece of wisdom. Things are called in themselves insofar as abstraction is made from all being for other, which really means, insofar as they are thought without all determination, as nothing. In this sense, of course, it is impossible to know what the thing in itself is. For the question what? Calls for determinations to be produced, but since the things of which the determinations are called for are at the same time presumed to be things in themselves, which means precisely without determination, the impossibility of an answer is thoughtlessly implanted in the question, or else a senseless answer is given. The thing in itself is the same as that absolute of which nothing is known except that in it all is one. What there is in these things in themselves is therefore very well known. They are as such nothing but empty abstractions void of truth. What, however, the thing in itself in truth is, what there basically is in it, of this the logic is the exposition. But in this logic something better is understood by the in itself than an abstraction, namely, what something is in its concept, but this concept is in itself concrete as concept, in principle conceptually graspable and, as determined and as the connected whole of its determinations, inherently cognizable. Being in itself has at first the being for other as a moment standing over against it. But positiveness also comes to be positioned over against it, and, although in this expression being for other is also included, the expression still contains the determination of the bending back, which has already occurred, of that which is not in itself into that wherein it is positive, and this is its being in itself. Being in itself is normally to be taken as an abstract way of expressing the concept positing, strictly speaking, first occurs in the sphere of essence, of objective reflection. The ground posits that which is grounded through it more strongly, the cause produces an effect, an existence whose subsistence is immediately negated and which carries the meaning that it has its substance, its being, in another. In the sphere of being, existence only emerges out of becoming. Or again, with the something another is posited with the finite, an infinite, but the finite does not bring forth the infinite, does not posit it. In the sphere of being, the self-determining of the concept is at first only in itself or implicit, and for that reason it is called a transition or passing over. And the reflecting determinations of being, such as something another, or finite and infinite, although they essentially point to one another, or are as being for other, also stand on their own qualitatively. The other exists. The finite, like the infinite, is equally to be regarded as an immediate existent that stands firm on its own. The meaning of each appears complete even without its other. The positive and the negative, on the contrary, cause and effect, however much they are taken in isolation, have at the same time no meaning each without the other. Their reflective shining in each other, the shine in each of its other, is present right in them. In the different cycles of determination and especially in the progress of the exposition, or, more precisely, in the progress of the concept in the exposition of itself, it is of capital concern always to clearly distinguish what still is in itself or implicitly and what is posited, how determinations are in the concept and how they are as posited or as existing for other. This is a distinction that belongs only to the dialectical development and one unknown to metaphysical philosophizing, to which the critical also belongs. The definitions of metaphysics, like its presuppositions, distinctions, and conclusions, are meant to assert and produce only the existent and that, too, as existent in itself. In the unity of the something with itself, being for other is identical with its in itself. The being for other is thus in the something. The determinateness thus reflected into itself is therefore again a simple existent and hence again a quality, determination. b. Determination, constitution, and limit. The in itself, in which the something is reflected into itself from its being for other, no longer is an abstract in itself but, as the negation of its being for other, is mediated through this latter, which is thus its moment. It is not only the immediate identity of the something with itself, but the identity by virtue of which the something also has present in it what it is in itself. The being for other is present in it because the in itself is the sublation of it, is in itself from it but, because it is still abstract, and therefore essentially affected with negation, it is equally affected with being for other. We have here not only quality and reality, existent determinateness, but determinateness existent in itself, and the development consists in positing such determinateness as thus immanently reflected. The quality which in the simple something is in itself essentially in unity with the something's other moment, its being in it, can be named its determination, provided that this word is distinguished, in a more precise signification, from determinateness in general. Determination is affirmative determinateness. It is the in itself by which a something abides in its existence while involved with another that would determine it, by which it preserves itself in itself equality, holding on to it in its being for other. Something fulfills its determination to the extent that the further determinateness, which variously accrues to it in the measure of its being in itself as it relates to another, becomes its filling. Determination implies that what something is in itself is also present in it. The determination of the human being, its vocation, is rational thought. Thinking in general is his simple determinateness. By it the human being is distinguished from the brute he is thinking in himself, insofar as this thinking is distinguished also from his being for other, from his own natural and sensuous being that brings him in immediate association with the other. But thinking is also in him. The human being is himself thinking, he exists as thinking, thought is his concrete existence and actuality, and, further, since thinking is in his existence and his existence is in his thinking, thinking is concrete, must be taken as having content and filling it as rational thought and as such the determination of the human being. But even this determination is again only in itself, as an ought, that is to say, it is, together with the filling embodied in its in itself, in the form of an inch itself in general as against the existence which is not embodied in it but still lies outside confronting it, immediate sensibility and nature. The filling of the being in itself with determinateness is also distinct from the determinateness which is only being for other and remains outside the determination. For in the sphere of the qualitative, the distinguished terms are left, in their sublated being, also with an immediate, qualitative being contrasting them. That which the something has in it thus separates itself and is from this side the external existence of the something and also its existence, but not as belonging to its being in itself. Determinateness is thus constitution. Constituted in this or that way, the something is caught up in external influences and in external relationships. This external connection on which the constitution depends, and the being determined through another, appear as something accidental. But it is the quality of the something to be given over to this externality and to have a constitution. Insofar as something alters, the alteration falls on the side of its constitution. The latter is that in the something which becomes another. The something itself preserves itself in the alteration. The latter affects only this unstable surface of the something's otherness, not its determination. Determination and constitution are thus distinct from each other. Something, according to its determination, is indifferent to its constitution. But that which the something has in it is the middle term of this syllogism connecting the two, determination and constitution. Or, rather, the being in the something showed itself to fall apart into these two extremes. The simple middle term is determinateness. As such its identity belongs to determination just as well as to constitution. But determination passes over into constitution on its own, and constitution into determination. This is implied in what has been said. The connection, upon closer consideration, is this insofar as that which something is in itself is also in it. The something is affected with being for other. Determination is therefore open, as such, to the relation with other. Determinateness is at the same time moment, but it contains at the same time the qualitative distinction of being different from being in itself, of being the negative of the something, another existence. This determinateness which thus holds the other in itself, united with the being in itself, introduces otherness in the latter or indetermination, and determination is thereby reduced to constitution. Conversely, the being for other, isolated as constitution and posited on its own, is in it the same as what the other is such is, the other in it, that is, the other of itself, but it consequently is self-referring existence, thus being in itself with a determinateness, therefore determination. Consequently, inasmuch as the two are also to be held apart, constitution, which appears to be grounded in something external, in another in general, also depends on determination, and the determining from outside is at the same time determined by the something's own immanent determination. And further, constitution belongs to that which something is in itself, something alters along with its constitution. This altering of something is no longer the first alteration of something merely in accordance with its being for other. The first was an alteration only implicitly present, one that belonged to the inner concept. Now the alteration is also posited in the something. The something itself is further determined, and negation is posited as immanent to it, as its developed being in itself. The transition of determination and constitution into each other is at first the sublation of their distinction, and existence or something in general is thereby posited. Moreover, since this something in general results from a distinction that also includes qualitative otherness within it, there are two somethings. But these are, with respect to each other, not just others in general, so that this negation would still be abstract and would occur only in the comparison of the two. Rather, the negation now is immanent to the somethings. As existing, they are indifferent to each other, but this, their affirmation, is no longer immediate. Each refers itself to itself through the intermediary of the sublation of the otherness which in determination is reflected into the in itselfness. Something behaves in this way in relation to the other through itself, since otherness is posited in it as its own moment. Its in itselfness holds negation in itself, and it now has its affirmative existence through its intermediary alone. But the other is also qualitatively distinguished from this affirmative existence and is thus posited outside the something. The negation of its other is only the quality of the something, for it is in this sublation of its other that it is something. The other, for its part, truly confronts an existence only with this sublation. It confronts the first being for other. Determination is therefore open, as such, to the relation with other. Determinateness is at the same time moment, but it contains at the same time the qualitative distinction of being different from being in itself, of being the negative of the something, another existence. This determinateness which thus holds the other in itself, united with the being in itself, introduces otherness in the latter or indetermination, and determination is thereby reduced to constitution. Conversely, the being for other, isolated as constitution and posited on its own, is in it the same as what the other is such is, the other in it, that is, the other of itself, but it consequently is self-referring existence, thus being in itself with a determinateness, therefore determination. Consequently, inasmuch as the two are also to be held apart, constitution, which appears to be grounded in something external, in another in general, also depends on determination, and the determining from outside is at the same time determined by the something's own immanent determination. And further, constitution belongs to that which something is in itself, something alters along with its constitution. This altering of something is no longer the first alteration of something merely in accordance with its being for other. The first was an alteration only implicitly present, one that belonged to the inner concept. Now the alteration is also posited in the something. The something itself is further determined, and negation is posited as immanent to it, as its developed being in itself. The transition of determination and constitution into each other is at first the sublation of their distinction, and existence or something in general is thereby posited. Moreover, since this something in general results from a distinction that also includes qualitative otherness within it, there are two somethings. But these are, with respect to each other, not just others in general, so that this negation would still be abstract and would occur only in the comparison of the two. Rather, the negation now is immanent to the somethings. As existing, they are indifferent to each other, but this, their affirmation, is no longer immediate. Each refers itself to itself through the intermediary of the sublation of the otherness which in determination is reflected into the in itselfness. Something behaves in this way in relation to the other through itself, since otherness is posited in it as its own moment. Its in itselfness holds negation in itself, and it now has its affirmative existence through its intermediary alone. But the other is also qualitatively distinguished from this affirmative existence and is thus posited outside the something. The negation of its other is only the quality of the something, for it is in this sublation of its other that it is something. The other, for its part, truly confronts an existence only with this sublation. It confronts the first external appearance of the fact that limit is simple negation or the first negation, whereas the other is, at the same time, The negation of the negation, the in-itselfness of the something. Something, as an immediate existence, is therefore the limit with respect to another something, but it has this limit in it and is something through the mediation of that limit, which is just as much its non-being. The limit is the mediation in virtue of which something and other each both is and is not. Sharp S. Now insofar as something and its limit both is and is not, and these moments are an immediate, qualitative distinction, the non-existence and the existence of the something fall outside each other. Something has its existence outside its limit, or, as representation would also have it, inside it, in the same way the other, too, since it is something, has it outside it. The limit is the middle point between the two at which they leave off. They have existence beyond each other, beyond their limit. The limit, as the non-being of each, is the other of both. It is in accordance with this difference of the something from its limit that the line appears as line outside its limit, the point the plane as plane outside the line, the solid as solid only outside its limiting plane. This is the aspect of limit that first occurs to figurative representation, the self-external being of the concept, and is also most commonly assumed in the context of spatial objects. But further, something as it is outside the limit, as the unlimited something, is only existence in general. As such, it is not distinguished from its other, it is only existence, and, therefore, it and its other have the same determination. Each is only something in general, or each is other, and so both are the same. But this, their at first immediate existence, is now posited in them as limit, and it both are what they are, distinct from each other. But it is also equally their common distinguishedness, the unity and the distinguishedness of both, just like existence. This double identity of the two, existence and limit, contains this, that something has existence only in limit, and that, since limit and immediate existence are each at the same time the negative of each other, the something, which is now only in its limit, equally separates itself from itself, points beyond itself to its non-being and declares it to be its being, and so it passes over into it. To apply this to the preceding example, the one determination is this, that something is what it is only in its limit. Therefore, the point is the limit of line, not because the latter just ceases at the point and has existence outside it. The line is the limit of plane, not because the plane just ceases at it, and the same goes for the plane as the limit of solid. Rather, at the point the line also begins. The point is its absolute beginning, and if the line is represented as unlimited on both its two sides, or, as is said, as extended to infinity, the point still constitutes its element, just as the line constitutes the element of the plane, and the plane that of the solid. These limits are the principle of that which they delimit, just as one, for instance, is as hundredth the limit, but also the element, of the whole hundred. The other determination is the unrest of the something in its limit in which it is immanent, the contradiction that propels it beyond itself. Thus the point is this dialectic of itself becoming line, the line, the dialectic of becoming plane, the plane, of becoming total space. A second definition is given of line, plane, and whole space, which has the line come to be through the movement of the point, the plane through the movement of the line, and so forth. This movement of the point, the line, and so forth, is however viewed as something accidental, or as movement only in figurative representation. In fact, however, this view is taken back by supposing that the determinations from which the line, and so forth, originate are their elements and principles, and these are, at the same time, nothing else but their limits. The coming to be is not considered as accidental or only as represented. That the point, the line, the plane, are per se self-contradictory beginnings which on their own repel themselves from themselves, and consequently that the point passes over from itself into the line through its concept, moves in itself and makes the line come to be, and so on. All this lies in the concept of the limit which is immanent in the something. The application itself, however, belongs to the treatment of space as an indication of it. Here, we can say that the point is the totally abstract limit, but in a determinate existence this existence is still taken in total abstraction. It is the so-called absolute, that is, abstract space, the absolutely continuous being outside one another. Inasmuch as the limit is not abstract negation, but is rather in this existence, inasmuch as it is spatial determinateness, the point is spatial, is the contradiction of abstract negation and continuity, and is, for that reason, the transition as it occurs and has already occurred into the line, and so forth. And so there is no point, just as there is no line or plane. The something, posited with its immanent limit as the contradiction of itself by virtue of which it is directed and driven out and beyond itself, is the finite. See, finitude. Existence is determinate. Something has a quality, and in this quality it is not only determined but delimited its quality as its limit, and, affected by it, something remains affirmative, quiescent existence. But, so developed that the opposition of its existence and of the negation as the limit immanent to this existence is the very in itselfness of the something, and this is thus only becoming in it. This negation constitutes the finitude of the something. When we say of things that they are finite, we understand by this that they not only have a determinateness, that their quality is not only reality and existent determination, that they are not merely limited and as such still have existence outside their limit, but rather that non-being constitutes their nature, their being. Finite things are, but in their reference to themselves they refer to themselves negatively, in this very self-reference they propel themselves, beyond their being. There are, but the truth of this being is, as in Latin, their finis, their end. The finite does not just alter, as the something in general does, but perishes, and its perishing is not just a mere possibility, as if it might be without perishing. Rather, the being as such of finite things is to have the germ of this transgression in their in itselfness. The hour of their birth is the hour of their death. A. The immediacy of finitude. The thought of the finitude of things brings this mournful note with it because finitude is qualitative negation driven to the extreme, and in the simplicity of such a determination there is no longer left to things an affirmative being distinct from their determination as things destined to ruin. Because of this qualitative simplicity of negation that has returned to the abstract opposition of nothing and perishing to being, finitude is the most obstinate of the categories of the understanding. Negation in general, constitution, limit, are compatible with their other, with existence. Even the abstract nothing, by itself, is given up as an abstraction, but finitude is negation fixed in itself and, as such, stands in stark contrast to its affirmative. The finite thus does indeed let itself be submitted to flux. This is precisely what it is, that it should come to an end, and this end is its only determination. Its refusal is rather to let itself be brought affirmatively to its affirmative, the infinite. To be associated with it, it is therefore inseparably posited with its nothing, and thereby cut off from any reconciliation with its other, the affirmative. The determination of finite things does not go past their end. The understanding persists in this sorrow of finitude, for it makes non-being the determination of things and, at the same time, this non-being imperishable and absolute. Their transitoriness would only pass away in their other, in the affirmative their finitude would then be severed from them, but this finitude is their unalterable quality, that is, their quality which does not pass over into their other, that is, not into the affirmative, and so finitude is eternal. This is a very important consideration. But that the finite is absolute is certainly not a standpoint that any philosophy or outlook, or the understanding, would want to endorse. The opposite is rather expressly present in the assertion of finitude. The finite is the restricted, the perishable. The finite is only the finite, not the imperishable. All this is immediately part and parcel of its determination and expression. But all depends on whether in one's view of finitude its being is insisted on, and the transitoriness thus persists, or whether the transitoriness and the perishing perish. The fact is that this perishing of the perishing does not happen on precisely the view that would make the perishing the final end of the finite. The official claim is that the finite is incompatible with the infinite and cannot be united with it, that the finite is absolutely opposed to the infinite. Being, absolute being, is ascribed to the infinite. The finite remains held fast over against it as its negative, incapable of union with the infinite. It remains absolute on its own side from the affirmative, from the infinite. It would receive affirmation and thus it would perish, but a union with the infinite is precisely what is declared impossible. If the finite were not to persist over against the infinite but were to perish, its perishing, as just said, would then be the last of it, not its affirmative, which would be only a perishing of the perishing. However, if it is not to perish into the affirmative but its end is rather to be grasped as a nothing, then we are back at that first, abstract nothing that itself has long since passed away. With this nothing, however, which is supposed to be only nothing but to which a reflective existence is nevertheless granted in thought, in representation or in speech, the same contradiction occurs as we have just indicated in connection with the finite, except that in the nothing it just occurs but in the finite it is instead expressed. In the one case, the contradiction appears as subjective, in the other, the finite is said to stand in perpetual opposition to the infinite, in itself to be null, and to be as null in itself. This is now to be brought to consciousness. The development of the finite will show that, expressly as this contradiction, it collapses internally, but that, in this collapse, it actually resolves the contradiction. It will show that the finite is not just perishable, and that it perishes, but that the perishing, the nothing, is rather not the last of it, that the perishing rather perishes. Sharp S. Restriction and the ought. This contradiction is indeed abstractly present by the very fact that the something is finite, or that the finite is. But something or being is no longer posited abstractly but reflected into itself, and developed as being in itself that has determination and constitution in it, or, More determinedly still, in such a way that it has a limit within it, and this limit, as constituting what is immanent to the something and the quality of its being in itself, is finitude. It is to be seen what moments are contained in this concept of the finite something. Determination and constitution arose as sides for external reflection, but determination already contained otherness as belonging to the in itself of something. On the one side, the externality of otherness is within the something's own inwardness. On the other side, it remains as otherness distinguished from it. It is still externality as such, but in the something. But further, since otherness is determined as limit, itself as negation of the negation, the otherness immanent to the something is posited as the connection of the two sides, and the unity of the something with itself, to which both determination and constitution belong, is its reference turned back upon itself, the reference to it of its implicitly existing determination that in it negates its immanent limit. The self-identical in itself thus refers itself to itself as to its own non-being, but as negation of the negation, as negating that which at the same time retains existence in it, for it is the quality of its in itselfness. Something's own limit, thus posited by it as a negative which is at the same time essential, is not only limit as such, but restriction. But restriction is not alone in being posited as negative. The negation cuts two ways, for that which it posits as negated is limit, and limit is in general what is common to something and other, and is also the determinateness of the in itself of determination as such. This in itself, consequently, as negative reference to its limit, which is also distinguished from it, as negative reference to itself as restriction, is the ought. In order for the limit that is in every something to be a restriction, the something must at the same time transcend it in itself, must refer to it from within as to a non-existent. The existence of something lies quietly indifferent, as it were, alongside its limit. But the something transcends its limit only in so far as it is the sublatedness of the limit, the negative in itselfness over against it. And inasmuch as the limit is as restriction in the determination itself, the something thereby transcends itself. The ought therefore contains the double determination once, as a determination which has an in itselfness over against negation, and again, as a non-being which, as restriction, is distinguished from the determination but is at the same time itself a determination existing in itself. The finite has thus determined itself as connecting determination and limit. In this connection, the determination is the ought and the limit is the restriction. Thus the two are both moments of the finite, and therefore both themselves finite, the ought as well as the restriction. But only restriction is posited as the finite. The ought is restricted only in itself, and therefore only for us. It is restricted by virtue of its reference to the limit already immanent within it, though this restriction in it is shrouded in itselfness, for according to its determinate being, that is, according to its determinateness in contrast to restriction, it is posited as being in itself. What ought to be is, and at the same time is not. If it were, it would not be what merely ought to be. The ought has therefore a restriction essentially. This restriction is not anything alien. That which only ought to be is determination now posited as it is in fact, namely as at the same time only a determinateness. The being in itself of the something is thus reduced in its determination to the ought because the very thing that constitutes the something's in itselfness is, in one and the same respect, as non-being, or again, because in the in itselfness, in the negation of the negation, the said being in itself is as one negation, what negates, a unity with the other, and this other, as qualitatively other, is the limit by virtue of which that unity is as reference to it. The restriction of the finite is not anything external, but the finite's own determination is rather also its restriction, and this restriction is both itself and the ought. It is that which is common to both, or rather that in which the two are identical. But further, as ought the finite transcends its restriction, the same determinateness which is its negation is also sublated, and is thus its in itself. Its limit is also not its limit. As ought something is thus elevated above its restriction, but conversely it has its restriction only as ought. The two are indivisible. Something has a restriction in so far as it has negation in its determination, and the determination is also the being sublated of the restriction. Remark. The ought has of late played a major role in philosophy, especially in connection with morality but also in metaphysics in general, as the final and absolute concept of the identity of the in itself or of self-reference, and of determinateness or the limit. You can because you ought. This expression, which is supposed to say a lot, is implied in the concept of the ought. For the ought is the transcendence of restriction. Restriction is sublated in it. The in itself of the ought is thus identical self-reference, and consequently the abstraction of being able. But, conversely, you cannot, even though you ought is just as correct. For the restriction as restriction is equally implied in the ought. The one formalism of possibility has in it a reality, a qualitative otherness, that stands opposed to it, and the connection of each to the other is a contradiction, and thus a cannot or rather an impossibility. In the ought the transcendence of finitude, infinity, begins. The ought is that which, in the subsequent development, in accordance with the said impossibility, will display itself as a progress to infinity. Regarding the form of restriction and of the ought, two prejudices deserve more detailed criticism. First, much is commonly made of the restrictions of thought, of reason, and so forth, and the claim is made that it is impossible to transcend such restrictions. What is lost track of in this claim is that something is already transcended by the very fact of being determined as a restriction. For a determinateness, a limit, is determined as restriction only in opposition to its other in general, that is, in opposition to that which is without its restriction. The other of a restriction is precisely the beyond with respect to it. Stone, metal, do not transcend their restriction, for the simple reason that the restriction is not a restriction for them. However, with respect to such general propositions that are typical of the way the understanding thinks, as that it is impossible to transcend restriction, if thought will not apply itself to see what is implied in the concept, it can then be referred to actuality, where the propositions prove themselves to be completely unrealistic. Just because thought ought to be something higher than actuality, just because it ought to dwell in higher regions remote from it, and therefore be itself determined as an ought, it fails on the one hand to advance to the concept, and on the other hand it manages to be equally untrue both in its relation to actuality and to the concept. Because a stone does not think, does not even feel, its determinateness is not a restriction for it, that is, it is not in it a negation for the sensation, the representation, the thought, and so on, which it does not have. But the stone too is as a something distinguished in its determination or its in itself an existence, and to this extent it too transcends its restriction. The concept which the stone is in itself contains the identity with its other. If it is a base receptive to acids, then it is oxidizable, neutralizable, and so on. In the process of oxidization, neutralization, and so on, its restriction to being only a base is sublated. The base transcends it. Similarly, the acid transcends its restriction to being an acid, and in the acid just as in the caustic base the ought, the imperative to transcend their restriction, is so strong that it is only with violence that they can be kept fixed as acid and caustic base, as waterless, that is, purely non-neutral. If, however, a concrete existence contains the concept not merely as abstract in itselfness, but as a totality existing for itself, as instinct, life, sensation, representation, and so forth, it itself then brings about, by itself, this transcendence and this transcending. The plant transcends the restriction of being a seed, similarly, of being blossom, fruit, leaf. The seed becomes the developed plant, the blossom fades, and so forth. In the grip of hunger, thirst, and so forth, the sentient is the impulse to transcend this restriction, and it does transcend it. It feels pain, and to feel pain is the privilege of sentient nature. Pain is a negation within the sentient's self, and this negation is determined as a restriction in the sentient's feeling just because the sentient has a feeling of itself, and this self is the totality that transcends the determinateness of the negation. If the sentient did not transcend it, it would not feel it as its negation and would have no pain. But reason, thought, is not supposed to be able to transcend this restriction. Reason, which is the universal, which is for itself the beyond of particularity as such, that is, of all particularity, only is the transcendence of restriction. To be sure, not every transcending, not every transcendence beyond restriction, is a true liberation from it, a true affirmation. Even the ought itself is this kind of imperfect transcending, and so abstraction in general. But the mention of a totally abstract universal is sufficient to counter the equally abstract pronouncement that restriction cannot be transcended, or, again, the mention of the infinite in general is sufficient to counter the pronouncement that the finite cannot be transcended. We can recall in this context a seemingly ingenious notion of Leibniz that if a magnet had consciousness, it would regard its pointing to the north as a determination of its will, a law of its freedom. Rather, if the magnet did have consciousness and along with it a will and freedom, it would be a thinking being. Consequently, space would be for it a universal embracing all directions, and its one direction to the north thus a restriction rather of its freedom, just as being held fixed to one place is a restriction for a human being, but not for a plant. The ought, for its part, is the transcending of restriction, but a transcending which is itself only finite. It therefore has its place and legitimacy in the field of finitude, where it holds in itself fixed over against what is restricted, declaring it to be the norm and the essential relative to what is null. Duty is an ought directed against the particular will, against self-seeking desire and arbitrary interest. It is the ought held up before a will capable of isolating itself from the truth because of its instability. Those who hold the ought of morality so high as to believe that, by not recognizing it as the ultimate truth, Morality itself would be destroyed. The brokers of reason whose understanding takes unceasing satisfaction in being able to confront everything that there is with an ought and consequently of would-be superior knowledge, who therefore are all the more resistant to being robbed of the ought, these do not see that, as regards the finitude of their sphere, the ought receives full recognition. But in the actual order of things, reason and law are not in such a sad state of affairs that they only ought to be, only the abstraction of the in itself stays at this. Equally, the ought does not perpetuate itself nor, which is the same, is finitude absolute. The philosophy of Kant and Fichte holds out the ought as the resolution of the contradictions of reason, though it is rather only a standpoint that remains fixed in finitude and therefore in contradiction. Transition of the finite into the infinite. The ought contains restriction explicitly, for itself, and restriction contains the ought. Their mutual connection is the finite itself, which contains them both in itself. These moments of its determination are qualitatively opposed. Restriction is determined as the negative of the ought, and the ought equally as the negative of restriction. The finite is thus in itself the contradiction of itself. It sublates itself, it goes away and ceases to be. But this, its result, the negative as such, is, its very determination, for it is the negative of the negative. So, in going away and ceasing to be, the finite has not ceased, it has only become momentarily another finite, which equally is, however, a going away as a going over into another finite, and so forth to infinity. But, if we consider this result more closely, in its going away and ceasing to be, in this negation of itself, the finite has attained its being in itself. In it has rejoined itself. Each of its moments contains precisely this result. The ought transcends the restriction, that is, it transcends itself, but its beyond, or its other, is only restriction itself. Restriction, for its part, immediately points beyond itself to its other, and this is the ought. But this ought is the same direction of in itselfness and determinateness as is restriction. It is the same thing in going beyond itself. Restriction thus equally rejoins itself. This identity with itself, the negation of negation, is affirmative being, is thus the other of the finite, which is supposed to have the first negation for its determinateness. This other is the infinite. See infinity. The infinite in its simple concept can be regarded, first of all, as a fresh definition of the absolute as self-reference devoid of determination. It is posited as being and becoming. The forms of existence have no place in the series of determinations that can be regarded as definitions of the absolute, since the forms of that sphere are immediately posited for themselves only as determinacies, as finite in general. But the infinite is accepted unqualifiedly as absolute, since it is explicitly determined as the negation of the finite. The restrictedness, to which being and becoming would somehow be susceptible even if they do not have it or exhibit it, is thereby both explicitly referred to and denied in it. But, in fact, by just this negation the infinite is not already free from restrictedness and finitude. It is essential to distinguish the true concept of infinity from bad infinity, the infinite of reason from the infinite of the understanding. The latter is in fact a finitized infinite, and, as we shall now discover, in wanting to maintain the infinite pure and distant from the finite, the infinite is by that very fact only made finite. The infinite, in simple determination, is the affirmative as negation of the finite. B, but is thereby in alternating determination with the infinite, and is abstract, one-sided infinite. C, is the self-sublation of this infinite and of the finite in one process. This is the true infinite. A, the infinite in general. The infinite is the negation of negation, the affirmative, being that has reinstated itself out of restrictedness. The infinite is, in a more intense sense than the first immediate being, it is the true being, the elevation above restriction. At the mention of the infinite, soul and spirit light up, for in the infinite the spirit is at home, and not only abstractly, rather, it rises to itself, to the light of its thinking, its universality, its freedom. What is first given with the concept of the infinite is this, that in its being and its self-existence is determined as finite and transcends restriction. It is the very nature of the finite that it transcend itself, that it negate its negation and become infinite. Consequently, the infinite does not stand above the finite as something ready-made by itself, as if the finite stood fixed outside or below it. Nor is it we only, as a subjective reason, who transcend the finite into the infinite, as if, in saying that the infinite is a concept of reason and that through reason we elevate ourselves above things temporal, we did this without prejudice to the finite, without this elevation, which remains external to the finite, affecting it. Insofar as the finite itself is being elevated to infinity, it is not at all an alien force that does this for it, it is rather its nature to refer itself to itself as restriction, both restriction as such and as ought, and to transcend this restriction, or rather, in this self-reference, to have negated the restriction and gone above and beyond it. It is not in the sublation of the finite in general that infinity in general comes to be, but the finite is rather just this, that through its nature it comes to be itself the infinite. Infinity is its affirmative determination, its vocation, what it truly is in itself. The finite has thus vanished into the infinite, and what is only the infinite. b. Alternating determination of finite and infinite. The infinite is in this immediacy, it is at the same time the negation of another, of the finite. And so, as existent and at the same time as the non-being of another, it has fallen back into the category of the something, of something determinate in general. More precisely, the infinite is the existence reflected into itself which results from the mediating sublation of determinateness in general and is consequently posited as existence distinct from its determinateness. Therefore, it has fallen back into the category of something with a limit. In accordance with this determinateness, the finite stands over against the infinite as real existence. They thus remain outside each other, standing in qualitative mutual reference. The immediate being of the infinite resurrects the being of its negation, of the finite again, which seemed at first to have vanished into the infinite. But the infinite and the finite are not in these referential categories, only the two sides are further determined in addition to being as mere others to each other. Namely, the finite is restriction posited as restriction, it is existence posited with the determination that it passes over into what is its in itself and becomes infinite. Infinity is the nothing of the finite, the in itself that the latter ought to be, but it is this at the same time as reflected within itself, as realized ought, as only affirmative self-referring being. In infinity we have the satisfaction that all determinateness, alteration, all restriction and the ought itself together with it, have vanished, are sublated, and the nothing of the finite is posited. As this negation of the finite is the being in itself determined which, as negation of negation, is in itself affirmative. Yet this affirmation is qualitatively immediate self-reference, being, and, because of this, the affirmative is led back to the category of being that has the finite confronting it as another. Its negative nature is posited as existent negation, and hence as first and immediate negation. The infinite is in this way burdened with the opposition to the finite, and this finite, as another, remains a real existence even though in its being in itself, in the infinite, it is at the same time posited as sublated. This infinite is that which is not finite, a being in the determinateness of negation. Contrasted with the finite, with a series of existent determinacies, of realities, the infinite is indeterminate emptiness, the beyond of the finite, whose being in itself is not in its existence, which is something determinate. As thus posited over against the finite, the two connected by the qualitative mutual reference of others, the infinite is to be called the bad infinite, the infinite of the understanding, for which it counts as the highest, the absolute truth. The understanding believes that it has attained satisfaction in the reconciliation of truth while it is in fact entangled in unreconciled, unresolved, absolute contradictions. And it is these contradictions, into which it falls on every side whenever it embarks on the application and explication of these categories that belong to it, that must make it conscious of the fact. This contradiction is present in the very fact that the infinite remains over against the finite, with the result that there are two determinacies. There are two worlds, one infinite and one finite, and in their connection the infinite is only the limit of the finite and thus only a determinate, itself finite infinite. This contradiction develops its content into more explicit forms. The finite is the real existence which persists as such even when it has gone over into its non-being, the infinite. As we have seen, this infinite has for its determinateness, over against the finite, only the first, immediate negation, just as the finite, as negated, has over against this negation only the meaning of another and is, therefore, still a something. When, therefore, the understanding, elevating itself above this finite world, rises to what is the highest for it, to the infinite, the finite world remains for it as something on this side here, and, thus posited only above the finite, the infinite is separated from the finite and, for the same reason, the finite from the infinite each is placed in a different location. The finite is existence here, and the infinite, although the being in itself of the finite, there is a beyond, at a nebulous, inaccessible distance outside which there stands, enduring, the finite. As thus separated, they are just as much essentially connected with each other, through the very negation that divides them. This negation connecting them, these somethings reflected into themselves, is the common limit of each over against the other, and that, too, in such a way that each does not merely have this limit in it over against the other, but the negation is rather the in itselfness of each thus has for itself, in its separation from the other, the limit in it. But the limit is the first negation. Both are thus limited, finite, in themselves. Yet, as each affirmatively refers itself to itself, Each is also the negation of its limit. Each thus immediately repels the negation from itself as its non-being, and, qualitatively severed from it, posits it as another being outside it. The finite posits its non-being as this infinite, and the infinite likewise the finite. It is readily conceded that the finite passes over into the infinite necessarily, that is, through its determination, and is thereby elevated to what is its in itself, for while the finite is indeed determined as subsistent existence, it is at the same time also a null in itself and therefore destined to self-dissolution, whereas the infinite, although burdened with negation and limit, is equally also determined as the existent in itself, so that this abstraction of self-referring affirmation is what constitutes its determination, and hence finite existence is not present in it. But it has been shown that the infinite itself attains affirmative being only by the mediation of negation, as negation of negation, and that when its affirmation thus attained is taken as just simple, qualitative being, the negation contained in it is demoted to simple immediate negation and, therefore, to determinateness and limit, and these, then, are excluded from the infinite as contradicting its in itself. They are posited as not belonging to it but rather as opposed to its in itself, as the finite. Since each is in it and through its determination the positing of its other, the two are inseparable. But this unity rests hidden in their qualitative otherness. It is their inner unity, one that lies only at their base. The manner of the appearance of this unity has thereby been defined. The unity is posited in existence as a turning over or transition of the finite into the infinite, and vice versa, so that the infinite only emerges in the finite, and the finite in the infinite, the other in the other. That is to say, each arises in the other independently and immediately, and their connection is only an external one. The process of their transition has the following detailed shape. We have the finite passing over into the infinite. This passing over appears as an external doing. In this emptiness beyond the finite, what arises? What is there of positive in it? On account of the inseparability of the infinite and the finite, or because this infinite, which stands apart, is itself restricted, the limit arises. The infinite has vanished and the other, the finite, has stepped in. But this stepping in of the finite appears as an event external to the infinite, and the new limit is something that does not arise out of the infinite itself but is likewise found given. And with this we are back at the previous determination, which has been sublated in vain. This new limit, however, is itself only something to be sublated or transcended. And so there arises again the emptiness, the nothing, in which we find again the said determination, and so forth to infinity. We have before us the alternating determination of the finite and the infinite. The finite is finite only with reference to the odd or the infinite, and the infinite is only infinite with reference to the finite. The two are inseparable and at the same time absolutely other with respect to each other. Each has in it the other of itself. Each is thus the unity of itself and its other, and, in its determinateness, not to be what itself and what its other is, it is existence. This alternating determination of self-negating and of negating the negating is what passes as the progress to infinity, which is accepted in so many shapes and applications as an unsurpassable ultimate at which thought, having reached this and so on to infinity, has usually achieved its end. This progress breaks out wherever relative determinations are pressed to the point of opposition, so that, though in inseparable unity, each is nevertheless attributed an independent existence over against the other. This progress is therefore the contradiction which is not resolved but is rather always pronounced simply as present. What we have before us is an abstract transcending which remains incomplete because the transcending itself has not been transcended. Before us we have the infinite. Of course, this infinite is transcended, for another limit is posited, but just because of that only a return is instead made back to the finite. This bad infinite is in itself the same as the perpetual odd. It is indeed the negation of the finite, but in truth it is unable to free itself from it. The finite constantly resurfaces in it as its other, since this infinite only is with reference to the finite, which is its other. The progress to infinity is therefore only repetitious monotony, the one and the same tedious alternation of this finite and infinite. The infinity of the infinite progress remains burdened by the finite as such, is thereby restricted, and is itself finite. In fact, however, it is thereby posited as the unity of the finite and the infinite. Only, this unity is not reflected upon. Yet it alone rouses the finite in the infinite, and the infinite in the finite. It is, so to speak, the impulse driving the infinite progress. This progress is the outside of this unity at which representation remains fixated at that perennial repetition of one and the same alternation at the empty unrest of a progression across the limit towards the infinite which, in this infinity, finds a new limit but is just as unable to halt it as it is at the infinite. This infinite has the rigid determination of a beyond that cannot be attained, for the very reason that it ought not be attained, since the determinateness of the beyond, of an existent negation, has not been let go. In this determination, The infinite has the finite as a this side over against it, a finite that is likewise unable to raise itself up to the infinite just because it has this determination of another, that is, of an existence that perennially regenerates itself and that beyond precisely by being different from it. C. Affirmative infinity. In this reciprocal determination of the finite and the infinite alternating back and forth as just indicated, the truth of these two is already implicitly present in itself, and all that is needed is to take up what is there. This back and forth movement constitutes the external realization of the concept in which the content of the latter is posited, but externally, as a falling out of the two, all that is needed is the comparing of these two different moments in which the unity is given which the concept itself gives. Unity of the finite and the infinite, as has often been already noted but must especially be kept in mind at this juncture, is the uneven expression for the unity as it is in truth, but also the removal of this uneven determination must be found in the externalization of the concept that lies ahead of us. Taken in their first, only immediate determination, the infinite is the transcending of the finite according to its determination, it is the negation of the finite. The finite, for its part, is only that which must be transcended, the negation in it of itself, and this is the infinite. In each, therefore, there is the determinateness of the other, whereas, according to the viewpoint of the infinite progression, the two should be mutually excluded and would have to follow one another only alternately. Neither can be posited and grasped without the other, the infinite without the finite without the infinite. In saying what the infinite is, namely the negation of the finite itself is said also it cannot be avoided in the determination of the infinite. One need only know what is being said in order to find the determination of the finite in the infinite. Regarding the finite, it is readily conceded that it is the null. This very nothingness is however the infinite from which it is inseparable. Understood in this way, they may seem to be taken according to the way each refers to its other. Taken without this connecting reference, and thus joined only through an end, they subsist independently, each only an existent over against the other. We have to examine how they would be constituted in this way. The infinite, thus position, is one of the two but, as only one of them, it is itself finite, it is not the whole but only one side. It has its limit in that which stands over against it, and so it is the finite infinite. We have before us only two finites. The finitude of the infinite, and therefore its unity with the finite, lies in the very fact that it is separated from the finite and placed, consequently, on one side. The finite, for its part, removed from the infinite and positioned for itself, is this self-reference in which the relativity, its dependence and transitoriness, are removed. It is the same self-subsistence and self-affirmation which the infinite is presumed to be. The two pathways of consideration, even though they seem at first to have each a different determinateness for their point of departure, the former inasmuch as it assumes it to be only the reference of infinite and finite to each other, of each to the other, and the latter their complete separation from each other, yield one and the same result. The infinite and the finite, taken together as referring to each other in a connection which is presumed external but is in fact essential to them, for without it, neither is what it is, each contains its other in its own determination, just as, when each is taken for itself, when looked at on its terms, each has the other present in it as its own moment. This yields, then, the scandalous unity of the finite and the infinite, the unity which is itself the infinite that embraces both itself and the finite, the infinite, therefore, understood in a sense other than when the finite is separated from it and placed on the other side from it. Since they must now also be distinguished, each is within it, as just shown, itself the unity of both. There are thus two such unities. The common element, the unity of both determinacies, as such a unity, posits them at first as negated, for each is to be what it is in being distinguished in their unity, therefore, they lose their qualitative nature, an important reflection for countering the incorrigible habit of representing the infinite and the finite, in their unity, as still holding on to the quality that they would have when taken apart from each other of seeing in the unity, therefore, nothing except contradiction, and not also the resolution of the contradiction by the negation of the qualitative determinateness of each. And so is the unity of the infinite and the finite, at first simple and universal, falsified. But further, since the two are now to be taken also as distinguished, the unity of the infinite which is itself both of these moments is determined differently in each. The infinite, determined as such, has in it the finitude which is distinct from it in this unity, the infinite is the in itself while the finite is only determinateness, the limit in the infinite. But such a limit is the absolute other of the infinite, its opposite. The infinite's determination, which is the in itself as such, is corrupted by being saddled with a quality of this sort. The infinite is thus a finitized infinite. Likewise, since the finite is as such only the non in itself but equally has its opposite in it by virtue of the said unity, it is elevated above its worth and, so to speak, infinitely elevated. It is posited as the infinitized finite. Likewise, just as the simple unity of infinite and finite was falsified before by the understanding, so too is the double unity. Here also this happens because the infinite is taken in one of the two unities not as negated but, rather, as the in itself, in which, therefore, determinateness and restriction should not be posited, for they would debase and corrupt it. Conversely, the finite is equally held fixed as not negated, although null in itself, so that, in combination with the infinite, it is elevated to what it is not and is thereby infinitized, notwithstanding its determination that is not vanished but is rather perpetuated. The falsification that the understanding perpetrates with respect to the finite and the infinite, of holding their reciprocal reference fixed as qualitative differentiation, of maintaining that their determination is separate, indeed, absolutely separate, comes from forgetting what for the understanding itself is the concept of these moments. According to this concept, the unity of the finite and the infinite is not an external bringing together of them, nor an incongruous combination that goes against their nature, one in which inherently separate and opposed terms that exist independently and are consequently incompatible, would be knotted together. Rather, each is itself this unity, and this only is a sublating of itself in which neither would have an advantage over the other in itselfness and affirmative existence. As has earlier been shown, finitude is only as a transcending of itself. It is therefore within it that the infinite, the other of itself, is contained. Similarly, the infinite is only as the transcending of the finite. It therefore contains its other essentially, and it is thus within it that it is the other of itself. The finite is not sublated by the infinite as by a power present outside it. Its infinity consists rather in sublating itself. This sublating is not, consequently, alteration or otherness in general, not the sublating of something. That into which the finite is sublated as the infinite is the negating of finitude. But the latter has long since been only existence, determined as a non-being. It is only the negation, therefore, that in the negation sublates itself. Thus infinity is determined on its side as the negative of the finite and thereby of determinateness in general, as an empty beyond its sublating of itself into the finite is a return from an empty flight, the negation of the beyond which is inherently a negative. Present in both, therefore, is the same negation of negation. But this negation of negation is in itself self-reference, affirmation, but as turning back to itself, that is, through the mediation that the negation of negation is. These are the determinations that it is essential to bring to view. The second point, however, is that in the infinite progression they are also posited, and how they are posited therein, namely, not in their ultimate truth. First, both are negated in that progression, the infinite as well as the finite both are equally transcended. Second, they are also posited as distinct, one after the other, each positive for itself. We sort out these two determinations while comparing them, just as in the comparison, in an external comparing, we have separated the two ways of considering them, the finite and the infinite, as referring to one another, and each taken for itself. The infinite progression, however, says more than this. Also posited in it, though at first still only as transition and alternation, is the connectedness of the terms being distinguished. We now only need to see, in one simple reflection, what is in fact present in it. In the first place, the negation of the finite and the infinite which is posited in the infinite progression can be taken as simple, and hence as mutual externality, only a following of one upon the other. Starting from the finite, the limit is thus transcended, the finite negated. We now have its beyond, the infinite, but in this the limit rises up again, so we have the transcending of the infinite. This twofold sublation is nonetheless partly only an external event and an alternating of moments in general, and partly still not posited as one unity. Each of these moves beyond is an independent starting point, a fresh act, so that the two fall apart. But, in addition, their connection is also present in the infinite progression. The finite comes first, then there is the transcending of it, and this negative, or this beyond of the finite, is the infinite third. This negation is transcended in turn, a new limit comes up, a finite again. This is the complete, self-closing movement that has arrived at that which made the beginning. What emerges is the same as that from which the departure was made, that is, the finite is restored, the latter has therefore rejoined itself, in its beyond has only found itself again. The same is the case regarding the infinite. In the infinite, in the beyond of the limit, only a new limit arises which has the same fate, namely, that as finite it must be negated. Thus what is again at hand is the same infinite that just now disappeared in the new limit by being sublated. By traversing the new limit, the infinite has not therefore advanced one jot further, it has distanced itself neither from the finite, for the finite is just this, to pass over into the infinite, nor from itself, for it has arrived at itself. Thus the finite and the infinite are both this movement of each returning to itself through its negation. They are only as implicit mediation, and the affirmative of each contains the negative of each, and is the negation of the negation. They are thus a result and, as such, not in the determination that they had at the beginning. Neither is the finite an existence on its side nor the infinite an existence or a being in itself beyond that existence, that is, beyond existence in the determination of finitude. The understanding strongly resists the unity of the finite and the infinite only because it presupposes restriction and finitude to remain, like being in itself, constants. It thereby overlooks the negation of both, which is in fact present in the infinite progression, just as it equally overlooks that the two occur in this progression only as moments of a whole, that each emerges only through the mediation of its opposite but, essentially, equally by means of the sublation of its opposite. If this imminent turning back has for the moment been reckoned to be just as much the turning back of the finite to itself and of the infinite to itself, noticeable in this very result is an error connected with the one-sidedness. Just criticize the finite and then the infinite is each taken as the starting point, and only in this way two results ensue. But it is a matter of total indifference which is taken as the starting point and, with this, the distinction caused by the duality of results dissolves of itself. This is likewise posited in the line of the infinite progression, open-ended on both sides, wherein each of the moments recurs in equal alternation, and it is totally extraneous at which position the progression is arrested and taken as beginning. The moments are distinguished in the progression but each is equally only moment of the other. Since both, the finite and the infinite, are themselves moments of the progress, they are jointly the finite, and, since they are equally jointly negated in it and in the result, this result is the negation of their joint finitude is called with truth the infinite. Their distinction is thus the double meaning which they both have. The finite has the double meaning, first, of being the finite over against the infinite which stands over against it, and, second, of being at the same time the finite and the infinite over against the infinite. Also the infinite has the double meaning of being one of the two moments, it is then the bad infinite, and of being the infinite in which the two moments, itself and its other, are only moments. Therefore, as in fact we now have it, the nature of the infinite is that it is the process in which it lowers itself to be only one of its determinations over against the finite and therefore itself only one of the finites, and elevates this distinction of itself and itself to be self-affirmation and, through this mediation, the true infinite. This determination of the true infinite cannot be captured in the already criticized formula of a unity of the finite and the infinite. Unity is abstract, motionless self-sameness, and the moments are likewise unmoved beings. But, like both its moments, the infinite is rather essentially only as becoming, though a becoming now further determined in its moments. Becoming has for its determinations, first, abstract being and nothing as alteration, it has existence, something and other now as infinite, it has finite and infinite, these two themselves as in becoming. This infinite, as being turned back unto itself, as reference of itself to itself, is being, but not indeterminate, abstract being, for it is posited as negating the negation. Consequently, it is also existence or there-ness, for it contains negation in general and consequently determinateness. It is, and is there, present, before us. Only the bad infinite is the beyond, since it is only the negation of the finite posited as real and, as such, it is abstract first negation thus determined only as negative, it does not have the affirmation of existence in it held fast only as something negative, it ought not to be there, it ought to be unattainable. However, to be thus unattainable is not its grandeur but rather its defect, which is at bottom the result of holding fast to the finite as such, as existent. It is the untrue which is the unattainable, and what must be recognized is that such an infinite is the untrue. The image of the progression in infinity is the straight line. The infinite is only at the two limits of this line, and always only is where the latter, which is existence, is not but transcends itself, in its non-existence, that is, in the indeterminate. As true infinite, bent back upon itself, its image becomes the circle, the line that has reached itself, closed and wholly present, without beginning and end. True infinity, thus taken in general as existence posited as affirmative in contrast to abstract negation, is reality in a higher sense than it was earlier. As simply determined, it has now obtained a concrete content. It is not the finite which is the real, but rather the infinite. Thus reality is further determined as essence, concept, idea, and so forth. In connection with the more concrete, it is however superfluous to repeat such earlier and more abstract categories as reality, and to use them for determinations more concrete than they are by themselves. Such a repetition, as when it is said that essence, or that the concept, is real, has its origin in the fact that to uneducated thought the most abstract categories such as being, existence, reality, finitude, are the most familiar. The more immediate occasion, however, For recalling here the categories of reality is that the negation, against which reality is the affirmative, is here the negation of negation, and consequently itself posited over against that reality which finite existence is. Negation is thus determined as ideality. The idealized is the finite as it is in the true infinite, as a determination, a content, a distinct but not a subsistent existent, a moment rather. Ideality has this more concrete signification which is not fully expressed through the negation of finite existence. As regards reality and ideality, the opposition of finite and infinite is, however, so grasped that the finite assumes the value of the real, whereas the infinite that of the idealized. In the same way, further on, also the concept is regarded as an idealization, that is, as a mere idealization, in contrast to existence in general, which is regarded as the real. When contrasted in this way, it is of course of no use to have reserved for the said concrete determination of negation a distinctive expression of idealization in that opposition of finite and infinite. We are back to the one-sidedness of the abstract negative characteristic of the bad infinite and still fixed in the affirmative existence of the finite. Transition. Ideality can be called the quality of the infinite, but it is essentially the process of becoming, and hence a transition, like the transition of becoming into existence. We must now explicate this transition. This imminent turning back, as the sublating of finitude, that is, of finitude as such and equally of the negative finitude that only stands opposite to it, is only negative finitude, is self-reference, being. Since there is negation in this being, the latter is existence, but, further, since the negation is essentially negation of the negation, self-referring negation, it is the existence that carries the name of being for itself. Remark. The infinite, in the usual sense of the bad infinite, and the progression to infinity, such as the ought, are the expression of a contradiction that pretends to be itself a solution and an ultimate. This infinite is a first elevation of sense representation above the finite to thought, but to a thought which, for content, has only a nothing, that is, a non-existent explicitly posited as such. It is a flight beyond restrictions that fails to gather itself together within and is unable to bring the negative back to the positive. This unfulfilled reflection has before it both the determinations of the true infinite, namely the opposition of the finite and the infinite, and the unity of the finite and the infinite, but fails to bring the two thoughts together. The thought of one unavoidably brings the other along, but this reflection lets them only alternate. The spectacle of this alternation, this infinite progression, occurs wherever one remains fixated on the contradiction of the unity of two determinations and of their opposition. The finite is the sublation of itself, it holds its negation, the infinity, in itself unity of the two. It is the movement beyond the finite into the infinite as the beyond of the finite separation of the two. But over and beyond the infinite there is another finite. The beyond, the infinite, holds finitude unity of the two. But this finite is also a negative of the infinite separation of the two, and so forth. Thus, in the relation of causality, cause and effect are inseparable. A cause that would have no effect is not a cause, just as an effect that had no cause would no longer be effect. This relation yields, therefore, the infinite progression of causes and effects. Something is determined as cause, but, as something finite, and it is finite just because of its separation from the effect, it has itself a cause, that is, it is also effect. Consequently, the same thing that was determined as cause is also determined as effect. Unity of cause and effect. What is now determined as effect has in turn a cause, that is, the cause is to be separated from its effect and to be posited as a different something. This new cause is however itself only an effect, unity of cause and effect. It has another for its cause, separation of the two determinations, and so forth, into infinity. We can thus restate the progression in this more appropriate form. The claim is made that the finite and the infinite are one unity. This is a false claim that needs correction by its opposite. The two are absolutely different and opposed. This claim is in turn to be corrected to the effect that the two are inseparable, that in the one determination there lies the other by virtue of the claim to unity, and so forth to infinity. It is easy enough to see into the nature of the infinite. One must recognize that the infinite progression, the developed infinity of the understanding, is constituted by the alternation of the two determinations, of the unity and the separation of the two moments, and then further recognize that this unity and this separation are inseparable. The resolution of this contradiction is not the acknowledgment of the equal correctness, and of the equal incorrectness, of both claims. This would only be another shape of the still abiding contradiction, but the ideality of both, in the sense that in their distinction, as reciprocal negations, they are only moments. That monotonous alternation of the infinite progression is in fact the negation of both their unity and their separation. What was demonstrated above is just as much present in it de facto, namely, that the finite, over and beyond itself, falls into the infinite, but that, over and beyond this infinite, it equally finds itself born anew, hence, that it rejoins itself there, as is also the case for the infinite, so that this same negation of negation results in affirmation, a result that thereby proves itself to be their truth and point of origin. In this being which is thus the ideality of the distinct moments, the contradiction has not vanished abstractly, but is resolved and reconciled, and the thoughts, while left intact, are also brought together. Here we have, in a graphic example, the nature of speculative thought displayed in its determining feature. It consists solely in grasping the opposed moments in their unity. Inasmuch as each moment shows, as a matter of fact, that it has its opposite in it, and that in this opposite it rejoins itself, the affirmative truth is this internally self-moving unity, the grasping together of both thoughts, their infinity, the reference to oneself which is not immediate but infinite. The essence of philosophy has often been located by those already adept in the things of thought in the task of answering the question, how does the infinite go forth out of itself and come to finitude? This, as opinion would have it, escapes conceptual comprehension. In the course of this exposition, the infinite at whose concept we have arrived will further determine itself, and the desideratum, how the infinite, if one can so express oneself, comes to finitude, will be manifested in it in the full manifold of forms. Here we are considering this question only in its immediacy and in view of the just mentioned sense which the infinite usually carries. It is above all on the answer to this question that whether there is a philosophy is taken to depend, and people believe, while still professing willingness to let the matter rest on it, that they also possess in the question itself a sort of puzzle, an invincible talisman, that firmly secures them against the answer, and consequently against philosophy and the attainment of it. In order to understand questions, a certain education is required also in other subject matters, and this is all the more the case for things philosophical if more of an answer is to be had than that the question is an idle one. It is fair to expect in these questions, as is normally done, that the point at issue would not depend on words but would rather be made intelligible through some form or other of expression. Figurative expressions of sense representation that are used in the question regarding the infinite, like going forth and such like, arouse the suspicion that the question stemmed from the terrain of vulgar representation, and that the answer is also expected to be in representations current in everyday life and in the shape of a sensuous simile. Take being in general, instead of the infinite. The determining of it, its having a negation or finitude in it, seems easier to comprehend. Being is indeed the indeterminate, but it is not immediately said in it that it is the opposite of anything determinate. The infinite, on the contrary, contains this note expressly: it is the non-finite. The unity of the finite and the infinite thus appears excluded from the start. Incomplete reflection is most stubbornly opposed to this unity for precisely this reason. But it has been shown, and it is immediately evident without expanding further on the determination of the finite and the infinite, that the infinite, in the sense in which it is taken by that incomplete reflection, namely as standing opposite the finite, has its other in it precisely because it stands opposed to it, and is therefore already limited and itself finite. It is the bad infinite. The answer to the question, how does the infinite become finite, is therefore this: there is not an infinite which is infinite beforehand, and only afterwards does it find it necessary to become finite, to go forth into finitude. The infinite is rather for itself just as much finite as infinite. Inasmuch as the question assumes that the infinite is by itself on the one side, and that the finite which has gone forth from it, or from wherever it might have come, into the divide is truly real as thus separated from the infinite, one should say rather that it is this divide which is conceptually incomprehensible. Neither such a finite nor such an infinite has truth. That which has no truth, however, cannot be conceptually grasped. Yet it must be granted that they are conceptually comprehensible. To consider them even as they are in representation with the determination of each implicit in the other, to have a simple insight into this inseparability which is theirs, means that we comprehend them conceptually. This inseparability is their concept. In the self-subsistence of that infinite and finite, the question sets up a false content. Instead, it presupposes a false connection between them. For this reason, the question is not to be answered, but the false presuppositions contained in it, in effect the question itself, are rather to be denied. By thus questioning the truth of such finite and infinite, the standpoint is altered, and this change will turn the embarrassment which the question was supposed to cause back on the question itself. To the reflection from which the question originated, our own question is something new, for that reflecting lacks the speculative interest that would lead it to ascertain for its own sake, and before it draws connections between determinations, whether such determinations are anything true as presupposed. To the extent, however, that the untruth of that abstract infinite is recognized, and of the finite which is equally supposed to stand unmoved on its side, there is this to be said of the procession of the finite out of the infinite: the infinite goes out of itself into the finite because, in the way it is grasped as abstract unity, it has no truth in it, no standing, and, conversely, The finite goes forth into the infinite for the same reason. Or it is rather to be said that the infinite proceeded to finitude from all eternity, that, just as much as pure being, it absolutely is not by itself alone, without having its other in it. The question how the infinite proceeds to the finite can harbor a further presupposition still, namely that the infinite includes the finite within itself, and consequently that it is the unity of itself and its other, so that the difficulty has to do essentially with the separating, for this is in opposition to the presupposed unity. On this presupposition, the opposition insisted upon only assumes a different form. The unity and the distinguishing are separated from each other and held isolated. If, however, the unity is not taken abstractly and indeterminately, but rather, as in the presupposition, as the determinate unity of the finite and the infinite, the distinguishing of these two is also present in it. And this distinguishing is not one that would also let them go loose, each subsisting separately, but it rather leaves them in the unity as idealized. This unity of the infinite and the finite, and the distinguishing of them, are inseparable, in the same way as the finite and the infinite. Remark. The claim that the finite is an idealization defines idealism. The idealism of philosophy consists in nothing else than in the recognition that the finite is not truly inexistent. Every philosophy is essentially idealism, or at least has idealism for its principle, and the question then is only how far this principle is carried out. This applies to philosophy just as much as to religion, for religion also, no less than philosophy, will not admit finitude as a true being, an ultimate, an absolute, or as something non-posited, uncreated, eternal. The opposition between idealistic and realistic philosophy is therefore without meaning. A philosophy that attributes to finite existence, as such, true, ultimate, absolute being, does not deserve the name of philosophy. The principles of ancient as well as more recent philosophies, whether water, matter, or atoms, are universals, idealizations, not things as given immediately, that is, in sensuous singularity. Not even the water of Thales is that, for, although also empirical water, it is besides that the in itself or essence of all other things, and these things do not stand on their own, self-grounded, but are posited on the basis of another, of water, that is, they are idealized. In thus calling the principle or the universal an idealization as we have just done, and the concept, the idea, spirit, deserve the name even more, and in saying then that the singular things of the senses are idealizations in principle, or in their concept, and even more so when sublated in the spirit, we must note, in passing, the same double-sidedness that transpired in the infinite, namely that an idealization is on the one hand something concrete, a true existent, but, on the other hand, that its moments are no less idealizations, sublated in it in fact. However, there is only one concrete whole from which the moments are inseparable. By an idealization is normally meant the form of representation. Whatever is in any of my representations, whether in the concept, the idea, the imagination, and so forth, goes by the name of idealization, so that the idealized stands in general also for imaginary constructs, for representations that are not only distinguished from anything real but should essentially not be taken as real. In point of fact, spirit is above all the true idealist in spirit, even as spirit senses and represents, but still more as it thinks and conceptualizes. The content is not real existence, as so called in the simplicity of the eye. Any such external being is only sublated, it is for me, it is in me idealized. This subjective idealism, whether it is the unconscious idealism of consciousness in general or is consciously declared and installed as principle, extends only to the form of representation according to which a content is mine. In the systematized idealism of subjectivity, this form is declared to be the only true form, one that excludes the form of the objectivity or reality of that content, of its external existence. Such an idealism is formal, since it does not take into consideration the content of representation or thought, and therefore does not go past its finitude. Nothing is lost by this idealism, both because the reality of this finite content, the existence filled with finitude, is retained, and because, if one abstracts from it, in itself nothing of much consequence is to be made of it. Nor is anything gained by it, for the same reason that nothing is lost, since the eye remains representation, spirit still filled with the same content of finitude. The opposition of the forms of subjectivity and objectivity is of course itself one of finitudes, but the content, as taken up in sensation, intuition, or also in the more abstract element of representation and thought, contains such finitudes in full, and these, by the exclusion of that one mode of finitude alone, of the form of subjective and objective, are still not done away with, and even less have they fallen off on their own. Chapter Being for Itself. In Being for Itself, Qualitative being is brought to completion. It is infinite being. The being of the beginning is void of determination. Existence is sublated but only immediately sublated being. It thus contains, to begin with, only the first negation. Itself immediate being is of course retained as well, and the two are united in existence in simple unity. For this reason, however, each is in itself still unlike the other, and their unity is still not posited. Existence is therefore the sphere of differentiation, of dualism, the domain of finitude. Determinateness is determinateness as such being which is relatively, not absolutely, determined. In being for itself, the distinction between being and determinateness, or negation, is posited and equalized. Quality, otherness, limit, as well as reality, in itselfness, ought, and so forth, are the incomplete configurations of negation and being which are still based on the differentiation of the two. But since infinitude negation has passed over into infinity, in the posited negation of negation, negation is simple self-reference and in it, therefore, the equalization with being, absolutely determinate being. First, being for itself is immediately and existent for itself, the one. Second, the one passes over into a multiplicity of ones, repulsion or the otherness of the one which sublates itself into its ideality, attraction. Third, we have the alternating determination of repulsion and attraction in which the two sink into a state of equilibrium, and quality, driven to a head in being for itself, passes over into quantity. A being for itself as such. The general concept of being for itself has come to light. The justification for using the expression being for itself for that concept would depend on showing that the representation associated with the expression corresponds to the concept. So indeed it appears to do. We say that something is for itself inasmuch as it sublates otherness, sublates its connection and community with other, has rejected them by abstracting from them. The other is in it only as something sublated, as its moment being for itself consists in having thus transcended limitation, its otherness it consists in being, as this negation, the infinite turning back into itself. In representing to itself an intended object which it feels, or intuits, and so forth, consciousness already contains in itself as consciousness the determination of being for itself, that is, it has in it the content of that object, which is thus an idealization even as it intuits, or in general becomes involved in the negative of itself, in the other, it abides with itself. Being for itself is the polemical, negative relating to the limiting other and, through this negation of the other, is being reflected within itself, even though, side by side with this immanent turning back of consciousness and the ideality of its object, the reality of this object is also retained, for the object is at the same time known as an external existence. Consciousness is thus phenomenal, or it is this dualism on the one side, it knows an external object which is other than it on the other side, it is for itself, has this intended object in it as idealized, abides not only by this other but therein abides also with itself. Self-consciousness, on the contrary, is being for itself brought to completion and posited the side of reference to another, to an external object, is removed. Self-consciousness is thus the nearest example of the presence of infinity, granted, of a still abstract infinity, but one which is of a totally different, concrete determination than the being for itself in general, whose infinity still has only qualitative determinateness. A. Existence and being for itself. As already mentioned, being for itself is infinity that has sunk into simple being. It is existence in so far as in the now posited form of the immediacy of being the negative nature of infinity, which is the negation of negation, is only as negation in general, as infinite qualitative determinateness. But in such a determinateness, wherein it is existence, being is at once also distinguished from this very being for itself which is such only as infinite qualitative determinateness. Nevertheless, existence is at the same time a moment of being for itself, for the latter certainly contains being affected by negation. So the determinateness which in existence as such is another, and a being for other, is bent back into the infinite unity of being for itself, and the moment of existence is present in the being for itself as being for one. B. Being for one. This moment gives expression to how the finite is in its unity with the infinite or as an idealization. Being for itself does not have negation in it as a determinateness or limit, and consequently also not as reference to an existence other than it. Although this moment is now being designated as being for one, there is yet nothing at hand for which it would be, there is not the one of which it would be the moment. There is in fact nothing of the sort yet fixed in being for itself that for which something, and there is no something here, would be, what the other side in general should be, is likewise a moment, itself only being for one, not yet a one. What we have before us, therefore, is still an undistinguishedness of two sides that may suggest themselves in the being for one. There is only one being for another, and since this is only one being for another, it is also only being for one. There is only the one ideality, of that for which or in which there should be a determination as moment, and of that which should be the moment in it. Being for one and being for itself do not therefore constitute two genuine determinacies, each is against the other. Inasmuch as the distinction is momentarily assumed and we speak of a being for itself, it is this very being for itself, as the sublated being of otherness, that refers itself to itself as to the sublated other, is therefore for one and its other it refers itself only to itself. An idealization is necessarily for one, but it is not for another. The one, for which it is only itself. The I, therefore, spirit in general, or God, are idealizations, because they are infinite as existence which are for themselves. However, they are not ideationally different from that which is for one. For if they were different, they would be only immediate, or, more precisely, they would only be existence and a being for another. For if the moment of being for one did not attach to them, it is not they themselves but another that would be that which is for them. God is therefore for himself, in so far he is himself that which is for him. Being for itself and being for one are not, therefore, diverse significations of ideality but, essential, inseparable, moments of it. Remark. The German expression for querying the quality of a thing, was Voreindenken etwas sei, or, what for a thing is this or that, though strange at first, reflectively brings out the moment here considered. This expression is idealistic in origin, since it does not ask what this thing A might be for another thing B, not what this human being might be for another human being. It asks, rather, what this is for a thing, for a human being, so that this being for one is at the same time taken back into this thing, into this human being, or that which is and that for which it is are one and the same. An identity, such as ideality, must also be considered to be. Ideality at first attaches to the sublated determinations as distinguished from that in which they are sublated, which by contrast can be taken as the real. The result is that the idealization is again one of the moments in the real. The other ideality, however, consists in both determinations being equally only for one and having only the value of a one, and this one ideality, thus undifferentiated, is reality. In this sense, self-consciousness, spirit, God, are each, as an infinite reference purely to itself, an idealization. The I is for the I, both are the same thing. The I is named twice, but in such a way that each of the two is for one. Ideally, spirit is only for spirit, God only for God, and this unity alone is God, God as spirit. Self-consciousness, however, as consciousness, incurs the difference of itself and another, or of its ideality, in which it is representational, and of its reality, since its representation has a determinate content which, as non-sublated negativity, as existence, still has the side of being known. However, to call thought, spirit, God, only an idealization, presupposes the standpoint according to which finite existence counts as the real, and idealization or the being for one has only a one-sided meaning. The principle of idealism was stated in an earlier remark where it was said that in a philosophy all depends on how far this principle is implemented. Regarding the manner of this implementation, one further comment can still be made in connection with the categories that we are considering now. This implementation depends first of all on whether finite existence still remains standing on its own alongside the being for itself, but, besides that, on whether the moment of the for one, a relation of idealization to itself as idealization, has already been posited in the infinite itself. Thus the being of the Eleatics or the Spinozistic substance are only the abstract negation of all determinateness, without ideality being posited in them. In the case of Spinoza, as it will be further mentioned below, infinity is only the absolute affirmation of a thing, consequently only the unmoved unity substance does not therefore ever attain the determination of being for itself, even less so of subject and of spirit. The idealism of the noble Malebranche is in itself more explicit. It contains the following basic thoughts: because God includes within itself all eternal truths, the ideas and the perfections of all things, so that they are His and only His, we see them only in Him. God awakens our sensations of objects in us through an action that is nothing of the sensuous, whereby we imagine to ourselves that we gain of an intended object not only the idea depicting its essence but also the sensation of its existence. De la recherche de la vérité, éclaircissement sur la nature des idées, etc. Thus, like the eternal truths and the ideas, essentialities, of things, the existence of these things is in God, is an idealization, not an actual existence, even though, as are intended objects, the same things are only for one. This moment of explicit and concrete idealism, lacking in Spinoza, is present here, in absolute ideality being determined as knowledge. Pure and profound as this idealism is, these relations contain nevertheless, on the one hand, much which is still indeterminate for thought and, on the other hand, a content which is at the same time much too concrete, sin and redemption, and so forth, also enter into them. The logical determination of infinity that would have to be their foundation is not elaborated on its own, and as a result such a noble and rich idealism, though indeed the product of pure speculative spirit, is not yet the product of pure speculative thinking, the kind which alone would truly give it a foundation. Leibnizian idealism lies more within the confines of the abstract concept. The Leibnizian ideating being, the monad, is essentially an idealization. Ideation is a being for itself in which the determinacies are not limits and therefore not an existence but rather only moments. Ideation is doubtless also a more concrete determination, but it has here no further meaning than that of ideality, since for Leibniz even the things that lack consciousness are representational, perceptual. In this system, therefore, otherness is sublated spirit and body, or the monads in general are not an other for each other, do not limit each other, have no effect on each other. All relations based on an existence fall away in general. The manifold is such only ideally and internally, the monad persists in it only as referred to itself, alterations unfold within it and entail no references of the one monad to others. What is taken in real determination to be an actually existent reference of monads to each other is an independent, only simultaneous, becoming which is enclosed in the being for itself of each. That there is a plurality of monads, that they are thereby determined as others, is not the affair of the monads but of a reflection external to them. Of a third in themselves they are not others to each other. The being for itself is kept pure, without the alongside of an existence. But herein equally lies the incompleteness of this system. The monads are such ideating beings only in themselves or in God, who is the monad of monads, or also within the system. Otherness is present in the same manner it happens wherever one wishes, in representation itself or according to how the third that considers them as others, as many, is determined. The plurality of their existence is only excluded, and that only momentarily, for the monads are posited as the non-others, that they are only through abstraction. If it is a third that posits their otherness, so it is also a third that sublates this otherness, but this whole movement that makes them idealizations falls outside them. It may be pointed out to the contrary that this movement of thought happens itself only within an ideating monad. But the rejoinder must then be that the very content of such a thought is within itself, external to itself. One proceeds immediately, without conceptualization, by means of the image of creation, from the unity of the absolute ideality, the monad of monads, over to the categories of the abstract plurality, void of references, of existence, and from this plurality just as abstractly back to that unity. Ideality, representing in general, remains something formal, as does also representing raised to consciousness. Just as in Leibniz's above-mentioned fiction, that of a magnetic needle which, if it had consciousness, would see its northerly direction as a determination of its freedom, consciousness is thought only as a one-sided form indifferent to its determination and content, so is the ideality in the monads a form that remains external to their plurality. Ideality is supposed to be immanent in them, their nature is to represent, but, on the one hand, they are in a relation of harmony, but a harmony that does not fall within their determinate being and is therefore pre-established. On the other hand, this existence of theirs is not grasped as being for other, even less as ideality, but is rather determined only as abstract plurality. The ideality of the plurality and its further determination as harmony do not become immanent in the plurality itself, do not belong to it. Other forms of idealism, as for example the idealism of Kant and Fichte, do not go beyond the odd and the infinite progress but remain in the dualism of existence and being for itself. It is true that in these systems the thing in itself or the principle of infinite resistance immediately enters into the I and becomes something only for it, but it proceeds from a free otherness which perpetuates itself as negative being in itself. The I is therefore indeed determined as idealization, as a being for itself, as infinite reference to itself, but the being for one is not completed to the point where the beyond of that in itself, or the direction to the beyond, vanishes. See, the one. Being for itself is the simple unity of itself and its moments, of the being for one. There is only one determination present, the self-reference itself of the sublating. The moments of being for itself have sunk into an indifferentiation which is immediacy or being, but an immediacy that is based on the negating posited as its determination. Being for itself is thus an existent for itself, and, since in this immediacy its inner meaning vanishes, it is the totally abstract limit of itself, the one. Attention may be drawn in advance to the difficulties that lie ahead in the exposition of the development of the one, and to the source of these difficulties. The moments that constitute the concept of the one as being for itself occur in it one outside the other. They are, negation in general, two negations that are, therefore, the same, absolutely opposed, self-reference, identity as such, negative reference which is nonetheless self-reference. These moments occur here apart because the form of immediacy, of being, enters into the being for itself as existent for itself. Because of this immediacy, each moment is posited as a determination existent on its own, and yet they are just as inseparable. Hence, of each determination the opposite must equally be said. It is this contradiction that causes the difficulty that goes with the abstract nature of the moments. b. The one and the many. The one is the simple reference of being for itself to itself in which its moments have fallen together, in which, therefore, being for itself has the form of immediacy and its moments, therefore, are now there as existence. As the self-reference of the negative, the one is a determining, and, as self-reference, it is infinite self-determining. However, because of the present immediacy, these distinctions are no longer only moments of one and the same self-determination but are at the same time posited as existence. The ideality of the being for itself as a totality thus turns at first into reality, a reality, moreover, of the most fixed and abstract kind, as a one. In the one, the being for itself is the posited unity of being and existence, as the absolute union of the reference to another and the reference to itself, but also the determinateness of being then enters into opposition to the determination of the infinite negation, to self-determination, so that what the one is in itself, it is that now only in it, and the negative consequently is another distinct from it. What shows itself to be present as distinct from the one is the one's own self determining its unity with itself, as thus distinct from itself, is demoted to reference, and, as negative unity, it is negation of itself as other, the excluding of the one as another from itself, from the one. a. The one within. Within it, the one just is this, its being, is not an existence, not a determination as reference to another, not a constitution. It is rather its having negated this circle of categories. The one is not capable, therefore, of becoming any other. It is unalterable. It is indeterminate, yet no longer like being. Its indeterminateness is the determinateness of self-reference, absolutely determined being posited in its selfness. As negation which, in accordance with its concept, is self-referring, it has distinction in it. It directs away from itself towards another, but this direction is immediately reversed, because, according to this moment of self-determining, there is no other to which it would be addressed, and the directing reverts back to itself. In this simple immediacy, even the mediation of existence and ideality, and with it all diversity and manifoldness, have vanished. In the one there is nothing. This nothing, the abstraction of self-reference, is here distinguished from the in-itselfness of the one. It is a posited nothing, for this in-itselfness no longer has the simplicity of the something, but, as mediation, has rather the determination of being concrete taken in abstraction. It is indeed identical with the one, but different from its determination. So this nothing, posited as in the one, is the nothing as the void. The void is thus the quality of the one in its immediacy. b. The one and the void. The one is the void as the abstract self-reference of negation. But the void, as nothing, is absolutely diverse from the simple immediacy of the one, from the being of the latter, which is also affirmative, and because the two stand in one single reference, namely to the one, their diversity is posited. However, as distinct from the affirmative being, the nothing stands as void outside the one as existent. Being for itself, determined in this way as the one and the void, has again acquired an existence. The one and the void have their negative self-reference as their common and simple terrain. The moments of being for itself come out of this unity, become external to themselves, for through the simple unity of the moments the determination of being comes into play, and the unity itself thus withdraws to one side, is therefore lowered to existence, and there it is confronted by its other determination standing over against it, negation as such, and likewise as the existence of the nothing, as the void. Remark. In this form of existence, the one is the stage of the category that made its appearance among the ancients as the principle of atomism, according to which the essence of things is the atom and the void, or, when developed in this form, abstraction has gained a greater determinateness than the being of Parmenides and the becoming of Heraclitus. As high as this abstraction rises in making this simple determinateness of the one and the void the principle of all things, by reducing the manifold of the world to this simple opposition and daring to derive knowledge of it from the latter, just as easy as it for figurative reflection to picture atoms here and the void next to them. It is no wonder, the one is not capable, therefore, of becoming any other. It is unalterable. It is indeterminate, yet no longer like being. Its indeterminateness is the determinateness of self-reference, absolutely determined being posited in its selfness. As negation which, in accordance with its concept, is self-referring, it has distinction in it. It directs away from itself towards another, but this direction is immediately reversed, because, according to this moment of self-determining, there is no other to which it would be addressed, and the directing reverts back to itself. In this simple immediacy, even the mediation of existence and ideality, and with it all diversity and manifoldness, have vanished. In the one there is nothing. This nothing, the abstraction of self-reference, is here distinguished from the in-itselfness of the one. It is a posited nothing, for this in-itselfness no longer has the simplicity of the something, but, as mediation, has rather the determination of being concrete taken in abstraction. It is indeed identical with the one, but different from its determination. So this nothing, posited as in the one, is the nothing as the void. The void is thus the quality of the one in its immediacy. b. The one and the void. The one is the void as the abstract self-reference of negation. But the void, as nothing, is absolutely diverse from the simple immediacy of the one, from the being of the latter, which is also affirmative, and because the two stand in one single reference, namely to the one, their diversity is posited. However, as distinct from the affirmative being, the nothing stands as void outside the one as existent. Being for itself, determined in this way as the one and the void, has again acquired an existence. The one and the void have their negative self-reference as their common and simple terrain. The moments of being for itself come out of this unity, become external to themselves, for through the simple unity of the moments the determination of being comes into play, and the unity itself thus withdraws to one side, is therefore lowered to existence, and there it is confronted by its other determination standing over against it, negation as such and likewise as the existence of the nothing, as the void. Remark. In this form of existence, the one is the stage of the category that made its appearance among the ancients as the principle of atomism, according to which the essence of things is the atom and the void, or, when developed in this form, abstraction has gained a greater determinateness than the being of Parmenides and the becoming of Heraclitus. As high as this abstraction rises in making this simple determinateness of the one and the void the principle of all things, by reducing the manifold of the world to this simple opposition and daring to derive knowledge of it from the latter, just as easy as it for figurative reflection to picture atoms here and the void next to them. It is no wonder, it is itself the same as the void outside it is supposed to be. Both are, however, also posited as each an affirmative existence, the one as being for itself as such, the other as indeterminate existence in general, and each as referring to the other as to another existence. Essentially, however, the being for itself of the one is the ideality of the existence, and of the other it does not refer to another but only to itself. But inasmuch as the being for itself is fixed as the one, as existent for itself, as immediately present, its negative reference to itself is at the same time reference to an existent, and since the reference is just as much negative, that to which the being for itself refers remains determined as an existence and as another as essentially self-reference. The other is not indeterminate negation like the void, but is likewise a one. The one is consequently a becoming of many ones. Strictly speaking, however, this is not just a becoming, for becoming is a transition of being into nothing. The one, by contrast, becomes only a one. The one, as referred to, contains the negative as reference. It has this reference, therefore, in it. Hence, instead of a becoming, the one's own immanent reference is, first, present, and, second, since this reference is negative and the one is at the same time an existent, the one repels itself from itself. This negative reference of the one to itself is repulsion. This repulsion, as thus the positing of many ones but through the one itself, is the one's own coming forth from itself, but to such outside it as are themselves only ones. This is repulsion according to the concept, as it exists implicitly in itself. The second repulsion is distinguished from it. It is the one that first occurs to the representation of external reflection, not as the generation of ones but only as the mutual holding off of ones which are presupposed as already there. To be seen now is how the first repulsion that exists in itself determines itself as the second, the external repulsion. We must first establish the determinations that the many ones have as such. The becoming of the many, or their being produced, immediately vanishes as the product of oppositing what is produced are the ones, not for another, but is infinitely referring to themselves. The one repels only itself from itself. It does not come to be, but it already is. That which is represented as the repelled is equally a one. An existent repelling and being repelled applies in like manner to both, and makes no difference. The ones are thus presupposed with respect to each other, posited through the repulsion of the one from itself. Presupposed, posited as non-posited. Their being posited is sublated, they are existence with respect to each other, such as refer only to themselves. Thus plurality appears not as an otherness, but as a determination completely external to the one. The one, in repelling itself, remains reference to itself, just like that which is taken as repelled at the start. That the ones are other to one another, that they are brought together in the determinateness of plurality, does not therefore concern the one. If the plurality were a reference of the ones to one another, the ones would then limit each other and would have the being for other affirmatively in them. Their connecting reference, and this they have through their unity which is in itself, as posited here, is determined as none. It is again the previously posited void. This void is their limit, but an external limit in which they are not supposed to be for one another. The limit is that in which the limited are just as much as are not, but the void is determined as pure non-being, and this alone constitutes the limit of the ones. The repulsion of the one from itself is the making explicit of what the one is implicitly in itself but, thus laid out as one outside the other. Infinity is here an infinity that has externalized itself, and this it has done through the immediacy of the infinite, of the one. Infinity is just as much the simple reference of the one to the one as, on the contrary, the one's absolute lack of reference. It is the former according to the simple affirmative reference of the one to itself, it is the latter according to the same reference as negative. Or again, the plurality of the ones is the one's own positing of the one. The one is nothing but the negative reference of the one to itself, and this reference, hence the one itself, is the plural one. But equally, plurality is utterly external to the one, for the one is precisely the sublating of otherness. Repulsion is its self-reference and simple equality with itself. The plurality of the ones as infinity is a contradiction that unconstrainedly produces itself. Remark. Mention was previously made of Leibnizian idealism. It can here be added that idealism proceeded from the ideating monad, which is determined as being for itself, only up to the repulsion just considered, and indeed, only up to plurality as such, in which the ones are each only for itself, indifferent to the existence and the being for itself of the others, or in which, quite in general, the others are not for the one. The monad is for itself the entirely closed-in world. It needs none of the others, but this inner manifoldness which it possesses in its ideating activity alters nothing in its determination as being for itself. Leibnizian idealism takes up plurality immediately as something given. It does not conceptualize it as a repulsion of monads. It has plurality, therefore, only on the side of its abstract externality. Atomism lacks the concept of ideality. It does not grasp the one as containing in it the two moments of being for itself and being for it. It does not grasp it, therefore, as idealized, but only as simple, dry, being for itself. It does, however, go beyond mere indifferent plurality. The atoms do come to a further determination with respect to each other, even though, if the truth be told, inconsequentially, whereas, on the contrary, in that indifferent independence of the monads plurality remains as a rigid fundamental determination, so that the reference connecting them falls only in the monad of monads, or in the philosopher who contemplates them. See repulsion and attraction. A. Exclusion of the one. The many ones are each a being. Their existence or their reference to one another is a non-reference, it is external to them, the abstract void. But they themselves are now this negative reference to themselves as to existent others, the demonstrated contradiction, the infinity posited in the immediacy of being. With this, repulsion now finds immediately before it that which is repelled by it. In this determination, it is an excluding. The one repels from itself only the many not generated by it, the ones not posited by it. This repelling is mutual or from all sides, relative, limited by the being of the ones. Plurality is not at first posited. Otherness limit is only the void, only that in which the ones are not. But in the limit they also are. They are in the void, or their repulsion is their common connecting reference. This mutual repulsion is the posited existence of the many ones. It is not their being for itself, in accordance with which they would be distinguished as many only in a third, but is rather their own distinguishing which preserves them. They mutually negate themselves, posit one another as being only for one. But at the same time they negate this being only for one just as much. They repel the ideality that they have and are. So the moments which in ideality are absolutely united come apart. In its being for itself, the one is also for one, but this one, for which it is itself. Its distinguishing from itself is immediately sublated. But in the plurality the distinguished one has a being. The being for one as has been determined in exclusion is therefore a being for other. Each thus comes to be repelled by another, is sublated and made into a one which is not for itself but for one, and another one at that. The being for itself of the many ones thus shows itself to be their self-preservation through the mediation of their mutual repulsion, in which they sublated themselves reciprocally and posit the others as mere being for another. But the self-preservation consists at the same time in repelling this ideality and positing the ones as not being for another. This self-preservation of the ones through their negative reference to one another is, however, rather their dissolution. The ones not only are but maintain themselves through their reciprocal exclusion. First, it is in their being, and indeed their being in itself is contrasted with their reference to the other, that they should now have a firm point of support for their diversity as against their being negated. This in itselfness rests on their being ones. But they all are this in their being in itself, instead of having their firm point of support for their diversity, they are all the same. Second, their existence and their way of relating to one another, that is, their positing themselves as one, is their reciprocal negating this, however, is likewise one and the same determination of all through which they therefore posit themselves as identical just as, by being in themselves the same, the ideality that should be posited in them through others is their own, and they thus repel just as little. According to their being and positing, they are, consequently, only one affirmative unity. This consideration regarding the ones, that from either side of their determination, whether they just are or refer to one another, they show themselves to be only one and the same, indistinguishable, is a comparison that belongs to us. Also to be seen, therefore, is what is posited in them in their mutual reference itself. There are, this much is presupposed in this reference, and they are only inasmuch as they negate themselves reciprocally and at the same time keep away this ideality, their being negated, from themselves, that is, they negate the reciprocal negating. But they are only inasmuch as they negate, and so, since their reciprocal negating is negated, their being is negated. To be sure, since they are, nothing would be negated through this negating which for them is only something external. This negating of the other rebounds off them, coming their way only by striking their surface. And yet, they turn back upon themselves only by negating the others. They are only as this mediation, this turning back of theirs is their self-preservation and their being for itself. Since their negating is ineffectual because of the resistance offered by the others, whether as existence or as negating, they do not return back to themselves, do not preserve themselves, and so are not. It was previously remarked that the ones themselves are each a one like any other. This is not just a matter of our connecting them by way of reference, of bringing them together externally. Repulsion is itself a referring. The one that excludes the ones refers itself to them, to the ones, that is, to itself. The negative relating of the ones to one another is consequently only a coming together with oneself. This identity in which their repelling crosses over is the sublation of their diversity and externality which they should have rather asserted with respect to each other by excluding each other. This self-positing in a one of the many ones is attraction. Remark. Driven to the extreme of the one as being for itself, self-subsistence is an abstract, formal self-subsistence that destroys itself. It is the ultimate, most stubborn error, one which takes itself as the ultimate truth, whether it assumes the more concrete form of abstract freedom, of pure I, and further still of evil. It is the freedom which so misconceives itself as to place its essence in this abstraction, and, in thus shutting itself up within itself, flatters itself that it attains itself in all purity. This self-subsistence, to determine it further, is the error of considering its own essence negatively and of relating itself to it negatively. It is thus a negative relating to itself which, while wanting to gain its own being, destroys it, and this, his doing, is only the manifestation of the nullity of the doing. Reconciliation is the recognition that that towards which the negative relating is directed is rather its essence, and this is only in the desisting from the negativity of its being for itself rather than in holding fast to it. It is an ancient proposition that the one is many and especially that the many is one. It should again be observed in this connection that, as expressed in propositions, the truth of the one and the many appears in an adequate form. Such a truth is to be grasped and expressed only as a becoming, as a process, a repulsion and attraction, not as being, in the way the latter is posited in a proposition as inert unity. Earlier mention was made recalling Plato's dialectic in the Parmenides on the derivation of the many from the one, specifically from the proposition the one is. It is the internal dialectic of the concept that has been expounded. It is easiest to grasp the dialectic of the proposition, that the many is one, as external reflection and, inasmuch as the subject matter also, the many, is a mutual externality, reflection may indeed be external here. This comparison of the many with one another immediately shows that each is absolutely determined just as any other. Each is a one of many. Each is by excluding the others, so that they are absolutely the same. Absolutely one determination is present. This is a matter of fact, and all that needs to be done is simply to grasp the fact. If in its stubbornness the understanding refuses to do it, it is only because it also has distinction in mind, and rightly so. But distinction is not left out because of that fact, as surely as the fact is no less there despite distinction. One could, as it were, reassure the understanding concerning this simple grasp of the fact of unity that distinction will also come in again. b. The one of attraction. Repulsion is the fragmentation of the one, first into the many of which it is the negative relating, since they presuppose each other as each existent. It is only the ought of ideality. This ideality will, however, be realized in attraction. Repulsion passes over into attraction, the many ones into one. Both, repulsion and attraction, are at first distinguished from each other, repulsion as the reality of the ones, attraction as their posited ideality. Attraction refers to repulsion by having it for a presupposition. Repulsion delivers the material for attraction. If there were no ones, there would be nothing to attract. The representation of continuing attraction, of the consumption of the ones, presupposes an equally continuing generation of the ones. The sense representation of spatial attraction gives continuity to the flow of ones to be attracted to replace the atoms that vanish at the point of attraction. Another multitude comes forth from the void, infinitely if one so wishes. If attraction were represented as accomplished, that is, the many is brought to the point of the one, the result would be just an inert one, no longer any attraction. The ideality immediately present in attraction still also has in it the determination of the negation of itself. The many ones to which it refers attraction is inseparable from repulsion. To attract pertains at first in equal measure to each of the many ones as immediately present. None has advantage over another. What would result then is an equilibrium in the attraction, or more precisely, an equilibrium in the attraction and the repulsion themselves, and an inert state of rest without any ideality present there. But there can be no question here of any such immediately present one taking precedence over another, for this would presuppose a determinate distinction between them. Attraction is rather the positing of the given lack of distinction among the ones. Attraction is itself the positing in the first place of a one distinct from other ones. These are only the immediate ones that are to preserve themselves through repulsion through their positive negation. However, what precedes is the one of attraction, which is therefore determined as the mediated one, the one posited as one. The first ones, as immediate, do not in their ideality return into themselves, but have this ideality each in another. The one is, however, ideality that has been realized, posited in the one it attracts through the mediation of repulsion. It contains in itself this mediation as its determination. It thus does not swallow the attracted ones within it as into one point, that is, does not sublate them abstractly. Since it contains repulsion in its determination, the latter equally preserves the ones as many within it by its attracting. It musters, so to speak, something before it, gains an area or a filling. Thus there is in it the unity of repulsion and attraction in general. C. The connection of repulsion and attraction. The difference of the one and the many has determined itself as a difference of their mutual reference connecting them, which breaks down into two, repulsion and attraction, each of which stands at first outside the other on its own, in such a way that the two are essentially joined together. Nevertheless, their still indeterminate unity must be brought out in greater detail. As the fundamental determination of the one, repulsion appears first, and it appears as immediate, like its ones which are indeed generated by it and yet are at the same time posited as immediate, and it is therefore indifferent to the attraction which is added to it externally as thus presupposed. Rather, attraction is not presupposed by repulsion. It is not supposed to have any part in the positing and in the being of the latter, that is, as if repulsion were not already in it, the negation of itself, or the ones were not already negated in it. In this way, we have repulsion in abstraction, by itself, and attraction likewise holds out to the ones, as each an existent, the side of an immediate existence which comes to them by itself as another. If we take mere repulsion in this way, for itself, it is then the dispersion of the many ones in indeterminacy, outside the sphere of repulsion itself. For repulsion is the negating of the connection of the many to one another. Lack of connection is their determination when abstractly taken. But repulsion is not just the void. The ones, although unconnected, do not repel what constitutes their determination, do not exclude it. Although negative, repulsion is nonetheless essentially connection. The mutual repulsion and flight is not a liberation from what is repelled and fled from. That which is excluded still stands in connection with what is excluded from it. But this moment of connection is attraction, which is thus within repulsion itself. It is the negating of that abstract repulsion by which the ones would each be an existent referring only to itself without mutual exclusion. But in starting with the repulsion of the ones as immediately present there, and with attraction consequently also posited as intruding on them externally, the two, repulsion and attraction, are held apart as diverse determinations despite their inseparability. But it has been established that it is not just repulsion which is presupposed by attraction, but that there equally is present also a reverse connection of repulsion to attraction, and that repulsion no less has attraction for its presupposition. As thus determined, they are inseparable, and at the same time each is determined as an ought and a limitation with respect to the other. Their ought is their abstract determinateness as each an existent in itself, a determinateness, however, which is thereby directed beyond itself and refers to the other. And so, through the mediation of the other, each is as other. Their self-subsistence consists in their being mutually posited in this mediation as another determining. Thus, repulsion is the positing of the many, attraction the positing of the one. This latter is equally the negation of the many, and the former the negation of the ideality of such a many and the one, so that attraction too is attraction only through the mediation of repulsion, just as repulsion is repulsion through the mediation of attraction. In all this, however, the mediation of each with itself through the other is in fact negated. Each of the two determinations is its own self-mediation. This will result from a closer examination of the two determinations and will bring us back to the unity of their concept. In the first place, that each presupposes itself, that in its presupposition each refers only to itself. This is already present in the way the still relative repulsion and attraction behave at first. Relative repulsion is the mutual repulsion of many ones which are already at hand, supposedly immediately given. But that there be many ones, this is repulsion itself. Any presupposition that it would have is only its own positing. Moreover, the determination of the being that would accrue to the ones apart from their being posited, whereby they would already be, belongs likewise to repulsion. Repelling is that through which the ones manifest themselves and maintain themselves as ones, through which they are as such. Their being is their repulsion itself, which is thus not some relative existence against another other, but relates itself throughout only to itself. Attraction is the positing of the one as such, of the real one, with respect to which the existence of the many is determined as only a vanishing idealization. Attraction thus directly presupposes itself. It presupposes itself in the determination, namely, of the many ones to be an idealization, the same ones which are otherwise supposed to have existence for themselves and to repel others, including therefore any other that attracts. Against this determination of repulsion, the ones do not attain ideality only through the relation to attraction. On the contrary, the ideality is presupposed. It is the ideality of the ones as an existent in itself, and as much as they, as ones, including the one conceived as attracting, are not distinguished from one another but are one and the same. This self-presupposing of the two determinations, each for itself, implies further that each contains within itself the other as moment. Self-presupposing in general is the positing of oneself, and a one is the negative of oneself, repulsion, and what is presupposed in this positing is the same as that which presupposes attraction. That each is in itself only a moment, this is the transition of each from itself into the other, the negation of itself in the other, and the positing of itself as the other of itself. The one, as such, is thus a coming out of itself as itself only, the positing of itself as its other, as the many. And the many, for its part, is only the falling back upon itself and the positing of itself as its other, as a one, and is in this equally only the connecting of itself to itself, each continuing itself and its other. Therefore, the coming out of itself, repulsion, and the self-positing as one, attraction, are already inherently present as undivided. But in the repulsion and attraction which are relative, that is, which presuppose immediate, determinedly existent ones, it is posited that the two are each, within it, this negation of itself, and consequently also the continuity of itself and its other. The repulsion of the determinedly existent ones is the self-preservation of the one through the mutual holding off of the others, so that the other ones are negated in it. This is the side of its existence or of its being for another, and is therefore attraction as the ideality of the ones, and the one is in itself, without reference to the others. However, not only has the in itself in general long since passed over into being for itself, the one in itself, according to its determination, is the coming to be of many. The attraction of the existent ones is their ideality and the positing of the one, and in this, as both the negating and the producing of the one, attraction sublates itself, and as a positing within it of the one, is the negative of itself. It is repulsion. With this, the development of being for itself is completed and has attained its result. In connecting itself to itself infinitely, that is, as the posited negation of negation, the one is the mediation by which it repels itself as its absolute, that is, abstract, otherness, the many, from itself, and in thus negatively connecting itself to this, its non-being, it sublates it and is in it precisely only the connection to itself. The one is only this becoming in which the determination it begins, that is, its being posited as an immediate existent, and equally that, as result, it has restored itself as the one, that is, the equally immediate and exclusive one, have vanished the process which it is, posits and contains it from all sides only as something sublated. The sublation, determined at first only as a relative sublating of the connection to another existent, a connection which is therefore itself not an indifferent repulsion and attraction, equally proves itself to pass over into the infinite connection of mediation through the negation of the external connection of immediate and determinate existence, and to have for result precisely that becoming which, in the instability of its moments, is the collapse, or rather the going together with itself, into simple immediacy. This being, according to the determination which it has now acquired, is quantity. If we briefly review the moments of this transition of quality into quantity, we find that the qualitative has being and immediacy for its fundamental determination, and the limit and the determinateness are in this immediacy so identical with the being of something, that the something itself vanishes along with its alteration as thus posited, it is determined as finite. Because of the immediacy of this unity in which the distinction has disappeared, although it is implicitly present in the unity of being and nothing, the distinction falls outside that unity as otherness in general. This reference to the other contradicts the immediacy in which qualitative determinateness is self-reference. This otherness is sublated in the infinity of the being for itself, the being for itself that has realized the distinction implicitly present in it in the negation of negation has realized it as the one and the many and as their connecting references, and has also elevated the qualitative to true unity, that is, a unity which is no longer immediate but posited as accordant with itself. This unity is, therefore, a being, only as affirmative, that is, immediacy self-mediated through the negation of negation being is posited as a unity permeating its determinacies, limits, etc., which are posited in it as sublated existence in this determination it is negation or determinateness as moment of the affirmative being yet this determinateness is no longer immediate but reflected into itself, refers not to another but to itself absolutely determined being, absolute in itselfness, the one otherness as such as itself being for itself. Being for itself is that being which persists across the determinateness and in which the one and even the being determined in itself are posited as sublated. The one is simultaneously determined as having gone beyond itself and as unity the one, the absolutely determined limit, is consequently posited as a limit which is none, a limit which is in being but is indifferent to it. Remark. Attraction and repulsion, as is well known, are usually regarded as forces. We must now compare this determination of them, and the relations connected with it, with the way we have just conceived them. Regarded as forces, they are treated as self-standing and therefore not as referring to each other by nature, that is, not as each only a moment that should pass over into its opposite but as each persisting instead in opposition to the other. They are represented, moreover, as joining in a third, in matter, in such a way, however, that this unification does not count as their truth but each counts rather as a first, as an existent in and for itself it is matter or the determinations of matter which are rather posited and produced through them. When it is said that matter has these two forces in itself, this unity which they have in matter is understood as an association within which they are at the same time presupposed to remain independent existence, free of each other. Kant famously constructed matter from the forces of repulsion and attraction or at least, as he put it himself, displayed the metaphysical element of such a construction. It will not be without interest to examine this construction more closely. This metaphysical exposition of a subject matter which not only itself, but in its determinations, seemed to belong to experience is remarkable in part because, as a conceptual experiment, it gave at least the impetus for the modern philosophy of nature, a philosophy which does not make nature the foundation of science as something given to perception through the senses but discerns its determinations in the absolute concept, in part also because that Kantian construction is still deeply entrenched and held as a philosophical beginning and the foundation of physics. Now it is true that, as it exists for the senses, matter is not a subject of logic, no more than space and spatial determinations are. Nevertheless, the forces of attraction and repulsion, when regarded as forces of sensuous matter, also have for a foundation the pure determinations of the one and the many here considered in their reciprocal connections, to which I have given the names of repulsion and attraction because these were the most readily available. On closer inspection, Kant's procedure in the deduction of matter from these forces, which he calls a construction, does not deserve this name, unless any kind of reflection, even analytical reflection, be called a construction. And, to be sure, subsequent philosophers of nature have employed the name constructing for even the shallowest ratiocination and the most baseless concoction of unbridled imagination and thoughtless reflection, and the so-called factors of attraction and repulsion have especially been used as favorites everywhere. For Kant's procedure is at bottom analytical, not constructive. It presupposes the representation of matter and then asks which forces belong to it in order to obtain its presupposed determinations. Thus, on the one hand, he demands the force of attraction because through repulsion alone, without attraction, no matter could exist. In fact, Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Science, pp. ff. On the other hand, he equally derives repulsion from matter, and gives us the reason for it that we represent matter as impenetrable, since it is in this determination that matter presents itself to the sense of touch through which it reveals itself to us. Consequently, he proceeds, repulsion is directly thought in the concept of matter, for it is immediately given together with it. Attraction, by contrast, is added to it by way of inferences. These inferences, however, also rest on what has just been said, namely, that a matter that had merely repulsive force would not exhaust what we mean by matter. This is, as is lucidly clear, the procedure of a cognition that reflects upon experience, begins by perceiving determinations in appearance, then lays them down as a foundation and, for a so-called explanation of them, assumes corresponding basic elements or forces that supposedly produce those determinations of appearance. As regards this distinction just mentioned in the way cognition finds repulsion and attraction in matter, Kant further observes that the force of attraction does not any the less belong to the concept of matter, although it is not contained in it. Kant stresses these last words. But it is difficult to see just where the distinction would lie, for a determination that belongs to the concept of a fact must in truth be contained in it. What causes the difficulty and gives rise to this hollow subterfuge is that from the start Kant one-sidedly attributes to the concept of matter only the determination of impenetrability which we are supposed to perceive by touch, for which reason the force of repulsion as the holding off of another from oneself is said to be given immediately. But then, if it is further said that matter cannot be there without the force of attraction, this claim is based on a representation of matter drawn from perception. The determination of attraction must, therefore, also be met with in perception. And one can well perceive that, besides its being for itself which sublates the being for other, yields resistance, matter also possesses the existence connection with itself. It possesses spatial extension and cohesion, and a very stable cohesion indeed in rigidity and solidity. Physics explains that for the tearing apart etc. of a body there is required a force which is stronger than the reciprocal attraction of the body's parts. From this observation it is possible for reflection to infer attraction, or to assume it is given, just as immediately as it did for repulsion. In fact, if we examine Kant's inferences on the basis of which the force of attraction is to be derived, the demonstration of the proposition that the possibility of matter requires a force of attraction as the second fundamental force, Locke. Cit, we find that they contain nothing except that through mere repulsion matter would not be spatial. In presupposing that matter fills space, one attributes to it the continuity for which the force of attraction is assumed to be the base. Now even if such a so-called construction of matter had at most analytical merit, however diminished because of a flawed exposition, the thought on which it is based, namely that matter must be made out to be from these two opposing determinations as its fundamental forces, must always be highly esteemed. Kant is primarily concerned to banish the ordinary mechanistic ways of representation that stop at the one determination of impenetrability, of existence that subsist point-like for themselves, and reduce to something external the opposite determination, the internal connection of matter or of a plurality of matters that are in turn regarded as particular ones. These are ways of representation, as Kant says, that would not make room for any other motive force except pressure and thrust, that is, except through influence from outside. This externality of cognition presupposes motion as always already externally present in matter. It does not occur to thought to grasp it as something internal, to conceive it as itself in matter, which for precisely that reason is assumed to be motionless and inert. This standpoint has in view only ordinary mechanics, not immanent and free motion. While it is true that Kant sublates that externality by making attraction a force of matter itself, the attraction which is the reciprocal connections of matters inasmuch as these are assumed to be external to each other, or the connection of matter in general in its self-external being, still, within matter, his two fundamental forces remain external, independent of each other. As null as is the independence attributed to these two forces from the standpoint of the said cognition, just as null must any other would-be fixed distinction made regarding their content show itself to be for such forces, when seen as they truly are in the way we have just done, are only moments that pass over into each other. I shall now consider these other distinctions as Kant gives them. Thus, he defines the force of attraction as a penetrative force in virtue of which a matter can act on the parts of others even beyond the surface of contact. The force of repulsion, on the contrary, as a surface force by which matters can act on each other only in the shared surface of contact. The reason given for supposing that this latter force is only a surface one is as follows: the parts in contact each limits the sphere of action of another, and the force of repulsion cannot move any more distant part except through the mediation of intervening parts and immediate action of one matter upon another across these intervening parts by forces of expansion. This means here forces of repulsion, is impossible. But the immediate comment here is that in assuming nearer or more distant parts of matter the same distinction arises with respect to attraction, namely, granted that a first atom acts upon a second, this second atom would find itself between that first atom and a more distant third atom. and this third atom would then most directly fall within the sphere of attraction of the second atom lying closest to it between it and the first. The first atom would not therefore exercise an immediate simple action upon the third. It follows that the action of attraction would be just as mediated as that of repulsion. Further, the true penetration of the force of attraction would have to consist only in this, that every part of matter is attractive in and for itself, not that a certain number of them behaves passively and only one atom actively. But more to the point, with respect to the force of repulsion itself, it must be observed that, in the cited passage, the parts are in contact with each other, presumably in the state of compactness and continuity of a ready matter which would not allow repulsion across itself. However, such a compactness of matter in which the parts are in contact with each other, no longer separated by the void, already presupposes that the force of repulsion has been sublated. In keeping with the sensuous representation of repulsion dominant here, we have to assume parts which, being in contact with each other, do not repel each other. It therefore follows, quite tautologically, that repulsion cannot have a place where its non-presence is being assumed. But there is nothing to be gained from this for a determination of the force of attraction. However, if we reflect on what transpires, namely that parts in contact with each other touch each other to the extent that they still hold themselves apart, the implication is that the force of repulsion is not just on the surface of matter but within a sphere that was supposed to be only a sphere of attraction. Kant further assumes that through attraction matter only occupies a space, without filling it, and since matter does not fill space through the force of attraction, the latter can act across empty space, for there is no intervening matter to set limits to it. This distinction is of much the same nature as the one mentioned above, where a determination is supposed to belong to a subject without however being contained in it. Here matter is supposed only to occupy a space but not fill it. So there we have repulsion, if we stay at its first definition, according to which the ones repel each other and only negatively, which means here, through empty space, connect with each other. Here we have the force of attraction that instead keeps space empty. It does not fill space by connecting the atoms, that is, it keeps the atoms in reciprocal negative connection. We see that here Kant unconsciously runs into what is implied by the nature of the fact that he ascribes to the force of attraction precisely what in the first definition he ascribed to the opposite force. While he was busy firming up the distinction between the two forces, what happened is that the one force crossed over into the other. So for Kant matter is supposed to fill space through repulsion, and through an empty space, which allows for attractive force, is consequently supposed to vanish. In fact, in sublating empty space, repulsion sublates the negative connection of the atoms or the ones, that is, their repulsion. That is, repulsion is determined as the opposite of itself. Added to this blurring of distinctions there is the further confusion that, as we remarked at the beginning, Kant's presentation of the opposing forces as analytical matter, which should first be derived from its elements, recurs through the whole exposition already said and constituted. The two forces, surface and penetrative, are assumed by definition to be the motive forces by virtue of which matters can be supposed to act in one way or the other. They are conceived here, therefore, not as forces through which matter would come to be in the first place but as forces through which matter, already in place, would only be moved. But insofar as we are speaking of forces through which different matters act upon one another and are in motion, this is quite another thing than the determination and the connection that such forces should have as moments of matter. When further determined as centripetal and centrifugal, these forces generate the same opposition as they do as attractive and repulsive forces. They seem to harbor an essential distinction, since in their sphere there is a one that stays fixed, a center, and with respect to it the other ones do not behave as for themselves. The distinction between the two forces can therefore be linked to this presupposed distinction between the single one at the center and the other ones that do not stay fixed relatively to it. But now, insofar as such forces are used for explanatory purposes, in which function they are taken, as are also the forces of attraction and repulsion, in inverse quantitative ratio, so that the one increases as the other decreases, one should expect that the phenomenon of motion, for whose explanation they were assumed, and the phenomenon of their inequality, be precisely the result of them. But one need only take a look at the account of a phenomenon based on the opposition of these forces, any will do. For instance, the uneven speed of a planet in its orbit around its central body, to become immediately aware of the confusion that reigns in it, and the impossibility of sorting out the quantity of the two forces, with the result that the one force which in the explanation is assumed to be decreasing must always be taken just as well as increasing, and vice versa. This is a point which, to be made obvious, would need a lengthier exposition than can be given here, but the minimum necessary will be addressed later in connection with the inverse ratio. Section 2 Magnitude, Quantity. The difference between quantity and quality has been indicated. Quality is the first, immediate determinateness. Quantity is the determinateness that has become indifferent to being a limit, which is just as much no limit being for itself, which is absolutely identical with being for another, the repulsion of the many ones, which is immediate non-repulsion, their continuity. Because that which exists for itself is now so posited that it does not exclude its other but rather affirmatively continues in it, it is then otherness, inasmuch as existence surfaces again on this continuity, and its determinateness is at the same time no longer simple self-reference, no longer the immediate determinateness of the existent something, but is posited as repelling itself from itself, as referring to itself in the determinateness rather of another existence, a being which exists for itself, and since they are at the same time in different limits, reflected into themselves and unconnected, determinateness is as such outside itself, an absolute externality and a something just as external, such a limit, the indifference of the limit as limit and the indifference of the something to the limit, constitutes the quantitative determinateness of the something. In the first place, we have to distinguish pure quantity from quantity as determinate, from quantum. First, pure quantity is real being for itself turned back into itself, with as yet no determinateness in it, a compact, infinite unity which continues itself into itself. Second, this quantity proceeds to determinateness, and this is posited in it as a determinateness that at the same time as none, is only external. Quantity becomes quantum. Quantum is indifferent determinateness, that is, one that transcends itself, negates itself as this otherness of otherness, it lapses into infinite progress. Infinite quantum, however, is sublated indifferent determinateness, it is the restoration of quality. Third, quantum in qualitative form is quantitative ratio. Quantum transcends itself only in general in the ratio, however, it transcends itself into its otherness, in such a way that this otherness in which it has its determination is at the same time posited, is another quantum. With this we have quantum as turned back into itself and referring to itself as into its otherness. At the foundation of this relation there still lies the externality of quantum as indifferent quanta that relate themselves to each other, that is, they have the reference that mutually connects them in this being outside itself. The ratio is, therefore, only a formal unity of quality and quantity, and its dialectic is its transition into their absolute unity, in measure. Remark. In something, its limit is as quality essentially its determinateness. However, if by limit we understand one which is quantitative and, for instance, a field alters its limit in this sense, then the field remains a field just as before. If, on the contrary, it is the qualitative limit of the field which is altered, what is altered is the determinateness that makes the field a field, and the field then becomes a meadow, a forest, and so on. A shade of red, whether brighter or paler, is always red, but if its quality alters, then it ceases to be red and becomes blue, and so on. The determination of magnitude as quantum just defined, as having for foundation a permanent being which is indifferent to its determinateness, is confirmed in every other example. By the expression magnitude, or Größe in German, we understand quantum as in the given examples, not quantity, Quantitat. Essentially for this reason this name drawn, in German, from a foreign language, quantitas, must be used. The definition of magnitude given in mathematics has likewise to do with quantum. A magnitude is normally defined as something that allows for increase or decrease. To increase, however, means to magnify the magnitude of something, to decrease, to minimize it. We have here a difference of magnitude as such from itself, as if it were magnitude that would allow its magnitude to alter. The definition thus proves itself to be awkward, for the very term is used in it that ought to be defined. To avoid using the same term in the definition, the more or less, the magnifying or minimizing, must be resolved into addition, an external affirmation, in keeping indeed with the nature of quantum, or subtraction, an equally external negation. The nature of alteration in quantum comes down in general to this external mode of both reality and negation. In that imperfect expression, therefore, one cannot fail to recognize the main point at issue, namely the indifference of the alteration. The concept of alteration itself implies its own more and less, its indifference towards itself. Chapter Quantity. A pure quantity. Quantity is sublated being for itself. The repelling one that behaved only negatively towards the excluded one, now that it has gone over in connection with it, behaves towards the other as identical to itself and has therefore lost its determination. Being for itself has passed over into attraction. The absolute obduracy of the one has melted away into this unity which, however, as containing the one, is at the same time determined by the repulsion residing in it as unity of the self-externality, it is unity with itself. Attraction is in this way the moment of continuity in quantity. Continuity is therefore simple, self-same reference to itself unbroken by any limit or exclusion, not, however, immediate unity but the unity of ones which have existence for themselves. Still contained in it is the outside one another of plurality, though at the same time as something without distinctions, unbroken. Plurality is posited in continuity as it implicitly is in itself. The many are each what the others are, each is like the other, and the plurality is, consequently, simple and undifferentiated equality. Continuity is this moment of self-equality of the outsideness of one another, the self-continuation of the different ones into the ones from which they are distinguished. In continuity, therefore, magnitude immediately possesses the moment of discreteness, repulsion as now a moment in quantity. Steady continuity is self-equality, but of many that do not become exclusive it is repulsion that first expands self-equality to continuity. Hence discreteness is, for its part, a discreteness of confluence, of ones that do not have the void to connect them, not the negative, but their own steady advance and, in the many, do not interrupt this self-equality. Quantity is the unity of these moments, of continuity and discreteness. At first, however, it is this continuity in the form of one of them, of continuity, as a result of the dialectic of the being for itself which has collapsed into the form of self-equal immediacy. Quantity is as such this simple result in so far as the being for itself has not yet developed its moments and has not posited them within it. Quantity contains these moments at first as being for itself posited in its truth. It was the determination of being in itself to be self-sublating self-reference, a perpetual coming out of itself. But what is repelled is itself. Repulsion is thus a creative flowing away from itself. On account of the sameness of what is repelled, this discerning is unbroken continuity, and on account of the coming out of itself, this continuity is at the same time, without being broken off, a plurality which persists just as immediately in its equality with itself. Remark. Pure quantity has as yet no limit, nor is it as quantum yet. And even inasmuch as it becomes quantum, it is not restricted by limit but consists rather precisely in not being restricted by limit, in having the being for itself as a sublated moment in itself. That discreteness is a moment in it can be expressed by saying that quantity is in it the ubiquitous real possibility of the one, that the one, conversely, is only simply as absolutely continuous. To a representation not informed by the concept, continuity easily becomes composition, that is to say, an external reciprocal connection of ones in which the one is retained in its absolute obduracy and exclusiveness. But the one has shown itself to pass over into attraction in and for itself, into its ideality. It has shown that continuity, consequently, is not external to it but belongs to it and is grounded in its essence. But it is just this externality of continuity for the ones to which atomism clings, and representation has difficulty giving it up. Mathematics, on the contrary, rejects a metaphysics that would make time consist of points of time-space in general, or the line in the first instance, of points of space-surface, of lines the whole space, of surfaces. It gives no credit to such discontinuous ones. Even when it represents the magnitude of a surface, for instance, by determining it as the sum of infinitely many lines, this discreteness counts only as a momentary representation, for, since the space which such lines are supposed to constitute still is a restricted one, the sublation of their discreteness is already implicit in the infinity of the plurality. It is this concept of pure quantity, as contrasted with a mere figurative representation of it, that Spinoza, for whom the concept had special importance, has in mind when he speaks of quantity as follows. Quantitas duobus and obus, concipiter, abstract solicit sive superficialiter, proud nempe ipsum imaginum more velut substantia, quanta solo intellectu fit. Si attac ad quantitatem attendimus, proud in imagination est, quad sipe et facilius and nobis fit, reperiator finita, divisibilis et ex partibus conflata, si autem ad ipsum, proud in intellectu est, attendimus, etim, quad inus substantia est, concipimus, quad difficilimi fit, dash infinita, unica et indivisibilis reperiator. Quad omnibus, qui inter imaginationem et intellectum distinguere severint, satis manifesta merit. If called for, more graphic examples of pure quantity can be drawn from space and time, also from matter in general, from light, and so forth, even from the eye, provided that, as already noted, quantity is not understood as quantum. Space, time, and the rest, are extensions, pluralities. They are a going out of self, a flowing that does not however pass over into the opposite, into quality or the one, but, as this coming out of self, are rather a perennial self-producing of their unity. Space is this absolute being outside itself that is equally absolutely unbroken, a being other over and over again which is self-identical. Time is an absolute coming out of itself, the generation of a one, of a point in time, a now which is immediately its coming to nothing and, again, the continuous coming to nothing of this vanishing, so that this self-generation of non-being is just as much simple equality and identity with itself. As regards the matter of quantity, there is one among the 7 still extant propositions of Leibniz's first dissertation, the second, which goes as follows: non omnimo improbable est, materiam et quantitatem esse realiter idem, page of part 1 of his works. In fact, these concepts differ only to the extent that quantity is a pure thought determination, whereas matter is quantity in outer concrete existence. The determination of pure quantity extends to the I as well, for the I is an absolute becoming other, an infinite distancing or all-round repulsion that makes for the negative freedom of the being for itself, which, however, remains absolutely simple continuity, the continuity of universality, of self-abiding being interrupted by infinitely manifold limits, by the content of sensations, of intuitions, and so forth. Those who resist taking multiplicity as a simple unity and, besides this concept, namely that each of the many is the same as every other, that is to say, that each is one of many, for at issue here is not the many as further determined as green, red, and so on, but of the many considered in and for itself, those who besides this also require a figurative representation of this unity, will find plenty of such representations in those continuo that exhibit the deduced concept of quantity in simple intuition. Remark. The dispute or the antinomy of the infinite divisibility of space, time, matter, and so on, has its origin in the nature of quantity, that it is this simple unity of discreteness and continuity. This antinomy consists solely in the fact that discreteness must be maintained just as much as continuity. The one-sided claim of discreteness yields infinite or absolute partition, hence an indivisible. As principle, the one-sided claim of continuity yields infinite divisibility instead. Kant's critique of pure reason famously sets up 4 cosmological antinomies, the second of which deals with the antithesis to which the moments of quantity give rise. These Kantian antinomies will always remain an important part of Kantian philosophy. They, above all, cause the downfall of previous metaphysics and can be regarded as a main transition to more recent philosophy. For they were particularly instrumental in producing the conviction that the categories of finitude are null on the side of content, and this is a more correct approach than the formal approach of a subjective idealism, for which their only defect is that they are allegedly subjective, not in what they are in themselves. However, despite its great service, Kant's exposition of these antinomies is very imperfect, both because it is internally awkward and eccentric and because of the inappropriateness of its result, which presupposes that cognition has no other forms of thought than finite categories. In both respects, these antinomies deserve a more accurate critique, one that more closely clarifies its standpoint and method, and also extricates the main point at issue from the useless form into which it has been forced. I remark, to begin with, that Kant wanted to give a semblance of completeness to his 4 antinomies by means of a principle of division which he took from his schema of the categories. However, a more profound insight into the antinomial or, more accurately, into the dialectical nature of reason reveals that every concept is a unity of opposite moments to which, therefore, the form of antinomial assertions could be given. Becoming, existence, and the rest, and every other concept, could thus each yield its particular antinomy, and as many antinomies can therefore be devised as there are concepts. Ancient skepticism did not spare itself any effort in pointing to this contradiction, the antinomy, in every concept which it encountered in the sciences. Further, Kant did not pick the antinomy from the concepts themselves, but from the already concrete form of cosmological determinations. To capture it pure, and to deal with it in its simple concept, the thought determinations must not be taken as applied to, and entangled in, the representation of the world, space, time, matter, and so on, but must rather be considered purely in themselves, without this concrete material which has no force or authority here, for the thought determinations alone make up the essence and the ground of the antinomies. Kant's conception of the antinomies is that they are not sophistic artifices but contradictions reason must run up against. This last is a Kantian expression, and the view expressed is an important one. As it gains insight into the natural illusion of the antinomies, reason is indeed no longer duped by it but is still deceived. The critical solution, namely through the so-called transcendental ideality of the world of perception, has no other result than to make the so-called conflict into something subjective wherein, of course, the same illusion still persists just as undispelled as before. A true solution can only consist in that 2 determinations, in being opposed and yet necessary to one and the same concept, cannot have validity in their one-sidedness, each for itself, but of truth rather only in their sublated being, in the unity of their concept. On closer inspection, The Kantian antinomies contain nothing more than the wholly simple categorical assertion of each of the two opposed moments of a determination, each on its own, isolated from the other. But this simple categorical, or more appropriately assertorical, claim is then enwrapped in a lopsided, disjointed scaffolding of argumentation that allegedly elicits the semblance of proof while in fact hiding and rendering unrecognizable the merely assertorical character of the claim, as closer examination will show. The relevant antinomy here concerns the so-called infinite divisibility of matter, and rests on the opposition of the moments of continuity and discreteness that the concept of quantity contains within itself. As presented by Kant, the thesis in these antinomies goes like this. Every composite substance in the world consists of simple parts, and nothing exists anywhere except the simple or what is composed of the simple. Here the composite is contrasted with the simple, the atom, and, as determination, takes second place to the unbroken or continuous. The substrate given to these abstractions, namely these substances in the world, has no other meaning here than of things perceivable by the senses. It bears no influence on the antinomy itself, and could just as well also be called space or time. Now since the thesis speaks only of composition instead of continuity, by that fact it is really an analytical or tautological proposition. That the composite is not one thing in and for itself but is something only externally put together, that it consists of something other, is its immediate determination. But this something other than the composite is the simple. It is therefore a tautology to say that the composite is made up of the simple. To ask what something consists of is to require the production of something else, the compounding of which constitutes that something. If ink is said to consist of ink again, the meaning of the question regarding the something else of which the ink consists is missed. The question is not answered but is simply repeated. The further question would then be whether that of which we speak is supposed to consist of something or not. But, as such, a composite is just that, an aggregate made up of something else. If the simple which is said to be the other of the composite is taken to be only a relatively simple which, for itself, is composite in turn, then the question stands as before. Figurative representation has in view, say, only this or that composite, to which this or that something might also be assigned as its simple element, although for itself the latter is a composite. But at issue here is the composite as such. Regarding now the Kantian proof of the thesis, like all the Kantian proofs of the remaining antinomial propositions, it takes an apagogic detour which will prove quite superfluous. Assume, so begins the proof, that composite substances do not consist of simple parts. Then, if all composition is removed in thought, no composite part remains and, since on the assumption just made there are no simple parts, there is also no simple part, thus nothing at all, consequently no substance would be given. This conclusion is quite correct if there is nothing but what is composite, and one thinks away all that is composite, nothing at all is left. One will grant this. But one could spare oneself this tautological superfluity by starting the proof directly with its conclusion, namely, either it is impossible to remove all composition in thought, or, after its removal, something must be left over that subsists without composition, that is, the simple. In the first case, however, the composite would not for its part consist of substances, because with these the composition is only an accidental relation of substances which, without such relation, must subsist as beings persisting on their own. Now, since this case contradicts the presupposition, there is left only the second, namely that any composition of substance in the world consists of simple parts. The very ground which is the main point and makes all that follows superfluous is laid down, by the way, in a parenthesis. The dilemma is this: either the composite persists or it does not, and it is rather the simple that persists. If the first is the case, namely the composite persists, then what persists would not be substances, for composition is to these only an accidental relation, but substances are what persists. Therefore, what persists is the simple. Clearly the reason, because the composition is only an accidental relation of substances, a relation which is therefore external to them and does not concern the substances themselves, could have been immediately attached as proof to the thesis that the composite substance consists of simple parts without the apagogic detour. If it is correct to say that the composition is accidental, then the essence is surely the simple. However, this accidentality on which everything depends is not proved but is assumed instead straight out, indeed casually in parenthesis, as something which is self-evident or irrelevant. True, it is self-evident that composition has the determination of accidentality and externality, but if we are to deal here with only an accidental aggregate instead of continuity, then it was not worth the effort to construct an antinomy over it, or, more to the point, none could be constructed, so the assertion that the parts are simple is then, as said, only a tautology. We thus find already given in the apagogical detour the very assertion that should result from it. The proof can therefore be drawn more concisely this way. Assume that substances do not consist of simple parts but are only composite. But now all composition can be removed in thought, for it is only an accidental relation, therefore, after its removal, no substances would be left over unless made up of simple parts. But we must have substances, since we have assumed them. We cannot have everything disappear before us, but something must be left over, since we have presupposed something permanent that we call substance. This something must therefore be simple. For the sake of completeness, we also have to consider the conclusion which runs as follows. From this it directly follows that the things of the world are all simple beings, that composition is only an external state of them, and that reason must think the elementary substances as simple beings. Here we see the externality of composition, that is, its accidentality, being adduced as the consequence after it had earlier been introduced parenthetically in the proof and made use of. Kant strongly protests that with the conflicting propositions of the antinomies he is not trying to trump up a trick, a proof of the kind, as it is said, that lawyers produce. But the proof in question is not so much to be accused of trickery as it is of useless and strained complexity that only serves to conjure up the external form of a proof, thus to obscure the fact that the alleged conclusion is, parenthetically, the nerve of the proof, that there is no proof at all but only a presupposition. The antithesis goes. No composite thing in the world consists of simple parts, and nowhere in the world exists something simple. The proof is likewise spun in apagogic form and is just as faulty as the previous one, though in a different way. Assume, it says, that a composite thing such as substance consists of simple parts. Because every external relation, and consequently also every composition made of substances, is possible only in space, the composite thing must consist of as many parts as the space that it occupies also consists in. Now space consists not of simple parts but of spaces. Therefore each part of the composite thing must occupy a space. But the absolutely first parts of everything composite are simple. Therefore the simple occupies a space. Now since every real thing that occupies a space holds within itself a manifold of mutually external parts, is thereby composed, and indeed of substances, it would follow that the simple is a composite substance, which is self-contradictory. This proof can be called a whole nest, to use an expression elsewhere found in Kant, of fallacious moves. In the first place, the apagogical turn is a baseless illusion. For the assumption that everything substantial is spatial, but that space does not consist of simple parts, is a direct assertion which is made the immediate ground of what is to be proved, and with it the whole proof is already finished. Next, this apagogical proof starts with the proposition, every composition of substances is an external relation, but then, oddly enough, it immediately forgets it. For it goes on to argue that composition is only possible in space, but that space does not consist of simple parts, that, therefore, anything real that takes up a space is composite. But once composition has been assumed to be an external relation, just because of this the spatiality itself, in which alone composition is allegedly possible, is for the substances an external relation that is of no concern to them and does not affect their nature, just like anything else that can yet be derived from the determination of spatiality. For that very reason the substances ought not to have been posited in space. It is further presupposed that the space in which the substances have been moved here does not consist of simple parts, since it is an intuition, that is, according to the Kantian definition, a representation which can only be given through one single object, and is not a so-called discursive concept. The widespread nonsense regarding intuition that has grown out of this Kantian distinction between it and the concept is well known, and, in an effort to spare oneself the labor of conceptual comprehension, the value and the sphere of intuition have been extended to all cognition. What is pertinent here is only this, that space, just like intuition itself, must also be conceptualized if one wants to comprehend conceptually at all. And thus the question arises whether space would not have to be conceptually grasped as consisting of simple parts, even though as intuition it is simple continuity, or whether space would not run into the same antinomy that applied only to substance. In actual fact, if the antinomy is abstractly framed, it applies, as we said, to quantity in general and thereby equally to space and time. But since it is assumed in the proof that space does not consist of simple parts, this should have been reason for not transposing the simple into this element which is incompatible with it. Then there is also the clash between continuity of space and composition. The two are mixed together, the former being surreptitiously substituted for the latter, which results in the conclusion with a quaternio terminarum. In Kant, space explicitly has the determination of being one single space, its parts resting only on limitations, so that they do not come before the one all-encompassing space, as if they were parts of it from which a composition is possible, cr. of pure R. And ed. P. Continuity is quite rightly and unequivocally set of space here, as opposed to any composition made of parts. On the other hand, in the argument the transposing of substances into space is taken to entail a manifold of externally situated parts and, more particularly, a composite thereby. Yet, as quoted, the manner in which manifoldness is present in space is explicitly supposed to exclude component parts that antecede the composition and the unity of the space. In the remark to the proof of the antithesis, another fundamental thesis of critical philosophy is expressly brought in, namely that we have a concept of bodies only as appearances. As such, however, they necessarily presuppose space, which is the condition of the possibility of all external appearances. If by substances only bodies are meant here, such as those which we see, feel, taste, and so on, then, strictly speaking, there is no question of what they are. In their concept at issue are only sense perceptions. The proof of the antithesis, therefore, should have been briefly this: our whole experience, visual, tactile, and so on, shows us only what is composite. Even the best microscopes and the keenest knives have yet to let us hit upon anything simple. Therefore, reason also should not expect to hit upon anything simple. If we then look into the opposition of this thesis and antithesis more accurately, freeing their proofs of all idle superfluity and oddity, we find that the proof of the antithesis, by transposing substances into space, dogmatically assumes continuity, just as the proof of the thesis, by assuming composition as the mode of connection of anything substantial, dogmatically assumes the accidentality of this connection, and consequently that substances are an absolute one. The whole antinomy thus comes down to the separation of the two moments of quantity and the direct assertion of the two, precisely as absolutely separated from each other. When considered from the standpoint of mere discreteness, substance, matter, space, time, and so on, are absolutely separate. Their principle is the one. From the standpoint of continuity, this one is sublated parting remains divisibility and remains the possibility of parting, as possibility, without actually coming to the atom. Now, even if we stay with these oppositions as just defined, we see that the moment of atomicity lies in continuity itself, for continuity is the possibility of parting. And the said partition, the discreteness, also sublates every distinction of the ones, for the simple ones are each what the other is, it thereby equally contains their sameness and thus their continuity. Since each of the two opposed sides contains its other within itself, it follows that neither of these determinations, taken alone, has truth, but only their unity does. This is the true dialectical consideration of them, as well as the true result. Infinitely more meaningful and more profound than this Kantian antinomy just considered are the dialectical examples of the ancient Eleatic school, especially those dealing with movement, which are likewise based on, and find their solution in, the concept of quantity. To consider them here also would take us too far afield. They have to do with the concepts of space and time and can be dealt with in the history of philosophy in connection with them. These examples do the greatest honor to the reason of their discoverers. They have the pure being of Parmenides for result, for they exhibit in them the dissolution of all determinate being and are thus in themselves the flux of Heraclitus. For this reason they also deserve a more careful examination than the usual explanation that they are just sophisms. This is an assertion that sticks to empirical perception in the manner, which common sense finds so illuminating, of a Diogenes who, when a dialectician pointed out the contradiction inherent in movement, is said not to have further strained his reason but, silently walking back and forth, deferred to the witness of the eyes, a claim and refutation which is surely easier to make than to let oneself be drawn into thoughts and pursue the complications to which thought itself leads, indeed, not far-flung thought but the thought shaped in ordinary consciousness, resolving them by thoughts alone. The solution that Aristotle gives to these dialectical tropes is contained in his truly speculative concepts of space, time, and movement, and merits high praise. The most famous of his proofs rest on opposing infinite divisibility, imagined as if it were actually carried out and hence as equivalent to infinite partition, the atoms, to continuity, which applies just as well to time as to space, so that the infinite, that is, abstract plurality is contained in this continuity only in itself, as possibility. The actual is contrasted to abstract plurality and also to abstract continuity is the concreteness of these, space and time themselves, just as, in contrast to space and time, movement and matter are the concrete in turn. What is abstract as being only in itself or as possibility it is only a moment of something real. Bayle, who in his dictionary, article, Xenon, finds Aristotle's solution to the dialectic of Zeno pitoyable, does not understand what it means to say that matter is infinitely divisible only as possibility. His retort is that, if matter were divisible in infinitum, it would actually contain an infinite aggregate of parts and would be, therefore, not an infinite en puissance, but an infinite that exists really and actually. On the contrary, divisibility itself is already only a possibility, not a concrete existing of parts, and plurality in general is posited in continuity only as moment, as sublated. Sharpness of understanding, in which Aristotle is also surely unsurpassed, does not suffice to grasp and to pass judgment on his speculative concepts, no more than the said crudeness of sense representation suffices to refute Zeno's argumentations. The understanding, however sharp, makes the mistake of holding such thought fictions, such abstractions as an infinite aggregate of parts, to be a thing, something true and actual, but this sensuous consciousness will not let itself be brought, beyond empirical content, to thoughts. The Kantian resolution of the antinomy likewise consists only in supposing that reason should not overstep sense perception, and should take appearance as it is. This solution ignores the content of the antinomy itself. It does not get to the nature of the concept of the terms that make it up, each of which, isolated by itself, is a nullity and in itself only the transition into its other, quantity being their unity and, in that unity, their truth. B. Continuous and discrete magnitude. Quantity contains the two moments of continuity and discreteness. It is to be posited in both, in each as its determination. It is already from the start the immediate unity of the two, that is, quantity is itself posited at first only in one of the two determinations, that of continuity, and as such is continuous magnitude. Or continuity is indeed one of the moments of quantity which is brought to completion only with the other, discreteness. But quantity is concrete unity only in so far as it is the unity of distinct moments. These are to be taken, therefore, also as distinct, without however resolving them again into attraction and repulsion, but, rather, as they truly are, each remaining in its unity with the other, that is, remaining the whole. Continuity is only the compact unity holding together as unity of the discrete posited as such. It is no longer only moment but the whole quantity continuous magnitude. Immediate quantity is continuous magnitude. Quantity, however, is not as such an immediate immediacy as a determinateness, the sublated being of which is precisely quantity. Quantity is to be posited, therefore, in the determinateness immanent to it, and this is the one. Quantity is discrete magnitude. Discreteness is, like continuity, a moment of quantity, but is itself also the whole quantity just because it is a moment in it, the whole, and therefore as distinct moment does not diverge from its unity with the other moment. Quantity is the outsideness of one another as such, and continuous magnitude is this outsideness of one another onwardly positing itself without negation as an internally self-same connectedness. On the other hand, discrete magnitude is this outsideness of one another as discontinuous, as broken off. With this aggregate of ones, however, the aggregate of atom and void, repulsion in general, is not thereby reinstated. Because discrete magnitude is quantity, its discreteness is itself continuous. Such a continuity in the discrete consists in the ones being the same as one another, or in that they have the same unity. Discrete magnitude is therefore the one outside the other of the many ones as of a same, not the many ones in general, but posited rather as the many of a unity. Remark. What is overlooked in the ordinary representations of continuous and discrete magnitude is that each of these magnitudes has both moments in it, continuity as well as discreteness, and that the distinction between them depends solely on which of the two is the posited determinateness and which is only implicit. Space, time, matter, and so on, are continuous magnitudes in that they are repulsions from themselves, each a flowing forth out of itself which is not, however, a going over, or a relating, to a qualitatively other. They possess the absolute possibility that the one may be posited in them anywhere. And this is not the empty possibility of a mere otherness, as when one says that it would be possible for a tree to stand in the place of this stone. They contain in themselves, rather, the principle of the one. It is one of the determinations constituting them. Conversely, continuity is not to be overlooked in discrete magnitude. This moment, as indicated, is the one as unity. Continuous and discrete magnitudes can be regarded as species of quantity inasmuch as the latter is posited under the determinacies of its own moments rather than under some external determinateness. The usual transition from genus to species allows external determinations to accrue to the genus according to a principle of division external to it. Moreover, continuous and discrete magnitudes are not yet quantity. They are quantity itself in one of its two forms. They are called magnitudes in some sense only, insofar as they have this in common with quantum, that they are a determinateness in quantity. C. The limiting of quantity. Discrete magnitude has, first, the one for its principle and, second, is a plurality of ones. Third, it is essentially continuous, it is the one is at the same time sublated, as unity, the self continuing as such in the discreteness of the ones. Consequently, It is posited as one magnitude, and the one is its determinateness, a one which, in this posited and determinate existence, excludes, is a limit to the unity. Discrete magnitude is such as not supposed to be immediately limited, but, when distinguished from continuous magnitude, it is an existence and a something, the determinateness of which, and in it also the first negation and limit, is the one. This limit, besides referring to the unity and being the moment of negation in it, is also, as one, self-referred, thus it is enclosing, encompassing limit. The limit here is not at first distinct from the something of its existence, but, as one, is essentially this negative point itself. But, the being which is here limited is essentially as continuity, and in virtue of this continuity it transcends the limit, transcends this one, and is indifferent to it. Real, discrete quantity is thus one quantity, or quantum. Quantity is an existence and a something. Since the one which is a limit encompasses within it the many ones of discrete quantity, it posits them equally as sublated in it. It is a limit to continuity simply as such, and, consequently, the distinction between continuous and discrete magnitude is here indifferent, or, more precisely, it is a limit to the continuity of the one just as much as of the other. In this, both pass over into being quanta. In addition to the redundancy of proof, there is here also a redundancy of language, because with these, i.e. the substances, and the composite is only an accidental relation of substances. Chapter Quantum. Quantum, which in the first instance is quantity with a determinateness or limit in general, in its complete determinateness is number. Second, quantum divides first into extensive quantum, in which limit is the limitation of a determinately existent plurality, and then, inasmuch as the existence of this plurality passes over into being for itself, into intensive quantum or degree. This last is for itself but also, as indifferent limit, equally outside itself. It thus has its determinateness in another. Third, as this posited contradiction of being determined simply in itself yet having its determinateness outside itself and pointing outside itself for it, quantum, as thus posited outside itself within itself, passes over into quantitative infinity. A number. Quantity is quantum, or has a limit, both as continuous and discrete magnitude. The distinction between these two species has here, in the first instance, no significance. As the sublated being for itself, quantity is already in and for itself indifferent to its limit. But, equally, the limiter to be a quantum is not thereby indifferent to quantity, for quantity contains within itself as its own moment the absolute determinateness of the one, and this moment, posited in the continuity or unity of quantity, is its limit, but a limit which remains as the one that quantity in general has become. This one is therefore the principle of quantum, but is the one of quantity. For this reason it is, first, continuous, it is a unity; second, it is discrete, a plurality, implicit in continuous magnitude or posited in discrete magnitude, of ones that have equality with one another, the said continuity, the same unity. Third, this one is also the negation of the many ones as a simple limit, an excluding of its otherness from itself, a determination of itself in opposition to other quanta. The one is thus, a self-referring, sharp s, enclosing, and other excluding limit. Thus completely posited in these determinations, quantum is number. The complete positedness lies in the existence of the limit as a plurality and so in its being distinguished from the unity. Number appears for this reason as a discrete magnitude, but in unity it is continuity as well. It is, therefore, also quantum in complete determinateness, for in it the limit is the determinate plurality that has the one, the absolutely determined, for its principle. Continuity, in which the one is only implicitly present as a sublated moment, posited as unity, is the form of the indeterminateness. Quantum, only as such, is limited in general; its limit is its abstract, simple determinateness. But as number, this limit is posited as in itself manifold. It contains the many ones that make up its existence, but does not contain them in an indeterminate manner, for the determinateness of the limit falls rather in it. The limit excludes the existence of other ones, that is, of other pluralities, and those which it encloses are a determinate aggregate. They are the amount or the how many times with respect to which, taken as discreteness in the way it is in number, the other is the unit, the continuity of the amount. Amount and unit constitute the moments of number. Regarding amount, we must examine yet more closely how the many ones in which it consists are in the limit. It is rightly said of amount that it consists of the many, for the ones are not in it as sublated but are rather present in it, only posited with the excluding limit to which they are indifferent. But the limit is not indifferent to them. In the sphere of existence, the limit was at first so placed in relation to existence that the latter was left on this side of its limit, standing there as the affirmative, while the limit, the negation, stood outside on the border of existence. Similarly, With respect to the many ones, their being truncated in the exclusion of the remaining ones appears in them as a determination that falls outside the enclosed ones. But it was found in that sphere of existence that the limit pervades existence, that it extends so far as existence does, and that the something is for this reason limited by its very determination, that is finite. Now, in the quantitative sphere, a number, say 100, is so represented that only the 100th unit brings to the many the limit that makes them 100. In one respect this is correct, but, in another respect, none of the ones in the 100 has precedence over any other, for they are only equal, each is just as much the 100th, they all thus belong to the limit that makes the number 100. This number cannot dispense with any of them for its determinateness with respect to the 100th, therefore, the rest do not constitute a determinate existence which is in any way different from it whether inside or outside the limit. Consequently, the number is not a plurality over against the limiting one that encloses it, but itself constitutes this delimitation which is a determinate quantum. The many constitute a number, a 1, a 2, a 10, a 100, etc. Now, the limiting one is a discriminating determinateness, the distinguishing of a number from other numbers. But this distinguishing does not become a qualitative determinateness, it remains rather quantitative, falling only within the compass of comparing, of external reflection. As one number remains turned back onto itself and indifferent to others. This indifference of number to others is its essential determination. It constitutes its being determined in itself, but at the same time also its own exteriority. Number is thus a numerical one that is absolutely determined but which has at the same time the form of simple immediacy, and to which, therefore, the connecting reference to another remains completely external. Further, as numerical, the one possesses the determinateness, such as consists in the reference to other, as a moment in it, in its distinction of unit and amount is itself the plurality of the ones, that is, this absolute exteriority is in the one itself. This intrinsic contradiction of number or of quantum in general is the quality of quantum, and the contradiction will develop in the further determinations of this quality. Remark. Spatial magnitude and numerical magnitude are usually regarded as two species, in the sense that the former is as such just as much a determinate magnitude as the latter. Their only difference, as is said, consists in the diverse determinations of continuity and discreteness, but as quantum they stand on the same level. In spatial magnitude geometry has, in general, continuous magnitude for its subject matter, while the subject matter of arithmetic is discrete magnitude. However, with this disparity of subject matters they also have an inequality in the manner and the completeness of delimitation or determinateness. Spatial magnitude has only delimitation in general when considered as an absolutely determined quantum. It requires number. Geometry as such does not measure spatial figures, is not an art of measuring, but only compares them. Even in its definitions, the determinations are sometimes drawn from the equality of the sides and angles, or from the equality of distance. The circle, for instance, does not require number, for it is based solely on the equality of the distance of all its possible points from a center point. These determinations, based on equality or inequality, are properly geometrical. But they are not sufficient, and for other figures such as the triangle or the quadrangle, number is required, and number contains self-determinateness in its principle, the one, without the aid of another and thus not through comparison. To be sure, in the point spatial magnitude possesses the determinateness that corresponds to the one, but this point, in being externalized, becomes another, becomes a line because it is essentially a one which is only spatial. In connection it becomes a continuity in which puncticity, self-determinateness, the one, is sublated. To the extent that in self-externality the self-determinateness is to be retained, the line must be represented as an aggregate of ones, and the limit must receive the determination of many ones, that is, the magnitude of the line, and of the other spatial determinations as well, must be taken as number. Arithmetic treats number and its figures, or, more accurately, it does not treat them but rather operates with them. For number is indifferent, inert determinateness, such as must therefore be activated and brought into connection from outside. The modes of connection are the species of calculation. These are performed in arithmetic one after the other, and it is evident that each depends on the other even though the thread guiding their progression is not brought out in arithmetic. However, the systematization to which the textbooks are rightly entitled can easily be drawn from the conceptual determination of number itself. These guiding determinations will be briefly noted here. Because of its principle, which is the one, number is in all instances an external aggregate, simply an analytical figure without any interconnectedness. And because it is thus produced only externally, all calculation is a generation of numbers, a counting or, more precisely, a summing up. Any diversity in this external production that always simply repeats itself can rest only on a difference in the numbers that are to be summed up, but any such difference must itself be imported from elsewhere as an external determination. The qualitative difference that constitutes the determinateness of number is, as we have seen, that of unit and amount. Every conceptual determinateness possible in the operations of calculation is reduced, therefore, to these two. The difference, however, which accrues to numbers as quanta is external identity and external distinction, equality and inequality, and these are moments of reflection which we shall have to treat among the determinations of essence under the heading of difference. We must also mention in advance that numbers can in general be generated in two ways, either by combining or by separating combinations already made and, since both operations are performed with a species of counting which is determined in one and the same way, to the combining of numbers, an operation that can be called positive, there corresponds the separating of them, which can be called a negative operation. But the determination of the species of calculation itself is independent of this opposition. After these preliminaries, we proceed with the details of the modes of calculation. The first generation of number is the combining of the many as such, each of which is posited as only a one, numbering. Since the ones are external to each other, they are pictured in a sense image, and the operation by which number is generated is a reckoning on the fingertips, dots, etc. What for self-determinateness, the one, is sublated. To the extent that in self-externality the self-determinateness is to be retained, the line must be represented as an aggregate of ones, and the limit must receive the determination of many ones, that is, the magnitude of the line, and of the other spatial determinations as well, must be taken as number. Arithmetic treats number and its figures, or, more accurately, it does not treat them but rather operates with them. For number is indifferent, inert determinateness, such as must therefore be activated and brought into connection from outside. The modes of connection are the species of calculation. These are performed in arithmetic one after the other, and it is evident that each depends on the other even though the thread guiding their progression is not brought out in arithmetic. However, the systematization to which the textbooks are rightly entitled can easily be drawn from the conceptual determination of number itself. These guiding determinations will be briefly noted here. Because of its principle, which is the one, number is in all instances an external aggregate, simply an analytical figure without any interconnectedness. And because it is thus produced only externally, all calculation is a generation of numbers, a counting or, more precisely, a summing up. Any diversity in this external production that always simply repeats itself can rest only on a difference in the numbers that are to be summed up, but any such difference must itself be imported from elsewhere as an external determination. The qualitative difference that constitutes the determinateness of number is, as we have seen, that of unit and amount. Every conceptual determinateness possible in the operations of calculation is reduced, therefore, to these two. The difference, however, which accrues to numbers as quanta is external identity and external distinction, equality and inequality, and these are moments of reflection which we shall have to treat among the determinations of essence under the heading of difference. We must also mention in advance that numbers can in general be generated in two ways, either by combining or by separating combinations already made and, since both operations are performed with a species of counting which is determined in one and the same way, to the combining of numbers, an operation that can be called positive, there corresponds the separating of them, which can be called a negative operation. But the determination of the species of calculation itself is independent of this opposition. After these preliminaries, we proceed with the details of the modes of calculation. The first generation of number is the combining of the many as such, each of which is posited as only a one, numbering. Since the ones are external to each other, they are pictured in a sense image, and the operation by which number is generated is a reckoning on the fingertips, dots, etc. What for absolutely simple line, that is, that in coming outside of itself, the so-called movement of the point, it refers simply to itself, that in being extended, no diversity of determination, no reference to some other point or line outside it, is posited at its simple, absolutely internally determined direction. This simplicity is indeed its quality, and if the straight line seems difficult to define analytically, this is so precisely because of its simplicity and self-referential character, whereas reflection looks for determination first and foremost in a plurality, in a determining through something else. But there is absolutely nothing inherently difficult in grasping this determination of simple internal extension. This absence of determination by another Euclid's definition contains nothing else than this simplicity. But now the transition of this quality to the quantitative determination, the shortest, that allegedly constitutes the synthetic factor, is in fact entirely analytical. As spatial, the line is quantity in general when said of the quantum, the simplest means the least, and when set of line, it means the shortest. Geometry can accept these determinations as a corollary to the definition, but Archimedes in his books on the sphere and the cylinder, see Haber's translation, p. took the most advisable course by introducing this determination of the straight line as an axiom, in just as correct a sense as Euclid included the determination concerning parallel lines among the axioms, for the development of this determination into a definition would have also required determinations that do not belong to spatiality immediately but are rather of a more abstract qualitative character, like the simplicity and sameness of direction just mentioned. These ancients gave even to their sciences a plastic character, rigorously confining their exposition to the distinctive properties of their material and thus excluding from it anything heterogeneous to it. Kant's concept of synthetic a priori judgments, the concept of terms that are distinct and yet equally inseparable of an identity which is within it an inseparable difference, belongs to what is great and imperishable in his philosophy. To be sure, this concept is also equally present in intuition, for it is the concept as such and everything is the concept implicitly, but the determinations selected in those examples do not exhibit it. Number is an identity, and counting the production of it, which is absolutely external, a merely superficial synthesis, a unity of ones that are rather posited as not inherently identical with each other, but external, each separate for itself. The determination of the straight line of being the shortest between 2 points is based on a moment of abstract, internally undifferentiated identity. I return from this digression to addition itself. The corresponding negative species of calculation, subtraction, is the equally entirely analytical separation into numbers which, just as in addition, are determined relatively to one another only as unequal in general. The next determination is the equality of the numbers that are to be counted. Because of this equality, the numbers constitute one unity, and there thus accrues to number the distinction of unit and amount. Multiplication is the task of counting up an amount of units that are themselves each an amount. It is therefore immaterial which of two numbers is given as unit and which as amount, whether one says 4 times 3, where 4 is the amount and 3 the unit, or, conversely, 3 times 4. We have already indicated above that the original finding of the product is done by simple counting, that is, by counting off on fingertips, etc. The subsequent ability to come up with the product straight away rests on the collection of such products, on the multiplication table, and on learning it by heart. Division is the negative species of calculation with this same determination of difference. It is equally immaterial which of two factors, the divisor or the quotient, is taken as unit or as amount. The divisor is determined as unit and the quotient as amount whenever the stated task of the division is to see how many times the amount, a number, the unit, is contained in a given number. Conversely, the divisor is taken as amount and the quotient as unit whenever the stated intent is to partition a number into a given amount of equal parts and to find the magnitude of the part, of the unit. The two numbers that are determined with respect to each other as unit and amount still are, as numbers, immediate to each other and are therefore unequal in general. The further equality is that of unit and amount themselves, and, with this, the progression to the equality of the determinations inherent in the determination of number is completed. On the basis of this complete equality, counting is the raising to a power. The negative counterpart of this calculation is the extraction of a root, and this raising to a power constitutes, in the first instance, as the squaring of a number, the complete inherent determinateness of counting where the many numbers to be added are the same, and their plurality or amount is itself the same as the number which is posited a plurality of times, or the unit. There otherwise are no other determinations in the concept of number that could provide a difference, nor is there place for any further equalizing of the difference inherent in number. To raise a number to powers higher than the square is a formal continuation of the squaring, both in the case of even exponents, where it is only a repetition of the squaring, and in the case of the uneven, where inequality resurfaces in the simplest case of a cube. For instance, despite the formal equality of the new factor with both the amount and the unit, the new factor is as unit unequal as against the amount, the square, against times, and even more so in the case of the cube of 4, where the times by which the number which is the unit is to be multiplied by itself, differs from this very number. Here we have in themselves the determinations, amount and unit, which, as the essential difference of the concept, are to be equalized for the complete return to itself of the self-externalized concept. The foregoing exposition also contains the reason why the solution of higher equations must lie in their reduction to quadratics, and also why equations with uneven exponents can only be formally determined and, exactly when the roots are rational, these cannot otherwise be established than by means of some imaginary expression, that is, by the opposite of what the roots are and express. It is clear from what has been said that the arithmetical square alone contains a determinateness which is inherent to it and absolute. For this reason the equations of higher formal powers must be reduced back to it, Just as in geometry the right-angled triangle contains a determinateness absolutely inherent in it which is expounded in the Pythagorean theorem, and for this reason all other geometrical figures must also be reduced to it for their total determination. An instruction that proceeds methodically based on a logically disciplined judgment treats powers before it treats proportions. These last do follow upon the difference of unit and amount that constitutes the determination of the second species of calculation, but they proceed from the one of the immediate quantum in which unit and amount are only moments. The further determination of the one of quantum still remains external to quantum itself. In ratio, number is no longer an immediate quantum, it then has its determinateness as a mediation. This quantitative relation, the ratio, will be considered later on. The step-by-step determination of the species of calculation that we have just given cannot be said to be a philosophical treatment of them, not an exposition of their inner meaning as it were, for it is not in fact an immanent development of the concept. However, philosophy must know how to distinguish what is by nature a self-external material. It must know that, so far as this material goes, the concept can make its way forward only externally, and its moments also can be only in the form peculiar to their externality, as here equality and inequality. To distinguish the spheres to which a specific form of the concept belongs, that is, in which the concept is present in concrete existence, is an essential requirement when philosophizing about real objects. This is to prevent ideas from interfering with the peculiar nature of externality and accidentality, and the ideas themselves, because of the disproportionateness of the material, from being distorted and reduced to a formalism. Here, however, the externality in which the moments of the concepts appear in this external material, number, is the appropriate form, since these moments display the subject matter in the conceptual form of the understanding which is appropriate to it, and also, since they contain no demand for speculative thought and therefore have the semblance of being easy, they deserve to be employed in elementary textbooks. Remark. It is well known that Pythagoras depicted rational relations or philosophemata in numbers, and in more recent times numbers and forms of their relations, such as powers, etc., have again been used in philosophy for the purpose of regulating thoughts or expressing them. For pedagogical purposes, number is regarded as the most suitable subject matter of inner intuition, and the operations of calculating numerical relations are taken as the activity of spirit in which the latter visualizes its most characteristic relations and, in general, the fundamental relations of essence. How far number can live up to this high esteem of its worth can be seen from the concept of it just given. We saw that number is the absolute determinateness of quantity, and that its element is the difference which has become indifferent implicit determinateness which is posited at the same time as only entirely external. Arithmetic is an analytical science, since all the combinations and all the differences that occur in its subject matter do not originate in it but are imported into it entirely from outside. Arithmetic does not have any object that might harbor within it such inner relations as would be concealed to knowledge at first, because they are not given in its immediate representation, but are elicited only through the effort of cognition. Not only does arithmetic not contain the concept and the intellectual task of conceptualization that goes with it, it is the very opposite of the concept. Here, because of the indifference of the combined to the combining, a combining that lacks necessity, thought finds itself engaged in an activity which is at the same time the utter externalization of itself, a tour de force in which it moves in an element void of thought, drawing relations where there is no capacity for necessary relations. The subject matter is the abstract thought of externality itself. As this thought of externality, number is at the same time the abstraction from the manifold of the senses. It has retained nothing of the senses except the abstract determination of externality itself, and in it the senses are thus brought closest to thought. Number is the pure thought of thought's own externalization. It may therefore occur to spirit, as it rises above the world of the senses and recognizes its own essence, as it seeks an element for the pure representation of it, for the expression of its essence, before it grasps thought itself as this element and wins the purely spiritual expression for its exposition, it may occur to spirit to choose number, this inner, abstract externality, as the element. For this reason we see number early in the history of science being used for the expression of philosophemata. Number constitutes the final stage in an imperfect grasp of the universal still encumbered by the senses. The ancients were clearly aware that number stands midway between the senses and thought. Aristotle cites Plato, Metaphys. I, as saying that the mathematical determinations of things, being outside both the senses and the ideas, stand in between them. They are distinguished from the senses by being invisible, eternal, and unmoved from the ideas, on the other hand, by being a many and alike, whereas the idea is absolutely self-identical and a one in itself. A more thorough and more profound reflection on the subject by Moderatus of Goddess is cited in Malki Vita Pythagori, ed. Ritterhouse, pp. ff. That the Pythagoreans hit on numbers he attributes to the fact that they were still incapable of grasping fundamental ideas and first principles clearly in reason, for these principles are difficult to think and difficult to give expression to. Numbers serve well in instruction as signposts. In this, among other things, the Pythagoreans have imitated the geometers who, unable to express what is corporeal in thoughts, use figures and say this is a triangle, by which they do not mean, however, that the visible figure is to be taken as the triangle but that it only represents the thought of the triangle. In this way did the Pythagoreans express the thought of unity, of self-sameness and equality, and the ground of congruence, of combination and the sustaining of everything, of the self-identical, as a one, and so forth. It is superfluous to remark that the Pythagoreans did make the step from numerical to thought expression, to the explicit categories of the like and unlike, of limit and infinity, and even with respect to their numerical expressions. It is reported, Ibid, in the remark to P, from a life of Pythagoras by Photius, P, that they distinguished between the monas and the one, taking the monas as the thought and the one as the number, and they likewise took the two as the arithmetical indeterminate in the dais, for this is what it would surely have to mean here, as the thought of the indeterminate. These ancients at the outset saw quite rightly the inadequacy of numerical forms for thought determinations, and they just as rightly went on to demand for thought, instead of that first expedient, the expression appropriate to it. This is how much farther ahead they had come in their reflection than those who nowadays consider it praiseworthy, indeed profoundly sound, to revert to the helplessness of childhood and, in the place of thought determinations, to reinstate numbers themselves and numerical determinations like powers, followed by the infinitely great, the infinitely small, one divided by the infinite, and other such determinations, which are themselves often a perverse mathematical formalism. In connection with the just cited claim, that number stands between the senses and thought, since it has in common with the former that it is in itself the self-externality of the many, it must now be noted that this many is itself the sensuous as taken up in thought, the category of the internally self-external that defines the sensuous. When more advanced thoughts that are concrete and truly thoughts, when what is alive and active in a high degree and requires context in order to be comprehended, when these are transposed into this element of externality, they turn into dead, motionless determinations. The richer in determinateness and hence in connections thoughts become, the more confused and also the more arbitrary and meaningless becomes their representation in such forms as numbers. The one, the two, the three, the four, henes or monas, dias, trias, tetracties, still fall in the general vicinity of totally simple and abstract concepts, but when numbers are extended to concrete relations, it is in vain to try to maintain any approximation to the concept. But that the determinations for the movement of the concept by which alone the latter is concept would be designated as 1, 2, 3, 4, is the hardest to expect of thought. For thought then moves in an element which is opposite to it, where there are no connections. Its labor is one of derangement. The difficulty of this expectation, to understand that, for instance, 1 is 3 and 3 is 1, is due to the fact that 1 is devoid of connections. It does not exhibit in it the determination by virtue of which it passes over into its opposite, but is rather the very exclusion and rejection of such a connection. Conversely, the understanding makes use of this difficulty to debunk speculative truth, as it does, for instance, with the truth laid down in the doctrine called the Trinity. It counts the determinations of it that constitute one unity in order to expose them as plain nonsense, which is to say, the understanding itself commits the nonsense of making that which is pure reference into something devoid of all relation. By the name Trinity, triunity, nobody expected that one and number would be considered by the understanding as the essential determinateness of the content. This name expresses contempt for the understanding, which has nevertheless held fast to its conceit of clinging to the one and number as such, standing by it against reason. To take numbers and geometrical figures, as has often been done, as mere symbols, the circle, for instance, of eternity, the triangle, of the Trinity, is, on the one hand, harmless enough, but, on the other hand, it is foolish to believe that more is thereby expressed than can be comprehended and expressed by thought. As profound a wisdom, as profound a meaning may lie in such symbols, and also in those that fantasy has created in the mythologies of the peoples and in poetry in general, compared with which the dull figures of geometry leave a lot to be desired anyway, it is still up to thinking alone to extract this wisdom and bring it to light, a wisdom that is only implicit in them, and not only in symbols but in nature and in spirit. In symbols, the truth is still clouded and veiled by the sensuous, and only in the form of thought does it become totally manifest to consciousness. The meaning is only the thought itself. Essentially, however, the perversity of enlisting mathematical categories for injecting some determination into the method and the content of philosophical science shows in the fact that, Inasmuch as mathematical formulas signify thoughts and conceptual distinctions, this meaning must rather first be indicated, determined and justified in philosophy. In its concrete sciences, philosophy must take its logical element from logic, not from mathematics. It can only be an expedient of philosophical incapacity to resort for the logical element of philosophy to the shapes which it assumes in other sciences, many of which are only adumbrations of this element and others even perversions of it. Besides, the mere application of such borrowed formulas is an external operation. The application itself must be preceded by the awareness of both their value and their meaning, and only the consideration of thought, not any authority drawn from mathematics, yields this awareness. Logic itself is this awareness regarding such formulas. It strips them of their particular form, rendering it superfluous and useless. It rectifies them and alone procures for them their justification, their sense and value. As for any supposed use that number and calculation might have for basic pedagogical formation, it follows by itself from what has been said so far. Number is not an object of the senses, and to be occupied with number and numerical combinations is not the business of the senses. Such an occupation, therefore, encourages spirit to engage in reflection and the inner work of abstraction, and this is of great, though one-sided, importance. For, on the other hand, since the basis of number is only an external, thoughtless difference, the occupation proceeds without a concept, mechanically. The effort consists above all in holding on to something non-conceptual, and in combining it non-conceptually. The content is the empty one. So the solid nourishment of moral and spiritual life in its individual shapes on which, as the noblest element, education should nurture the young spirit, is to be ousted by this one which is void of content. When those exercises are made the main subject and the main occupation, the only possible outcome must be to dull the spirit and to empty it of both form and content. Since calculation is so much of an external and therefore mechanical business, it has been possible to manufacture machines that perform arithmetical operations with complete accuracy. It is enough to know this fact alone about the nature of calculation to decide on the merit of the idea of making it the main instrument of the education of spirit, of stretching spirit on the rack in order to perfect it as a machine. B. Extensive and intensive quantum. A. Their difference. We have seen that quantum has its determinateness as limit in amount. In itself quantum is discrete, a plurality which does not have a being different from its limit or its limit outside it. Quantum, thus with its limit which is limit is a plurality, is extensive magnitude. Extensive magnitude is to be distinguished from continuous magnitude. Its direct opposite is not the discrete, but the intensive magnitude. Extensive and intensive magnitudes are determinacies of the quantitative limit itself, whereas quantum is identical with its limit. Continuous and discrete magnitudes are, on the contrary, determinations of magnitude in itself, that is, of quantity as such, insofar as in quantum abstraction is made from the limit. Extensive magnitude has the moment of continuity in it and in its limit, for its many is everywhere continuous. The limit as negation appears, therefore, in this equality of the many as a limiting of the unity. Continuous magnitude is quantity that continues without regard to any limit, and insofar as it is represented with one such limit, the latter is a limitation in general, without discreteness being posited in it. Determined as only continuous magnitude, quantum is not yet determined for itself because the magnitude lacks the one, in which the determinateness for itself lies, and number. Similarly, a discrete magnitude is immediately only a differentiated many in general which, if it were to have a limit as a many, would be only an aggregate, that is, would be only indeterminately limited. In order for quantum to be determinate, the many must be concentrated into one and thereby be posited as identical with a limit. Continuous and discrete magnitude, taken as quantum in general, have each posited in it only one of the two sides by virtue of which quantum is fully determined and a number. Taken immediately, this latter is extensive quantum, the simple determinateness which is amount essentially, but the amount of one and the same unit. Extensive quantum is distinguished from number only because in the latter the determinateness is explicitly posited as plurality. However, the determinateness through number, how much there is of something, does not require being distinguished from how much there is of something else, as if to the determinateness of one thing belonged how much there is of it and how much there is of another, for the determinateness of magnitude is such as a limit determined for itself, indifferent and simply self-referring, and in number this limit is posited as enclosed within the one existing for itself. The externality that it has, the reference to other, is inside it. Further, like the many in general, this many of the limit is not internally unequal but continuous. Each many is what any other many is. Consequently, the many is a many of existence outside one another, or is discrete, does not constitute the determinateness as such. Thus this many collapses for itself into its continuity and becomes simple unity. Amount is but a moment of number but, As an aggregate of numerical ones, it does not constitute the determinateness of number. On the contrary, these ones as indifferent and self-external are sublated in number whose being has turned back into itself. The externality that constituted the ones of plurality vanishes in the one as the self-reference of number. The limit of quantum which, as extensive, had its existent determinateness as self-external number, thus passes over into simple determinateness. In this simple determination of limit, quantum is intensive magnitude and the limit or the determinateness which is identical with quantum is now also posited as simple. It is degree. Degree is thus a determinate magnitude, a quantum, but at the same time it is not an aggregate or several within itself. It is only a plurality. Plurality is a severality that is gathered together into simple determination. It is existence that has returned into being for itself. It is true that its determinateness must be expressed by a number, which is the being of the quantum is completely determined, but the number is not an amount or a how many times but is rather a one-fold, only a degree. When we speak of degrees, the quantum which has that many degrees, the 10th, the 20th degree, is not the amount and sum of the degrees. If that were the case, it would be an extensive quantum. It is rather only that one degree, the 10th, the 20th. It does contain the determinateness found in the number 10 or 20, but not as several ones. The number is there as a sublated amount, as a simple determinateness. In number, quantum is posited in its complete determinateness, but as intensive quantum, in the being for itself of number, it is posited as it is according to its concept or implicitly in itself. For the form of self-reference which it has in degree is at the same time the externality of degree to itself. As extensive quantum, number is a numerical plurality and thus has externality inside it. This externality, as plurality in general, collapses into a state of undifferentiatedness and is sublated into the numerical one, the self-reference of number. But quantum has its determinateness as number. It contains this determinateness, as we have said, whether the latter is posited in it or not. Degree, therefore, which is internally simple no longer has this external otherness in it, has it outside it, and refers to it as to its determinateness. A plurality external to it constitutes the determinateness of the simple limit which the degree is for itself. Insofar as in the extensive quantum amount was supposed to be found within number, it was sublated there now, as thus sublated, amount is posited outside number. Number, in being posited as a one, as self-reference reflected into itself, excludes from itself the indifference and the externality of amount and is self-reference as reference to an external through itself. In this, quantum has the reality which is adequate to its concept. The indifference of the determinateness constitutes its quality, that is, a determinateness which is in it as a determinateness external to itself. Accordingly, degree is a unitary quantitative determinateness among a plurality of such intensities which, though diverse, each being only a simple reference to itself, are at the same time in essential connection with each other, so that each has its determinateness in this continuity with the others. This reference connecting a degree through itself to its other makes ascent and descent on the scale of degrees a continuous progress, a flow, which is an uninterrupted and indivisible alteration. None of the more or less differentiated within it is separate from the others, but each has its determinateness only in these others. As a self-referring quantitative determination, each degree is indifferent towards the others but, in itself, it equally refers to this externality. It is what it is only through the intermediary of this externality. In short, its reference to itself is not an indifferent reference to externality but in this externality it possesses its quality. B. Identity of extensive and intensive magnitude. Degree is not inherently external to itself. It is not, however, the indeterminate one, is not the principle of number as such which is not amount except negatively, that is, only in the sense of not being an amount. Intensive magnitude is at first a simple one of many more or less. There are several degrees but they are not determined either as a unitary one or as a more or less but only as referring to each other as outside each other, or in the identity of the one and the more or less than. Thus, although the several more or less are as such indeed outside the unitary degree, the determinateness of the latter lies nonetheless in its connection with them. The degree thus contains amount. Just as 20 contains as extensive magnitude 21s as discrete, the specific degree contains them as continuity, a continuity which simply is this determinate plurality. It is the 20th degree, and it is this 20th degree only through the intermediate of this amount which, as such, is outside it. The determinateness of the intensive magnitude is to be considered, therefore, from two sides. It is determined through other intensive quanta and is continuous with its otherness, so that its determinateness consists in this connection with it. Now, in so far as this determinateness is, first, a simple determinateness, it is determined as against the other degrees. It excludes them from itself and has its determinateness in this exclusion. But, second, it is determined within this. It is in the amount as its amount, not in the amount is excluded, or not in the amount of the other degrees. The 20th degree contains the 20 within itself. It is not only determined as distinguished from the 19th, the 21st, etc., but its determinateness is rather its amount. But, inasmuch as the amount is its own, and the determinateness is at the same time essentially as amount, the degree is extensive quantum. Extensive and intensive magnitude are, therefore, one and the same determinateness of quantum. They are distinguished only inasmuch as the one has the amount within and the other has the same without. Extensive magnitude passes over into intensive magnitude because its many collapses in and for itself into oneness and steps outside it. But, conversely, this simple one has its determinateness only in the amount, its amount indifferent to the otherwise determined intensities. It has the externality of amount in it. Thus intensive magnitude is just as essentially extensive magnitude. With this identity, the qualitative something comes on the scene, for the identity is the unity that refers back to itself through the negation of its distinct terms. These terms, however, make up the determinateness of the existent magnitude. The something is a quantum, but its qualitative existence is now posited as indifferent to it as it is in itself. One can speak of quantum, number as such, etc., without any mention of a something as their substrate. But the something, self-mediated by virtue of the negation of its determinations, now confronts these as existing for itself, and, since it has a quantum, it confronts them as something which has an extensive and intensive quantum. Its one determinateness which it has as quantum is posited in the distinct moments of unity and amount. It is in itself not only one and the same determinateness, but the positing of it in these differences as extensive and intensive quantum is the return into this unity which, as negative, is the something posited as indifferent to them. Remark. As normally depicted in ordinary usage, extensive and intensive quantum are distinguished as kinds of magnitudes, as if there were some objects with only intensive and others with only extensive magnitude. But there is now a philosophical science of nature in which plurality, the extensive, as for instance in connection with the fundamental property of nature to fill space, and in other instances as well, is converted into something intensive, in the sense that intensity, as dynamism, is the true determination. Density, for instance, or the specific filling of space, must be understood as being essentially, not a certain aggregate and amount of material parts in a quantum of space, but a certain degree of the force of the matter filling space. There are two kinds of determinations to be distinguished in this context. Two concepts are at play in this conversion, as it has been called, of the mechanical into the dynamic way of looking at things: the concept of self-subsisting parts that subsist outside one another and are only externally bound together into a whole, and, different from this, the concept of force. What is viewed on the one side as only an aggregate of mutually external atoms is considered on the other side as the expression of a fundamental simple force. Now these relations of whole and parts, of force and its expression, that come up for contrast here, do not belong in this place. They will be considered later on. This much, however, can be pointed out right away, namely that although the relation of force and its expression that corresponds to the intensiveness of magnitude is indeed, vis-à-vis the relation of whole and parts, the truer one, force is for that reason no less one-sided than intensiveness, and the expression, the externality of extensiveness, just as inseparable from force, so that one and the same content is equally present in the two forms of intensive and extensive magnitude. The other determinateness that comes up here is the quantitative as such, which, as extensive quantum, is sublated and transformed into degree, the supposedly true determination. But it has been shown that degree contains the former determinateness as well, so that the one form is essential to the other. Consequently, every existence exhibits its quantitative determination no less as an extensive than as an intensive quantum. Everything, to the extent that it appears in a quantitative determination, therefore serves as an example of this. Even number necessarily has this double form immediately in it. It is an amount, and therefore extensive magnitude, but number is also a 1, a 10, a 100, and to this extent it marks the transition to intensive magnitude, for in this unity the manifold collapses into the simple. In itself, the one is extensive magnitude. It can be represented as an arbitrary amount of parts. Thus the 10th, the 100th, is this simple, intensive magnitude that has its determinateness in the more or less than a 100th lying outside it, that is, in the extensive magnitude. Number is a 10, a 100, and at the same time the 10th, the 100th, in the system of numbers both are the same determinateness. In the circle the unit is called degree because every part of the circle has its determinateness essentially, and the many more outside it is determined as the unit of only a fixed amount of these units. As a mere spatial magnitude, the degree of the circle is only an ordinary number considered as degree, it is an intensive magnitude that is meaning only as determined through the amount of degrees into which the circle is divided, just as a number derives its meaning only in the number series. The magnitude of a concrete object displays its two sides as extensive and intensive in the double determinations of its existence, appearing in one as something external and in the other as something internal. Thus, for instance, a mass is its weight an extensive magnitude inasmuch as it constitutes an amount of pounds, hundredweights, etc., but is an intensive magnitude as it exerts a certain pressure. The magnitude of the pressure is a simple magnitude, a degree, as determined in a scale of degrees of pressure. As exerting pressure, the mass appears as a being in itself, a subject, to which there accrues a distinctive intensive magnitude. Conversely, that which exerts this degree of pressure has the capacity of displacing a certain amount of pounds, etc., and its magnitude is measured accordingly. Or again, heat has a degree. This degree, whether the th, etc., is a simple sensation, something subjective. But this degree is equally present as extensive magnitude, in the form of the expansion of some fluid matter, of mercury in the thermometer, of air, sound, etc. A higher degree of temperature finds expression in a longer mercury column, or in a narrower clay cylinder. It warms up a larger space in the same way as a lower degree warms up a smaller. The higher a tone, the more intensive it is, and the greater is at the same time the number of its vibrations. Or a louder tone, to which a higher degree of intensity is attributed, is audible in a larger space. With a more intensive color, a larger surface can be colored in the same way as with a weaker one. Or again, something brighter, another kind of intensity, is visible at a greater distance than something not as bright, etc. Similarly, in things spiritual, a high intensity of character, talent, genius, has a comparably encompassing presence, far-reaching effect, and all-pervading influence. The most profound concept has the most universal significance and application. Remark. Kant has made peculiar use of the determinateness of intensive quantum by applying it to a metaphysical determination of the soul. In his critique of the metaphysical propositions concerning the soul, which he calls the paralogisms of reason, he comes to a consideration of the syllogistic inference from the simplicity of the soul to its permanence. To this inference he objects, Critique of Reason, that, even if we grant to the soul this simple nature, namely, that it contains no manifold of parts, outside one another, and hence no extensive magnitude, one nevertheless cannot deny to it, any more than to any other existing thing, intensive magnitude, that is, a degree of reality in regard to all its faculties, indeed to everything in general that constitutes its existence, which might diminish by infinitely many smaller degrees, and thus the alleged substance could be transformed into nothing, although not by disintegration, but by a gradual remissio, of its powers. For even consciousness always has a degree, which can always be diminished. Consequently, so does the faculty of being conscious of itself, and likewise with other faculties. In rational psychology, such as was this abstract metaphysics, the soul was considered not as spirit but as an immediate existent, as a sole thing. Kant is therefore justified in applying to it the category of quantum, just as to any other existing thing, and, inasmuch as this existent is determined as simple, that of intensive quantum. Being does indeed belong to spirit, but of an intensity entirely different from that of intensive quantum. It is an intensity, rather, in which the form of merely immediate being and all its categories are sublated. It should not have been just a matter of agreeing to the removal of the category of extensive quantum, but of removing quantum as such. The next step was to recognize how in the eternal nature of spirit there is existence, consciousness, and finitude, how they proceed from it, without spirit thereby becoming a thing. C. Alteration of quantum. The difference between extensive and intensive quantum is indifferent to the determinateness of quantum as quantum. But quantum is in general determinateness posited as sublated the indifferent limit, the determinateness which is just as much the negation of itself. In extensive quantum, this difference is developed, but intensive magnitude is the existence of this externality which quantum is in itself. The difference is posited as the contradiction which it is in itself, of being a simple self-referring determinateness which is the negation of itself, of having its determinateness not in it but in another quantum. A quantum, according to its quality, is therefore in absolute continuity with its externality, with its otherness. Consequently, not only can every determinateness of magnitude be transcended, not only can it be altered, that it must alter is now posited. The determination of magnitude continues into its otherness in such a way that it has its being only in this continuity with another. It is not just a limit that exists but one that becomes. The one is infinite or self-referring negation, and hence the repulsion of itself from itself. Quantum is equally infinite, posited as the self-referring negation. It repels itself from itself. But it is a determinate one, the one which has passed over into existence and limit, thus the repulsion of determinateness from itself, not the generation of something that is like itself, as the repulsion of the one, but of its otherness. Quantum is now posited in it as sending itself beyond itself. It consists in this, that it increases or decreases, it is within it the externality of determinateness. Thus quantum sends itself beyond itself. This other which it becomes is at first itself a quantum, but a quantum which is not a static limit but one that impels itself beyond itself. The limit which arises in this beyond is therefore only one that again sublates itself and sends itself to a further limit, and so on to infinity. See quantitative infinity. A. Its concept. Quantum alters and becomes another quantum. The further determination of this alteration, that it goes on to infinity, lies in that it is positioned as inherently self-contradictory. Quantum becomes another but it continues in its otherness. The other is therefore also a quantum. This latter, however, is the other, not of a quantum, but of the quantum as such, the negative of itself as a limited something, and hence its own unlimitedness, infinity. Quantum is an odd. It implies that it be determined for itself, and this being determined for itself is rather the being determined in another, and, conversely, it is the being determined in another as sublated, is indifferent subsisting for itself. In this way, finitude and infinity each at once acquires within it a double though opposite meaning. Quantum is finite, first, as limited in general; second, as sending itself beyond itself, as being determined in another. On the other hand, its infinity is, first, the unlimitedness of quantum; second, its being turned back into itself, the indifferent being for itself. If we now compare these moments with each other, we find that the determination of quantum's finitude, its sending itself beyond itself into another that constitutes its determination, is equally the determination of the infinite. The negation of limit is this same transcendence of determinateness, so that in this negation, in the infinite, quantum has its final determinateness. The other moment of infinity is the for itself which is indifferent to the limit, but the quantum itself is so limited, as to be indifferent with respect to its limit, and hence with respect to other quanta and its beyond. In quantum, finitude and infinity, the latter supposedly separate from finitude, as bad infinity, each already possesses within it the moment of the other. The qualitative and quantitative infinite are distinguished inasmuch as in the former the opposition of the finite and infinite is qualitative, and the transition of the finite into the infinite, or the reference of each to the other, is present only in the in itself, in their concept. Qualitative determinateness is immediate. It refers to otherness essentially as to a being which is other than it. It is not posited as having its negation, its other, in it. By contrast, magnitude is as such sublated determinateness. It is posited as being unlike and indifferent to itself, and hence as something alterable. The qualitative finite and infinite, therefore, stand opposed to each other absolutely, that is, abstractly. Their unity is the inner connection underlying them. Hence the finite continues in its other only in itself, not in it. By contrast, in the infinite, in which the quantitative finite has its absolute determinateness, this finite refers to itself in it. This, their mutual reference, is first displayed in the quantitatively infinite process. B. The quantitative infinite process. The process to infinity is in general the expression of contradiction, here, of the contradiction contained in the quantitative finite or in quantum in general. It is the reciprocal determination of the finite and the infinite that came up for consideration in the sphere of the qualitative, with the difference that, as just indicated, in the sphere of quantity the limit inherently sends itself beyond itself and continues there, and hence, conversely, the quantitative infinite is also posited as having the quantum in it, for in its externality quantum is itself. Its externality belongs to its determination. The infinite progress is now the expression of this contradiction, not the resolution of it. However, because of the continuity of one determinateness in the other, the progress gives rise to the semblance of a resolution in a union of the two. As at first posited, such a progress is the task of attaining the infinite but not the attainment of it. It is a perpetual generation of the infinite, without the progress of ever getting beyond the quantum itself, and without the infinite ever becoming something which is positively present. It belongs to the concept of quantum to have a beyond of itself. This beyond is, first, the abstract moment of the non-being of quantum. This resolves itself in it. It thus refers to its beyond as to its infinity in accordance with the qualitative moment of the opposition. But, second, quantum is continuous with this beyond. It consists precisely in being the other of itself, external to itself. This externality equally is, therefore, no more another than the quantum. The beyond or the infinite is thus itself a quantum. The beyond is thus recalled from its flight and the infinite is attained. But because the infinite, now become a this side, is again a quantum, what is posited is again only a new limit. This limit, as quantum, has also fled again from itself, is as such beyond itself, and has repelled itself from itself into its non-being, into its beyond, and as the quantum repels itself into the beyond, so does the beyond perpetually become a quantum. The continuity of quantum with its other brings about the conjunction of the two in the expression of an infinitely great or infinitely small. Since they both still have in them the determination of quantum, they remain alterable and the absolute determinateness which would be a being for itself is thus not attained. This being outside itself of the determination is posited in the double infinity, posited in the relative opposition of the more and the less, of the infinitely great and the infinitely small. In each, the quantum is maintained in perpetual opposition to its beyond. No matter how much the great is enlarged, it shrinks to insignificance since it refers to the infinite as to its non-being. The opposition is qualitative. The enlarged quantum is gained nothing, therefore, from the infinite the latter is its nothing now just as before. Or again, the increase in the quantum is not an approximation to the infinite, for the distinction between the quantum and its infinity essentially has also the moment of being non-quantitative. This moment is only the sharpened expression of the contradiction that the quantum ought to be something great, that is, a quantum, and non-finite, that is, not a quantum. Equally, the infinitely small is, as something small, a quantum and therefore remains absolutely, that is, qualitatively, too great for the infinite and opposed to it. In both, there remains the contradiction of the infinite progress which in them should have reached its goal. This infinity, which persists in the determination of the beyond of the finite, is to be characterized as the bad quantitative infinity. Like the qualitatively bad infinity, it is the perpetual movement back and forth from one side of the persistent contradiction to the other, from the limit to its non-being, and from the latter back again to the other, the limit. To be sure, the term to which the advance is made in the quantitative progress is not an abstract other in general but a quantum which is explicitly posited as different, but this quantum remains opposed to its negation in the same way. Also the progress, therefore, is neither an advance nor a gain but rather a repetition of one and the same move, a positing, a sublating, and then again a positing and a sublating, an impotence of the negative to which what it sublates continuously comes back by its very sublation of it. The two, the positing and the sublation, are so bonded to each other that they absolutely flee from each other, and yet, in thus fleeing, they are unable to part but rather become bonded in their very flight from each other. Remark. The bad infinity, especially in the form of the quantitative progress to infinity, this uninterrupted flitting over limits which it is powerless to sublate, and the perpetual falling back into them, is commonly held to be something sublime and a kind of divine service, just as in philosophy it has been regarded as ultimate. This progress has often been exploited in tirades which have been admired as sublime productions. In fact, however, this modern sublimity does not enhance the object, which rather takes flight from it, but bloats the subject to ingest such vast quantities. The poverty of such an irreducibly subjective step-by-step elevation on the ladder of the quantitative is betrayed by the admission that in that vain labor there is no getting closer to the infinite goal, for the attainment of which, to be sure, quite another line of attack is required. Here are examples of tirades of the kind, which make manifest what this elevation ultimately amounts to. Kant, for example, at the conclusion of the Critique of Practical Reason, deems it as sublime when the subject rises in thought above the place it occupies in the world of the senses, and extends its reach into an unbounded magnitude of worlds beyond worlds and systems of systems and into the limitless times of their periodic motion, their beginning and their continuance. Imagination fails before this progression into the immeasurably distant, where beyond the most distant world there lies a still more distant one behind the past, however far back traced, a still more distant past ahead of the future, however far down projected, yet another future. Thought fails before this representation of the immeasurable, just as in a dream, in which one relentlessly goes on and on down a long corridor without seeing the end of it, and finishes with falling or fainting. This account, besides capturing all that there is to this quantitative elevation in a wealth of pictorial imagery, deserves praise mainly because of how truthfully it betrays the end result of this elevation. Thought succumbs, the upshot is falling and giddiness. What causes thought to succumb, what produces the falling and the giddiness, is nothing else but the boredom of this repetition that makes a limit disappear, come up again, and again disappear, and so lets the rising and the perishing of the one for the other, and of the one into the other, of the here into the there, and the there into the here, perpetuate itself, only conveying the feeling of the impotence of this infinite, this ought, which would want to be master of the finite but cannot. Also Haller's description of eternity, which Kant called horrifying, is commonly the object of special admiration, but often for what is precisely not the reason that constitutes its true merit. I heap up giant numbers. Pile millions on millions. Eon upon eon and world upon world. And when I am on that endless march, and dizzy on that terrifying height, I seek you again. The power of numbers, though multiplied 1,000-fold, is still not even a fraction of you. I blot them out and there you are, complete, before me. In stressing the value of this heaping and piling of numbers and worlds as a description of eternity, what is overlooked is that the poet himself declares this so-called terrifying venture into the beyond as futile and hollow, and he concludes that only by giving up this empty infinite progress will the true infinite itself become present to him. There have been astronomers who like to flatter themselves about the sublimity of their science on the ground that it deals with an immeasurable multitude of stars, with immeasurable spaces and times within which the already vast distances and periods that serve as their units, even when taken many times over, shrink to insignificance. The shallow astonishment to which they surrender themselves, their fatuous hopes of eventually traveling in another life from star to star and in that immensity to make discoveries of always the same kind of things, this they adduce as the main point of excellence of their science. A science which is worthy of admiration rather, not because of such quantitative infinitude but, to the contrary, because of the relations of measure and the laws which reason recognizes in these objects and which, in contrast to that other irrational infinitude, constitute the rational infinite. To the infinity connected with the external intuition of the senses, Kant opposes the other infinity, the one which the individual attains when he returns to his invisible I, and to all the terrors of fate and tyranny he opposes the absolute freedom of his will, of a pure I when, starting with his immediate surroundings, he lets them vanish in his sight, and even what appears enduring, the worlds upon worlds, he lets collapse into ruins until, alone, he recognizes himself as equal to himself. The I, in this solitude, is indeed the attained beyond. It has come to itself, is at home with itself, right here the absolute negativity which in the progression beyond the quantum of the senses was only in flight, is brought in pure self-consciousness to affirmation and presence. But this pure I, when held fixed in abstraction and empty of content, has existence in general, the fullness of the natural and the spiritual universe, as a beyond confronting it. The same contradiction reasserts itself that lies at the heart of the infinite progress, namely of a being bent upon itself which is at the same time outside itself, which refers to its other as to its non-being and in this referring remains a longing for the I has fixed itself, on the one side, with its indigent and insufferable emptiness before it, and, on the other side, with a fullness which in being negated is still present as its beyond. Kant accompanies the mention of these two sublimes with the remark that wonder, for the first, the external, and reverence, for the second, the inner, do indeed excite research but cannot substitute for their deficiency. Thus he declares those exaltations as being unsatisfying for reason cannot stop at them and at the feelings associated with them, nor can it let the beyond and the void be accepted as ultimate. But it is above all in its application to morality that the infinite progression has been taken as an ultimate. The second opposition, just cited, of finite and infinite in the shape of the manifold world and the I raised to its freedom, is at first qualitative. As it determines itself, the I at the same time determines nature and frees itself from it. It thereby refers itself to its other through itself, refers to another which, as external existence, is a manifold and also something quantitative. The reference to the quantitative becomes itself quantitative. The negative reference of the I to it, its power over the not I, over the senses and external nature, is consequently so represented that morality can and ought ever to enlarge while the power of the senses ought ever to recede. The perfect adequacy of the will to the moral law, however, is transposed to the unending progress to infinity, that is represented as an absolutely unattainable beyond, and precisely this, that it is unattainable, is supposed to be the source of true reliance and just consolation. For morality ought to be a struggle, but this it cannot be except on the assumption that the will is disproportionate to the law and the law, therefore, becomes for it an irreducible beyond. In this opposition, the I and the not I, or the will and the moral law, nature and the sensuousness of the will, are presupposed as perfectly self-subsistent and mutually indifferent. The pure will has its own law, which is essentially connected with the senses. Nature and the senses, for their part, have their laws which neither stem from nor are conformable to the will, nor are such that, although diverse from the will, would nonetheless be in essential connection with it, but are rather independently determined, finished and complete in themselves. The two are nevertheless both moments of one and the same simple essence, of the I. The will is determined as the negative with respect to nature, so that the will only is to the extent that there is such a thing as a nature which is diverse from it and which it sublates, but by which, in sublating it, it is touched and is itself affected. Nature, also as the sensuous element of the human being, is a self-subsistent system of laws indifferent to limitation through another. It preserves itself while being limited, comes in connection with the will on its own terms and limits the will of the law just as much as this will limits it. It is by one single act that the will, in determining itself, sublates the otherness of a nature, and this otherness, in being posited with a determinate existence, resists sublatedness and is not sublated. In the infinite progression, the contradiction at work here is not resolved but, to the contrary, it is displayed as unresolved and unresolvable and is declared to be such. The conflict of morality and sense is represented as an absolute relation that exists in and for itself. The powerlessness in mastering the qualitative opposition between the finite and infinite and in grasping the idea of the true will which is substantial freedom, this powerlessness takes refuge in magnitude which it used as a middle link, for magnitude is the qualitative as sublated, the distinction that has become indifferent. But since the two members of the opposition still remain in principle qualitatively different, by behaving as quanta in referring to each other they are rather each straightaway posited as indifferent to this alteration. Nature is determined through the eye, the senses through the will of the good. The alteration produced in the senses through the will is only a quantitative distinction, one which leaves them be as they are. In the more abstract exposition of the Kantian philosophy, or at least of its principles, namely in fictas Wissenschaftslehre, the infinite progress likewise constitutes the foundation and the ultimate. The first principle in the exposition, I, is followed by a second which is independent of it. The opposition of the not I. The connection between the two is right away also assumed as a quantitative distinction, the not I being partly determined through the I, also partly not. The not I thus continues in it so that it remains opposed to its non-being as something non-sublated. Starting from there, after the contradictions contained therein have been developed in the system, the concluding result is the same relation that made the beginning. The not I remains an infinite shock, an absolute other. Its final reciprocal reference connecting it with the I is the infinite progress, longing and striving, the same contradiction with which the beginning was made. Because the quantitative is determinateness posited as sublated, it was assumed that, by reducing opposition in general to a difference that is only quantitative, much, or rather everything, had been gained for the unity of the absolute, for this one substantiality. That all opposition is only quantitative was for some time a fundamental principle of recent philosophy. The opposed determinations have the same essence, the same content. They are real sides of the opposition because each contains within it both determinations, both factors of the opposition, though it is one factor that predominates on the one side, and the other factor on the other side. On the one side, one factor, some matter or activity, is present in greater aggregate or in a stronger degree than in the other. To the extent that different materials or activities are presupposed, the quantitative difference rather confirms and completes their externality and indifference to each other and to their unity. The difference of the absolute unity is supposed to be only quantitative and, to be sure, the quantitative is the sublated immediate determinateness, but one which is only incompletely negated. It is still the first negation, not the infinite negation, not the negation of the negation. Also being and thought, in being represented as quantitative determinations of the absolute substance, become as quanta completely external to each other, without connections, just as it is the case at a lower level for carbon, nitrogen, etc. It is a third, an external reflection, one that abstracts from their difference and recognizes their inner unity, but one that exists only in itself, not equally for itself. In fact, therefore, this unity is represented only as a first immediate unity, or only as being which, in its quantitative difference, remains equal to itself but does not posit itself through itself as equal. Consequently, it is not conceptually grasped as the negation of negation, as infinite unity. Only in the qualitative opposition does the posited infinitude, the being for itself, come to the fore, and the quantitative determinateness itself, as we shall presently find out, pass over into the qualitative. Remark. It was earlier remarked that the Kantian antinomies display the opposition of the finite and infinite in a more concrete shape, applied to a more specific substrate of representation. The antinomy that we were then considering contained the opposition of qualitative finitude and infinitude. In another, the first of the four cosmological antinomies, it is rather the quantitative limit and the conflict associated with it which is the issue. Here is the place, therefore, to undertake the examination of this antinomy. It concerns the limitation or non-limitation of the world in time and space. The antithesis could just as well be considered with respect to time and space themselves, for whether time and space are relations of things themselves or only forms of intuition instead makes no difference to the antinomy of limitation or non-limitation in them. A closer analysis of this antinomy will likewise show that both theses as well as their proofs, which, like those previously considered, are conducted apagogically, amount to nothing more than these two simple, opposed claims: there is a limit, and, the limit must be transcended. The thesis is: the world has a beginning in time, and in space it is also enclosed within limits. One part of the proof, concerning time, assumes the opposite. For if one assumes that the world has no beginning in time, then up to every given point in time an eternity has elapsed, and hence an infinite series of states of things in the world, each following another, has passed by. But now the infinity of a series consists precisely in that it can never be completed through a successive synthesis. Therefore an infinitely elapsed world series is impossible, so a beginning of the world is a necessary condition of its existence, which was to be proved. The other part of the proof which concerns space also relies on time. To traverse the parts of a spatially infinite world and hold them together would require an infinite time, and this time would have to be considered as elapsed if the world is to be viewed in space not as in becoming but as completely given. But it was shown of time in the first part of the proof that it is impossible to assume an infinite time as elapsed. But one sees at once that it was unnecessary to make the proof apagogical, or even to conduct it at all, for the proof is itself directly based on the claim which was to be proved. Namely, assumed as some or any given point in time to which an eternity has elapsed, eternity has only the meager meaning here of a bad temporal infinity. Now, a given point in time has no other meaning than that of a determinate limit in time. In the proof, therefore, a limit is presupposed to time which is actual, but that is just what was to be proved. For the thesis is, that the world has a beginning in time. There is only this difference, that the assumed limit is a now which comes at the end of a time just elapsed, whereas the now to be proved is at the beginning of a future time. But this difference is unessential. The now is assumed as the point at which an infinite series of successive states of things is supposed to have flowed away in time, therefore to be an end, a qualitative limit. If this now were considered as only a quantitative limit that flows on and is there, not simply to be surpassed, but is itself self-surpassing, then the infinite time series would not have flowed away in it but would go on flowing, and so the nerve of the proof would fall. On the other hand, if the temporal point is assumed to be the qualitative limit of the past, in which case it is equally the beginning of a future, for each temporal point is in itself the connection of the past and the future, then the point is also the absolute, that is, abstract, beginning of that future, and this is what was to be proved. It is irrelevant that there is already a past preceding its future at this point, for the temporal point is a qualitative limit, and that it is to be taken as qualitative rests on its determination of being completed, elapsed, and therefore of not continuing, and so time is interrupted in it. The past is then without connection to a future that could be called such only in respect to it, and therefore, without this connection to a future, itself only time in general, which has an absolute beginning. But if the future were to stand in connection with the past, as indeed it does, through the now, the given point of time, and in this way were determined as future, then this point of time also, from the other side, would not be a limit. The infinite time series would continue in what was called the future, and would not be, as assumed, completed. The truth is that time is pure quantity. The point which the proof uses, and in which time is supposed to be interrupted, is rather the self-sublating being for itself of the now. All that the proof does is to picture the time limit which in the thesis is claimed to be absolute as a given point of time, and straightway to assume it as completed, that is, as an abstract point, a popular determination which sense representation easily lets pass for a limit, thus allowing as assumption in the proof what earlier had been put forward as the thing to be proved. The antithesis runs: the world has no beginning and no limits in space, but is infinite with regard to both time and space. Here too the proof assumes the opposite. For suppose that it has a beginning. Since the beginning is an existence preceded by a time in which the thing is not, there must be an antecedent time in which the world was not, that is, an empty time. But now no arising of any sort of thing is possible in an empty time, because no part of such a time has, in itself, prior to another part, any distinguishing condition of its existence rather than its non-existence. Thus many series of things may begin in the world, but the world itself cannot have a beginning, and so is infinite with respect to past time. Like the others, this apagogical proof contains the direct and unproved assertion of what is supposed to be proved. For it first assumes a beyond of the existent world, an empty time, but it then goes on to continue the existence of this world beyond itself into the empty time, sublates this time thereby, and consequently extends the existence to infinity. The world is an existence. The proof presupposes that this existence arises, and that its arising has an antecedent condition in time. But the antithesis itself is just this, that there is no unconditional existence, no absolute limit, but that the existence of the world always demands an antecedent condition. What was to be proved thus finds itself in the proof as assumption. Further, the condition is then sought in the empty time, and this is as much as saying that it is assumed as temporal and consequently as existence, and as something restricted. The general assumption, therefore, is that the world presupposes as existence another conditioned existence in time, and so on, therefore, to infinity. The proof regarding the infinity of the world in space is the same. The spatial finitude of the world is apagogically posited, for it would then exist in an empty unlimited space and would stand in relation to it, but such a relation of the world to no object is a nothing. What was supposed to be proved is here, too, directly presupposed in the proof. It is directly assumed that the spatially delimited world is to be found in an empty space and that it stands in relation to this space, that is, that there must have been a move transcending it, on the one hand, a move into emptiness, into the beyond and the non-being of the world, but, on the other hand, in order that the world remains in relation to that empty space, that is, so that it continues in it, that beyond is to be represented as filled with world-like existence. The infinity of the world in space which is asserted in the antithesis is nothing else than, on the one hand, the empty space, and, on the other, the relation of the world to it, that is to say, its continuity into space or the filling of space. And this contradiction, that time is simultaneously empty yet filled, is the infinite progression of determinate existence. The contradiction itself, the relation of the world to empty space, is made the foundation on which the proof rests. The thesis and antithesis and their proofs produce nothing more, therefore, than the opposed claims, that a limit is, and that the limit is just as much a sublated one, that the limit has a beyond with which it is however connected and into which it must pass, but in which there arises, however, another such limit, which is no limit. The solution of these antinomies, as of those previously mentioned, is transcendental, that is, it consists in the assertion of the ideality of space and time as forms of intuition, by which is meant that the world does not contradict itself within, is not something that sublates itself, but that consciousness alone, in its intuition and in the connection of intuition to understanding and reason, is rather the being which is self-contradictory. It is an excessive tenderness for the world to keep contradiction away from it, to transfer it to spirit instead, to reason, and to leave it there unresolved. In fact, spirit is the one which is strong enough that it can endure contradiction, but it is spirit again which knows how to resolve it. But nowhere does the so-called world, call it the objective, real world, or, in the manner of transcendental idealism, subjective intuition and sense content determined by the category of the understanding, nowhere, however you call it, does it escape contradiction, but it is not capable of enduring it, and for that reason it is left to the mercy of the coming and ceasing to be. C. The infinity of quantum. The infinite quantum is infinitely great or infinitely small as itself, in itself. The infinite progress as great or small it is a quantum, and at the same time the non-being of quantum. The infinitely great and the infinitely small are, therefore, figurative representations which on closer inspection prove to be but unsubstantial nebulous shadows. In the infinite progress, however, this contradiction is explicitly present, and with it that which constitutes the nature of quantum, which, as intensive magnitude, has attained its reality and is now posited in its existence as it is in its concept. We must now consider this identity. Quantum is as degree simple, self-referred, and determined within it. Because the otherness and the determinateness are sublated in it through this simplicity, the determinateness is external to it. It has its determinateness outside it. This, its being outside itself, is at first the abstract non-being of quantum in general, the bad infinity. But further, this non-being is also a magnitude. Quantum continues in its non-being, for it is precisely in its externality that it has its determinateness, and this, its externality, is itself therefore equally a quantum. The non-being of quantum, the infinity, is thus limited, that is, this beyond is sublated, is itself determined as a quantum which, consequently, in its negation is with itself. But this is what quantum is such as in itself. For through its externality it is precisely itself. The externality constitutes that in virtue of which quantum is quantum, where it is with itself. In the infinite progress, therefore, the concept of quantum is posited. If we now first look at this progress in its abstract determinations as they are displayed before us, what we find in it is the sublating of quantum, but no less also of its beyond. What we find, therefore, is the negation of quantum as well as the negation of this negation. Its truth is the unity of these two negations, in which the negations are, but as moments. This unity is the resolution of the contradiction of which the infinite progress is the expression. Its most immediate meaning, therefore, is that of the restoration of the concept of magnitude, of being an indifferent or external limit. On the subject of the infinite progress as such, the only reflection which is usually made is that each quantum, however great or small, can disappear, that it must be possible to transcend it, not, however, that this sublating of the quantum, the beyond, the bad infinite itself, also disappears. Even the first sublating, The negation of quality as such whereby the quantum is posited, is in itself the sublation of negation. Quantum is sublated qualitative limit, consequently sublated negation, but it is at the same time only in itself the sublating is posited as an existence, and its negation is then fixed as the infinite, as the side beyond quantum, while the latter remains on its side as an immediate. Thus the infinite is determined only as first negation, and it is in this way that it appears in the infinite progress. But there is more to it. As has just been shown, there is the negation of negation, or what the infinite is in truth. And this we have just seen with the restoration of the concept of quantum. Such a restoration means, in the first place, that to the existence of the quantum there has accrued a more precise determination. What we now have is quantum determined according to its concept, and this quantum is different from the immediate quantum. Externality is now the opposite of itself, is posited as a moment of magnitude. Quantum, for its part, is posited as having its determinateness in another quantum, through the intermediary of its non-being, of infinity, that is, that it is qualitatively what it is. Yet this comparison of the concept of quantum with its existence belongs more to our reflection, to a relation which is not yet present here. The next determination, rather, which is present here is that quantum has returned to quality, is from now on qualitatively determined. For its defining property, its quality, is externality. The indifference of the determinateness in quantum is now posited rather as being itself in its externality, of referring to itself therein, of being in simple unity with itself, that is, of being qualitatively determined. This qualitative being is still more closely determined, namely as being for itself, for the very self-reference which quantum has attained has proceeded from mediation, from the negation of the negation. Quantum no longer has infinity, the being determined for itself, outside it, but in it. The infinite, which in the infinite progress only has the empty meaning of a non-being, of an unattained but sought beyond, is in fact nothing other than quality. Quantum, as indifferent limit, surpasses itself into the infinite. It thereby seeks nothing else than its being determined for itself, the qualitative moment which, however, is only a naught. Its indifference towards the limit, and hence its lack of a determinateness which is an existent for itself, its surpassing itself, is that which makes the quantum what it is. This, its surpassing, is to be negated, and quantum is to find in infinity its absolute determinateness. Quite generally quantum is sublated quality, but quantum is infinite, it surpasses itself, is the negation of itself. This, its surpassing, is therefore in itself the negation of the negated quality. The restoration of it in what is posited is that the externality, which seemed to be a beyond, is determined as quantum's own moment. Quantum is thus posited as repelled from itself, and with it there are two quanta which are however sublated, only moments of one unity, and this unity is the determinateness of quantum. Quantum, self-referred as indifferent limit and hence qualitatively posited, is the quantitative relation or ratio. In ratio quantum is external to itself, different from itself. This, its externality, is the reference connecting a quantum to another quantum, each quantum acquiring value only in this connection with its other, and this reference constitutes the determinateness of the quantum which is this unity. In this unity quantum possesses not an indifferent but a qualitative determination. In this its externality has turned back into itself, it is in it what it is. Remark. The conceptual determination of the mathematical infinite. The mathematical infinite is of interest because of the expansion and the significant new results which its introduction into mathematics has produced in it, but also because of the oddity that this science has to date still been unable to justify its use conceptually, concept being taken here in a strict sense. Ultimately, the justifications are made to rest on the correctness of the results obtained with the help of this infinite as demonstrated on other grounds, not on the clarity of the subject matter and of the operation by which the results are obtained. Indeed, the operation itself is even admitted as incorrect. This alone is in and for itself a deplorable situation. This way of doing things is unscientific. But there is a further disadvantage that goes with it. As long as mathematics does not know the nature of its instrument by failing to master the metaphysics and critique of the infinite, it cannot determine the scope of its application and cannot secure itself against the misuse of it. But from a philosophical point of view, the mathematical infinite is important because underlying it, in fact, is the concept of the true infinite, and this infinite stands much higher than the usual so-called metaphysical infinite from which the objections against the other infinite, the mathematical, are made. The normal recourse that the science of mathematics has against these objections is to deny the competence of metaphysics by claiming that it has nothing to do with this science and that it need not trouble itself with its concepts as long as it operates consistently with its own principles. The task of mathematics is to consider what is true within its own domain, not what is true in itself. Metaphysics, while objecting to the mathematical infinite, is aware that it can neither deny nor upset the brilliant results of its use, and mathematics, for its part, is aware that it is not clear about the metaphysics of its own concept and also, therefore, about the derivation of the procedures necessitated by the use of the infinite. If the only difficulty affecting mathematics came from the concept in general, then mathematics could brush it aside without more ado, since the concept is more than just the statement of the essential determinacies of a fact, that is, of its determinations according to the understanding, and, so far as precision in such definitions goes, mathematics leaves nothing to be desired. It is not a science that concerns itself with the concepts of its subject matter and which would have to generate their content by developing the concept, even if only by means of ratiocination. But mathematics finds in the method of its infinite a major contradiction to the very method which is specific to it and on which it rests as a science. For the infinitesimal calculus permits, even requires, procedures which mathematics must absolutely reject when operating with finite magnitudes, and at the same it treats its infinite magnitudes as if they were finite quanta and insists on applying to them the same procedures which are valid for these. A significant aspect of the formation of this science has been its success in applying to transcendent determinations and their treatment the form of ordinary calculus. Mathematics shows that, despite the conflict inherent in its operations, the results that it obtains through them wholly agree with those found by the strictly mathematical method, namely the geometrical and analytical. But, for one thing, this does not apply to all results. The purpose of introducing the infinite is not solely to shorten the ordinary procedure but to achieve results unattainable through it. And for another, success does not by itself justify the mode of procedure, and in infinitesimal calculus the method is seen to be afflicted by a seeming inexactitude. After the finite magnitudes have been increased by an infinitely small quantity, in the subsequent operation this quantity is partly retained and partly ignored. What is remarkable about this procedure is that, despite the admitted inexactitude, the derived result is one which is not just fairly close, or close enough that the difference can be disregarded, but is, on the contrary, perfectly exact. In the operation itself which precedes the result, however, one cannot dispense with the fiction of a something which is not quite null, yet is so inconsiderable that it can be left out of account. But mathematical determinateness, as we understand it, excludes the possibility of a greater or lesser degree of exactitude, just as in philosophy there can be no question of a greater or lesser probability but of truth alone. Even if the method and use of the infinite is justified by the success, it is nevertheless not so superfluous to ask for its justification, so superfluous as it patently would be to ask, with respect to one's nose, for a proof of the right to use it. For to deal in proof is essential to mathematical cognition, since it is scientific cognition, and even with respect to results, the fact is that rigorous mathematical method does not certify them all with success, which is an external piece of evidence anyway. It is a worthy effort to take a closer look at the concept of the infinite together with the most notable attempts at justifying its use and removing the difficulty with which the method feels encumbered. The consideration of these attempts at justifying and determining the mathematical infinite, which I shall undertake at some length in this remark, will at the same time throw the best light on the nature of the true concept itself. It will also show how there was an intimation of this concept in such attempts and that it actually lay at their basis. The usual definition of the mathematical infinite is that it is a magnitude of which there is no greater, when it is defined as the infinitely great, or smaller, when it is defined as the infinitely small, or, in the former case, which is greater than, in the latter case smaller than, any given magnitude. In this definition the true concept is of course not expressed. What is expressed is rather, as already remarked, the same contradiction which is present in the infinite progression. But let us see what there is implicitly contained in it. In mathematics, a magnitude is defined as something which can be increased or diminished in general, therefore, as an indifferent limit. Now since the infinitely great or small is such that it can no longer be increased or diminished, it is no longer in fact a quantum as such. This consequence follows necessarily and directly. But it is this reflection, that quantum is sublated, and in this remark I call quantum what quantum is as such, finite quantum, which is not commonly made, and is the source of difficulty for ordinary thinking, for in so far as quantum is infinite and therefore sublated, it requires being thought as something which is not a quantum and yet retains its quantitative determinateness. Kant did not find the said definition to accord with what one normally means by an infinite whole. To cite his judgment J, according to common understanding, a magnitude is infinite if none greater than it, that is, greater than the multiple of a given unit contained in it, is possible. Now no multiple is the greatest, because one or more units can always be added to it. The infinite whole does not represent how great it is, hence this concept is not the concept of a maximum, or minimum, rather, It thinks only of the relation to an arbitrarily assumed unit, in respect of which it is greater than any number. Depending on whether the unit is assumed to be greater or smaller, the infinity would be greater or smaller, yet infinity, since it consists merely in the relation to the given unit, would always remain the same, even though in this way the absolute magnitude of the whole would obviously not be cognized at all. Kant objects to infinite wholes being regarded as a maximum, the completed aggregation of a given unit. The maximum or minimum as such still appears as a quantum, an aggregate. This way of representing the infinite cannot avert Kant's conclusion that it leads to a greater or smaller infinite. And in general, so long as the infinite is represented as a quantum, the distinction between greater and smaller still applies to it. This criticism, however, does not touch the concept of the true mathematical infinite, of infinite non-indifference, for this is no longer a finite quantum. Kant's concept of the infinite, on the other hand, which he calls the truly transcendental one, is that the successive synthesis of unity and the traversal of a quantum can never be completed. So a quantum in general is presupposed as given. This is supposed to be converted by the synthesizing of the unit into an amount, a definite assignable quantum, but this process of synthesis can never be completed. Clearly, what is expressed here is but a progress to infinity, except that the progress is represented transcendentally, that is, in fact subjectively and psychologically. True, in itself the quantum is supposed to be completed, but transcendentally, that is to say, the only determination which should arise in the subject that gives it a relation to a unit is that of an incomplete quantum intrinsically affected by a beyond. We still are, therefore, at the contradiction contained in magnitude, except that it is now distributed between the object and the subject. Limitedness is assigned to the object, and to the subject the capacity to transcend over and over again, in a bad infinite, any determinateness it grasps. We said above that, on the contrary, the definition of the mathematical infinite, precisely as it is used in higher analysis, corresponds to the concept of the true infinite. Here is the place for a detailed comparison of the two. First to be said regarding the truly infinite quantum is that it determines itself as infinite within it as such because, as demonstrated, the finite quantum or the quantum as such and its beyond, the bad infinite, are equally sublated. The sublated quantum has thus gone back into the simplicity of self-reference, but not as the extensive quantum did when it went over into the intensive quantum, by having its determinateness only in itself, in an external multiplicity with respect to which it is nevertheless supposed to remain both indifferent and diverse. On the contrary, the infinite quantum contains first the externality, and then the negation of it. In it no longer is, therefore, just some finite quantum or other, no longer a magnitude determinateness which happens to have a determinate existence as quantum. It is rather simple, and therefore only a moment. It is a magnitude determinateness in qualitative form. Its infinity consists in its being a qualitative determinateness. As moment it is thus in essential unity with its other. It is determined only through this, its other, that is, it has meaning only with reference to something which stands related to it. Outside this relation it is a nullity, just because quantum as such would have to be indifferent to the relation and yet in the relation an immediate, unmoved determination. In the relation, as only a moment, quantum is not something indifferent, is not for itself since it is at the same time a quantitative determinateness. In the infinity which is being for itself it is only as a being for one. The concept of the infinite as abstractly expounded here will prove to be the basis of the mathematical infinite, and the concept itself will be further clarified as we consider the different stages in the expression of quantum as moment of a ratio, from the lowest, where it is still also quantum as such, to the highest, where it attains the meaning in the expression of a properly infinite magnitude. Let us then first take quantum in the relation in which it is a fractional number. A fraction such as, for instance, is not a quantum like, and so on. To be sure, it is an ordinary finite number, but not an immediate number like the whole numbers. Rather, as a fraction it is determined through the intermediary of two other numbers which stand to one another as amount and unit, the unit being itself a determined amount. However, if we abstract them from this close determination which they have to each other, and consider them in the qualitative connection in which they are here only according to what befalls them as quanta, then and are indifferent quanta, but since they take their place here only as moments, each a moment of the other and therefore of a third, the quantum which is called the exponent, they at once count not as and but only as determined with respect to each other. We can, therefore, just as well put and in their place, or and so on to infinity. In this, they begin to take on a qualitative character. Were they to count as mere quanta, and would then simply be and respectively the, and so on, would be something simply different from them and, to the extent that they are only immediate quanta, could not be entered in their place. But in so far as and are not to be taken in the determinateness of such mere quanta, their indifferent limit is then sublated to this extent. Therefore, they have the moment of infinity in them, for not only are they no longer and, but their quantitative determinateness remains, although in qualitative existence, namely, as the determinateness which they have in relation. Their place can be taken by infinitely many others without the value of the fraction being altered by the determinateness of the relation. However, the representation of the infinite by a fractional number is still imperfect, because the two sides of the fraction, and, can be taken out of the relation and are ordinary, immediate quanta. The connection which makes them moments in a ratio affects them externally and immediately. The connection itself is also an ordinary quantum, the exponent of the ratio. The letters with which general arithmetic operates, the next universality to which numbers are elevated, do not have a determinate numerical value defining them. They are only general signs standing in for some possible determinate value. The fraction seems to be, therefore, a more suitable expression of the infinite, since a and b, taken apart outside their connecting reference, remain indeterminate, lacking any particular value of their own even when separated. However, although these letters are posited as indeterminate magnitudes, their meaning is still to be some finite quantum or other. Therefore, since they are a universal representation, but only of determinate number, their being in a ratio is likewise a matter of indifference to them outside the ratio. They retain the value of determinate number. If we look more closely at what is present in a ratio, we see that it contains two determinations: first, that it is a quantum, but, second, that this quantum is not immediate but contains rather qualitative opposition within it, and since in this opposition it remains at the same time stand to one another as amount and unit, the unit being itself a determined amount. However, if we abstract them from this close determination which they have to each other, and consider them in the qualitative connection in which they are here only according to what befalls them as quanta, then and are indifferent quanta, but since they take their place here only as moments, each a moment of the other and therefore of a third, the quantum which is called the exponent, they at once count not as and but only as determined with respect to each other. We can, therefore, just as well put and in their place, or and so on to infinity. In this, they begin to take on a qualitative character. Were they to count as mere quanta, and would then simply be and respectively the, and so on, would be something simply different from them and, to the extent that they are only immediate quanta, could not be entered in their place. But in so far as and are not to be taken in the determinateness of such mere quanta, their indifferent limit is then sublated to this extent. Therefore, they have the moment of infinity in them, for not only are they no longer end, but their quantitative determinateness remains, although in qualitative existence, namely, as the determinateness which they have in relation. Their place can be taken by infinitely many others without the value of the fraction being altered by the determinateness of the relation. However, the representation of the infinite by a fractional number is still imperfect, because the two sides of the fraction, and, can be taken out of the relation and are ordinary, immediate quanta. The connection which makes them moments in a ratio affects them externally and immediately. The connection itself is also an ordinary quantum, the exponent of the ratio. The letters with which general arithmetic operates, the next universality to which numbers are elevated, do not have a determinate numerical value defining them. They are only general signs standing in for some possible determinate value. The fraction seems to be, therefore, a more suitable expression of the infinite, since a and b, taken apart outside their connecting reference, remain indeterminate, lacking any particular value of their own even when separated. However, although these letters are posited as indeterminate magnitudes, their meaning is still to be some finite quantum or other. Therefore, since they are a universal representation, but only of determinate number, their being in a ratio is likewise a matter of indifference to them outside the ratio. They retain the value of determinate number. If we look more closely at what is present in a ratio, we see that it contains two determinations: first, that it is a quantum, but, second, that this quantum is not immediate but contains rather qualitative opposition within it, and since in this opposition it remains at the same time two kinds of philosophical infinite. For the exposition of the true mathematical infinite, the form of the series has been used from the beginning and of late it has been invoked again. But it is not necessary for it. On the contrary, the infinite of the infinite series is essentially different from it, as the sequel will show. The infinite serial expression ranks even lower than the fractional expression. The fact is that the infinite series contains the bad infinite because what the series is supposed to express remains an ought, and what it does express is encumbered by a beyond which does not go away, and it is diverse from what it is supposed to express. It is infinite not because of the posited terms, but because such terms are incomplete, since the other which belongs to them essentially is beyond them what the series actually contains. Let the terms posited be as many as one wishes, is only something finite, in the strict sense of being posited as finite, that is, as something which is not what it ought to be. On the other hand, what is called the finite expression of such a series, or the sum of it, is without lack it contains whole. The value which the series only seeks the beyond is recalled from its flight. What it is and what it ought to be are not separated but are the same. More precisely, what distinguishes the two expressions is that in the infinite series the negative lies outside its terms, and these have a valid place in the series only as parts of the amount. By contrast, in the finite expression which is a ratio the negative is immanent. It is the reciprocal being determined of the sides of the ratio, and this being determined is a being turned back into itself, self-referring unity as a negation of the negation. Both sides of the ratio are only as moments, and consequently has the determination of infinity within itself. Therefore, what is ordinarily called the sum, like the or the, is in fact a ratio, and this so-called finite expression is the true infinite expression. On the other hand, the infinite series is in truth the sum. Its purpose is to display what is in itself a ratio in the form of a sum, and the existing terms of the series are not the terms of a sum but of an aggregate. Furthermore, it is in fact the finite expression, for it is incomplete as an aggregate, thus remaining essentially deficient. According to that which is there in it at the moment, it is a determinate quantum, but at the same time not quite what it ought to be, and also, what is lacking from it is itself a determinate quantum, and this missing part is in fact that in the series which is called the infinite, but according to its only formal aspect of being something missing, a non-being according to its content, it is a finite quantum. Only that which is present in the series, together with that which is missing from it, constitute the fraction, the determinate quantum which the series ought to be yet is equally incapable of being. The word infinite, even in infinite series, is commonly taken to mean something lofty and exalted, but this is a sort of superstition, the superstition of the understanding, for we have just seen how it boils down instead to a determination of deficiency. We may further remark that the fact that there are infinite series that cannot be summed is an external and accidental circumstance in so far as the form of series as such is concerned. Such series contain a higher kind of infinity than do those that can be summed, namely, they contain incommensurability, or the impossibility of displaying as a quantum, even if in the form of a fraction. The quantitative ratio that they contain it is their form as series which as such entails the determination of the bad infinity present in the series which admits of being summed. We find a like reversal of terms, as just noted in connection with the fraction and the series associated with it, also when the mathematical infinite, not the one just mentioned but the true infinite, is called the relative infinite, whereas the ordinary metaphysical infinite, by which the abstract bad infinite is understood, is called absolute. But in fact this metaphysical infinite is the one which is rather merely relative, because the negation which it expresses is in opposition to a limit only by persisting outside the infinite, without being sublated by the latter. The mathematical infinite, on the contrary, has in itself truly sublated the finite limit, for this limit is at one with its beyond. It is primarily in this sense, which shows that the so-called sum or finite expression of an infinite series is the one to be regarded rather as the infinite expression, that Spinoza contrasts the concept of the true infinity with that of the bad, illustrating it with examples. This concept of Spinoza will best be elucidated if I add what he says on the subject to my exposition so far. He starts by defining the infinite as the absolute affirmation of the concrete existence of any one nature, and the finite on the contrary as determinateness, or negation. That is to say, the absolute affirmation of a concrete existence is to be taken as its referring to itself, its not being dependent on another. The finite is negation instead, a cessation in the form of a reference to another which begins outside it. Now the affirmation of a concrete existence does not by any means exhaust the concept of infinity. The full concept implies that the infinity is an affirmation, not as immediate but only as restored through the reflection of the other into itself, or as the negation of the negative. But for Spinoza substance and its absolute unity has the form of an unmoved unity, that is, a unity which is not self-mediated, a rigidity in which there is no place yet for the concept of the negative unity of the self, of subjectivity. The mathematical example with which he illustrates the true infinite, letter 29, is that of a space between two unequal circles, one of which lies inside the other without touching it and without the two being concentric. He apparently made a lot of this figure in the concept that it illustrates, so much so as to make it the motto of his ethics. He says, mathematicians conclude that the inequalities possible within such a space are infinite, not because of the infinite multitude of parts, for the magnitude of the space is determinate and limited, and I am capable of positing larger or smaller such spaces, but because the nature of the matter surpasses every determinateness. One can see that Spinoza rejects any representation of the infinite that would make it an incomplete multitude or series, and calls attention to the fact that here, in the space of the example, the infinite is not somewhere beyond, but is present and complete. Such a space is a limited one, but finite because the nature of the subject matter surpasses every determinateness because the magnitude determinations contained in it cannot be at the same time displayed as a quantum, or, according to Kant's already cited terminology, the synthesizing cannot be brought to completion in a discrete quantum. How in general the opposition of continuous and discrete quantum leads to the infinite will be explained in detail in a later remark. Spinoza calls the infinite of a series the infinite of the imagination. The infinite is self-reference. He calls instead the infinite of thought or infinitum actu. For it is actu, infinite in act, because complete and present within itself. Thus the series, or, is the infinite merely of the imagination or a merely intended infinite, for it has no actuality, there is simply something missing to it. By contrast, or is actually not only what the series is in its presently given terms, but is, in addition, what the series lacks, what it only ought to be. The or is equally a finite magnitude like Spinoza's space enclosed between the two circles, with its inequalities, and can like this space be made larger or smaller. But there is no absurdity that arises here of a larger or smaller infinite, for this quantum of the whole does not concern the relation of its moments, which is the nature of the fact, that is, does not concern the qualitative determination of magnitude as for the infinite series. What is actually there is equally a finite quantum, but with yet a deficit besides it. The imagination on the contrary stops short at the quantum as such without reflecting on the qualitative connection which constitutes the ground of the occurring incommensurability. The incommensurability which lies in Spinoza's example encompasses in general the functions of curved lines and is more accurately associated with the infinite which mathematics has introduced in connection with these functions, quite in general with the functions of variable magnitudes. This infinite is the true mathematical, quantitative infinite which Spinoza also had in mind. We must now discuss this determination with greater precision. First of all, with respect to the category of alterability which is held as so important and which covers the magnitudes connected with those functions, such magnitudes should not be assumed from the start to be alterable in the sense in which the numbers and are in the fraction, that is, because and other numbers ad infinitum, can be put in their place without the value of the fraction being altered. This applies even more to where one can arbitrarily introduce any number in the place of a and b without altering what is supposed to express. It is now in the sense that an infinite, that is, an inexhaustible multitude of numbers, can also be put in the place of the x and y of a function, that a and b are magnitudes just as variable as these x and y. The expression variable magnitudes is for this reason very vague and ill-chosen for magnitude determinations whose interest and manner of treatment lies in something quite other than in their mere variability. In order to make clear wherein lies the true determination of those moments of a function which are the object of interest of higher analysis, we must retrace our steps once more. In or, the and are independent determinate quanta and the connection is not essential to them. A and b are likewise intended to represent quanta which remain as they are outside the relation. Furthermore, and are also a fixed quantum, a quotient. The ratio constitutes an amount of which the denominator expresses the unit and the numerator the amount of these units, or conversely even if and so on, are substituted for and, the ratio also remains the same as quantum. But now, all this changes essentially. For instance, in the function equals p here x and y carry indeed the meaning of possible determinate quanta. However, not these x and y, but only x and y have a determinate quotient. Therefore, not only are these sides of the ratio, x and y, not determinate quanta, but their ratio also is not a fixed quantum, and not in the sense in which it is not fixed in the case of a and b, is not a fixed quotient but is absolutely variable as quantum. But this is only to say that x is related not to y but to the square of y. The relation of a magnitude to a power is not a quantum but an essentially qualitative relation. The power relation is the factor which is to be regarded as the fundamental determination. However, in the function of the straight line, is an ordinary fraction and quotient. This function is therefore a function of variable magnitudes only formally, or x and y are here what a and b are and they are not in the determination in which differential and integral calculus considers them. Because of the special nature of the variable magnitudes and this mode of consideration, it would have been fitting to have introduced a special name for them as well as other symbols than the ones generally in use for the unknown quantities in all the finite equations, determinate or indeterminate, for there is an essential difference between them and such merely unknown quantities which are in themselves perfectly determined, quanta or a determinate range of determinate quanta. It is, moreover, because of a lack of insight into the peculiar interest which motivates higher analysis, and caused the need in the discovery of differential calculus, that functions of the first degree, like the equation of the straight line, have independently been included in the treatment of calculus. Contributing to this formalism is the mistaken belief that the otherwise intrinsically valid demand that a method be generalized can be satisfied by leaving out the specific determinateness on which the original need is based, as if in this domain one treated only variable magnitudes in general. We would have been spared indeed much formalism in the consideration and the treatment of these matters if it had been perceived that at issue here are not variable magnitudes as such, but the determinations of powers. But there is still another stage where the mathematical infinite manifests its peculiar character. In an equation in which x and y are first posited as determined by a power relation, x and y as such are still supposed to signify quanta. Now this whole significance is entirely lost in the so-called infinitesimal differences. Dx, di, are no longer quanta, nor should they signify quanta, but have meaning only in connection, the meaning of mere moments. They no longer are a something, the something taken as quantum, nor are they finite differences, but neither are they nothing, not a null void of determination. Outside their relation they are pure nullities, but they are to be taken only as moments of the relation, as determinations of the differential coefficient. In this concept of the infinite, the quantum is truly made complete as a qualitative existence. It is posited as actually infinite. It is not just sublated as this or that quantum, but as quantum generally. But the quantitative determinateness remains. It remains as the element of the quanta, as principle, or, as has also been said, in their first concept. It is this concept which has been the target of every attack made on the fundamental determination of the mathematics of this infinite, that is, of differential and integral calculus. Incorrect representations on the part of mathematicians themselves were instrumental to this failure to recognize the concept, but the disputes were mainly due to the incapacity to justify the subject matter as concept. But mathematics, as remarked above, cannot circumvent the concept. Herefore, as the mathematics of the infinite, it does not restrict itself to the finite determinateness of its objects, as pure mathematics does, which considers space and time and their determinations only as finite, referring them to each other, but treats any determination which it takes from pure mathematics by converting it into an identity with its opposite, as when, for instance, it converts a curved line into a straight one, the circle into a polygon, and so on. The operations which mathematics allows itself as differential and integral calculus are therefore in total contradiction with the nature of merely finite determinations and their connections, and for this reason can find their justification in the concept alone. The mathematics of the infinite insisted that these quantitative determinations are vanishing magnitudes, that is, such that are no longer some quantum or other, but that are not nothing either but still have a determinateness as against another. Yet nothing is more evident than that there is no such intermediate state, as it has been called, between being and nothing. What there is to this objection and to this so-called intermediate state has already been indicated above in connection with the category of becoming. In remark, at any rate, the unity of being and nothing is not a state. A state would be a determination of being and nothing into which these moments would have fallen as if by accident, as if prey to a sickness externally induced by faulty thinking. Rather, this middle and unity, the vanishing, or equally the becoming, is alone the truth of being and nothing. It is further said that what is infinite is not comparable as a greater or smaller. There cannot therefore be a relation of infinite to infinite according to orders or dignities of the infinite, although we do find such distinctions of infinitesimals in the science dedicated to them. Underlying this already mentioned objection is always the supposition that we should be dealing here with quanta which are compared as quanta, and that when determinations are no longer quanta, they no longer have a relation to each other. But the case is rather that that which exists only in relation is not a quantum. Quantum is a determination which should possess a perfectly indifferent existence outside the relation it is in and be indifferent to its difference from another quantum. The qualitative, on the contrary, is what it is only in its distinction from another. The infinite magnitudes of calculus are, therefore, not only comparable, but exist only as terms of comparison, in relation. Let me review the most important definitions of this infinite which have been given in mathematics. It will become evident that the thought of the fact underlying them accords with the concept developed here, but that their originators failed to establish them as concept and in applying them had again to employ expedients that go against their better thought. This thought could not be more correctly determined than as Newton stated it. I remove here those determinations which belong to the figurative representation of movement and velocity, from which especially Newton derived the name of fluxions, because in them the thought does not appear in its due abstract form but appears concrete, mixed with non-essential forms. Newton explains, Prink. Mathem. Phil. Nat. L. Lemma 11, Scholl, that by fluxions he understands not indivisibles, a form of which earlier mathematicians, Cavalieri and others, availed themselves, and which contains the concept of a quantum which is determined in itself, but vanishing divisibles also, not sums and ratios of determined parts but the limits, limite, of sums and ratios. It may be objected that vanishing magnitudes do not have a final ratio, because any ratio before the magnitudes vanish cannot be the last, and, once vanished, There is no ratio anymore. But by the ratio of vanishing magnitudes is to be understood not their ratio before or after they vanish, but the ratio with which they vanish, quacum evanescunt. Likewise, the first ratio of incipient magnitudes is the one with which they become. The scientific method of the day only required that one define what one means by an expression. But that by an expression one understands this or that is, properly speaking, a subjective disposition or also a historical demand which in no way indicates that such a concept is necessary in and for itself and has internal truth. Nevertheless, what we have just cited indicates that the concept advanced by Newton corresponds to our exposition of the infinite quantity above, to the way it resulted from the reflection of quantum into itself. Magnitudes are understood in their vanishing, that is, as such magnitudes which are no longer quanta also, not ratios of determinate parts, but the limits of the ratio. The quanta taken for themselves, the sides of the ratio, as well as the ratio itself insofar as it would be a quantum, are supposed to have vanished. The limit of the quantitative ratio is where the ratio is and is not more precisely, where the quantum has vanished and, consequently, the ratio is preserved only as a qualitative ratio of quantity, and its sides, too, only as qualitative moments of quantity. Newton adds that from the fact that there are final ratios of vanishing magnitudes, it is not to be concluded that there are final magnitudes, indivisibles. For this would be again a leap from the abstract ratio to such sides of it as would have a value for themselves outside their connection in the ratio, as indivisibles, each something which would be a one, devoid of any relation. To ward off such a misunderstanding, he further reminds us that the final ratios are not the ratios of final magnitudes, but are limits to which the ratios of the limitlessly decreasing magnitudes come closer than any given, that is, finite, difference without however overstepping them, for then they would be nullities. As we said, by final magnitudes one could have understood indivisibles or ones. But the definition of the last ratio excludes both the representation of ones that are indifferent and devoid of relation and of the finite quantum. However, if the required determination had been brought to the concept of a quantitative determination which is purely a moment of the ratio, there would have been no need either for the limitless decreasing into which Newton converts the quantum and which only expresses the progress to infinity, or of the determination of divisibility which no longer has any immediate meaning here. As regards the preservation of the ratio and the vanishing of the quanta, it has been said, in other places, as in Carnot, Réflexions sur la métaphysique du calcul infinitesimal, that, because of the law of continuity, the vanishing magnitudes still retain the ratio from which they derive, before they disappear. This way of representing the matter expresses its true nature, provided that the continuity of the quantum is not understood to mean the continuity which it has in the infinite progress where the quantum continues in its vanishing, in such a way that in its beyond only a finite quantum arises again, a fresh term of the series. But the picture we have of a continuous progress is always just that, of values traversed which are still finite quanta. On the other hand, when the transition is made to the true infinite, what is continuous is the ratio, and this ratio is so continuous and persistent that the transition consists rather in just bringing it out in its purity, thus causing any non-relational determination, that is, any quantum which is a side of the ratio yet remains a quantum also when posited outside it, to vanish. This purification of the quantitative ratio is thus not unlike the grasping of an empirical existence conceptually. The empirical existence is thereby raised above itself, so that its concept contains the same determinations as it does, but grasped in their essentiality and in the unity of the concept where they have shed their indifferent, conceptually void presence. Equally interesting is the other form of Newton's exposition of the magnitudes under discussion, namely, as generative magnitudes or principles. A generated magnitude, genita, is a product such as a quotient, root, rectangle, square, or also the sides of rectangles or squares, quite in general, a finite magnitude. Considered in ceaseless motion and flux as either increasing or decreasing, he classifies the momentary increments or decrements of such a magnitude under the name of moments. These are not to be taken, however, for particles of determinate magnitudes, particula finite. Such particles are not themselves moments but magnitudes generated from moments. They are to be understood, rather, as the incipient principles or beginnings of finite magnitudes. Here the quantum is distinguished from itself as a product or an existent, and as it is in its becoming, in its beginning and in principle, that is to say, as it is in its concept, or again, what here amounts to the same thing, in its qualitative determination. In the latter meaning, the quantitative differences, the infinite increments or decrements, are only moments, are only the end product, when the becoming no longer is, has passed over into the indifference of existence and into externality, and this is a quantum. Now, Although the philosophy of the true concept must acknowledge these determinations of the infinite adduced with respect to increments and decrements, it must nevertheless be noted that the forms themselves of these increments and decrements fall within the category of the immediate quantum and of the continuous progress associated with them, and that the representations of such increments, of the growth, the increase of x by dx or I, and so on, are rather to be regarded as the fundamental evil in these methods, the permanent obstacle to extracting the determination of the qualitative moment of quantity from the representation of the ordinary quantum. Compared with the determinations just given, the representation of infinitesimals also implied in increment and decrement leaves much to be desired. According to this way of figuratively representing them, their nature is such that they may be ignored in comparison with finite magnitudes, and not only they but also their higher orders as compared with the lower, and even the products of several in comparison to a single one. With Leibniz especially great stress is given to this demand to ignore the infinitesimals to which the previous discoverers of methods for dealing with such magnitudes equally left themselves exposed. It is this demand especially which has given calculus, together with a gain in facility, the semblance of inexactitude and deliberate incorrectness in its operations. Wolff has tried to explain it in his customary way of popularizing things, in effect, by polluting the concept and replacing it with false sense representations. What he does is to compare ignoring the infinitesimals of higher orders as against the lower with the procedure of a surveyor who, in measuring a mountain, is not any less accurate just because the wind has in the meanwhile blown a speck of sand off from the top, or with ignoring the height of houses or towers in the calculations of lunar eclipses. Element. Mathis. University, Tom I. L. Annales. Math, P2. C. I. S. Scholl. Even if common sense condescends to such inexactitude, geometricians have on the contrary all rejected this way of representing things. It goes without saying that in the science of mathematics there cannot be any question of empirical exactitude. Mathematical measuring by the operations of calculus or by the constructions and proofs of geometry is totally different from land surveying, the measuring of empirical lines, figures, and so on. Besides, as already pointed out, the analysts show by the comparison of the result obtained with strict geometrical procedure and with the method of infinite differences that the result is one and the same in both cases, that there is absolutely no place for a more or less inexactitude. And it is self-evident that an absolutely exact result cannot come out of an inexact procedure. Yet, despite all the protesting against the cited attempts at justifying this ignoring of infinitesimals in calculus, the fact is that the procedure itself of calculus cannot avoid it. And this is the difficulty towards which the efforts of the analysts are directed, to comprehend where the contradiction lies and to remove it. It is especially relevant in this connection to cite Euler's construal. While adopting the general Newtonian definition, he insists that while differential calculus should consider the ratios of the increments of a magnitude, the infinite differentiation is however to be considered, as such, as wholly nil. Onsti 2. Calc. Different. Part 1. C3. How this is to be understood transpires from the foregoing. The infinite difference is a nil only of quantum, not a qualitative nil, rather, as the nil of quantum it is a pure moment of the ratio alone. It is not the difference of a magnitude. But, for that reason, on the one hand it is in principle inappropriate to speak of those moments which are called infinitesimals also as increments and decrements, and as differences. This definition implies that something is added to, or is subtracted from, the initially given finite magnitude, that a subtraction or an addition, an external arithmetical operation, takes place. But the transition of the function of the variable magnitude into its differential is to be looked at as of a wholly different nature, that is to say, as already discussed, it is to be considered as the reduction of the finite function to the qualitative ratio of its quantitative determinations. On the other hand, the inappropriateness betrays itself the moment it is said that the increments are by themselves nil, that only their ratios are being considered, for a nil no longer has any determinateness at all. This exposition thus goes as far as the negative of the quantum, giving to it definite expression, but fails to grasp this negative at the same time in its positive meaning as qualitative determinations of quantity which, if extracted from the ratio and taken as quanta, would be only zeros. Lagrange's judgment on how to represent limits or the final ratios, théorie défunct, analyte, intrad, is that, although it is easy enough to represent the ratio between two magnitudes as long as the latter remain finite, as soon as the terms of a ratio simultaneously become zero, the ratio fails to offer to the understanding any clear and distinct concept. Indeed, the understanding must get past this merely negative side on which the terms of a ratio are quantitatively as zero and grasp them positively as qualitative moments. But what Euler has to contribute in this matter, in the cited text, section FF, namely, that two so-called infinitesimals which are supposed to be nothing but zeros stand nevertheless in reciprocal relation and, for this reason, other symbols than the zero are used for them. This also can hardly be considered satisfactory. He tries to support his claim by distinguishing between arithmetical and geometrical ratios in the former. We look for differences in the latter, for quotients, although the arithmetical ratio between two zeros is an equality, such is not the case for the geometrical ratio. Thus, if, then, because of the nature of a proportion, since the first term is twice as great as the second, also the third is double the fourth in keeping with the proportion, should therefore be taken as the ratio of even in common arithmetic, if then but, just because or is a relation of quanta, there cannot be a ratio, or an expression, of corresponding to it. I refrain from multiplying citations since the ones examined are enough to show that the true concept of the infinite is indeed implied in them, but that it has not been accurately brought to view and recognized. As a result, as one proceeds to the operations of calculus, there is no chance that the true conceptual determination would gain control, and what happens is rather that the finite determinateness of quantity makes a return and the operation cannot do without the figure of a quantum which is merely relatively small. Calculus necessitates subjecting the so-called infinitesimals to the ordinary arithmetical operations of addition and so on, which are based on the nature of finite magnitudes. It therefore necessitates letting them momentarily have the value of finite magnitudes and treating them as such. It is for calculus to justify why, on the one hand, it brings those infinitesimals down to this sphere, treating them as increments or differences, but then, on the other hand, ignores them as quanta after it has just applied to them the forms and the laws of finite magnitudes. I shall now review the most salient points in the attempts by the geometricians to sidestep these difficulties. The older analysts had few scruples in the matter, but the moderns have directed their efforts especially towards bringing infinitesimal calculus back to the evidence of a strictly geometrical method and towards attaining in it the rigor of the proofs of the ancients, Lagrange's expression, in mathematics. But since its principle is of a higher nature than the principle of mathematics, infinitesimal analysis quickly had to dispense with that kind of evidence, just like philosophy, which can make no claim to the clarity which is the prerogative of the sciences of sensible things, for example natural history, and like eating and drinking, which are reckoned a business more easily understood than thinking and conceptualizing. Accordingly, we shall deal only with the efforts to attain the rigor of proof of the ancients. Several authors have tried to dispense altogether with the concept of the infinite, and without it to achieve the same results as seem to be bound up with its use. Lagrange, for instance, refers to the method that London discovered, saying of it that it is purely analytical. It does not use infinitesimal differences, but begins by introducing different values of variable magnitudes which he then equates in what follows. Lagrange's opinion, incidentally, is that in this method the single advantage of differential calculus, simplicity of method and ease of operation, is lost. This is, indeed, a procedure that bears some similarities to the tangential method which was Descartes' starting point, about which, more later on. Here we can note that this much is in general immediately evident, that assuming different values of variable magnitudes and then equating them belongs to another order of mathematical operation than does the method of differential calculus, and that the peculiar nature of the simple relation yet to be more closely discussed, to which the actual, concrete determination of this calculus reduces, namely the relation of the derived function to the original, is not brought to view. The earlier of the moderns, for instance Fermat, Barrow, and others, who were the first to make use of infinitesimals and the application which was later developed into differential and integral calculus, and then Leibniz also and his followers, and Euler as well, have always openly believed that they were entitled to omit the products of infinitesimal differences, as well as their higher powers, simply on the ground that they vanish relative to the lower order. This alone is the ground on which they rest the fundamental principle, namely the determination of that which is the differential of a product or of a power, for the whole theoretical teaching reduces to this. The rest is partly mechanism of development, partly application, in which however, as we shall have to see later, the higher or rather the whole interest in fact lies. For the point now at issue we only need to cite here what is elementary, that the first principle concerning curves is assumed on the same ground of insignificance, namely the principle that the elements of curves, the increments of the abscissa and the ordinate, are related to each other as subtangent and ordinate, that for the purpose of obtaining similar triangles, the arc that forms the third side of a triangle to the two increments of the triangle, once rightly called characteristic, is regarded as a straight line, as part of the tangent and therefore as the one increment which reaches the tangent. On the one hand, such assumptions raise those determinations above the nature of finite magnitude. On the other hand, a method which is only valid for finite magnitudes, and which allows no room for ignoring anything on the ground of insignificance, is being applied to moments now called infinitesimal. With such a procedure, the difficulty with which the method is burdened remains in all its starkness. We must cite here a remarkable procedure of Newton, Prink. Math. Phil. Natu. Lib. 2, Lemma 2, Propos. 7. The invention of an ingenious device for circumventing the arithmetical incorrect emission of the products of infinite differences or of their higher orders in finding the differentials. This is how he finds the differential of the product, from which the differentials of the quotients, the powers, and so on, can easily be derived. The product of x and y, when each is taken as decreased by half of its infinitesimal difference, becomes. But if x and y are made to increase by an equal amount, it becomes. Now, subtract the first product from the second, and the remainder is, a remainder that is the surplus of the increase by a whole dx and dy, for this increase is the difference between the two products. It is, therefore, the differential of xi. Clearly, in this operation the term which is the cause of the main difficulty, the product of the two infinitesimal differences, xt, cancels itself out. However, despite the name of Newton, it must be said that such an operation, although very elementary, is incorrect. It is not true that only the need to give a foundation to the fluxional calculus, given its importance, could have brought Newton to deceive himself about such a proof. Other forms which Newton employed in the derivation of differentials are bound up with concrete meanings, all referring to movement, of the elements and their powers. In connection with the use of the serial form, which is of course the signature of his method, it is all too tempting to say that it is always in someone's power to assume as exact a magnitude as one needs by the addition of further terms, and that the omitted terms are relatively insignificant, the result being quite in general only an approximation. It is all too tempting in order not to believe that here also Newton would have been satisfied with the same justification for omitting the higher powers which, by his method of solving equations of higher degree by approximation, arise in the given equations from the substitution of any established but still inexact value, namely, on the crude ground that they are small. See Lagrange, Equations numériques, p. The error into which Newton fell in solving a problem by the omission of essential higher powers, an error which gave his opponents the occasion for a triumph of their method over his, and of which Lagrange has traced the true origin in his recent investigations, Théorie des fonctions. Annal it, Rode p. ch. 4, is indicative of the formalism and the uncertainty which still prevailed in the use of that instrument. Lagrange shows that Newton fell into his error because he ignored the term of the series containing the power on which the specific task depended. Newton had kept to the formal, superficial principle of omitting terms because of their relative smallness. For example, it is well known that in mechanics a determinate meaning is assigned to the terms of the series in which the function of a movement is developed, so that the first term or the first function refers to the moment of velocity, the second to the accelerating force, and the third to the resistance of forces. Here, then, the terms of the series are not to be seen as parts of a sum, but as qualitative moments of a conceptual whole. In this way, the omission of the remaining terms acquires a completely different meaning than their omission on the ground of their relative smallness. The error in Newton's solution was in ignoring, not the terms of the series only as parts of a sum, but the term containing the qualitative determination on which all depends. In this example, the procedure is made to depend on the qualitative meaning. In this connection the general assertion can at once be made that the whole difficulty of the principle would be set aside if, instead of the formalism of defining the differential simply by the problem that gives its name to it, the problem, that is, of the difference in general between a function and its variation after its variable magnitudes have received an increment, the qualitative meaning of this principle were stated and the operation were made to depend on it. In this sense the differential of xn is demonstratively wholly exhausted by the first term of the series which results from the expansion of n. So, that the rest of the terms are ignored is not on account of their relative smallness. There is no supposition here of an inexactitude, of a fault or error which would be compensated for and corrected by another error, a view on which Carnot especially relies for justifying the ordinary method of the infinitesimal calculus. Since at issue here is a relation and not a sum, the differential is completely given by the first term, and where there is the need of further terms, of differentials of higher orders, their determination does not involve the continuation of a series as sum, but the repetition rather of one and the same relation, the only one wanted and the one which is, therefore, already completely determined in the first term. The need for the form of a series, its summation and all that goes with it, must then be totally separated from this interest of the relation. The explanations which Carnot offers concerning the method of infinitesimal magnitudes contain the most limpid and most clearly expounded exposition of the upshot of the preceding reflections. However, When the transition is made to the actual operations of calculus, the usual representations about the infinite smallness of the emitted terms with respect to the others more or less creep in again. Carnot justifies the method rather because, as a matter of fact, its results are the correct ones, and because of the benefits which the introduction of incomplete equations, as he calls them, that is, those in which this arithmetically incorrect omission has taken place, brings to the simplification and the abbreviating of calculus. Lagrange has famously taken up Newton's original method again, that of the series, in an effort to rise above the difficulties inherent in the representation of the infinitely small, as well as in the method of the first and final ratios and limits of his functional calculus, of which the other advantages in the matter of precision, abstraction and generality, are sufficiently known. This much alone need be said for present purposes, namely that he rests his case on the fundamental principle that the difference, without becoming zero, can be taken to be so small that each term of the series exceeds in magnitude the sum of the following terms. In this method, too, the start is made from the categories of increment and from the difference of the function, the variable magnitude of which receives the increment, whence the troublesome series, from the original function. Also in the sequel, the terms of the series to be omitted come in for consideration only as constituting a sum, and the reason for omitting them is assumed in the relativity of their quantum. Here too, therefore, on the one hand the omission is not brought back to the standpoint which prevails in some of the applications where, as was noted above, the terms of the series are supposed to have a determinate qualitative meaning, and terms are disregarded, not because they are insignificant in magnitude, but because they are qualitatively insignificant. On the other hand, the omission itself ceases to have any place in the essential standpoint which, as regards the so-called differential coefficient, acquires a specifically prominent position only with Lagrange, in the so-called application of the calculus, a point which will be discussed in detail in the following remark. The general qualitative character of the form of magnitude here under discussion, as demonstrated in what in that form is called the infinitesimal, is most immediately found in the category of limit of the ratio referred to above and, when carried out in calculus, has received the stamp of a method of its own. Of Lagrange's two criticisms of this method, that it lacks ease of application, and that the expression limit carries no determinate idea, we shall take up only the second here, in order to examine more closely what is being said about its analytical meaning. Now the conception of limit does indeed imply the stated true category of the qualitatively determined relation of variable magnitudes, for the forms of it which occur, dx and die, are supposed to be taken simply as only moments of, and itself ought to be regarded as one single indivisible symbol. That the mechanism of calculus thereby loses, particularly in its application, the advantage derived from the sides of the differential coefficient being separated from each other, this we shall disregard here. Now the limit in question should be the limit of a given function. It assigns a certain value with reference to this function as determined by the manner of derivation. However, the mere category of limit takes us no further than we have gone in this remark, namely, to show that the infinitely small which in the differential calculus occurs as dx and die does not have the merely negative, empty meaning of a non-finite, non-given magnitude, as when one speaks of an infinite multitude, of an ad infinitum, and the like, but has the specific meaning of a qualitative determinateness of the quantitative, of a relational moment as such. But the category still has no relation to that which is a given function, is not itself involved in the treatment of it or in any use that might be made in it of the determination. So, also the conception of limit, held to its demonstrated meaning, leads nowhere. Nevertheless, the very expression limit entails that it is the limit of something, that is, that it expresses a certain value which lies in the function of a variable magnitude, and we must see how it behaves in this concrete role. It is supposed to be the limit of the ratio between the two increments by which the two variable magnitudes connected in an equation, one of which is regarded as a function of the other, are assumed to increase. The increment is taken here as undetermined, in general, and to this extent no use is made of the infinitely small. But the procedure by which this limit is found carries with it the same inconsistencies as in the other methods. The procedure is as follows: if, then, when y becomes is supposed to change into and so on, thus and so on, and so on. Now if k and h vanish, so vanishes also the other side of the equation, with the exception of p, which would now be the limit of the ratio of the two increments. One can see that although h, as quantum, is posited equals, is not for that reason taken at the same time to be, but is rather still supposed to remain a ratio. Now the advantage that the conception of limit supposedly affords is that it circumvents the inconsistency entailed here, for p is, at the same time, supposed to be not the actual ratio, which would be, but only that determinate value which the ratio can infinitely approximate, that is, can get so near to it that the difference would be smaller than any that might be given. The exact meaning of approximation, as regards that which is supposed to be in reciprocal approximation, will be considered later. However, that a quantitative difference which, by definition, not only can be, but ought to be, smaller than any given, is no longer quantitative. This is self-evident, as evident as anything can be in mathematics, but then we have gone past. If, to the contrary, that is, it is assumed as a determinate quantitative ratio as it is in fact, then, conversely, the presupposition that is compromised, and this is a presupposition on the basis of which alone is found. And should it be granted that, in which case, h being is also in fact equals by entailment, for the increment from k to y occurs only on condition that there is an increment h, the question then to be asked is what p, which is definitely a determinate quantitative value, might possibly be. To this there is at once an obvious answer, simple and to the point, namely that p is a coefficient and that it is the product of some derivation or other, the first function, derived in some determinate way, of an original function. If one is satisfied with this, as Lagrange in effect was, then the general part of the science of differential calculus, and immediately this form of it that goes under the name of theory of limits, would be rid of the increments, rid also of their infinite or arbitrary smallness, and of the difficulty of again doing away with the rest of the terms of a series other than the first, or rather other than just the coefficient of the first, terms which inevitably present themselves upon the introduction of those increments purged, in addition, also of all that goes with them, of the formal categories, above all of that of the infinite approximation, and likewise of the here still empty categories of continuous magnitude, all which, like striving, becoming, occasion of a variation, are otherwise deemed necessary. But it would then be required to show what meaning and value p would still have, besides the determination, meager but quite adequate for the theory, that it is nothing but a function derived from the expansion of a binomial, that is, to show what place and which use it has in the context of other mathematical requisites. This will be the subject of remark. But first, we shall follow up here with an analysis of the confusion brought about by the just documented widespread use of the figurative representation of approximation in comprehending the true, qualitative determinateness of the relation which was our original concern. It has been shown that the so-called infinitesimals express the vanishing of the sides of the ratio as quanta, and that the remainder is their quantitative relation purely determined in qualitative fashion. The qualitative relation does not get lost. Far from it, it is rather precisely that which results from the conversion of finite into infinite magnitudes. In this, as we have seen, is where the whole nature of the matter consists. Thus, what vanishes in the final ratio is, for example, the quanta of the abscissa and the ordinate, but the sides of the ratio essentially remain the one side, the element of the ordinate the other, the element of the abscissa. When we represent one ordinate as infinitely approximating another, the previously differentiated ordinate passes over into another ordinate, and the previously differentiated abscissa passes over into another abscissa, but essentially the ordinate does not pass over into the abscissa or the abscissa into the ordinate. The element of the ordinate, to continue with this instance of variable magnitudes, is not in the difference between one ordinate and another ordinate, but is rather the difference itself, or the qualitative determination of the magnitude of the ordinate as against the element of the abscissa. The principle of one variable magnitude as against that of another is in the relation of the one to the other. The difference, insofar as it no longer is the difference of finite magnitudes, has ceased to be a manifold in itself. It has collapsed into simple intensity, into the determinateness of the one qualitative moment of a ratio against the other. This is how the matter stands, but its nature is obscured because what we have just called the element of, for instance, the ordinate, is grasped as difference or increment in such a way that it is only the difference between the quantum of one ordinate and the quantum of another ordinate. As a result, limit does not have here the meaning of ratio, it only stands for the final value to which another magnitude of equal kind can come as close as one will and still be differentiated from it, the final ratio being a ratio of equality. The infinite difference is thus the fluctuation of a difference between one quantum and another quantum, and in this representation the qualitative nature which makes dx essentially not a ratio determination relative to x, but to dx, is overlooked. Dx is made to vanish relative to dx, but even more does dx vanish relative to x, and this means in truth that it has a relation only to die. In expositions of this kind, it is the geometricians especially whose constant concern is to conceptualize the approximation of a magnitude to its limit, and who insist on stressing this aspect of the difference of quantum from quantum, that it is not a difference and yet it is. But all the same, approximation is by itself a category that says nothing and conceptualizes nothing. The fact is that dx has already left approximation behind. It is neither close nor closer, and as for the meaning of infinitely close, it is the negation of being close in approximation. Now because the increments or the infinitesimals have thus been viewed only from the standpoint of the quantum that vanishes in them, and only as limits of this quantum, they have also been grasped as unrelated moments. From this would follow that it is allowed in the final ratio to posit, say, the abscissa and the ordinate, or also the sine, cosine, tangent, versed sine, or what have you, as equal to each other, but this is an inadmissible position. The inadmissibility seems especially to hold when an arc is treated like a tangent, for the arc, too, is surely incommensurable with the straight line. Its element is, from the start, of another quality than the element of the straight line. Squaring the circle, taking a part of the arc, however infinitely small, to be a part of the tangent and thus to treat it as a straight line seems even more absurd and inadmissible than confusing abscissa, ordinate, versed sine, cosine, etc. However, there is an essential difference between this way of treating the arc and the confusion that we have decried. The procedure here is justified because in the triangle which has as its sides the element of an arc and the element of its abscissa and ordinate, the relation is the same as if that element of the arc were the element of a straight line, of the tangent the angles which constitute the essential relation, that is, that which remains to these elements when their respective finite magnitudes are abstracted from, are the same. This can also be expressed by saying that straight lines, when infinitely small, have passed over into curved lines, that their relation in their infinity is a relation of curves. Since the straight line is by definition the shortest distance between 2 points, its difference from the curved line is based on the determination of amount, on the smaller number of what is differentiable in this distance, a determination, therefore, of a quantum. But this determination vanishes in the line when it is taken as an intensive magnitude, as infinite moment, as element, and so does also its difference from the curved line which rested simply on a difference of quantum. As infinite, therefore, the straight line and the arc no longer retain any quantitative relation and consequently, by virtue of the assumed definition, also no qualitative difference from each other either. On the contrary, the one passes over into the other. Similar to the equating of heterogeneous determinations, but at the same time different from it, is the assumption that infinitely small parts of a same whole are equal to each other. By itself this assumption is indeterminate and completely indifferent, but when applied to an object which is internally heterogeneous, that is, constrained by an essentially non-uniform quantitative determination, it produces the peculiar reversal contained in that proposition of higher mechanics according to which infinitely small parts of a curve are traversed in equal and infinitely small times in uniform motion, where this is said of the motion in which, in equal finite, that is, concretely existing, parts of time, finite, that is, concretely existing, unequal parts of the curve are traversed, that is said of a motion which exists concretely as non-uniform and is assumed to be such. This proposition is the expression in words of what an analytical term, such as is obtained by the already cited expansion of the formula of a motion which is non-uniform but otherwise conforms to law, is supposed to mean. Earlier mathematicians sought to express the results of the newly invented infinitesimal calculus, which, after all, always had to do with concrete objects, in words and propositions, and to exhibit them in concrete geometrical constructions, basically to use them as theorems in the ordinary method of proof. The terms of the mathematical formula into which analysis transposed the magnitudes of the object, of motion for instance, were invested there with an objective meaning, such as of velocity, force of acceleration, etc., and in virtue of this meaning the terms were supposed to yield correct propositions, physical laws, and also, in conformity with the analytical connectedness, their objective links and relations. For instance, the specific velocity that obtains in a uniformly accelerating motion is proportional to the times, but in addition there is always an increment that accrues to the velocity from the force of gravity. In the modern analytical form of mechanics, such propositions are advanced simply as the results of calculus, without worrying whether they have by themselves, within them, a real sense, that is, one that would correspond to concrete existence, and without bothering with a proof for it. The difficulty of conceptualizing the link between such determinations when taken in this real sense just mentioned, as for instance the transition from absolutely uniform velocity to uniformly accelerated velocity, is deemed to be completely circumvented by the analytical treatment in which the link is a simple result of the authority henceforth reigning of the operations of calculus. It is now declared a triumph of science that merely by means of calculus, it can discover laws that transcend experience, that is, propositions regarding concrete existence which have no existence. But in the earlier, still naive time of infinitesimal calculus, the aim was to give to such determinations and propositions as were represented in geometrical figures a real sense of their own, to make them plausible and to apply them in this sense to the proof of the main propositions concerned. See Newton's proof of his fundamental propositions of the theory of gravitation in Prink. Mathem. Naturalis, lib. I sec. 2. Prop. I, compared with Schubert's Astronomy, St. Ed., Book 3, Section, where it is admitted that things are not exactly as Newton assumed them, that is, at the very point which is the nerve of the proof. It cannot be denied that, especially with the aid of the fog of the infinitely small, much has been accepted as proof in this field for no other reason except that the result had already always been known to be true and the proof, deliberately devised to reach that result, created at least the illusion of a scaffolding of proof, an illusion which was still preferred to mere belief or to knowledge from experience. I personally make no scruples about regarding this affectation as nothing more than sleight of hand and logical charlatanism, and I extend this judgment to Newton's proofs as well, those especially which fall within the purview of the present discussion and for which Newton has been extolled to the skies above Kepler, because he has established mathematically what the latter had discovered by experience alone. The empty scaffolding of such proofs was erected in order to prove physical laws. But mathematics is in principle incapable of demonstrating the quantitative determinations of physics. For these determinations are laws based on the qualitative nature of its elements. It cannot, for the simple reason that this science is not philosophy, does not proceed from the concept, and therefore anything qualitative which cannot be derived lemmatically from experience falls outside its sphere. It is for mathematics a point of honor that all its propositions ought to be rigorously proved, and this made it forget its limits. It seemed an offense to this honor that experience would be acknowledged as alone the source and sole proof of propositions of experience. Consciousness has gained in sophistication since then, but as long as it is not clear about the distinction between what can be proved mathematically and what can only be taken from elsewhere, between the mere terms of an analytical expansion and things that exist physically, scientific culture will lack rigor and purity. Undoubtedly, this scaffolding of Newtonian proof will be subject to the same justice as was Newton's other baseless artifact, his construct of optical experiments and the conclusions bound to them. Applied mathematics is still full of a like brew of experience and reflection, but just as part after part of Newtonian optics has already for some time begun to be ignored by science as a matter of fact, though the rest is inconsistently allowed to stand despite the consequent contradiction, so it is also a fact that a part of those pseudo-proofs has already naturally fallen into oblivion or have been replaced by others. Remark. The purpose of differential calculus deduced from its application. In the previous remark, we considered the conceptual nature of the infinitesimal which is used in differential calculus as well as the reason for introducing it in that calculus. Both are abstract determinations and therefore also intrinsically easy. Its so-called application, however, presents more serious difficulties, but also the more interesting side. The elements of this side will be the subject of the present remark. The whole method of the differential calculus is covered by the proposition, or, that is equal to the coefficient of the first term of the binomial, raised to the power of dx or I. There is no need to learn anything further. The derivation of the subsequent forms, of the differential of a product, of an exponential magnitude, and so forth, follows mechanically in a short time, half an hour or so. One can be in possession of the whole theory, and with the finding of the differential, the converse or the finding from the differential of the original function is equally given. What takes longer is the endeavor to see, to grasp conceptually, how it is that, after easily managing analytically, that is, purely arithmetically, one condition of the task, namely the finding of the said coefficient by the expansion of the function of the variable after the latter has received the form of a binomial by the addition of an increment, how, after this part of the task, the other condition, namely the omission of the remaining terms of the series except the first, can also be correct. If the coefficient alone were all that is necessary, then, once this is determined, all that concerns the theory would be taken care of in less than half an hour. As we said, the omission of the further terms of the series would present no difficulty, far from it, for such terms, as terms of the series, their determination as second, third, etc., function is already absolved with the determination of the first, would not come into question at all since they are of no relevance. We may begin by remarking that the method of differential calculus has all the markings of not having been invented and developed for its own sake. Not only is it not grounded for itself as any other form of analysis, what is more is that the arbitrary direct omission of terms that have resulted from the development of a function, despite the fact that this whole development is taken to belong fully to the matter at hand, which is considered to be the difference between the developed function of a variable, after this has been given the form of a binomial, and the original function, that this omission totally contradicts every mathematical principle. The need to proceed in this way, as well as the lack of internal justification for the procedure, immediately suggests that the origin and foundation must lie elsewhere. It happens also in other sciences that what is presumed at the start to be the primitive element from which the propositions of a science will have to be derived, is in fact not self-evident but proves rather to have its cause and justification in what follows. The course of events in the history of the differential calculus makes it clear that it originated in the various so-called tangential methods, its subject matter and ingenious devices as it were. It was only later, when its method was extended to other subject matters, that the nature of this method came in for conscious reflection and formalization, and the attempt was made to raise its abstract formulas to principles. We have shown that the conceptual determinateness of the so-called infinitesimal is the qualitative determinateness of the quantity of such quanta as are first posited in relation to each other. Attached to this there came the empirical undertaking of discovering this conceptual determinateness in such descriptions or definitions of the infinitesimal as are found of it when taken as an infinitely small difference or the like. This was done in the interest of abstract conceptual determinateness as such. The next question would be about the nature of the transition to mathematical formulation and application. To this end we must first examine the theoretical side further, the conceptual determinateness, and this is a task which will prove to be not altogether unfruitful even by itself. We must then consider the relation of this theoretical side to its application, and show in the case of both, and as much as it is relevant here, that the general conclusions are adequate to both the purpose of differential calculus and the method by which it realizes it. First, we must remember that the specifically mathematical form of the concept now at issue has already been given in passing. The qualitative determinateness of quantity is first exhibited in the quantitative relation as such. However, already in the demonstration of the various so-called kinds of reckoning, see the relevant remark, it was anticipated that it would be in the relation of powers, still to be considered in its proper place, that number, by the equating of the moments of its concept, unity and amount, is posited as having turned back into itself, and that, as such, it would receive the element of infinity, of being for itself, that is, of being determined through itself. Thus, as already indicated, the explicitly qualitative determinateness of magnitude is essentially connected with the determinations of powers, and since differential calculus specifically operates with qualitative forms of magnitudes, the mathematical subject matter that specifically belongs to it must be the treatment of forms of powers. It is also the whole range of problems, together with their solutions, for the sake of which differential calculus is employed, which shows that its interest lies solely in the treatment of determinations of powers as such. This is an important opening position. It at once puts in the forefront something determinate instead of the merely formal categories of variable, continuous or infinite magnitudes, or even only of functions in general. Yet it is still too general, for there are other operations that deal equally with powers. The raising to a power, the extraction of a root, also the treatment of exponential magnitudes and logarithms, of series, of equations of higher powers. The interest and the effort of all these operations lies solely in relations based on powers. Undoubtedly, together they constitute a system of the treatment of powers, but which of the various relations in which the determinations of powers may be put is the proper subject matter and interest of differential calculus, this is to be ascertained from the differential calculus itself, that is, from its so-called applications. These constitute in fact the core of the matter, the actual procedure in the mathematical solution of a certain group of problems. This procedure came earlier than any theory or general part and was called an application later, only in connection with the then created theory, the intention of which was in part to draw up its general method for the procedure, but in part also to find principles for it, that is, a justification. We have shown in the preceding remark the futility of searching for principles that would effectively resolve the contradiction patent in the current conceptions of the method of calculus. We have shown this futility instead of excusing it or of hiding it on the pretext that what is necessary for mathematical practice is however out of consideration here, or, what amounts to the same thing, with the possibility of an infinite or arbitrary approximation to the infinite or the like nonsense. These principles and all the fuss made on their behalf, if the general method of this real part of mathematics called differential calculus were abstracted differently than it has been done so far, would turn out to be indeed just as superfluous as they are inherently defective and irrevocably contradictory. If we investigate what is distinctive about differential calculus by the simple inventory of what there is in this part of mathematics, we find the following as the subject matter. A. Equations in which any number of magnitudes, here we need simply confine ourselves to two, are combined into one determinate whole in such a way that, first, the equations themselves derive their determinateness from empirical magnitudes which are their fixed limits, and also from the kind of link which they have with these limits and with each other, as is generally the case in an equation. But since there is only one equation for both magnitudes, and relatively more equations for more magnitudes, but always less than the number of the magnitudes, these equations belong to the class of indeterminate equations. And, second, one feature of the determinateness of these magnitudes, or of one of them at least, is that these magnitudes occur in the equation with a power higher than the first power. A few observations in this regard are in order here. The first is that the magnitudes in the first of the above two headings exclusively have the character of such variables as occur in the problems of indeterminate analysis. Their value is indeterminate, but if a completely determinate value accrues to one of them from elsewhere, that is, a numerical value, then the other also becomes determinate, so that one is a function of the other. For the specific magnitudes here at issue, therefore, the categories of variables' magnitudes, of functions and the like, are merely formal, as we said earlier, because they are still too general to contain the kind of specificity to which the whole interest of differential calculus is directed, nor can this specificity be developed out of it analytically. They are as such simple, insignificant, easy determinations that are rendered difficult by importing into them that which is not in them, in order then to derive it from them, namely the specific determination of differential calculus. Then, as regards the so-called constant, it should be noted that it is at first an indifferent empirical magnitude determining the variables merely with respect to their empirical quantum, as a limit of their minimum and their maximum, but the nature of the link connecting the constants to the variables is itself one factor defining the particular function which these magnitudes are. But, conversely, the constants themselves are also functions. For instance, inasmuch as a straight line carries the meaning of being the parameter of a parable, this, its meaning, is that it is the function as in the expansion of a binomial generally. The constant which is the coefficient of the first term of the expansion is the sum of the roots, the coefficient of the second term is the sum of their products in twos, and so on. Hence these constants are here in general functions of the roots. Where, in integral calculus, the constant is determined from the given formula, it is to that extent treated as a function of that formula. We shall further consider these coefficients later on, but in another determination than that of functions, their concrete meaning being the real point of interest. Now the essential difference between variables as considered in differential calculus and as they are in indeterminate problems lies in what has just been said, namely that at least one of those magnitudes, or also all of them, is in a power higher than that of one, though it is again a matter of indifference whether they are all of the same higher power or of unequal powers. The indeterminateness specific to them consists solely in this, that in such a relation of power they are functions of one another. The alteration of the variables is thus qualitatively determined, and consequently continuous, and this continuity, itself again only the formal general category of an identity, of a determinateness preserved unaltered in the alteration, has its determinate meaning here, solely in the power relation which does not have a quantum for its exponent and constitutes the non-quantitative, permanent determinateness of the ratio of the variables. It is therefore also to be noted, this time against another form of formalism, that the first power is a power only in relation to higher powers by itself. X is just an indeterminate quantum. Thus there is no point in differentiating for their own sake the equations. The equation of the straight line, or that of absolutely uniform velocity, if from, or also from, we obtain, or from, then is equally the determination of the tangent, or the determination of simple velocity. This last is expounded as in the context of what is said to be the expansion of uniformly accelerated motion, but that there would occur in the system a moment of simple, absolutely uniform velocity, that is, one not determined by the higher power of one of the moments of the motion. This, as remarked earlier, is itself an empty assumption based solely on the routine of the method. Since the method has its inception in the representation of the increment which the variable is supposed to sustain, then of course a variable which is only a function of the first power can also sustain an increment. Now, if in order to find the differential we have to subtract the difference of the second equation thus produced from the one given, the emptiness of the operation becomes obvious, for the so-called increment is the same for all the alterable terms themselves. Sharp S. We have identified the nature of the equation which we want to treat. Now we must declare the interest that motivates our treatment of it. This consideration can only yield known results, especially in the form in which they are found in Lagrange's version, but in my exposition I have restricted myself to basic elements in order to eliminate from it any heterogeneous material otherwise mixed with it. The patent basis for the treatment of an equation of this kind is that the power is taken to be a relation inside itself, a system of relational determinations. We said earlier that power is number which has attained a state at which it determines its own alteration. Its moments, unity and amount, are identical, perfectly identical, as previously demonstrated, first of all in the square, and, a point of no consequence here, formally identical in the higher powers. Now, since as number the power is an aggregate, even if one prefers the expression magnitude because of its greater generality, in itself power still is always a number, and is also presented as a sum. It can be directly broken up internally into an arbitrary grouping of numbers that have no other determination with respect to each other and to the sum except that together they equal the latter. But the power can also be divided into a sum of distinct terms determined by the form of the power. If the power is taken as sum, then its radical number, the root, is also taken as a sum, arbitrarily. After repeated division, the manifoldness is something indifferent, empirically quantitative. The sum which is supposed to be the root, reduced to its simple determinateness, that is, its true generality, is the binomial. Any other increase of the terms is a mere repetition of the same determination and, therefore, something empty. What matters here is only the qualitative determinateness of the terms which result from the raising to a power of the root taken as sum, a determinateness which lies solely in the alteration which the potentiation is. Consequently, these terms are wholly functions of the potentiation and of the power. Now this exposition of number as the sum of an aggregate of terms which are the functions of the potentiation, added to the interest in finding the form of such functions and also this sum from the aggregate of the terms, insofar as this find must depend on that form alone, this, as we know, constitutes the special theory of series. But it is essential here that we distinguish another source of interest, namely the relation of the underlying magnitude, of which the determinateness, since it is a complex, that is, an equation here, includes in itself a power, to the functions of the raising of it to a power. This relation, taken in total abstraction from the just mentioned interest of the sum, will prove to be the only intended point of view of differential calculus which is in fact realized by the science. But we must first add one more determination to what has been said, or, better, remove one which is there. For we have said that the power enters into the variable determination of a magnitude which is regarded as a sum inside itself, in fact a system of terms insofar as these are functions of the raising to a power, and that the root is also thereby regarded as a sum, in the simply determined form of a binomial. This exposition was all right for the expansion of the power, that is, for obtaining the functions of its being raised to a power from the sum as such, but the issue here is not a sum as such or the series arising from it, but only the connection to be taken from the sum. All that remains after the plus of a sum as sum is abstracted from is, on the one hand, the connection as such of the magnitudes and, on the other hand, all that is needed for finding the functions of the expansion of the power. But that connection is already determined by the fact that the object here is an equation, already a complex of several, variable, magnitudes which contains a power determination of them. In this complex, each of these magnitudes is posited simply as connected with the others, as a function of the other magnitudes, each carrying, as one could say, a plus in it. This plus determination is given to them by their character as functions of one another, but precisely for this reason the determination is totally indeterminate, is not an increase or an increment or the like. Yet even this abstract point of view could be left out of account. We can quite simply stop at the point where, since in the equation the variables are given as reciprocal functions in a determinateness which thus contains a relation of power, also the functions of the raising to a power of each are now compared with each other, and these second functions are determined by nothing else except the potentiating itself. At the start, to convert an equation of the powers of its variables into a relation of the functions of its expansion can be said to be a matter of choice or a possibility. Only some further purpose, need or use, has to step in to indicate the usefulness of such a transformation. The transposition was occasioned by its usefulness alone. When we began just now with the exposition, in a magnitude which is taken as an internally differentiated sum, of these potentiating determinations, this served only in part to indicate of which kind such functions were in part, it was the way of finding them. What we have here is an adaptation for the purpose of differential calculus of the usual analytical form of development and increment. Dx, I, is assigned to the variable, and then the power of the binomial is expanded by the terms of the series belonging to it. But the so-called increment is supposed to be not a quantum, only a form, the whole value of which is that it assists in the development. It is admitted, notably by Euler and Lagrange, and in the representation of limit earlier cited, that what is wanted are only the resulting power determinations of the variables, the so-called coefficients, namely of the increment and its powers, according to which the series is ordered and to which the different coefficients belong. It may be noted in this connection that since an increment with no quantum is being assumed here only for the sake of the development, it would have been more suitable to take the unit for that purpose, for that increment constantly recurs as a factor in the development, and the factor of 1 fulfills precisely the purpose of having an increment without any quantitative determinateness or alteration being posited thereby, whereas dx, burdened as it is by the false representation of a quantitative difference, and other signs such as I, burdened for their part by a show of generality that is here pointless, always have the semblance and the pretension of a quantum and its powers, and the pretension, despite its being just that, brings with it the trouble of removing and omitting what is pretended. In order to retain the form of a series expanded on the basis of powers, the designations of the exponents as indices could just as well be attached to the one. But in any case, Abstraction must be made from the series and the determination which the coefficients have according to the place they occupy in it. The relation between all of them is the same. The second function is derived from the first in exactly the same manner as this is derived from the original, and for any function counted second, the one derived first is again the original. But the essential point of interest is not in the series, but solely in the determination of the power that results from the expansion, as related to the magnitude which for the power determination is immediate. Therefore, instead of defining it as the coefficient of the first term of the development, for a term is designated as the first with reference to the others that follow it in the series, but any such power as that of an increment, like the series itself, has no place here. The plain expression, derived function of a power, or the just said, function of the raising of a magnitude to a power, would be preferable. These are expressions which presuppose that the derivation is a development falling within a power. Now if the strictly mathematical beginning in this part of the analytic is nothing more than the finding of the function determined by the expansion of the power, the next question is what to do with this relation thus obtained. Where does it have an application and use and effect? For what purpose are such functions sought? It is because of relations in concrete objects which allow reduction to those abstract, analytical functions, that differential calculus has become the source of great interest. But as regards the question of the application, this much follows directly from the nature of the fact itself, because of the form which the moments of a power assume as demonstrated, without having to infer it from individual cases of the application itself. Namely, the development of the magnitudes of the powers that yields the functions of their potentiation entails at first, abstraction made of a more precise determination, simply the reduction of their magnitude to the next lower power. This applicability of this operation is to be found, therefore, in connection with objects in which there is likewise present such a difference of power determinations. Thus, if we reflect on the properties of space, we find that space has three dimensions which, in order to distinguish them from the abstract differences of height, length, and breadth, we can call concrete. They are, namely, line, plane, and total space. And if we take them in their simplest form and with reference to self-determination and consequently to analytical dimensions, we then have straight line, plane surface, and surface as square and as cube. The straight line has an empirical quantum, but with the plane there enters the qualitative element, the power determination. More detailed considerations, for example that the case extends to plane curves, we can leave undiscussed, for we are concerned primarily with the distinction in general. It is here that the need also arises to pass from a higher power to a lower, and vice versa, when, for instance, linear determinations are to be derived from given equations of the plane, etc., or vice versa. The motion, further, in connection with which we have to consider the quantitative relation of the space traversed to the time elapsed in traversing it, assumes the various determinations of a simply uniform motion, a uniformly accelerated one, and one which is alternatively uniformly accelerated and uniformly retarded, motion that turns back upon itself. Inasmuch as these various species of motion are expressed in accordance with the quantitative relation of their moments, of space and time, we have for them equations of various power determinations, and inasmuch as the need arises to determine one species of motion, or also of spatial magnitudes to which a species of motion is associated, from another species of motion, such an operation likewise entails the transition from one power function to another, whether higher or lower. These two examples will suffice for the purpose for which they were adduced. The semblance of arbitrariness to which differential calculus gives rise in the course of its applications would already be brought under control by a consciousness of the nature of the areas in which an application can be made, of the particular need for the application and the condition under which it is made. But now, it is also within these same areas that one gets to know between which terms of a mathematical problem such a relation occurs as is properly posited by differential calculus. It must be noted first of all that two relations are at issue here. The operation of lowering the degree of an equation, considered according to the derivative functions of its variables, yields a result which in itself no longer truly is an equation but is a relation. It is this relation which is the subject matter of differential calculus proper. Also given with it, secondly, is the relation of the higher power determination itself, the original equation, to the lower, the derivative. This second relation we must leave aside for the time being. It will prove to be the subject matter of integral calculus. Let us start by considering the first relation, and, for the determination of the moment in which the interest of the operation lies, the moment to be derived from the so-called application, let us take the simplest example, that of curves defined by an equation of the second power. As we know, the relation of the coordinates is directly given by the equation in a power form. From the fundamental determination there follow the determinations of the other straight lines linked to the coordinates, the tangent, subtangent, normal, and so on. But the equations between these lines and the coordinates are linear equations. The wholes, of which these lines are determined as parts, are right-angled triangles formed by straight lines. The transition from the original equation in power form to these linear equations involves now the said transition from the original function, that is, one which is an equation, to the derived function, which is a relation, specifically, between certain lines contained in the curve. The problem is to find the link between the relation of these lines and the equation of the curve. It is not without historical interest to remark this much, that the first discoverers only knew how to report their findings in a wholly empirical manner without being able to give an account of the operation, which remained something completely external. I shall limit myself in this regard to citing Barrow, Newton's teacher. In his Lect. Opt. Et Geom, where he deals with problems of higher geometry according to the method of the indivisibles, a method which at first diverges from what is most characteristic of differential calculus. He also gives an account of his procedure for determining the tangents because, as he says, his friend so urged him. Lect. X. One must read for oneself how he sets up his problem to have a proper idea of this procedure. It is formulated wholly as an external rule, in the same style as was once, in the school books of arithmetic, the rule of 3, or better still the so-called test of 9 for the 4 operations. He draws the tiny lines which were later called the increments in the triangle characteristic of a curve and then gives the instruction, as a mere rule, to eliminate as superfluous the terms which, as a result of the expansion of the equations, turn up as the powers of such increments or as products, et tenemis determini nihilum valid, similarly to omit the terms which contain magnitudes only determined by the original equation, the subsequent subtraction of the original equation from the one construed with the increments, and finally to substitute, for the increment of the ordinate itself, and, for the increment of the abscissa, the subtangent. The procedure, if one may say so, could not be laid out in a more schoolmasterly form. The last substitution is the assumption of the proportionality of the increments of the ordinate and abscissa to the ordinate and subtangent, which in the ordinary differential method is made the basis for the determination of the tangent in Barrow's rule. This assumption stands out in all its naive nakedness. A simple way of determining the subtangent was found. Roberval's and Fermat's artifices follow a similar course. The method for finding maximal and minimal values from which Fermat started rests on the same basis and the same procedure. To find so-called methods, that is, rules of that kind, was the obsession of the time, and also to make a secret of them, which was not only easy but in one respect also necessary, for the very reason that made it easy, because the inventors had found only an empirical, external rule, not a method, that is, nothing derived from recognized principles. Leibniz was indebted for such so-called methods to his contemporaries, and Newton also was indebted to them, even though he received them directly from his teacher. By generalizing their form and range of application, they opened up new paths for the sciences, but in this they also felt the need to wrest the procedure free of the shape of external rules. They sought to give to it the necessary justification. If we now analyze the method more closely, this is how it actually proceeds. First, the power determinations, understood, of the variables, contained in the equation are reduced to their first functions. But the value of the terms of the equation is thereby altered. There is no equation left, therefore, but what has arisen is instead only a relation between the first function of one variable and the first function of the other. Instead of, we have, or instead of, we have, which it later became common to designate as the relation. The equation is that of a curve, whereas this relation, which is totally dependent on it and is derived from it, above, according to a mere rule, is a linear relation with which certain lines are in proportion or are themselves relations of straight lines of the curve, the coordinates and the parameters. However, with all this, nothing is as yet known. The point of interest is to know, regarding other lines connected with the curve, whether that derived linear relation applies to them, to find out the equality of two relations. Second, this is therefore the question: which are the straight lines determined by the nature of the curve? Which stand in this relation? But this is what was known already, namely that a relation obtained in this way is the relation of the ordinate to the subtangent. This the ancients had found out in an ingenious geometrical manner. What the moderns have discovered is the empirical procedure for setting up the equation of the curve in such a way that it will yield the first relation, of which it was already known that it is equal to a relation containing the line to be determined, here the subtangent. Now, on the one hand, the setting up of this equation, the differentiation, has been methodically conceived and methodically executed. On the other hand, the imaginary increments of the coordinates, and the imaginary characteristic triangle formed by them and an equally imaginary increment of the tangent, were invented in order to present the proportionality of the ratio, which was obtained by lowering the degree of the equation, to the ratio of the ordinate and the subtangent, not as something just picked up empirically from something already known, but as demonstrated. However, in the external form that the cited rules assume, this already known something proves to be, everywhere and unmistakably, the sole occasion and justification for the assumption of, respectively, the characteristic triangle and the said proportionality. Lagrange was the one who did away with this pretense and pursued the genuinely scientific way. It is to his method that we owe the insight into the decisive point, for it consists in separating the two transitions required for the solution of the problem and in proving each by treating it by itself. The one side of this solution, inasmuch as, for the sake of detailing the steps involved, we restrict ourselves to the elementary example of the problem of finding the subtangent, the theoretical or general part, namely how to find the first function from the given equation of the curve, has its own internal rule. This part yields a linear relation, hence a relation of straight lines that occur in the system defined by the curve. The other part of the solution now consists in finding the lines in the curve that enter into such a relation. And this is now done in a direct manner, théorie défunct. Anal. 2p. 2, chab, that is, without the characteristic triangle, which means without assuming infinitely small arcs, ordinates, and abscisses, and without attributing to these the determinations of di and dx, that is, of the sides of that relation, and at the same time immediately the meaning of the equality of this relation with the ordinate and the subtangent themselves. A line, like a point also, obtains determination only insofar as it constitutes the side of a triangle, and the determination of a point also lies in that. This, I may mention in passing, is the fundamental proposition of analytical. Second, this is therefore the question: which are the straight lines determined by the nature of the curve? Which stand in this relation? But this is what was known already, namely that a relation obtained in this way is the relation of the ordinate to the subtangent. This the ancients had found out in an ingenious geometrical manner. What the moderns have discovered is the empirical procedure for setting up the equation of the curve in such a way that it will yield the first relation, of which it was already known that it is equal to a relation containing the line to be determined, here the subtangent. Now, on the one hand, the setting up of this equation, the differentiation, has been methodically conceived and methodically executed. On the other hand, the imaginary increments of the coordinates, and the imaginary characteristic triangle formed by them and an equally imaginary increment of the tangent, were invented in order to present the proportionality of the ratio, which was obtained by lowering the degree of the equation, to the ratio of the ordinate and the subtangent, not as something just picked up empirically from something already known, but as demonstrated. However, in the external form that the cited rules assume, this already known something proves to be, everywhere and unmistakably, the sole occasion and justification for the assumption of, respectively, the characteristic triangle and the said proportionality. Lagrange was the one who did away with this pretense and pursued the genuinely scientific way. It is to his method that we owe the insight into the decisive point, for it consists in separating the two transitions required for the solution of the problem and in proving each by treating it by itself. The one side of this solution, inasmuch as, for the sake of detailing the steps involved, we restrict ourselves to the elementary example of the problem of finding the subtangent, the theoretical or general part, namely how to find the first function from the given equation of the curve, has its own internal rule. This part yields a linear relation, hence a relation of straight lines that occur in the system defined by the curve. The other part of the solution now consists in finding the lines in the curve that enter into such a relation. And this is now done in a direct manner, théorie défunct. Anal. 2p. 2, chab, that is, without the characteristic triangle, which means without assuming infinitely small arcs, ordinates, and abscisses, and without attributing to these the determinations of di and dx, that is, of the sides of that relation, and at the same time immediately the meaning of the equality of this relation with the ordinate and the subtangent themselves. A line, like a point also, obtains determination only insofar as it constitutes the side of a triangle, and the determination of a point also lies in that. This, I may mention in passing, is the fundamental proposition of analytical and for itself smaller than I, so that even the representation of an arbitrary magnitude in which I might be taken is here superfluous and in fact out of place. Precisely for this reason the demonstration of the greater smallness has nothing to do with something infinitely small, for which there is thus no need to bring it in here at all. Even if only for its beauty and its well-deserved but nowadays forgotten merit, I must also mention Descartes' tangential method. It has, at any rate, a bearing on the nature of equations, regarding which yet one more remark is to be made. Descartes expounds this independent method, in which the required linear determination is likewise found from the same derivative function, in his Geometry, a seminal work in other ways as well, Liv. 2, p. ss. Uvers Koppel. Ed. Cousin Tom v. It is here that he taught the great basis of the nature of equations and their geometrical construction, and of the application of analysis, which he thereby greatly expanded in scope, to geometry. The problem takes with him the form of a task, of drawing straight lines perpendicularly to given points on a curve in order in this way to determine the subtangent, etc. One can understand his satisfaction at a discovery which met the one object of universal scientific interest at the time, and it was so purely geometrical that it vastly surpassed the merely rule-bound method of his rivals cited above. As he expressed it there: j'ose dire que c'est ceci le problème le plus utile le plus général, non seulement que j'ai mais même que j'ai jamais désiré de savoir en géométrie. He bases his solution on the analytical equation of the right-angled triangle formed by the ordinate of the point on the curve to which the required straight line in the problem should be drawn perpendicularly, by this same straight line, the normal, by that part of the axis cut off by the ordinate, and the normal, the subnormal. Now from the known equation of a curve, the value of either the ordinate or the abscissa is substituted in the equation of this triangle, the result being an equation of the second degree, and Descartes shows how even curves of which the equations are of higher degrees reduce to this, in which only one of the variables still occurs, indeed as a square and in the first power. This is a quadratic equation which makes its first appearance as a so-called impure equation. Descartes now observes that if the point assumed on the curve is imagined as at the intersection of the curve and a circle, this circle will cut the curve at yet another point, and the result for the two unequal excess thus produced will be two equations with the same constants and of the same form, or else only one equation with unequal values of x. But there will be only one equation for the one triangle in which the hypotenuse is perpendicular to the curve, the normal, as we can imagine if we let the two intersection points of curve and circle coincide, and the circle therefore touch the curve. With that, however, the circumstance which makes for the unequal roots of the x or y of the quadratic equation also falls away. But now, in a quadratic equation of two equal roots, the coefficient of the term containing the unknown in the first power is double the single root, and this now yields an equation for obtaining the desired determinations. This procedure is indeed the brilliant stroke of a truly analytical mind. The merely asserted proportionality of the subtangent and the ordinate with the alleged infinitely small so-called increments of the abscissa and the ordinate pale in comparison.